Chapter 1, Spirit Pet Creation Simulator. 250. 250. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the small forest, where a 15-year-old boy lay on the ground with a foot firmly pressing down on his head. But at this moment, the boy seemed oblivious to the foot on his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead, hoarsely shouting. In front of him lay a husky, motionless and covered in blood. It showed no reaction to the boy's calls, clearly having already died. Ye Qianxing, remember this. Some people are ones you can never afford to offend in your life. This time, they just took your dog's life. Next time, if you dare to provoke me again, it'll be your life. A disdainful voice came from above the boy, the one whose foot was on his head. The person looked to be about the same age as Ye Qianxing, but was much stronger, accompanied by several lackeys. Most importantly, a terrifying wolf, as tall as an adult, was crouched beside him. Ye Qianxing's husky, 250, had met its end at the wolf's jaws. Hearing the boy's threatening words, Ye Qianxing's tear-filled eyes turned completely red, as if a flame of rage was burning in his gaze. "Zhou Wei, I will kill you. I will kill you." Ye Qianxing roared, struggling to get up, but Zhou Wei pressed down harder with his foot, forcing Ye Qianxing's head back to the ground. "Kill me? Ha ha ha. Do you think you're worthy? In fact, I want to kill you right now. It's as simple as just thinking about it." With that, the wolf beside him seemed to rise, baring its teeth at Ye Qianxing's face, the stench making Ye Qianxing almost retch. Looking at the gaping maw before him, Ye Qianxing felt a surge of fear. At that moment, a soft yet cold female voice pierced through his fear. Enough. The speaker was an extremely beautiful girl, resembling an ice queen who had been observing the scene all along. She had remained silent when Ye Qianxing was beaten down and when 250 was killed, but now she finally spoke. "You've killed his spirit pet and beaten him up. This should be enough, right? No matter what, he is my nominal brother, so don't make it difficult for me," the Ice Queen said. Zhou Wei frowned at her words, but he seemed to hold some fear of the Ice Queen, so he reluctantly lifted his foot. "Since it's for senior sister Ruoshi's sake, but let this waste go this time. Let's go." After saying that, Zhou Wei called to his lackeys and the wolf, then left. Ye Qianxing hurriedly crawled to 250's corpse, feeling its coldness. Although he said nothing, tears streamed down his face. This was not just a pet, it was the only memento his parents had left him. As if sensing Ye Qianxing's sorrow, a rare look of sympathy appeared on the Ice Queen's face. "You." She walked over to Ye Qianxing, about to speak, but he suddenly sprang up, clutching 250's corpse and moving in a specific direction. As he passed by her, Ye Qianxing glanced at her, but his eyes held no emotion, as if she were a stranger. The Ice Queen was taken aback. Ye Qianxing had never dared to show her such an attitude before. After leaving the small forest, Ye Qianxing went straight to the back mountain, digging a hole barehanded, his hands covered in blood, yet he seemed entirely unfazed. Wow! In the desolate surroundings, Ye Qianxing finally couldn't contain his sorrow, crying out loud while preparing to place 250 in the pit. At that moment, a mechanical voice, almost surreal, echoed in his mind. "Ding! The system has been activated by the host bloodline, and the Spirit Pet Creation Simulator is now at your service." The sudden voice caused Ye Qianxing, who was sobbing uncontrollably, to stop abruptly. A system? The term felt somewhat familiar. It seemed to have existed in the legends of Earth before the New Era, but he never expected it to become reality for him. About 500 years ago, Earth experienced an unprecedented catastrophe, leading to the start of a new era. The catastrophe began with a meteor shower. As the meteors streaked across the sky, a massive black hole opened up, which could not heal for a long time. Countless monsters emerged from the black hole, descending upon Earth. These monsters were unknown to humanity, some only existing in legends, while others were never mentioned at all. These monsters were referred to as evil spirits by the people of that time. The evil spirits descended upon Earth, but did not coexist peacefully with humans. On the contrary, they fed on humans, mercilessly slaughtering them. Weak and fragile, humanity could not resist. Fortunately, they possessed strong technological capabilities, although only the most powerful weapons could threaten the monsters. This offered humanity a brief respite. Humans began to establish base cities, delineating safe zones to fend off the evil spirits and preserve the remnants of civilization, struggling to survive in the cracks. Humans, being intelligent creatures capable of thriving in adversity, discovered decades later that a special substance existed within the evil spirits. If ingested, this substance could cause mutations, enabling mutated humans to combat the evil spirits. However, there was a downside. The success rate was low, and failure meant certain death. After the catastrophe, humanity's numbers plummeted, making it too risky to take such chances, prompting scientists to turn their attention to animals. They discovered that animals could also mutate after consuming the special substance from evil spirits, with a much higher success rate than humans. Thus, humans applied this discovery, creating many mutated animals. But these animals became increasingly aggressive and uncontrollable. Just when scientists were at their wits' end, someone unexpectedly found that humans could form soul contracts with the mutated animals. Once signed, the mutated animals would behave obediently like pets, and as long as one's mental strength was sufficiently strong, a contract could be established. Thus, a new profession emerged. Spirit tamers. The mutated animals were given a new name: spirit pets. The spirit pet creation simulator. Could it be related to spirit pets? Ye Qianxing thought. Just as he was about to mentally call out to the system, the mechanical voice sounded again. Initial reward distribution. 1 mysterious treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? A mysterious treasure chest? Ye Qianxing was taken aback again, instinctively replying in his mind with a yes. Immediately, he seemed to experience a hallucination before his eyes. A treasure chest radiating dazzling golden light suddenly opened, revealing 4 items. A ball of black flame, a drop of crimson blood, a nearly transparent light orb, and an old-fashioned pocket watch. Chapter 2. The first spirit pet, Hellhound. What are these things? And what exactly are you? Ye Qianxing finally couldn't help but ask. This system is called the Spirit Pet Creation Simulator, as the name suggests. The host can use this system to autonomously simulate and create spirit pets, offering a high degree of freedom. Moreover, the created spirit pets will be 100% loyal to the host. Creating spirit pets requires materials. The host can find them on their own or obtain materials from mysterious treasure chests. The system will periodically provide the host with mysterious treasure chests. After the system's explanation, Ye Qianxing finally understood and couldn't help but feel excited. In today's era, to survive, one must become a spirit tamer. Becoming a spirit tamer isn't difficult as long as one's mental strength is strong enough. They can sign contracts with spirit pets. But the key point is that the production of spirit pets is incredibly difficult. It requires special substances from the evil spirit's body, and success is not guaranteed. This leads to the high price of spirit pets, and some are even available at any price without a market. The production line for spirit pets is monopolized by the official and some large forces, and even if someone can obtain the special substances from the evil spirits, they cannot create spirit pets. However, the current Ye Qianxing is different. Relying on the system, he can not only create spirit pets, but also has a high degree of freedom to do so according to his own wishes. Do I need materials to create spirit pets? Ye Qianxing looked at the 4 materials in front of him. Perhaps he could create a powerful spirit pet. As Ye Qianxing focused, the information about these 4 materials began to appear in his mind. Blue light sphere, a mysterious soul, 3-star material. Black flame, hellfire, a spark from the underworld that can burn souls, 5-star material. Blood drop, a drop of blood from an ancient divine residence, containing terrifying energy, 4.5-star material. Broken pocket watch, an item worn by an ancient taboo existence, possessing the ability to manipulate time, currently in a broken state, 5-star material. The so-called star rating is the level defined for these materials by the system, currently divided into 10 stars. Theoretically, the higher the star rating, the stronger the ability and potential. However, it also depends on how Ye Qianxing utilizes them. If used well, it may be worth more than expected, but if used poorly, it would be equivalent to waste. The star ratings of the 4 materials are quite high, indicating that the initial reward chest is not bad. Can materials be found on my own? Can all things in the world be used as materials, including the spirit pet itself? Ye Qianxing seemed to think of something and quickly asked. Theoretically, yes. After receiving the system's reply, Ye Qianxing hurriedly looked at the corpse of 205 lying in the pit. Mutated Husky, a spirit pet with a special bloodline, currently in a state of severe injury near death, 5-star material. Special bloodline? 5-star material? Ye Qianxing always thought that 205 was just an ordinary spirit pet with a low level because, although it had mutated, it was not very different from an ordinary. Husky. However, seeing the system's definition, 205 was definitely not as ordinary as he imagined. 205 was left to him by his parents. So, doesn't that mean his parents were not ordinary people either? Although he had many doubts in his heart, Ye Qianxing couldn't afford to think too much at this moment, because one sentence struck his heart. State: severe injury near death. This sentence meant that 205 was actually not dead yet. System, is there any way to save him? Ye Qianxing shouted in his heart. The mysterious blood contains vast energy, which may allow him to recover. The system's voice immediately responded. Ye Qianxing was extremely excited. As long as there was a chance to recover, it was enough. However, just as he was about to give that drop of blood to 205, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. He took out the mysterious blood drop, blue light sphere, and underworld fire spark from the four materials, then applied all of them to 205. I hope my guess is correct, Ye Qianxing thought in his heart. According to the system, not all materials can create a powerful spirit pet just by being used. As the saying goes, making the best use of things means applying the right materials to the right items. Therefore, among the four materials, Ye Qianxing did not use the highest star-rated pocket watch. He felt that the other three materials were more suitable for 205, that if his guess was correct, soon, 205 would transform into a legendary creature. The ancient divine residence's blood first fused into 205's body, and in an instant, Ye Qianxing noticed that 205's body began to tremble. Violently, its physique began to grow larger, and what was originally just about 1 meter tall suddenly increased to over 2 meters. Muscles bulged, stood on end, and fangs and claws became long and sharp. The wound on its neck quickly healed. Then, the blue soul and underworld fire spark also fused into 205's body in succession. The black flame burned on 205's surface, and suddenly, it opened its eyes, its pupils turning into a deep black hole, as if capable of swallowing a person's soul. Now, 205 looked extremely imposing. Spirit pet, Hellhound 205. Attributes, demon type. Rating, 5-star growth type. Level, F5. Abilities, intimidation, soul intimidation, effective against targets not exceeding 2 levels below it. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect, the combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Underworld Flame Strike. Summons underworld flames for attack, possessing both physical and soul attack effects. Soul, devouring, devours souls for level enhancement. Weakness, mechanical type. Advancement requirement, devour 10 souls to advance to E level 010. Evolution route, consuming a level canine inner pill can evolve into a 2-headed Hellhound 01. Indeed, according to Ye Qianxing's thoughts, 205 evolved into the legendary demon guarding the underworld, the Hellhound. Beep. Spirit Pet creation complete. The host can gain 1/10 of the Spirit Pet's power and 1 skill. The system's prompt sounded, and Ye Qianxing was excited again because he felt a sudden surge of power within him. Originally, due to malnutrition, he was much weaker than his peers, but now, he felt stronger than some professional boxers. Beep. As this is the host's first Spirit Pet creation, the system rewards an additional skill solidification opportunity. The host can fuse 2 skills of the Spirit Pet. Please choose. I choose Underworld Flame Strike and Intimidation. Ye Qianxing chose these 2 skills without hesitation, directly ignoring Soul Devouring. 205 needed that skill to level up, but he did not. Moreover, just thinking about devouring other people's souls made Ye Qianxing feel uneasy, so he decisively refused. Ye Qianxing confirmed the skills. A strange feeling surged in his heart. He felt that these 2 skills were as if they were innate to him, and he could use them at will. Especially the Underworld Fire Spark, which also generated within him, located in the Dantian area, nourishing his soul at all times. Although 205 is currently only at the lowest level 5 segments, it might be able to fight against an level 9 segment Spirit Pet. Just the 1/10 of power and 2 skills it granted me give me the confidence to battle against an level 1 segment Spirit Pet alone. Ye Qianxing thought in his heart. From what Ye Qianxing currently knows, Spirit Pets are divided into 9 levels, ranked from high to low. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, and each level is further subdivided into 9 segments. F is the lowest level, but 205, with its powerful bloodline and those incredible skills, is likely to have few rivals among the levels. Even when facing a level Spirit Pets, it might have the strength to fight. Even Ye Qianxing himself felt that he could battle against an inflexible spirit pet. After all, other spirit tamers could not gain the abilities of spirit pets like he could. However, Ye Qianxing had heard a rumor that if a spirit tamer could achieve a 100% compatibility with their spirit pet, they would have a chance to reach the awakening realm and achieve unity with their pet. This way, the spirit tamer could use the abilities of the spirit pet and possess its power. But whether this rumor is true or not, Ye Qianxing is also unsure, and achieving 100% compatibility is not an easy task. Chapter 3, the so-called home ding. Please sign a contract with your spirit pet as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded again. Only by signing the contract could he truly be called a spirit master. For others, only after signing the contract would their spirit pets be truly loyal to them. But this issue did not exist for Ye Qianxing. The spirit pet created by the system was 100% loyal to him. However, there were still several benefits to signing the contract. Firstly, after signing the contract, the spirit master could create a contract space where the spirit pet could reside. And if the spirit pet was injured, it could recover faster in the contract space than in the outside world. Secondly, the spirit master would establish a soul connection with the spirit pet, making communication much easier. For others, they were not worried about whether they could sign the contract, as it was simple as long as their mental strength was not too weak. Their concern was whether they could have a spirit pet sign the contract with them. But Ye Qianxing was different. He was precisely worried about his mental strength, as he had suffered an injury at a very young age, resulting in the loss of most of his memories before the age of 3. His mental strength had also suffered a significant blow. Although he had not become a fool, he would get a headache whenever he tried to think deeply about something, which was a side effect of his damaged mental strength. System, can I sign the contract with my damaged mental strength? Ye Qianxing asked. The system is of high quality, and the host need not worry. Just go ahead and do it. Since the system said so, Ye Qianxing didn't think too much. He bit his index finger and pressed a drop of blood onto the forehead of number 205. Number 205 did not resist. A minute later, Ye Qianxing was astonished to find that the contract had actually succeeded. Moreover, at the moment of success, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the image of his parents. Ye Qianxing was stunned. The memories he had lost included those about his parents. Before this, he couldn't remember what his parents looked like or their names. He only remembered number 205. But now, he actually recalled the appearance of his parents. Could it be that after contracting the spirit pet, my mental strength has been restored? It must be the system's doing, Ye Qianxing speculated. This was the only possibility. In order to contract the spirit pet, the system had helped him repair some of his mental strength. This meant that my memories might be fully restored. A glimmer of light flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Perhaps after recovering my memories, I will remember who my parents are, and I might even find them. Not having parents had always been a painful spot in his heart. Master, just as Ye Qianxing was lost in thought, a slightly childish voice echoed in his mind. Ye Qianxing instinctively looked up and saw number 205 in front of him, looking at him, and the voice in his mind was their communication through their souls. Number 205, can you change back to your previous form? Although this looks cool, it can easily scare people, Ye Qianxing asked. In fact, he was just asking casually, but to his surprise, number 205 responded affirmatively. In the next moment, the black flames on number 205 disappeared, and its form returned to its previous appearance. This guy actually had this ability. This was good. In the future, if he encountered a battle, he could confuse his opponents and make them underestimate him, achieving the effect of playing dumb to eat the tiger. As the sky grew darker, Ye Qianxing put number 205 back into the contract space and left the back mountain to hurry home. However, this so-called home held no feelings for Ye Qianxing at all. When he was 3 years old, Ye Qianxing's parents went missing, and he was sent to an orphanage. He stayed in an orphanage for 3 years, and at the age of 6, he was adopted by a family, which was the current home. Ye Qianxing was initially excited, thinking he could finally feel the warmth of a family. And indeed, at first his adoptive parents treated him well. However, it wasn't long before they discovered his damaged mental strength. The reason his adoptive parents had adopted him was that they only had one daughter and no son. Although their daughter's mental strength was much stronger than her peers, and she was destined to become a powerful spirit master, they still hoped to have a son, even if he was ordinary. But with Ye Qianxing's damaged mental strength, this almost meant he would be unable to contract a spirit pet and would become a person even lower than the lowest. This was something they could not accept. Therefore, his adoptive parents even went to the orphanage to cause a scene, saying they wanted to return him. This incident caused quite a stir in the orphanage, and Ye Qianxing received a lot of attention, mostly endless ridicule and occasional pity. However, because of legal regulations that required adoptive parents to take responsibility for orphans, they ultimately had no choice but to keep Ye Qianxing. But their attitude towards him turned extremely bad, often resorting to beatings and scolding, seeming to blame him for all their misfortunes. Ye Qianxing had always endured this, as one must bow their head under a roof. He still needed to rely on this family to survive. He endured it for nearly 10 years. His home was in a small apartment building on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. In this era, with evil spirits rampant and human territory shrinking, to be honest, living in an apartment was already considered good. More than half of the population in Jiangnan City could only live in shared rentals or basements, where it was common for a room of about 100 square meters to house over 10 people. Upon opening the door and returning home, Ye Qianxing saw his adoptive parents and his stepsister sitting on the sofa. This stepsister was the iceberg beauty who had previously stopped Zhou Wei, named Lin Ruoxi. Ye Qianxing's impression of her was neither good nor bad, although she always seemed to look down on him a bit. She didn't often vent her frustrations on him like his adoptive parents did, so at least he did not dislike her. However, after today's incident, Ye Qianxing was completely disappointed in Lin Ruoxi when number 205 was bitten by Zhou Wei's spirit pet and had its neck broken. Lin Ruoxi was right there. She had the ability to stop it, but chose to remain indifferent. Although number 205 was not meant to die and survived. This incident remained a thorn in Ye Qianxing's heart. When Ye Qianxing returned home, his adoptive mother Qi Yan frowned, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, and asked sternly, "Why are you back so late? Where have you been messing around? Your clothes are so dirty. I tell you, if this shirt gets ruined, I won't buy you a new one. You might as well go to school naked." Ye Qianxing was already used to such remarks from his adoptive mother, so he silently walked towards his room. Chapter 4. Shared apartment. However, what Ye Qianxing didn't expect was that Qi Yan actually didn't plan to let it go this time. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Qi Yan's anger grew even more. "Have you grown up and developed a temper, daring to ignore me? Do you believe I can kick you out and make you a lonely orphan with dead parents again?" Merely cursing wasn't enough. Qi Yan stood up and pushed Ye Qianxing hard. However, the originally frail Ye Qianxing didn't budge at all. It seemed Qi Yan's strength had no effect on him. This made Qi Yan even more upset. "Enough, let him go back to rest." Just as Qi Yan was about to explode, Lin Ruoxi finally spoke up to advise her. She knew Ye Qianxing had just experienced a life-and-death separation and was definitely in a bad mood. It would be bad if he acted rashly. Although she had always looked down on this brother, she didn't want the situation to escalate too much. "Yes, dear, don't let him upset you. He'll be of legal age soon, and we won't have to support him anymore," Lin Kaiquan, the adoptive father, also advised. In this era, 16 was the legal age, and Ye Qianxing would turn 16 in a few months, at which point he would inevitably be kicked out of the house. When Ye Qianxing heard Qi Yan's words about his dead parents, his body trembled violently, and anger surged within him. The disappearance of his parents had always been a pain in his heart. Although he had no memories of them, they were always his bottom line. "You can hit me or scold me, but insulting my parents is absolutely intolerable. You better take back what you just said." Ye Qianxing suddenly turned around, his voice filled with anger, his cold gaze fixed on Qi Yan. This startled Qi Yan, and she was actually intimidated by Ye Qianxing's imposing presence. She had no doubt that as long as she dared to say a word against him, this familiar yet unfamiliar boy would strike. But years of arrogance wouldn't allow her to back down. So even though Qi Yan trembled under Ye Qianxing's gaze, she still didn't say a word. Ye Qianxing calmed down. Just as the tension escalated, a cold voice rang out, and Lin Ruoxi stepped in front of Qi Yan. In fact, she was also surprised by Ye Qianxing's sudden change. For a moment, she felt the boy before her had become unfamiliar. The terrifying aura emanating from Ye Qianxing even made her feel a bit scared. However, she would not allow her mother to be harmed, so she resolutely stood in front of Qi Yin, ready to summon her spirit pet at any moment. As someone whose mental strength was stronger than her peers since childhood, Lin Ruoxi's talent was top-notch even in the entire Jiangnan city, and she had now contracted a powerful F-class spirit pet. The strength of a spirit master's mental power determines the quantity and quality of the spirit pets they can contract. Mental strength can be cultivated later, but there is a ceiling which depends on the spirit master's innate talent. It seemed that Lin Ruoxi's presence gave Qi Yin a sense of security. She was no longer as afraid and looked at Ye Qianxing with even more displeasure. It's outrageous. I raised you for 10 years, only to have you turn into an ungrateful wolf. How dare you threaten me? I was blind to take you in. Get out. Get out of my house right now. Qi Yin shouted, pointing at Ye Qianxing. Lin Ruoxi frowned and was about to say something, but Ye Qianxing spoke first. Fine. I didn't want to stay here anyway. Over the years, when have you treated me like family? This home, I don't mind leaving. On the dimly lit street, Ye Qianxing stood still with a suitcase, seemingly lost in thought. Just moments ago, he had completely severed ties with his adoptive parents. Since you don't want to stay, then get lost. With your trash qualifications in today's society, you're a complete waste. Without me, whether you can survive a day is a question. The words Qi Yin had said before leaving echoed in his mind, and Ye Qianxing couldn't help but sneer in disdain. Survive? With the system he possessed. He wasn't thinking about just surviving. He wanted to thrive, to be better than everyone else. A figure appeared in Ye Qianxing's line of sight, with a graceful figure and heavenly beauty, but her face bore no expression, resembling an iceberg. It was Lin Ruoxi, who had been his nominal sister just 10 minutes ago. But now they had no relationship at all. What are you doing here? Ye Qianxing asked, his voice devoid of emotion. He was thoroughly disappointed with this family. You need to go back and apologize to my mom, and I will persuade her to keep you, Lin Ruoxi said. Hearing Lin Ruoxi's words, Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. From what he knew of Lin Ruoxi, this icy woman wouldn't say such things. However, he didn't develop any fondness for her because of this. His tone remained emotionless. I won't go back, and I won't apologize. Besides, I did nothing wrong and don't need to apologize. Sensing the stubbornness in Ye Qianxing's words, Lin Ruoxi fell silent for a moment and then pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket. You need money for food and shelter outside, and I can only offer you this. Lin Ruoxi handed the cash to Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was taken aback again. Lin Ruoxi's behavior surprised him. Was this sympathy or charity? But after hesitating for a moment, he accepted it because he indeed needed the money. Although he was confident he wouldn't lack money in the future, he needed a place to stay tonight. Right now, he was broke. Ye Qianxing looked at Lin Ruoxi meaningfully. It seemed she wasn't entirely devoid of humanity. After all, they had lived together for 10 years, and she had been called sister for 10 years. Even raising a dog would create feelings, let alone a person. This made Ye Qianxing's resentment toward her lessen somewhat. This money is a loan from me. I will pay you back in the future, Ye Qianxing said. Lin Ruoxi, however, did not say anything further and simply turned to leave. With his suitcase in tow, Ye Qianxing painstakingly searched for several hours before finally finding a relatively cheap shared apartment. The apartment had 1 living room and 2 bedrooms. It wasn't large, but it was quite decent in this era, with a monthly rent of 2,000, which directly spent half of the money Lin Ruoxi had given him. However, Ye Qianxing didn't feel distressed. He could easily earn that money back in the future. The landlord mentioned that the other room in the apartment was occupied by a girl, but that girl was quite mysterious, often not at home, and seemed to have a bad temper, so Ye Qianxing should be cautious. The word mysterious piqued Ye Qianxing's curiosity, but it was merely curiosity. After tidying up the room, he fell asleep immediately. The next day, after washing up, Ye Qianxing headed to school. The tuition was paid once a year, and this year was already settled, so there was no possibility of a refund. It was better to go than not. As soon as he entered the classroom, Ye Qianxing heard a familiar voice. Oh, it's only been 1 night, and you're all healed up? Your recovery ability is impressive. Without needing to look, Ye Qianxing knew who was speaking. It was Zhou Wei, the one who had bullied him yesterday and almost killed the fool. Chapter 5 Accounting. Heaven has a way, yet you refuse to take it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. A cold light flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes. He was just about to take revenge, and this guy came looking for trouble. Ye Qianxing, your spirit pet is already dead. What are you still doing in school? Zhou Wei walked up to Ye Qianxing, a mocking smile on his face. However, because Ye Qianxing was a head taller than him, Zhou Wei had to look up to meet his gaze, creating a sense of looking up at him. In reality, Ye Qianxing was only about 1.7 meters tall, similar to Zhou Wei. But perhaps due to inheriting 1/10 of the Hellhound's power, his body had been modified, and his height had directly increased to 1.75 meters. Zhou Wei also realized the awkwardness of the situation and became displeased. Do you not know to lower your head when I'm talking to you? While saying this, Zhou Wei raised his hand and aimed a slap at Ye Qianxing's head, clearly intending to use quite a bit of force. If it had been the old Ye Qianxing, he would have definitely taken that slap. But unfortunately for Zhou Wei, today was different. He had encountered a tough opponent. Zhou Wei's hand suddenly stopped in midair, his wrist caught firmly by Ye Qianxing. Do you dare to fight back? Zhou Wei was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. He had been bullying others for so long, and no one had ever dared to fight back. In his rage, Zhou Wei increased his strength, trying to break free from Ye Qianxing's grip. Only then did he realize that Ye Qianxing's strength was surprisingly great. His grip on Zhou Wei's wrist felt like a vice, impossible to escape. Fight back. Let me show you what real fighting back looks like. Ye Qianxing's voice was cold. With a surge of force, there was a sharp crack, and Zhou Wei's wrist was actually crushed. Ah! Zhou Wei screamed in agony. But Ye Qianxing remained unmoved and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. This was still Ye Qianxing holding back. Otherwise, with the full force of the 1/10 power of the Hellhound, not to mention Zhou Wei, even an ordinary F-level spirit pet would not fare well. This is just interest. Our account will be settled slowly later, Ye Qianxing said coldly to Zhou Wei. He couldn't kill anyone in front of the whole school, nor did he have the strength to do so, but that didn't mean he would let it go. If it weren't for the arrival of the system, Bai Wu would undoubtedly be dead. His hatred for Zhou Wei had reached the point of wanting to kill. Ye Qianxing's powerful counterattack stunned the entire classroom into silence. They were all too familiar with Ye Qianxing. He was the most useless one in the class, an orphan without parents. And it was rumored that he had mental barriers that prevented him from contracting spirit pets, destined to be at the bottom. The previous Ye Qianxing had always been seen as someone to be bullied, but now he had changed. He had become unfamiliar in their eyes. Not only did he dare to resist Zhou Wei, but he also defeated him in an instant. It was known that Zhou Wei was a black belt in Taekwondo and could easily handle 2 or 3 students. How could he be defeated by someone who looked so weak like Ye Qianxing? Boss, are you all right? Several of Zhou Wei's lackeys rushed to his side to help him up. Kill him, Zhou Wei shouted angrily, his face pale. But those lackeys had witnessed Ye Qianxing's power. Since their boss was no match for him, they didn't dare to step forward. They just exchanged glances, no one daring to make a move. You bunch of useless fools. Get lost. Zhou Wei's expression darkened even more as he pushed away a few of his subordinates and glared at Ye Qianxing, hunched over. You waste. How dare you hit me? I'll make you regret being alive in this world. Ironback Gray Wolf, come out. Zhou Wei shouted, and a colorful vortex appeared beside him, which was the summoning space. A leg emerged from within, followed by a second leg, a wolf's head, a wolf's body, and a wolf's tail. In no time, a gigantic wolf appeared. This wolf was more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf, with sharp fangs, and most strangely, it had no fur on its back but rather sharp iron spikes. This was Zhou Wei's spirit pet, the Ironback Gray Wolf. With the Ironback Gray Wolf by his side, Zhou Wei's momentum instantly changed. Although he didn't know why Ye Qianxing had suddenly become so powerful, he still thought that no matter how strong he was just one person and couldn't possibly match a spirit pet. Ironback, tear him apart. Spirit pet. Ironback Gray Wolf attribute. Combat type rating. 1.5 stars level. F3 abilities. Claw Strike Bite. Ironback Charge Weakness. Flying type Ghost type. The abdomen is its weakest point. Advancement condition. A drop of wolf fairy blood. Evolution path. None. The attribute list of the Ironback Gray Wolf appeared before Ye Qianxing, with the system rating it as 1.5 stars, indicating that both its future developmental potential and combat power among spirit pets of the same level were quite ordinary, not even comparable to Air by Wu's 5-star rating. Ye Qianxing narrowed his eyes, but did not immediately summon Air by Wu, as he wanted to see if he could battle a typical F-level 3-stage spirit pet with his current strength. Although Ye Qianxing was confident that his strength could match an ordinary F-level spirit pet, he had never tested it before, and this was a good opportunity. Ironback! Tear him apart! Zhou Wei shouted angrily, and the Ironback Gray Wolf let out a furious howl, causing many students in the classroom to tremble in fear. But Ye Qianxing remained unfazed, even a flash of battle intent appearing in his eyes. Just as the Ironback Gray Wolf was about to move, a crisp yet authoritative female voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Wei, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know that summoning spirit pets is not allowed in the classroom? The speaker was a girl who looked to be about the same age as Ye Qianxing. She was tall and attractive, though her curves were not yet prominent, possibly due to her young age. Her commanding voice instantly drew the attention of everyone in the classroom, including Zhou Wei. The Ironback Gray Wolf stopped, looking at Zhou Wei with a human-like expression, seemingly asking whether to continue. Zhou Wei's expression changed when he saw the girl, but he quickly turned his gaze back to Ye Qianxing, his eyes filled with fury again. Go! Following Zhou Wei's command, the Ironback Gray Wolf hesitated no more and leapt towards Ye Qianxing, its sharp claws aimed at him. Zhou Wei, how dare you? The girl exclaimed in shock, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the Ironback Gray Wolf lunged at Ye Qianxing. The students in the classroom couldn't help but close their eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the impending bloody scene. At that moment, in everyone's minds, Ye Qianxing was already a dead man, for they had never heard of anyone being able to resist a spirit pet with their own abilities. Zhou Wei wore a cold smile, his gaze fixed firmly on Ye Qianxing, and he let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha! Ye Qianxing, daring to provoke me. This is your end. Become Ironback's lunch. Chapter 6. Ironback Howling Wolf. As Ironback Howling Wolf's claws were about to touch Ye Qianxing, Zhou Wei seemed to envision the scene of brain matter splattering, sneering continuously. However, in the next moment his sneer froze, turning into astonishment, because the Ironback Howling Wolf's body suddenly came to a halt. Ye Qianxing's pupils transformed into deep black vortexes, one of the skills granted by the Hellhound to him, Dread. It could temporarily stun opponents not exceeding 2 levels above him, with the duration of the stun determined by the strength of both the opponent and the caster. Ye Qianxing wasn't particularly strong, but stunning it for a few seconds was enough. A few seconds were sufficient for him to do many things. Get away from me! Ye Qianxing shouted, leaping up and kicking Ironback Howling Wolf in the stomach. The Ironback Howling Wolf let out a mournful howl, flying backward and crashing to the ground. The abdomen is the weakness of all wolf-like creatures, and moreover, the system had stated that the Ironback Howling Wolf's weakness was its abdomen. So how could Ye Qianxing overlook it? The mournful howl and the sound of it hitting the ground opened the eyes of the students in the classroom, eliciting a wave of astonishment. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ye Qianxing actually knocked down the Ironback Howling Wolf. Is this guy even human? How could a mere human defeat a spirit pet, especially a ferocious wolf spirit pet? Everyone found it unbelievable, and the girl who had previously advised Zhou Wei was also stunned. As for Zhou Wei, his eyes were wide open, muttering impossible repeatedly. Roar! The downed Ironback Howling Wolf howled furiously, standing up. Although it was still a bit wobbly, it was not fatal. It seemed that with just Ye Qianxing's strike, even hitting its weakness, it couldn't be killed in one blow. However, this did not mean Ye Qianxing was inferior to it. Just now, Ye Qianxing was merely testing the waters, hence he hadn't used all his strength. The Ironback Howling Wolf arched its body, baring its teeth, clearly displaying extreme anger. The iron spikes on its back stood up like a porcupine. If one were to collide with it, they would likely be turned into a funnel. Ye Qianxing knew that the Ironback Howling Wolf was preparing to unleash its ultimate move, so he focused his mind, clenched his fists, and got ready for battle. Just as the Ironback Howling Wolf lunged at Ye Qianxing again, and Ye Qianxing was ready to cast Dread, the girl shouted once more. Well, what, come out? As the words fell, a wave of heat instantly filled the classroom and the temperature rose sharply. Just as the ironback howling wolf leaped, a ball of flame shot towards it. The ironback howling wolf was hit by the flames, flying out sideways, and when it stood up again, a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. Ye Qianxing turned to look, only to see a bird-like creature appearing beside the girl. Although it was a bird, its size was comparable to that of a young eagle, covered in fiery red feathers. The sudden heat wave emanated from this bird. Spirit pet, fire spirit sparrow, phoenix bloodline, attribute, fire rating, 4-star, growth type, level, F9 ability, flame impact weakness, water rock advancement requirement, consuming 5 petals of earth flame flower along with an F-level fire core, can promote to a level 0-5, evolution route, rebirth and fire, enduring E-level flames can activate the phoenix bloodline. This fire spirit sparrow was surprisingly rated as 4-star by the system, indicating its strong potential and combat power at the same level. The fact that it could make the ferocious ironback howling wolf show a fearful expression proved this point. Moreover, the system indicated it possessed the bloodline of the phoenix. In the mythological legends before the new era, the phoenix was a divine beast, a noble existence akin to a phoenix. Even a trace of bloodline would endow it with tremendous potential. No wonder it was rated as 4-star by the system. And this was without activation. If successfully activated, its star rating would likely increase. Zhou Wei, if you don't recall your spirit pet, don't blame me for being rude. The girl said coldly to Zhou Wei, her threat unmistakable. Zhou Wei clenched his fists, yet he forgot that his wrist had already been broken by Ye Qianxing. And now he felt a sharp pain. This only fueled Zhou Wei's anger. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, the fire spirit sparrow beside the girl indeed possessed a strong deterrent effect. What are you all doing? At that moment, a voice filled with authority rang out, followed by a woman exuding the charm of a mature woman entering the room. This was their mentor, Jianglin. Jianglin was beautiful, often regarded as the dream lover of all students and teachers in the school, yet no one dared to show any inappropriate intentions towards her. For she was also a powerful spirit master. All students and teachers both loved and feared her. Jianglin's cold gaze swept around the room, finally resting on the girl and Zhou Wei. Xiaoyu, as the class monitor, don't you know that summoning spirit pets is not allowed in the classroom? What if a student gets hurt? Jianglin spoke sternly to the girl. Mentor Jianglin, it was Zhou Wei who summoned his spirit pet first. I tried to dissuade him, but it was useless, so Xiaoyu recounted the events as they unfolded, without embellishment, as there was no need to, since it was Zhou Wei's fault after all. After hearing the whole story, Mentor Jianglin glanced at Zhou Wei, only to see he was injured, and her brows furrowed. Quickly recall your spirit pet, and go to the infirmary for treatment. Jianglin's tone was filled with authority, leaving no room for refusal. Even Zhou Wei, known for being obstinate, dared not disobey her. So, he could only frown and shout at the ironback howling wolf back, ironback. After recalling the ironback howling wolf, Zhou Wei, with the help of a few lackeys, made his way to the infirmary, shooting a fierce glare at Ye Qianxing as he passed by. It was clear he was saying this matter was not over. Ye Qianxing sneered. Of course, this matter was not over. What just happened was merely the interest. The real account would be settled slowly. Mentor Jianglin turned her gaze back to Xiaoyu. Although the main responsibility lay with Zhou Wei, you also had a fault. Your fire spirit sparrow is a high-damage spirit pet. If you're not careful, it could easily injure a classmate. I'm punishing you to run 5 laps around the playground. Okay, Mentor. Xiaoyu did not show any dissatisfaction and was about to leave when Ye Qianxing spoke up. Mentor Jianglin, this matter ultimately stems from Zhou Wei and me, so I also have responsibility. I request to be punished alongside the class monitor. Upon hearing this, Jianglin gave Ye Qianxing a thoughtful glance, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, because she had witnessed the scene where Ye Qianxing fought the ironback howling wolf. Being able to confront a spirit pet solely with personal ability was no ordinary feat, and that's why she hadn't intervened immediately. She also wanted to see if Ye Qianxing could truly defeat an F-level spirit pet, but unfortunately, Xiaoyu had interrupted her, leaving her no choice but to step in. Otherwise, It would have been problematic if things escalated. Though puzzled, Jiang Lin did not inquire further, as if she had not seen the earlier scene, and quickly shifted her gaze back. Since you want to be punished, then go ahead. Chapter 7 Childhood Sweethearts. Xia Xiaoyu on the playground. Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu were running side by side. Xiaoyu, you really don't need to be punished. This is clearly a personal grudge between Zhou Wei and me. Ye Qianxing smiled gently at Xia Xiaoyu. In fact, he was very familiar with her, to the point that calling them childhood sweethearts was not an exaggeration. Both Xia Xiaoyu and he were orphans, having met in the orphanage where they became good friends. However, Xia Xiaoyu's luck was much better than his. From a young age, she had shown a strong aptitude for spiritual power and was adopted by the president of the Jiangnan City Spiritual Management Association branch. The Spiritual Management Association had branches in every base city and was established at the beginning of the new era, making it a superpower that could rival the national military. After being adopted by the president of the Jiangnan branch, Xia Xiaoyu's status rose significantly. With her already impressive talents and countless resources at her disposal, she was considered a standout among her peers. Thinking they would no longer have any intersection, they were surprised to find themselves in the same class at school. It could be said to be fate. Qianxing Gidge, don't say that. I can't just stand by and watch Zhou Wei bully you. Xia Xiaoyu said with a sweet smile, warming Ye Qianxing's heart. There were also some bad kids in the orphanage who bullied Xia Xiaoyu, and he had always protected her back then. Now, it seemed she intended to protect him in return. I'm a man. How could I need a girl like you to protect me? Didn't you see me beat Zhou Wei to the ground? As he spoke, Ye Qianxing clenched his fist and pretended to look fierce. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled softly. But Qianxing Gidge, you really have become much stronger. You actually managed to beat Zhou Wei. She praised him, but didn't ask why he had suddenly become so strong. It wasn't that she wasn't curious. She just understood that everyone had their own secrets. She believed that if Ye Qianxing wanted to tell her, he would do so without her needing to ask. By the way, Qianxing Gidge, I heard. Xia Xiaoyu seemed to think of something, her expression suddenly changing. She started speaking, but then didn't know how to continue. What? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. Qianxing Gidge, I think I heard Zhou Wei say he killed Bai Wu. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. She had a very good relationship with Bai Wu, as Ye Qianxing had entered the orphanage with Bai Wu. Girls generally liked such cute little animals, and Xia Xiaoyu was no exception. Over the years, she had developed a great bond with Bai Wu. So hearing that Bai Wu had died was heartbreaking. Not only was she sad, but there was also a flash of guilt in her eyes. She knew that the reason Zhou Wei was targeting Ye Qianxing was because of her. As the daughter of the president of the Jiangnan City Spiritual Management Association and being extremely beautiful, Zhou Wei had already confessed his feelings to her. But Xia Xiaoyu completely ignored him. On the contrary, she had a very good relationship with Ye Qianxing, joking and playing every day, which made Zhou Wei both jealous and deeply unhappy. In his eyes, a woman he couldn't have must not be allowed to be with anyone else, especially since he saw Ye Qianxing as a worthless orphan with no parents and a spiritual power disability. The fact that Xia Xiaoyu was willing to be around such a waste while ignoring him struck a significant blow to his inflated ego. Naturally, Zhou Wei didn't dare to vent his frustration on Xia Xiaoyu, so he set his sights on Ye Qianxing. This led to the initial scene where he ambushed Ye Qianxing in a small grove on his way home and gave him a severe beating. Ye Qianxing noticed the guilt in Xia Xiaoyu's eyes and smiled as he gently patted her head. Silly girl, this isn't your fault. All the blame lies with Zhou Wei. Teaching him a lesson today is just collecting a bit of interest. I'll settle the real score with him slowly. As he spoke, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but clench his fist. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Ye Qianxing, Xia Xiaoyu's heart trembled. At that moment, she felt a hint of unfamiliarity from Ye Qianxing. The arrival of the system had completely changed Ye Qianxing. From now on, he would no longer be timid or let others bully him. Sensing Xia Xiaoyu's tension, Ye Qianxing quickly reined in his killing intent and wore a gentle smile, a demeanor he had only shown to Xia Xiaoyu. Besides, Bai Wu isn't dead. He doing just fine. If you don't believe me, look. Saying this, Ye Qianxing opened the contract space, and Bai Wu's figure quickly appeared. The moment Bai Wu's saw Xia Xiaoyu, he leaped into her arms, rubbing his head against her in a familiar manner, which made Ye Qianxing feel a mix of envy and jealousy, wishing he could swap bodies with Bai Wu. "Damn it, you perverted dog, come here," Ye Qianxing scolded. But Bai Wu looked at him with a disdainful expression typical of the breed and continued to rub against Xia Xiaoyu without a care. Seeing Bai Wu, Xia Xiaoyu was instantly filled with joy and hugged him tightly. However, she soon seemed to remember something and looked at Ye Qianxing in surprise, specifically at the entrance to the contract space beside him. You form a contract with Bai Wu? You become a spirit master?" It was no wonder Xia Xiaoyu was so shocked. The impact of this news was immense. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't be surprised. But Ye Qianxing was a complete exception. Having known him for so long, Xia Xiaoyu understood him well. He had suffered a head injury as a child, resulting in a spiritual power disability. Unless he could find a treasure to heal his soul, it was basically impossible for him to form a contract with a spirit pet. If he tried to force it, it could backfire, leading to serious injury or even death. "Well, I was lucky and got some treasures that not only healed Bai Wu, but also cured my old spiritual ailment," Ye Qianxing said. He couldn't reveal the system's existence, so he had to come up with a reason. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xia Xiaoyu. It was just that this matter was too mysterious. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, knowing too much wouldn't be good for her. Although Xia Xiaoyu found Ye Qianxing's explanation a bit far-fetched, she had no other explanation, so she had to believe him. "Qianxing Gij, since you become a spirit master, you won be eliminated in this semester's final assessment," Xia Xiaoyu said with joy, as the final assessment was just around the corner. Based on the assessment results, students would be grouped into classes. Those with excellent talents would enter the first and second elite classes, while those with average talents would enter regular classes. As for those who couldn't form contracts with spirit pets, they would be encouraged to withdraw from the school. Chapter 8: Beautiful Woman in the Apartment from the School's Perspective. Those who are 16 and still cannot contract a spirit pet have a very low probability of becoming a spirit master in the future. Even if they can, their potential is extremely limited, and it's not worth wasting resources to train them. Ye Qianxing was basically destined to be advised to withdraw, and Xia Xiaoyu had no way to intervene in this matter, even though her adoptive father was the president of the Jiangnan branch. However, now that Ye Qianxing had become a spirit master, all worries had disappeared. Even if he could only enter a regular class in the end, it was still better than being advised to withdraw. The two of them were playing around on the playground and quickly completed 5 laps. Ye Qianxing, needless to say, possessed 1/10 of the power of a hellhound and could easily contend with a typical F-level spirit pet. With his physical fitness, not to mention 5 laps, he could run 10 laps without breaking a sweat. As for Xia Xiaoyu, although she lived in a wealthy family, it didn't mean she was a pampered princess. On the contrary, with countless supplements and her regular exercise, her physical fitness was better than that of most boys her age. Although she was slightly out of breath and her face was red after 5 laps, she managed to hold on. Back in the classroom, Instructor Jiang Lin was teaching. Although this was a new era and subjects like Chinese and mathematics were not as important as before, it didn't mean they didn't need to learn theoretical knowledge. After hundreds of years of accumulation, humanity had gradually gained a deeper understanding of evil spirits, such as their types, characteristics, habits, and weaknesses, all of which were recorded in the evil spirit record. What they needed to learn was this evil spirit record. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. If one does not understand the opponent, even the strongest power can be dangerous. If one is extremely familiar with these evil spirits, it might even enable them to achieve victory over stronger opponents. Although everyone's main focus was still on spirit pet battles, there were still some people whose soul talents were average and ultimately chose to study and research matters related to evil spirits or spirit pets. If they could develop methods to cultivate spirit pets, they would be highly sought after. Even if they were physically weak, they would earn the respect of many spirit masters. Moreover, if they could accomplish something in this field, it would be a significant contribution to the country and humanity. And such individuals might even be specially admitted by the school for training. Of course, this was not particularly important for Ye Qianxing. With the system he possessed, He could see through any evil spirit or spirit pet's information at a glance. It was no exaggeration to say that if he wanted to, even the top doctors in the world who understood evil spirits and spirit pets the best would worship him at his feet. However, Ye Qianxing's goal was still to improve his strength, and he was not interested in such matters. While Ye Qianxing was indifferent, Xia Xiaoyu and her classmates listened attentively. Many of them would eventually become spirit masters, and fighting against evil spirits was an absolute necessity. Even for their future safety, they had to pay attention. Bored and idle. The day's classes ended just like that. During lunch, it was still Xia Xiaoyu treating, while Ye Qianxing had already emptied his pockets after paying the rent. At this moment, he realized that it was time to make some money. He couldn't keep relying on Xia Xiaoyu for food and drink. Although he knew Xia Xiaoyu wouldn't mind. He cared about it. He was a real man, after all, and how could he rely on a girl to support him? With this in mind, Ye Qianxing unknowingly returned to the apartment. When he opened the door, he found that it was actually unlocked. He clearly remembered locking it before leaving. Could someone be inside? As he pondered this, Ye Qianxing walked into the living room, and at that moment, he heard a sound from the bathroom. Instinctively, he looked over, and his eyes widened. His nose felt a bit hot, as he was about to have a nosebleed. The bathroom door opened, revealing a stunning figure in front of Ye Qianxing. It was a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s, with a delicate face and an incredibly sexy figure, truly a combination of angelic beauty and devilish curves. However, Ye Qianxing had seen many beautiful women. Whether it was Lin Ruoxi or Xia Xiaoyu, they were not inferior in looks to this beauty. Although they might not match her in figure, it was likely due to age. What truly left Ye Qianxing stunned and almost caused him to have a nosebleed was that this stunning beauty was completely naked at that moment. Ye Qianxing had lived for 16 years and was a complete virgin. Just seeing long legs and a flat stomach could make him blush. This scene left him momentarily unable to react. The beauty, clearly not expecting anyone to come, was momentarily stunned, but quickly dashed back into the bathroom. After a few seconds, she opened the door again, this time wearing a bath towel. However, this only made Ye Qianxing unable to hold back a nosebleed again. Sometimes, a touch of ambiguity can be quite enticing. But Ye Qianxing quickly regained his senses, hurriedly diverted his gaze, wiped his nosebleed, and coughed. Ahem, you must be. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Qianxing felt a gust of wind rushing toward his face. Reacting instinctively, he dodged, and a shadow flashed past him. Soon, he saw that it was a gleaming dagger. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the dagger would have sliced through his eyes, and he would probably have gone blind. The owner of the dagger was that beauty, and her cold face now showed some surprise, clearly not expecting Ye Qianxing to dodge. But the surprise lasted only a few seconds. Moments later, she regained her icy gaze, wielding the dagger again as she lunged toward Ye Qianxing's eyes. Damn! Ye Qianxing barely managed to exclaim before quickly dodging. It was evident that the beauty was skilled. The dagger danced with a fierce wind, and Ye Qianxing found it difficult to defend himself. After all, although he possessed 1/10 of a hellhound's strength, he didn't know how to use it properly. Each of her attacks aimed at his eyes, leaving Ye Qianxing in a predicament, knowing that it was definitely because he had seen her naked body that she wanted to gouge out his eyes. But this was indeed his fault. Even though it was unintentional, he had seen her. At that moment, he couldn't strike back. Hey, beautiful. First of all, it was indeed my mistake to see you. But it was unintentional. Let's talk this out. Before he could finish, the beauty became even angrier, increasing the speed and force of her attacks, which made Ye Qianxing feel more and more impatient in his helplessness. It seemed that he needed to subdue her to have a proper conversation. Sorry about this. With that, Ye Qianxing stopped dodging and grabbed the beauty's wrists. The beauty, unaware of Ye Qianxing's strength, underestimated him and didn't dodge. As a result, her hands were directly captured, and she started to struggle. Ye Qianxing had no choice but to exert force, pushing the beauty down and pinning her beneath him, thus subduing her. However, this position was indeed somewhat ambiguous, but Ye Qianxing had no other choice. It had to be done. Chapter 9 Mercenary City Beauty, I mean you no harm. This is truly a last resort. Although the posture was ambiguous, Ye Qianxing dared not think of anything else at this moment and quickly explained. Please calm down and let me explain. I'm a tenant of this apartment and just returned. What happened earlier was purely an accident. I must say, Ye Qianxing's words really made the beauty stop struggling. Let me get up first. A cold voice came from the beauty's mouth. Because they were too close. A faint fragrance wafted into Ye Qianxing's nose as she spoke, almost causing him to lose control of his desires. Suppressing that impulse, Ye Qianxing said, "You can get up, but you have to promise me not to make any moves." The beauty nodded, and only then did Ye Qianxing carefully get up. Unexpectedly, the moment he stood up, the beauty kicked out a leg, targeting Ye Qianxing's little brother. Damn, Ye Qianxing, jur said lude. He finally believed an old saying he had heard before. The most charming is also the most dangerous. The ancients did not deceive him. This girl was too ruthless, actually aiming for that sensitive area. Even though his physical fitness was extraordinary, that area was still extremely vulnerable. If he really got kicked, he might become the first eunuch of the new era. In such a critical moment, Ye Qianxing didn't think much and directly used intimidation. Indeed, at that instant, the beauty's movement stopped. Ye Qianxing hurriedly retreated, and after 5 seconds, the beauty regained her composure, looking at Ye Qianxing with surprise and seriousness. Just now, she felt as if her soul had been attacked by some force, and it was clear that it was the man in front of her who did it. She instantly became wary of Ye Qianxing. "Beauty, you broke your promise. You said you'd let me go and not make any moves," Ye Qianxing said angrily. "I only moved my leg." To Ye Qianxing's surprise, the beauty responded like this, leaving him speechless. She was actually playing word games with him. "Beauty, it was truly a misunderstanding. I moved in here yesterday, and the landlord said you're often not home, so I thought you wouldn't be here today," which led to the earlier misunderstanding. "Moreover, you also have some responsibility. Who told you to come out without clothes after taking a shower?" Seeing that the beauty seemed no longer inclined to attack him, Ye Qianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained. The beauty wanted to say she had no idea someone had moved in here and that she had just returned today. Previously, there had been no one else. So she felt comfortable coming out without clothes. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. "You better forget what just happened. Otherwise, I have countless ways to kill you." After throwing out a harsh remark, the beauty went straight to her room. "Hey, beauty, what's your name? We're roommates after all." Ye Qianxing called out to her, but she completely ignored him and slammed the door shut. Ye Qianxing twitched at the corner of his mouth. No wonder the landlord said she had a bad temper. After washing up, Ye Qianxing returned to his own room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, pondering. The urgent matter now was to make money. A penny can baffle even heroes. He was not only broke, but also in debt. There are many ways for a spirit master to make money, but most of them take time. However, there are also quicker ways, such as becoming a mercenary and earning commissions. All right, it's decided. With this thought, the night passed. The next morning, Ye Qianxing did not go to school, but headed towards Mercenary City. Attending classes was not mandatory. Just like the universities before the new era, missing a few classes was not a big deal. It all depended on self-discipline, and the mentors wouldn't care much. After all, this was for his own safety in the future. If he didn't care, the mentors wouldn't either. Ye Qianxing had a system and did not need to study, so it didn't matter to him. Mercenary City was the gathering place for all mercenaries in Jiangnan City, where tasks could be picked up and commissions earned. It was Ye Qianxing's first time in Mercenary City, and he wasn't very familiar with it, but he managed to find the task hall using a map, where tasks and commissions were handled. The task hall was large, with a giant screen at the back displaying numerous tasks in fine print. There were also many staff members in the hall, responsible for assisting mercenaries who came to pick up tasks. You can imagine it as a place similar to a bank. The task hall was crowded with mercenaries. Ye Qianxing casually found a spot in line, and it took over an hour before it was finally his turn. "Hello, esteemed spirit master. Are you here to pick up a task or collect a commission?" The person attending to him was a girl around 20 years old, quite pretty, but the receptionists here were mostly ordinary people, either with too low a talent to contract spirit pets or from families that couldn't afford them. In short, although the threshold to become a spirit master was not very high, they made up less than 1/10 of the total population in the Celestial Empire. And those with outstanding talent were even rarer. "I'm here to pick up a task." The receptionist showed respect towards Ye Qianxing, as ordinary people often felt inferior to spirit masters. Ye Qianxing did not act arrogantly and replied calmly. As someone who was once considered unable to become a spirit master, Ye Qianxing understood the hardships of these ordinary people very well. To put it bluntly, in the current celestial empire and even the whole world, ordinary people were serving spirit masters. While most spirit masters were responsible for protecting ordinary people, there were always some who thought of themselves as superior and oppressed the ordinary. For instance, Zhou Wei had bullied Ye Qianxing just because of his identity as a spirit master. The receptionist was slightly taken aback by Ye Qianxing's calm demeanor, but quickly regained her composure and smiled as she said, "Then please show me your mercenary badge." Mercenary badge? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. It was his first time here, and he had no idea what a mercenary badge was. Seeing Ye Qianxing's reaction, the receptionist thought he had forgotten it. So, she continued to smile, "Esteemed spirit master, if you forgot to bring it, you can tell me the name of your mercenary group. I have records here." Ye Qianxing gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, "Miss, this is my first time here, and I don't have a mercenary badge. I don't even know what a mercenary badge is." The receptionist was stunned. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Even those who came for the first time usually did some research beforehand. But Ye Qianxing had acted on a whim and had no time to understand these things. Chapter 10. Iron Blood Mercenary Corps Sister Kowu. "Do I need a mercenary badge to take on missions?" Ye Qianxing asked reluctantly. "Yes, that's the regulation of the Mercenary Association, and there's nothing I can do about it." The receptionist replied helplessly. "Then how do I get a mercenary badge?" Ye Qianxing asked again. Since exceptions couldn't be made, he had to follow the rules. Perhaps due to her professionalism, or because Ye Qianxing treated her well, the receptionist didn't seem impatient with his basic questions and patiently explained. Actually, obtaining a mercenary badge isn't complicated. You just need to join a mercenary group that is officially registered with the Mercenary Association, and your group will issue the badge to you. After listening to the receptionist's explanation, Ye Qianxing finally understood that he needed to join a mercenary group first. But how do I join a mercenary group? Ye Qianxing asked this question again, and the receptionist still patiently answered him. Just follow the map to the recruitment square. There are usually many mercenary groups looking for members there. All right, thank you, sister. I'll come back after I find a mercenary group. Ye Qianxing expressed his gratitude, and the receptionist waved her hands repeatedly. Dear Spirit Master, you are too polite. It is my duty to serve you. Hearing the receptionist's respectful tone, Ye Qianxing didn't feel pleased. On the contrary, he sighed. It seemed that after hundreds of years, ordinary people truly held spirit masters in awe. This awe had seeped into their bones and was hard to eradicate. But after all, weren't spirit masters once ordinary people too? Why should they be regarded as inferior? However, Ye Qianxing knew that he couldn't change this situation by himself. It needed time. After saying goodbye to the receptionist, Ye Qianxing turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he encountered a large man. This man was extraordinary, with a massive build and towering almost 2 meters tall. Even though Ye Qianxing was relatively tall, he appeared ordinary next to him. The man resembled an iron tower, causing nearby ordinary people, including some spirit masters, to tremble at the sight of him. His physique was simply inhuman. "Shoo, keep your voice down. That's Kowu from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. I heard he's an E-rank spirit master, and he has a bad temper. If he hears what you just said, you're done for." The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps? The top mercenary group in Jiangnan City? Those who recognized the towering man whispered among themselves. However, the towering man walked past Ye Qianxing without a glance. Ye Qianxing quickly shook off his momentary surprise and planned to leave the mission hall. But just a few steps later, he heard a commotion behind him, and one familiar female voice stood out. It was the receptionist from earlier. "Dear Spirit Master, please follow the rules of the mission hall and do not cut in line," the receptionist said to the towering man. "So what if I cut in line?" "Ask them if they have any objections," the towering man shouted loudly. The receptionist, being just an ordinary girl, was startled and had tears in her eyes. However, with strong professional ethics, she forced a smile and said, "Sir, this is our rule. Please abide by it." "Are you out of your mind? I cut in front of them, and they have no objections. You're telling me about rules? What qualifications do you, an ordinary person, have to say this to me? Hurry up and do your job." The towering man's voice rose even higher, and everyone in the mission hall could hear it. turning to look at the scene. Of course, the people in line didn't dare to object to the towering man's cutting in line. Just looking at his iron tower-like physique made them hesitant to refuse. It was better to avoid trouble. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't kill them. But the receptionist seemed determined to uphold the rules. She insisted that cutting in line was not allowed. Even though tears were streaming down her face from fear, she still stood her ground. "You're really asking for it. If you don't do your job, I'll make sure you regret it." Seeing the receptionist persist, the towering man was thoroughly enraged. As a noble spirit master, he believed that ordinary people were naturally inferior and dared to defy him. This was a provocation. Although the law in the country prohibited murder, few people followed it. Even if a spirit master killed an ordinary person, could the state really punish the spirit master? Many people now generally believe that spirit masters were above ordinary people. The so-called laws were merely meant to restrain ordinary people. At this moment, the receptionist was pale with fear, trembling all over, but with strong professional ethics. She insisted on following the rules. "You're really asking for death." The towering man could no longer contain his anger and reached for the receptionist. Everyone present could guess that once the towering man grabbed her, the girl would be doomed. But no one dared to step in or wanted to intervene. Who would offend a powerful spirit master for an ordinary receptionist? Only a fool would do that. However, a fool eventually appeared. Just as the towering man was about to grab the receptionist by the neck, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and grabbed the towering man's hand. "It's you." The receptionist was taken aback. She had lost all hope and thought she was done for. But unexpectedly, someone was willing to step up to save her. And that person was the young man who was still unfamiliar with the mercenary group. The towering man was also stunned. He was surprised that this skinny monkey could actually grab his hand. Indeed, in the towering man's eyes, Ye Qianxing was just a skinny monkey. But this skinny monkey could actually hold his hand. It was unbelievable. He tried to exert more strength, but his hand felt as if it were frozen in place and couldn't move at all. How could this skinny monkey be so strong? This was the only thought in the towering man's mind at that moment. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the hall. They had expected a bloody scene, but instead, a heroic rescue unfolded. "Damn, who is this kid? He dares to provoke Kuei Wu? I don't know him. It's my first time seeing him. But judging by his age, he must have just become a spirit master recently and is here to visit the mercenary city. Just happened to encounter this scene. Wanted to play the hero. Huh, what era is this? Still playing hero to save the damsel in distress? Provoking Kuei Wu? This guy is done for." Chapter 11. Everyone is equal in the task hall. Almost everyone believed that Ye Qianxing was doomed, because as far as they knew, everyone who had provoked Kuei Wu had met a bad end. However, to their surprise, Kuei Wu did not attack directly, but instead spoke up. "Who are you? Why are you blocking me?" At this moment, Kuei Wu was also helpless. Normally, he wouldn't waste a word and would just throw a punch. But now, it wasn't that he didn't want to fight. He simply couldn't move. Despite the fact that the young man in front of him looked like a skinny monkey, he was incredibly strong. And Kuei Wu couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Kuei Wu was very confident in his own strength. If it weren't for his spirit pet, he would dare to say that few could match him in Jiangnan City, as he was the undefeated champion of the underground boxing scene before becoming a spirit master. Yet this seemingly weak young man contained such immense power. This person was certainly not ordinary, which is why Kuei Wu refrained from getting angry immediately. He wanted to know who Ye Qianxing really was and whether he was someone worth provoking. "Just an ordinary student, blocking you because I can't stand you bullying others." Ye Qianxing casually replied, showing no signs of worry on his face. "Ordinary student? An ordinary student can possess such strength? Who are you trying to fool?" The more Kuei Wu thought about it, the more he felt that Ye Qianxing was not just an ordinary person. He was likely a member of some prominent family, raised on all kinds of rare treasures to strengthen his body, which explained his great strength. After some consideration, Kuei Wu decided to endure for now and investigate Ye Qianxing's identity first. If he really was from a prominent family, then it would be best to let it go. But if he had no significant background, Kuei Wu was not a magnanimous person. He would make Ye Qianxing regret coming into this world. "Fine, for your sake. I'll let it go this time," Kuei Wu said, shocking those present who had heard of his reputation. Not only did he not attack, but he also said he would let it go for this young man's sake. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this young man was from a prominent family, and Kuei Wu did not dare provoke him? It seemed that was the only explanation. Realizing this, the crowd looked at Ye Qianxing with a bit more awe. At that moment, Ye Qianxing was completely unaware that he had unknowingly been labeled as a member of a prominent family. Ye Qianxing was a bit stunned that this towering man would give him face. He was ready to go hard, but who knew this guy would be so cowardly? But could just end like this? Ye Qianxing did not let go of Kuei Wu's hand and continued, apologized to her. The onlookers gasped again. He actually wanted Kuei Wu to apologize? However, they were also looking forward to seeing whether Kuei Wu would apologize under the pressure of this young man. Kuei Wu's expression changed. He thought that conceding would be enough, but now he was being asked to apologize. How is that possible? When have I ever apologized to anyone, especially to someone of a lower status? Then this matter won't be so easily settled. Ye Qianxing displayed a very strong attitude. He was grateful that the receptionist had patiently answered so many of his questions. Even without that, he would never stand by and watch a young girl get bullied. He had once been an ordinary person, so he knew how painful it was to be bullied by these self-righteous spirit masters. Therefore, if he saw such bullying, he would definitely intervene. Little brother, are you really going to make an enemy of me over such a lowly person? Kuei Wu's tone turned unfriendly. He had only been polite to Ye Qianxing because he was unsure of his identity, but that did not mean he was easy to deal with. As Ye Qianxing pressed on, he was starting to get angry. His remaining rationality was suppressing his fury, but everyone could see that if Ye Qianxing continued to insist, Kuei Wu might really strike. Lowly? Lower status? Ye Qianxing sneered. Why do you have to say she is lowly? Who isn't born of parents? Who doesn't have 2 arms and 2 legs? Why is it that you are superior and she is inferior? Just because I'm a spirit master, and she is just a mere receptionist? Kuei Wu gritted his teeth and said, absurd. Which spirit master wasn't once an ordinary person? Who said spirit masters are above ordinary people? If there were no ordinary people in this world, what would spirit masters eat, drink, wear, and where would they live? Everyone is equal. No one is inherently superior. Ye Qianxing sepulk passionate. Aside from a few mercenaries, many ordinary staff members present had suffered to varying degrees from the oppression of spirit masters. Hearing Ye Qianxing's heartfelt words stirred their blood, and they developed a great fondness for him. However, some spirit masters simply could not accept it. All right, I don't want to argue with you about this. Let go of me, and we will go our separate ways, Kuei Wu said impatiently. I've already said it. Apologize to her, and I'll let you go. Ye Qianxing remained firm. Then you're determined to oppose me. Huh? Don't blame me for being rude. Kuei Wu's eyes were turning red, and he raised his other fist to strike at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing scoffed. Perhaps in terms of spirit master levels, he was not as good as Kuei Wu, but daring to clash with him? Kuei Wu was just a younger brother. Ye Qianxing leaned aside, easily dodging Kuei Wu's punch, then directly grabbed his hand and executed a shoulder throw. Kuei Wu was slammed to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, and his eyes turned even redder. All right, kid, you have completely angered me. Kuei Wu's face twisted in rage as he let out a roar. Savage hunting bear, come out. With Kuei Wu's shout, a space door appeared beside him, revealing the contract space. Moments later, a massive black bear appeared next to Kuei Wu, standing upright at over 3 meters tall. A true iron tower. Standing next to it, Kuei Wu looked like a little brother. Roar. As soon as the black bear appeared, it pounded its chest and let out a furious roar. The sound waves shook the eardrums of everyone present, filling their eyes with fear. Ye Qianxing also stared at the black bear, his eyes narrowing as the information about the savage hunting bear appeared before him. Chapter 12: The First Battle of the Foolish Spirit Beast. Rampaging Hunting Bear Attribute. Combat Type Rating. 2-star level. E3 abilities. Barbaric Charge. Roaring Dread. Iron Claw Tier Weakness. Flying Spirit Types. The nose is the most vulnerable spot. Promotion Conditions. A 2-star E-level Spirit Beast that is purely power-based is not easy to deal with. However, this does not mean that Ye Qianxing would be afraid. On the contrary, a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. You, why are you fine? Kuei Wu was surprised to see that Ye Qianxing not only showed no signs of fear, but was instead full of fighting spirit. The recent roar of the rampaging hunting bear was not just an ordinary roar. It was one of its skills, roaring dread, which had stunned everyone present, including the mercenaries. Yet Ye Qianxing remained completely unaffected. Isn't this too unreasonable? In response to Kuei Wu's surprise, Ye Qianxing simply smiled disdainfully. Playing intimidation in front of him was like a fool trying to show off. If the rampaging hunting bear's intimidation was a soul shock, Ye Qianxing might have been affected because mental strength had always been his weak point, but this guy was merely using sound waves for intimidation. How could Ye Qianxing be afraid? Since you want to play, then I'll accompany you. The fighting spirit in Ye Qianxing's eyes intensified. As his thoughts arose, the contract space appeared around him, and in the next moment, the figure of Foolish appeared beside Ye Qianxing. This is a Husky? As soon as Foolish appeared, the aura around Ye Qianxing diminished significantly, especially with his face resembling that of a fool, which left those who had just regained their senses from the roaring dread dumbfounded. Do we see that wrong? Is that a Husky? That's right, you didn't see it wrong. Look at its expression. It must be a purebred. Someone actually uses a Husky as a spirit beast? Aren't they afraid it will run off with the enemy? I feel like it's looking down on me. The appearance of Foolish made everyone widen their eyes. Even the originally furious Kuei Wu was now in disbelief. Soon, he seemed to think of something, and his dazed expression quickly turned to rage. Well, I thought you were from some big family and was a bit cautious, but it seems I overthought it. Kuei Wu felt like he had been played. What big family would have a Husky as a spirit beast? This kid was just a rookie who was unafraid of tigers. As for why Ye Qianxing possessed such powerful strength, he directly ignored that question. Big Bear, kill that Husky for me, and I'll treat you to dog meat hot pot today. Since he no longer worried about this guy's identity, Kuei Wu showed no mercy and directly commanded the rampaging hunting bear to attack. The rampaging hunting bear roared and charged at Foolish, each step shaking the ground. Saying it was a power type was no exaggeration. However, Ye Qianxing showed no signs of worry. Foolish, show what you got. Foolish nodded at Ye Qianxing, then looked at the rampaging hunting bear with a disdainful gaze. In the next moment, his body began to change. His size increased dramatically. Fangs and sharp claws grew wildly, and deep red to black ghostly flames swirled around him. Instantly, he transformed from a fool into a majestic divine dog. This sudden change stunned the rampaging hunting bear that was rushing towards him, but Foolish would not waste this opportunity. He pushed off with his hind legs, leaped high, and pounced on the rampaging hunting bear. He actually took the initiative to attack. Roar! The rampaging hunting bear reacted to Foolish's attack, a look of disdain flashing in its eyes. Although Foolish was also large compared to it, he looked like a child. Who would be afraid of a child's attack? However, an opponent that underestimates Foolish will ultimately pay the price. Foolish swiped a paw, and the rampaging hunting bear also swung its paw, but at that moment, Foolish's pupils transformed into a black vortex, causing the rampaging hunting bear to suddenly stop. Foolish's paw struck the rampaging hunting bear's face fiercely, leaving 4 bloody scratches. Roar! After being stunned for a few seconds, the rampaging hunting bear's eyes suddenly glowed red with anger. As a bear, being injured by a dog was a tremendous humiliation. Big Bear barbaric charge. Kuivu commanded. The rampaging hunting bear crouched down, pushed off with its hind legs, and shot toward Foolish like a cannonball, moving at incredible speed. Foolish, ghostly flame strike. Ye Qianxing also issued his command. Foolish opened his mouth, and a jet of black flame erupted. At that moment, the rampaging hunting bear just happened to arrive, bursting through the black flames and crashing into Foolish. A woo! Foolish let out a cry of pain, flying backward and landing beside Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was startled and quickly checked Foolish's injuries, realizing he had sustained significant damage. The rampaging hunting bear was indeed a power-type spirit beast, and being E-level, it was a full level higher than Foolish. It was natural for Foolish to be injured under such a heavy blow, but the rampaging hunting bear wouldn't be fine either. Being hit by ghostly flame had harmed both its body and soul. The injuries on the body could be resolved, but the true effect of the ghostly flame strike was the damage to the soul. However, Ye Qianxing still felt guilty. It was his failure to issue the right command. Although ghostly flame strike was powerful, it couldn't block the enemy's attack, leading to mutual injury. He should have had Foolish use intimidation first, then wait for an opportunity to dodge and counterattack. Ultimately, it was his lack of battle experience that caused Foolish to be hurt. Foolish, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt. Quickly return to the contract space to rest. Ye Qianxing said with a pained expression. But master, what will you do if I go back? The voice of Foolish appeared in his mind. Don't worry, I have my ways. Saying this, Ye Qianxing recalled Foolish back to the contract space. Although Foolish still had the strength to fight, doing so would only worsen his injuries. Ye Qianxing couldn't bear to see this. After all, Foolish was not just a spirit beast to him, but family. Hee, fool, you actually dare to recall your spirit beast. Big Bear, tear him apart. Seeing Ye Qianxing recall his spirit beast, Kuei Wu sneered and issued another command. The rampaging hunting bear, already injured from the ghostly flame strike, was lying on the ground resting, but upon receiving its master's order, it had to stand up again, glaring at Ye Qianxing. Someone like you, who doesn't care about their spirit beast at all, is not worthy of being a spirit tamer, Ye Qianxing said coldly, preparing for battle. Recalling Foolish was not without purpose. The rampaging hunting bear was already injured, and he might still have a chance to fight it. Chapter 13, The Young Lord How Naive. Do you think a spirit tamer is just playing house? If you can't even protect your own life, how can you care about spirit pets? Go die. Kuei Wu sneered coldly and gave the command to the rampaging hunting bear to attack. Although the bear felt intense pain with every movement, it still charged towards Ye Qianxing, who was already ready for battle. However, at that moment, a loud shout echoed in the hall. Stop it! The voice wasn't loud, but anyone who recognized its owner held their breath. Kuei Wu's expression changed upon hearing the voice. He raised his hand to signal the rampaging hunting bear to halt and turned to look at the speaker. Ye Qianxing was directly opposite Kuei Wu, so he immediately saw who was speaking. It was a young man who appeared to be around his age, and behind him was a group of people in uniform. The respectful gazes of the mercenaries and staff in the hall towards the young man indicated that his identity was certainly not ordinary. Isn't this the young lord? Why is he here? It seems he intends to intervene in this matter. Does that boy have some connection to the young lord? Some began to whisper quietly, but with Ye Qianxing's keen hearing, he caught every word. Young lord? Could this young man be the son of the mercenary city lord? Just as Ye Qianxing was puzzled about the young man's identity, Kuei Wu spoke again. Young lord, do you want to meddle in my affairs too? Although Kuei Wu did not show the same respect as others towards the young lord, Ye Qianxing could sense some apprehension in his tone, indicating that he did not dare to easily offend the young lord. Kuei Wu, don't you know the rules of Mercenary City? No matter what grudges you have, fighting is not allowed within Mercenary City, the young lord said casually while fiddling with his hair. Unlike Kuei Wu's caution, he seemed to have fewer concerns. Young lord, let's not beat around the bush. It's true that Mercenary City has this rule, but it has always been used to restrain ordinary mercenaries. Just do me a favor and don't get involved. Do me a favor. I need to give you face. The young lord sneered disdainfully, causing Kuei Wu's face to turn ashen. However, he could not afford to offend the young lord, so he had to endure it. Then can you, for the sake of the Iron Blood mercenary group, not interfere in this matter? Kuei Wu directly brought up the name of the Iron Blood mercenary group, believing the young lord would give him some face. Unfortunately, he underestimated the young lord. No, I can't. The young lord shook his head with a smile. Are you really willing to make an enemy of my Iron Blood mercenary group for an unknown kid? Kuei Wu's expression darkened completely. Kuei Wu, I know your worth. You aren't qualified to represent Iron Blood. The young lord sneered coldly. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but chuckle at Kuei Wu's increasingly gloomy face. The young lord's ability to retort was quite impressive. Kuei Wu's chest heaved with anger, but he didn't know what to say. Enough. If it weren't for the fact that you're from the Iron Blood mercenary group, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. Get lost, or I'll have the enforcement team arrest you. As he spoke, the group behind the young lord made a move to step forward. The enforcement team of Mercenary City had a notorious reputation. If he were caught by them, it would be a terrible experience. After weighing the situation, he decided that revenge could wait. He would settle the score later. Kuei Wu shot Ye Qianxing a fierce glare before leaving. Ye Qianxing watched as Kuei Wu walked away, knowing that this guy would not let it end like this. But would he let go? This guy had hurt him. Ye Qianxing would definitely not let him off the hook. Hey, brother. Just as Ye Qianxing was lost in thought, the young lord had already come to his side and patted him on the shoulder. Ye Qianxing confirmed that he did not know him. So there was only one explanation. This guy was quite friendly. Thank you. Although Ye Qianxing was not afraid of Kuei Wu, the young lord had helped him. So expressing gratitude was necessary. Don't mention it. I can't stand that guy acting like he's the boss. Besides, I know the whole story. He broke the rules first. And you were just standing up for the staff here. I have to help you. The young lord spoke freely, and he didn't carry the arrogance typical of a rich kid, which suited Ye Qianxing's taste. By the way, brother, I'm Su Tila. What's your name? Ye Qianxing. Su Tila noted the name and continued asking, which mercenary group are you in? With your skills, your mercenary group must be quite impressive, right? Actually, I just arrived at Mercenary City and haven't joined a mercenary group yet. I was just planning to find one when I ran into this mess. Ye Qianxing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Su Tila suddenly felt a bit awkward, so he said, all right, then I won't disturb you while you look for a mercenary group. By the way, be careful of that Kuei Wu guy. He holds grudges and won't let this go easily. If you run into any trouble, feel free to come find me. Okay. Ye Qianxing nodded, but he wouldn't really seek out Su Tila. His principle was to solve problems on his own as much as possible. He didn't like owing others favors. After leaving the task hall, Ye Qianxing followed the signposts and finally arrived at the recruitment square. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity, filled with people, and the sounds of shouting were incessant. Ye Qianxing almost doubted whether he had arrived at a recruitment square or market. The Evil Wolf Mercenary Group is recruiting. Age and level are not limited. Those who want to join, hurry up and sign up. The Taigo Mercenary Group is recruiting, priority for strength-type spirit pets. The GG Mercenary Group is hiring. Those shouting for recruits in the square were likely low-level mercenary groups, as the well-known ones didn't need to recruit. Spirit tamers would flock to join them. Ye Qianxing strolled around the recruitment square. Although his purpose for joining a mercenary group was just to obtain a mercenary badge, that didn't mean he would choose just any group. With plenty of time, he could take his time to look around. As he walked, Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped in a corner of the recruitment square, where another mercenary group was recruiting. The reason he stopped there was that he saw a familiar face. Chapter 14, being tricked. The regional distribution of recruitment squares is regulated. Generally speaking, more powerful mercenary groups can recruit at central locations, while those on the outskirts are usually ordinary mercenary groups. As for those that can only recruit in corners, they belong to the lowest tier of mercenary groups, the kind that no one pays attention to. Although Ye Qianxing did not understand this, he wasn't foolish and knew that the mercenary groups on the outskirts were definitely of the lower tier. The reason he stopped was that he saw a familiar face, his mysterious beauty roommate. Upon seeing her, the scene from last night flashed in Ye Qianxing's mind, and he suddenly felt something flowing in his nose, startling him into quickly pulling back his thoughts. There were very few mercenaries in the outskirts, and in this corner, there was no one else besides Ye Qianxing. Thus, the beauty naturally saw him, her eyes flashing with a hint of hostility and a touch of vigilance. Hey, beauty, what a coincidence we meet again, Ye Qianxing said with a bright smile. Oomph. The beautiful roommate only snorted coldly, ignoring him, which made Ye Qianxing feel a bit awkward. However, this awkwardness was soon broken by a slightly older voice. Ha ha ha, young man, do you want to join my carefree mercenary group? The speaker was an old man who appeared to be in his 50s, dressed in a tank top and holding a fan. Looking like an ordinary old man basking in the sun, seemingly sensing the confusion in Ye Qianxing's eyes, the old man continued, My name is Ye Xiaoyao. Yi as in leaf, Xiaoyao as in carefree. I'm the leader of the carefree mercenary group. This is my daughter. It seems you should know each other, right? Ye Qianxing nodded, but before he could finish speaking, a cold voice interrupted. I don't know him. Ye Qianxing suddenly felt awkward again, wanting to go crazy. Don't know? I saw everything about you, and you tell me you don't know? Of course, this was just his inner thoughts. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the beautiful roommate. Her father would probably join in too, and they would give him a mixed tag team beating. The old man, Ye Xiaoyao, Also noticed the awkwardness on Ye Qianxing's face and coughed. Ahem, it's okay. Knowing each other now is the same. This is my daughter, Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was a nice name, but it sounded a bit cold. However, looking at her expressionless face, which was as frosty as ice, Ye Qianxing felt the name was tailor-made for her. My name is Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing politely introduced himself. Oh, you also have a surname, Ye? Maybe we were family 500 years ago. The old man laughed heartily, seemingly tried to get closer to him. I'm Ye as a knight. Not the same. Ye Qianxing felt a bit awkward, but the old man didn't seem to mind at all. Little Ye, when do you plan to start working? Working? Ye Qianxing was bewildered by the old man's sudden question. What does he mean by working? Yes, I forgot to mention. I announced that you have officially been hired by my carefree mercenary group, Ye Xiaoyao said. Hired? But I haven't said I wanted to join. Ye Qianxing scratched his head, still very confused. He didn't remember ever saying he wanted to join the carefree mercenary group. He only stopped to greet Ye Qianxing and was beginning to wonder if he had lost his memory about wanting to join. Little Ye, you came to the recruitment square to join a mercenary group, right? The old man asked. Yes. Ye Qianxing nodded in confusion. Then that is settled. Look, we already know each other. If you don't join our carefree mercenary group, which group will you join? After saying that, the old man seemed to feel it wasn't enough. So he asked, don't you think my daughter is pretty? Ye Qianxing nodded again, still confused. See, if you join my carefree mercenary group, you can get close to her. How great is that? The old man wore a kind smile, like a creepy uncle tempting a young girl with a lollipop. Dad, you. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianxing frowned, wanting to say something, but the old man quickly signaled her to be quiet. Then he continued, so, shouldn't you join the carefree mercenary group? Ye Qianxing was already so confused he didn't know what he was saying. However, he soon realized he had fallen into a trap and hurriedly tried to change his mind. But before he could finish, he saw the old man pinning a badge on his clothes with his name written on it. Ye Qianxing. Okay, now you are officially a member of my carefree mercenary group, and your information is recorded. When will you start working? The old man wore a smug smile, just like a lecherous uncle who had successfully tempted a young girl. Ye Qianxing's mouth twitched. In the end, the old fox was still cunning. Unknowingly, he had been led into a pit by this old guy. However, speaking of which, how could the old man be so fast? He had quickly processed his information and badge. This must be the speed of someone who had been single for decades. Sigh. In the end, Ye Qianxing sighed. In fact, he could have refused if he wanted to. But no matter what, he had lived under the same roof as Ye Qianxing, and the old man was smiling so kindly that he couldn't bear to refuse. After all, his only goal was to join a mercenary group to take on missions. Since it had come to this, he might as well go along with it. I have time now, Ye Qianxing said. Great, then let's not delay. Let's head back to the headquarters. Saying that, the old man quickly packed up his things and pulled Ye Qianxing away from the recruitment square. This left Ye Qianxing puzzled again. It was still early. Why weren't they recruiting anymore? After a while, the old man took Ye Qianxing to a library, the Carefree Library. This is the headquarters of our Carefree mercenary group. The old man pointed to the library and said, the library was small, only 2 floors. The first floor had many bookshelves, but besides the books, it was empty and looked very desolate. Group leader, why is there no one here? Ye Qianxing asked. Other mercenary groups were bustling, but why was it so quiet here? Hearing Ye Qianxing's question, Ye Xiaoyao hadn't spoken yet when Ye Qianxing replied, no need to look. Our entire Carefree mercenary group has only 3 members, him, me, and you. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qianxing's face changed, and he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Only 3 people? What kind of mercenary group was this? He felt he had been tricked, and badly at that. Now he finally understood why Ye Xiaoyao was so eager to recruit him, even hiring him without checking his spirit pet. It must have been because he had been unable to recruit anyone, and finally caught him today, so he wouldn't let go. Chapter 15. Taking on a mission, when Ye Qianxing saw the almost colorless face of Ye Qianxing, she immediately displayed a gloating smile, as if she was delighted to see Ye Qianxing in a difficult situation. Ye Qianxing sighed and could only continue to comfort himself in his heart. accepting the situation since he was here anyway. After all, his ultimate goal was just to take on missions to earn money. Xiao Yi, you haven't eaten yet. Stay for lunch, and let's discuss the mission, Ye Xiaoyao said. Hearing about the mission, Ye Qianxing's eyes lit up. This meant he wouldn't have to waste time looking for a task. However, Ye Qianxing seemed a bit reluctant. I can handle that mission by myself. I don't need him, Ye Qianxing said. Having one more person is an extra guarantee, Ye Xiaoyao advised. Huh. I don't want to end up protecting him while dealing with the enemy and having him become a burden, Ye Qianxing scoffed. Ye Qianxing was displeased by this remark. What do you mean by burden? Does a strong man like me need a woman to protect me? What a joke. I've decided I must participate in this mission, Ye Qianxing declared. You? Don't come crying to me for help later. Ye Qianxing coldly snorted, her tone filled with disdain. Ye Qianxing glanced at Ye Qianxing, thinking to himself that this girl really held grudges. Was it just because he accidentally saw her body back then that she was always targeting him? Besides, it wasn't just her who suffered that time. He was also worried about getting a needle eye. Of course, he could only grumble in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. You don't need to worry about my safety. While I'm not very powerful, I can still take care of myself. As he spoke, Ye Qianxing clenched his fists and gave Ye Qianxing a strange smile. Ye Qianxing seemed to recall what happened last night, and her expression changed immediately, her disdain turning back into coldness. With a cold snort, she went upstairs. Hee, Xiao Yi. Qianxing is just spoiled by me. Though she has a sharp tongue, her nature isn't bad. Don't take it to heart, Ye Xiaoyao quickly mediated, as he didn't want this hard-won team member to be driven away by his daughter. Captain, you're overthinking it. How could a grown man like me hold a grudge against her? Ye Qianxing said indifferently. That title feels too distant. Since you've joined the Xiaoyao mercenary group, we're family now. Just call me Uncle Yi, Ye Xiaoyao said. Ye Qianxing naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, so he changed his address to Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi personally cooked. Although it wasn't lavish, it was still 3 dishes and a soup, which was quite good in this era of food scarcity. During the meal, Uncle Yi also told Ye Qianxing about the mission. This is a 2-star mission. The star rating is determined by the difficulty of the task as set by the mercenary city, with the lowest being the ordinary level, which is a task that any mercenary can complete, but the commission is very low, so few mercenaries are willing to take it. Above the ordinary level, there are star ratings, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, and so on, with the difficulty of the tasks increasing exponentially with the star rating. A 2-star mission is already considered to be of relatively high difficulty. Usually only an E-level spirit master would dare to take it. From this, it seems that since Ye Qianxing dares to say she can handle this mission alone, it indicates that she is at least an E-level spirit master. Given that she doesn't seem much older than him, she actually contracted an E-level spirit pet, which is truly a case of not judging by appearances. The mission was officially released, stating that an E-level evil spirit, specifically a ghost-type evil spirit, had appeared on the national road outside Jiangnan City, causing many merchant caravans to experience accidents, resulting in both loss of life and property. Now, many merchant caravans dare not go out, which has greatly affected Jiangnan City's GDP. So the authorities released this mission in hopes that someone could eliminate the ghost-type evil spirit. This mission is still somewhat difficult, and since this is your first mission, I had you accompany Qianxing mainly to help you get accustomed to it. In the future, you can also take on missions alone. We don't interfere much with the freedom of our team members, as long as you can come when needed, Uncle Yi explained. Ye Qianxing nodded. Uncle Yi was looking out for him, so he thanked him. After finishing the meal and resting for a while, Ye Qianxing finally came down from the 2nd floor, not even glancing at Ye Qianxing as she walked out the door. Go ahead, Uncle Yi nodded at Ye Qianxing, and Ye Qianxing knew this was the start of the mission, so he hurriedly followed. Ye Qianxing first arrived at the parking lot, and then got into a military off-road vehicle. Ye Qianxing stood outside, somewhat at a loss, unsure if Ye Qianxing would let him in. After a short while, the car window rolled down, and Ye Qianxing's icy face appeared before Ye Qianxing. If you don't get in now, I'm leaving. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qianxing's face lit up, and he hurriedly walked towards the passenger seat, only to find he couldn't open the door. He then heard Ye Qianxing's voice again. Sit in the back. Ye Qianxing's mo taichit. But he had no choice but to open the back door and sit inside. As soon as he settled in, Ye Qianxing slammed on the gas. The sudden force knocked Ye Qianxing against the backrest, and although his physical condition was extraordinary, the sudden impact still hurt a bit. Hey, I already said last night was just a misunderstanding. Once or twice is enough, don't go overboard. Ye Qianxing finally expressed his dissatisfaction. He had tolerated it because of Ye Qianxing's beauty, but good looks shouldn't be used as an excuse for her to act willfully. I said you must forget about last night. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Qianxing's voice was filled with murderous intent, causing Ye Qianxing to tremble slightly. He had no doubt that she would really kill him, and if he ended up with his body dumped in the wilderness, he wouldn't have anywhere to seek justice. Thus, adhering to the principle that a good man doesn't fight with a woman, Ye Qianxing decided to swallow his anger. The vehicle drove for more than half an hour before finally exiting the city gate. In this new era, the Tian dynasty established many base cities to protect humanity. And outside these base cities were referred to as the wilderness, which was occupied by evil spirits and filled with danger. The national road was a relatively safe route established by the Tian dynasty using a large amount of manpower and resources connecting various base cities. Generally, to reach other base cities, one must take the national road, as the evil spirits near the national road have been cleared out. Even if there were incoming evil spirits, they would be detected by special devices, but the ghost-type evil spirit that appeared recently was not detected, leading to these incidents. As the off-road vehicle traveled on the national road, Ye Qianxing looked out the window, marveling that this was his first time leaving the city. As he watched, Ye Qianxing suddenly noticed a colorful mist appearing ahead, within which several graceful figures seemed to be dancing. Ye Qianxing focused intently on the mist, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the figures were a group of stunningly beautiful fairies. Their dance was mesmerizing, making Ye Qianxing involuntarily lose himself in the moment. This dance is rare in the human world, and the phrase "this dance" only exists in the heavens. Few can hear it in a mortal realm might just be used to describe the dance before him. Chapter 16. Trapped in a mirage at this moment. Ye Qianxing was completely captivated by the beautiful dance before him, not bothering to think about how such a situation could occur in the wilderness. Just as he was lost in the enchantment, a sudden dog bark echoed in his mind, instantly bringing him back to reality. Looking ahead again, there was no sign of ethereal mist or fairies, just a massive rock wall. Unbeknownst to them, they had already left the national highway. The rock wall loomed ahead, but the car showed no signs of slowing down. Ye Qianxing quickly glanced at the driver's seat where Ye Qianxing sat, her eyes glazed over, a faint smile playing on her lips as if she were laughing. To be honest, when she smiled seriously, Ye Qianxing's attractiveness could easily double. However, this was not the time to admire beauty. If she didn't wake up soon, they might end up losing their lives. Ye Qianxing, wake up. Ye Qianxing shook her vigorously, but she showed no response. I'm sorry, but I have no choice. Seeing that shaking her wasn't working, Ye Qianxing had to resort to more drastic measures. He slapped her face hard, the sound ringing out sharply. Strangely enough, after that slap, Ye Qianxing felt a rush of satisfaction. Unfortunately, Ye Qianxing remained expressionless. Master, use intimidation. At that moment, the voice of Air by Wu echoed in his mind. He had managed to wake up from the dream thanks to Air by Wu. Otherwise, with his damaged soul power, it would have been impossible for him to break free from the illusion on his own. Ye Qianxing used the skill intimidation directly on Ye Qianxing. This skill was a form of soul intimidation, like giving a sudden slap to her soul, forcing her to wake up from a dream. Sure enough, the next moment, Ye Qianxing's dazed eyes regained clarity. Ye Qianxing was about to speak when she realized they were about to crash into the rock wall. So she hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Due to the high speed, the sudden braking generated tremendous inertia. Fortunately, Ye Qianxing had fastened her seatbelt. But Ye Qianxing had no protection at all, and he flew forward, crashing through the glass and out of the car. Ye Qianxing took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart and quickly got out of the car to check on Ye Qianxing. Are you okay? She asked, her face filled with concern. Although she was quite annoyed with Ye Qianxing, the accident had been caused by her, and if anything happened to him, she would feel responsible. Even if she didn't have to bear legal consequences, guilt would weigh heavily on her. Ye Qianxing's question went unanswered. Ye Qianxing lay on the ground, motionless, which made her even more worried. She hurriedly picked him up, intending to carry him back to the car, but as soon as she lifted him, she noticed that he was actually staring at her with his eyes wide open. Uncle Yu was right. You may have sharp tongue, but your heart is in the right place. Ye Qianxing chuckled. Logically speaking, someone would be either dead or severely injured after flying out like that. But fortunately, Ye Qianxing was no ordinary person. With 1/10 of the strength of a hellhound, his physical condition was far better than that of an average person, so he only sustained minor injuries. The reason he lay still was to see if Ye Qianxing would care for him, and it seemed that despite her contradictions, she wouldn't abandon him when it came to life and death. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qianxing's expression changed instantly, and she let go of him, causing Ye Qianxing to land on his backside with a yelp of pain. I just wanted to find a place to bury you, Ye Qianxing said coldly. However, Ye Qianxing could still detect a hint of relaxation in her tone, indicating that she had genuinely been worried about him. Ye Qianxing had already grown indifferent to Ye Qianxing's sharp tongue. He got up, dusted himself off, and looked around. Where are we? It seems we've left the national highway. Ye Qianxing also scanned the area, frowning. What on earth happened? I clearly remember we were driving on the national highway, and then she stopped short, likely wanting to mention the scenes she had seen in the illusion, which must have been something she cared deeply about, enough to make even an ice queen like her smile. We were trapped in a mirage. It must have been the work of that ghost-type evil spirit, Ye Qianxing said seriously. Ghost-type evil spirits are particularly adept at attacking and controlling souls, and it was evident that they had unknowingly fallen under the influence of that spirit's illusion. Illusion? Ye Qianxing frowned again. Although spirit masters possess strong mental power, they still fall short compared to specialized ghost-type evil spirits, making it normal to be affected. Just thinking about how close they had come to losing their lives filled her with dread. How'd I wake up in time? That would be thanks to me. Or more accurately, my spirit pet, Ye Qianxing said proudly, summoning by Wu. When Ye Qianxing saw that Ye Qianxing's spirit pet was actually a husky, her expression turned strange. Even if you can't afford a good spirit pet, at least don't buy a husky. Aren't you afraid it will suddenly run off with the enemy? Ye Qianxing could tell what Ye Qianxing was thinking, but he didn't bother to explain much. He was used to it. Anyone who saw his spirit pet was bound to react this way. By Wu is a devil-type spirit pet, a natural enemy of ghost-type spirits. If it weren't for him, both of us might have perished. Though Ye Qianxing remained skeptical, there was no time to dwell on that now. The sky was getting darker, and their top priority was to find that ghost-type evil spirit. Otherwise, they would be in even greater danger once night fell. The night belongs to ghost-type evil spirits, Ye Qianxing said. However, saying it was easier than doing it. They had no idea where the enemy was. By Wu, can you smell that evil spirit? Ye Qianxing asked By Wu. As a canine spirit pet, By Wu already had a strong sense of smell, and since it leveled up by consuming souls, it was even more sensitive to the scent of ghost-type evil spirits. By Wu nodded at Ye Qianxing, indicating it was up to the task, and so the two followed By Wu back to the national highway. It's nearby, Ye Qianxing said, based on what By Wu had told him. Ye Qianxing's face immediately showed a wary expression. The attacks of ghost-type spirits were too unpredictable. Having experienced the last crisis, she even developed some psychological shadows. Xiaohei, come out. Ye Qianxing called out, and a portal to her contracted space appeared. The next moment, a completely black panther appeared beside her. The black panther was about the same size as an ordinary leopard, but it was surrounded by countless arcs of lightning, its fur standing on end, giving it a somewhat cool appearance. Chapter 17. Life hanging by a thread spirit pet, thunder leopard attribute. Lightning rating, 2.5 stars, growth type. Level, E4 ability, thunderbolt, moves like thunder. Can temporarily reach maximum speed. Divine punishment, calls down lightning from the sky to attack the opponent, like a divine punishment. Weakness, rock promotion conditions. Evolution route. The information about the black leopard was laid bare before Ye Qianxing, revealing that it was actually an E-level spirit pet, meaning Ye Qianxing was an E-level spirit master. The little black one is of the lightning attribute, and it has a certain restraining effect on ghost-type evil spirits. Ye Qianxing said. Ye Qianxing nodded, not denying this point, but in reality, the primary counter to ghost-type was the demon-type, such as his Hellhound, Wu. After all, the Hellhound is known as the guardian beast of hell. No ghost or resentful spirit could compete with it. Woof, woof. At that moment, Wu suddenly barked loudly in a particular direction. However, Ye Qianxing and Ye Qianxing looked over and saw nothing. Old folks say that dogs can see things that humans can't, and it seems there's some truth to that. Ye Qianxing chuckled. However, Ye Qianxing had no time for jokes and was vigilantly watching the direction where Wu was barking. Wu used ghostly flame strike to force it out. Ye Qianxing commanded. Whoosh! Black ghostly flames shot out from Wu's mouth but stopped mid-air. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed in Ye Qianxing and Ye Qianxing's minds. The scream pierced the soul, and Ye Qianxing instantly felt a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. Ye Qianxing's soul was somewhat stronger than Ye Qianxing's, but he was also not feeling well. At that moment, under the enveloping ghostly flames, a phantom of a woman appeared, which should be their target for the mission. The ghost-type evil spirit. Evil spirit. Resentful ghost attribute. Ghost level. E7 ability. Dream. Hypnotizes the target, immersing them in dreams. Resentful aura. Greatly increases the target's hate value. Capable of amplifying even a small amount of hate by several times. Weakness. Demon-type lightning type. The center of the forehead is where its soul origin is stored. Ghostly flames have additional damage effects on soul entities. That is, ghost-type evil spirits, so this resentful ghost screamed sharply. However, while she screamed, it was Ye Qianxing and Ye Qianxing who were suffering. Little black, divine punishment. Ye Qianxing gritted his teeth against the pain in his soul and issued the command. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and a lightning bolt the thickness of a human arm fell from the sky. The lightning struck the resentful ghost, and the sharp scream abruptly ceased. Ye Qianxing then sat on the ground, letting out a long breath. This evil spirit should be dead, right? Ye Qianxing asked, but did not receive a response from Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing initially thought that Ye Qianxing was ignoring him, but the next moment, he felt a chill down his back. A wave of coldness surged in his heart. Almost simultaneously, a hurried voice echoed in his mind from Master, be careful. Ye Qianxing instinctively dodged, but it was too late. A sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. At that moment, a dagger was deeply embedded in his left shoulder, blood gushing out, and most critically, the one holding the dagger was actually Ye Qianxing. Is she trying to take the credit and bury me in the wilderness? However, when Ye Qianxing saw Ye Qianxing's eyes turn blood red, a flash of insight struck him. It's the resentful aura, one of the abilities of the resentful ghost, capable of greatly amplifying a person's hate value. Ye Qianxing had already harbored resentment towards Ye Qianxing because of what happened last night. Although this resentment had dissipated significantly due to earlier events, under the amplification of the resentful aura, it surged instantly, which was why she launched an attack on Ye Qianxing without hesitation. Wu saw Ye Qianxing was injured and rushed to help, but Ye Qianxing quickly shouted, "Don't worry about me. Hurry up and deal with the resentful ghost. Otherwise, Ye Qianxing's state of hatred won't be lifted." Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rushed towards the resentful ghost, while Ye Qianxing grabbed Ye Qianxing's arms to prevent her from moving. Although Ye Qianxing was blinded by the resentful aura and had become much more agitated, her strength was still no match for Ye Qianxing, so she was unable to break free from his grasp. However, her movements only worsened the injury on Ye Qianxing's shoulder, causing him to bleed even faster. The thunder leopard looked on in confusion as it watched its master and Ye Qianxing entangled together, not understanding why these two were suddenly fighting when they were supposed to be on the same side. "What are you still doing here? Can't you see your master is in trouble? Hurry up and help resolve that evil spirit so your master can recover." Ye Qianxing shouted at the thunder leopard, feeling as if this leopard was foolish, even more so than a husky. Although Wu had an attribute advantage over the resentful ghost, the level difference was significant, and it couldn't defeat it in a short time. It needed the thunder leopard's help. The Thunder Leopard nodded, as if it understood, and finally ran towards the battlefield between Wu and the resentful ghost. Meanwhile, Ye Qianxing continued to restrain Ye Qianxing, not allowing her to move. Minutes passed, and Ye Qianxing's shoulder had bled profusely. His face turned pale, and his strength gradually waned, but the battle on the other side was still ongoing. At this critical moment of life and death, Ye Qianxing suddenly remembered a crucial thing. Attack its forehead. That's its weakness, Ye Qianxing said to Wu and the Thunder Leopard. Just as he finished this sentence, his strength was completely exhausted, and Ye Qianxing kicked him down, then pounced on him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, Ye Qianxing raised a dagger and thrust it fiercely towards Ye Qianxing's neck. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die at the hands of a woman? Ye Qianxing forced a bitter smile. His peak life had yet to be realized, and he was truly reluctant to accept this fate. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his neck, it suddenly stopped. The blood red in Ye Qianxing's eyes faded, returning to clarity. When she saw that she was on top of Ye Qianxing with the dagger poised at his neck, her expression changed dramatically. On the contrary, Ye Qianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Qianxing's awakening meant that the resentful ghost had been dealt with. Ye Qianxing dropped the dagger from her hand, staring at the blood hole in Ye Qianxing's shoulder, unsure of what to say. Stop stuttering. If you don't help me treat this, I'm really going to die. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Ye Qianxing, who had previously been shouting about wanting to kill him, now looking confused upon seeing that she had injured him. Realizing the situation, Ye Qianxing quickly ran back to the car, grabbed the first aid kit, and began to bandage Ye Qianxing's wound. Chapter 18. The cunning old fox. As an experienced mercenary, I'd always carry a medical kit with me on missions to ensure personal safety. Watching Ye Qianxing carefully bandage his wound, Ye Qianxing was somewhat entranced. Actually, if you don't throw a tantrum, you're quite pretty. Strangely, Ye Qianxing blurted out his thoughts, and as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Sure enough, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as Ye Qianxing deliberately tightened the bandage. 10 minutes later, the wound was bandaged, and Ye Qianxing's skills were quite good. At least, he thought he couldn't do it this well. Thank you, Ye Qianxing said gratefully. Don't think too much of it. I'm only helping you because your injury was caused by me, Ye Qianxing replied before heading silently towards the car. Ye Qianxing stretched his limbs and then walked towards number 205. The vengeful spirit had disappeared, clearly having fled in fear, and, at that moment, sharp-eyed, Ye Qianxing noticed that number 205 was holding a small glowing white pearl in its mouth. The pearl was about the size of a ping-pong ball, but when its information appeared before Ye Qianxing, he couldn't sit still. Soul Source Pearl, the essence of an E-rank ghost-type evil spirit, containing soul power equivalent to dozens of ordinary souls. Containing soul power equivalent to dozens of ordinary souls. This is a great find. Number 205, swallow it. You should be able to level up, Ye Qianxing said excitedly, surprised by this unexpected gain. Number 205 nodded and without any hesitation swallowed the soul source pearl. A powerful pressure emanating from its soul spread out. And Ye Qianxing knew this was a sign of successful leveling up. Hellhound, number 205 attribute, demon rating, 5 stars, growth type, level, E3 abilities, intimidation, soul intimidation, effective against targets up to 2 levels lower. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. The combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Nether Flame Strike summons nether flames to attack, with both physical and soul damage effects. Soul Devour, devours souls for level enhancement. Weakness, mechanical level up requirement. Absorb 100 souls to advance to E-rank, 3100 evolution route. Consuming a D-rank canine, evil spirit, or pet's inner pill can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 01. Not only did number 205 level up to E-rank, but it also directly advanced to E-rank stage 3, and it showed it had already absorbed 30 souls, indicating that the soul source pearl was worth 40 ordinary souls. Moreover, it seemed that now number 205 could level up for every 10 souls it absorbed. This was a huge profit. Not only had the mission been completed, but number 205 had also leveled up. Returning to the leisure library, Ye Xiaoyao was overjoyed to learn about the successful mission, laughing heartily. Good, good. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the commission. Give my share to him. This mission relied mainly on him, and he was injured because of it, Ye Qianxing said, which surprised Ye Qianxing. When did this Ice Queen become so nice to him? Could it be that my impressive demeanor attracted her? Oh, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You really are a hidden gem, Ye Xiaoyao praised repeatedly, causing Ye Qianxing's face to flush with embarrassment. No. It's actually thanks to Qinghan's little black helping out. Ye Qianxing quickly waved his hands in modesty. Hey, since Qinghan said her share goes to you, it has to be yours. With that, Ye Xiaoyao took out his wallet and began pulling out bills one by one. Looking at the wallet stuffed with red bills, Ye Qianxing exclaimed in surprise. So this old guy is actually so rich. However, after receiving 2 portions of the commission, he would be rich too. Ye Xiaoyao pulled out a stack of red bills in front of Ye Qianxing, instantly brightening his eyes. Was the commission really this much? But soon his expression shifted from excitement to confusion, and then to gloom. Ye Xiaoyao took out 10 bills from the stack and handed them to Ye Qianxing. Here, this time a commission was supposed to be 500 each, and with Qinghan's share going to you, that 1,000. Receiving the thin stack of 10 red bills, Ye Qianxing felt an urge to curse under his breath. Uncle Yi, are you mistaken? How could an E-Star mission have such a small commission? Cough, cough, of course. The commission isn't just this, but the mercenary group needs to operate, and operating requires money. So I deducted some fees from your commission, which counts as a group fee. The thick-skinned Ye Xiaoyao said without a hint of embarrassment. Ye Qianxing suddenly felt an impulse to curse. This is just a small fee? You deducted at least 70 to 80%. Scammer. Ye Qianxing glanced at Ye Qinghan, only to see a smug smile on her face. He finally understood why Ye Qinghan had unhesitatingly given her commission to him. It wasn't generosity at all. She simply didn't care about this small commission. Uncle Yi, let's discuss something. How about, hey Lao Qin, what? You want to play chess with me? Okay, I'll be right there. Before Ye Qianxing could finish, Ye Xiaoyao answered a phone call and hurriedly ran out of the library. Ye Qianxing's face darkened immediately. If you're going to act, at least act convincingly. Do you use a power bank to answer your phone at home? Ye Qianxing's expression, as if he had eaten something unpleasant, made Ye Qinghan unable to hold back a laugh, but she quickly returned to her cold demeanor to maintain her icy beauty. Then, seemingly unable to resist, she ran upstairs. Back at his rented place, Ye Qianxing looked at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, realizing it wasn't enough to pay back Lin Ruoxi. It seemed he would have to secretly take on missions and quietly collect commissions in the future. He could not let that old fox trick him again. However, for now, it was better to hold off, as the final exams were approaching. Thus, for the next few days, Ye Qianxing attended school punctually without skipping classes. Ye Xiaoyao, that old fox, didn't say anything, as joining the group wouldn't restrict his personal freedom. A week passed, during which the system gifted Ye Qianxing a mysterious treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received a blue water cube, a wand that looked similar to something from a certain TV drama, and a thick, long iron rod. Blue water cube, cosmic cube containing the universe, imbued with spatial power, 5-star material. Magic wand, Queen's Scepter, a symbol of authority, can enhance any attribute, 3-star material. Iron rod, Optimus Prime, can be large or small, long or short, indestructible, and incredibly heavy, 4-star material. Looking at the descriptions of these 3 materials, Ye Qianxing was quite satisfied. Their star ratings were not low at all. Chapter 19 Final Assessment. In the early morning, Ye Qianxing got up early and headed to school. Today was the day of the final assessment at the school, and the school would categorize students into classes based on their performance. Those with good grades would enter the elite class, those with average grades would enter the regular class, and those who failed would be advised to withdraw. Upon arriving at the school, Ye Qianxing was stunned by the lively scene before him. He thought he had arrived early enough, but it turned out he was among the last to arrive, as the playground was already packed with students. Ye Qianxing squeezed through the crowd for a long time before finally locating his class's position. At this point, everyone in the class was present. As the last to arrive, the mentor Zhonglin shot him a glance and said, "All right, with Ye Qianxing here, our class is complete." Ye Qianxing felt a wave of embarrassment. Jiang Lin's comment was clearly a jab at him for being late. However, this was actually the earliest he had gotten up. Brother Qianxing. A sweet voice rang in Ye Qianxing's ear, and without needing to look, he knew it was definitely the girl Xia Xiaoyu. He patted Xia Xiaoyu's head, which had become a habit of his, and she showed no signs of discontent. In fact, she seemed to enjoy it very much. At that moment, Ye Qianxing sensed something and turned to see a pair of cold eyes staring back at him. It was Zhou Wei, whose injury seemed to have healed. He was now glaring at Ye Qianxing with an icy expression. When Zhou Wei noticed that Ye Qianxing was looking back at him, he flashed a wicked smile and made a knife gesture across his throat with one hand. Ye Qianxing was not one to back down, and he responded by extending his middle finger toward Zhou Wei, causing Zhou Wei's expression to darken. Ye Qianxing then turned back around, no longer paying attention to him. Although he could guess that this guy had ill intentions, Ye Qianxing was not afraid. He believed that he could handle whatever came his way. If Zhou Wei wanted to court disaster, he wouldn't mind sending him away early. Brother Yi. At that moment, another familiar voice came. Before Ye Qianxing could search for the owner of the voice, a hand patted him on the shoulder. He quickly turned around and was surprised to see none other than Su Tila, the little lord he had met in Mercenary City. Haha, Brother Yi, it really is you. Just now, I thought your back looked familiar, but I wasn't sure. It seems my eyesight is quite good, Su Tila said with his usual straightforwardness, laughing heartily. Brother Yi, it looks like we're truly fated to meet again, and we are even in the same school, with classes right next to each other. Su Tila was in Class 3, while Ye Qianxing was in Class 4. Yeah, it really is fate. I didn't expect a little lord like you would also be at this school, Ye Qianxing replied with a smile. Su Tila's personality resonated well with him, and he didn't mind making a friend. The school Ye Qianxing attended was Jiangnan Second High School. While it was decent, it wasn't top tier. Schools like First High, Experimental High, and Noble High were considered better. Logically, someone like Su Tila, a rich second generation, should be at one of those schools. Well, Jiangnan Second High is pretty close to where I live, so I came here. Besides, it's all the same. I don't lack resources, Su Tila shrugged, making Ye Qianxing raise an eyebrow. Fine, you have money. You could be willful. As the two talked, the final assessment finally began. The assessment was divided into two parts. The first being the evaluation of soul talent. This could be considered a sort of elimination round, directly eliminating students with poor talent. Although talent does not absolutely determine a person's ultimate achievement, it was undeniable that those with extremely poor talent, who couldn't even contract a spirit pet, wouldn't be able to become spirit tamers, let alone achieve anything in the future. Due to the large number of students, the first part was assessed independently by class, and the examiner for Ye Qianxing's class was none other than their mentor, Jiang Lin. Students, if you have a spirit pet, please summon it directly. If you don't have one, don't be discouraged. We will send specialized personnel and equipment to test you, Jiang Lin said. For those with spirit pets, the assessment was quite simple. They would just need to identify the quality of the spirit pet. If a spirit tamer could form a contract with a high-quality spirit pet, it indicated that their soul talent was not weak. After all, the higher the quality of the spirit pet, the higher the requirements for the spirit tamer. If the spirit tamer's talent was too weak, the spirit pet would reject them. Testing a person's soul talent involved a complex process, but assessing a spirit pet's quality was straightforward. It only required a drop of the spirit pet's blood. That's why Jiang Lin suggested summoning the spirit pets for assessment. However, some students came from families with average financial conditions and couldn't afford spirit pets, but they might still have strong talents. To avoid wasting talent, the school humanely employed specialized equipment and personnel for testing. However, testing soul talent was just the first hurdle, unless it was determined that a student had exceptionally high soul talent, allowing them to skip the second round. They would still need to contract a spirit pet to pass the second round. Jiang Lin began calling out names, and the students whose names were called stepped forward to summon their spirit pets for testing. Zhang San, a boy, stepped forward and summoned his spirit pet, a beetle the size of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Zhang San took a drop of blood from the beetle and handed it to Jiang Lin, who placed it on a special stone. This was a type of special mineral that could detect the strength of the spirit pet's lineage, indicating its quality. Zhang San, Spirit pet, black beetle, quality average, recommended for class division, regular class, Jiang Lin announced. Zhang San's expression was normal. He already knew the quality of the black beetle, so he had no other thoughts about the result. Li Si. In fact, generally speaking, as long as a family's financial situation wasn't too poor, parents would do everything possible to buy a spirit pet for their children. After all, they couldn't afford to waste their child's future. Jiang Lin continued to call out names. And for over 10 students, all of them had spirit pets. Zhou Wei. Soon, Jiang Lin called Zhou Wei's name. Zhou Wei walked up proudly and opened the contract space. Soon, a gigantic mantis appeared. Ye Qianxing was surprised. Didn't he remember that this guy's spirit pet was a wolf? The ironback howling wolf. How did it change to a mantis? Spirit pet, double-blade mantis attributes, fighting type, wind type rating, 2.5 stars, growth type, level, E2 abilities, double blade slash, wind blade weaknesses, thunder type, flying type advancement conditions. Evolution path. Looking at the attributes of this mantis, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having money made one willful. What others had to work hard to obtain, Zhou Wei could change at will, and when he did change, it was to a pet of relatively high level. However, being able to contract the double-blade mantis also indicated that Zhou Wei's soul talent was indeed quite strong. It was just unclear whether he had used some special method to enhance it. Chapter 20. Live streaming eating excrement. Zhou Wei, dual pet mantis, elite quality. Recommended for the second tier elite class. Wow. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a clamor, as the previous dozen or so classmates were all from the ordinary class. And Zhou Wei was the first to enter the elite class. Although it was the second tier, it was already quite impressive. Zhou Wei seemed to revel in the envy of his classmates, walking down with his head held high and chest out, while casting a provocative glance at Ye Qianxing. However, showed no reaction. Although Ye Qianxing didn't care, Xia Xiaoyu was displeased. Just then, Mentor Jiang Lin called her name. So she went up directly and summoned her fire spirit sparrow. Xia Xiaoyu, fire spirit sparrow, perfect quality, recommended for the first tier elite class. At this announcement, the commotion below was even greater than when Zhou Wei was announced. Perfect quality, first tier elite class, truly deserving of being our class monitor, so strong. As she walked down, Xia Xiaoyu deliberately glanced at Zhou Wei, also with a provocative expression, which caused Zhou Wei's previously proud face to darken slightly. However, he seemed to think of something and laughed. Ye Qianxing had anticipated that the fire spirit sparrow would have perfect quality, with the vermilion bird bloodline. It was normal for the system to evaluate it as a 4-star spirit pet. Nevertheless, he still congratulated Xia Xiaoyu. Next up, Ye Qianxing. At this moment, Mentor Jiang Lin called out Ye Qianxing's name. Immediately, all the students' gazes focused on him. As if anyone in this class would be advised to withdraw due to lack of talent, they would undoubtedly think it was Ye Qianxing. In their eyes, Ye Qianxing was almost certain to be expelled. Ye Qianxing ignored the gazes of his classmates and walked directly to Mentor Jiang Lin. However, just as he took a few steps, a sarcastic voice rang out. Ye Qianxing, did you walk into the wrong place? The place to test your soul talent is over there. It was none other than Zhou Wei speaking. But I say, you don't need to waste our time on the test, since the outcome will definitely be failure. You might as well give up directly to avoid embarrassment. Oh, how do you know I will definitely fail? Ye Qianxing turned around and asked with interest. Haha, how would I know? Not just me. Just ask everyone present. Who doesn't know you have a mental barrier? You'll never become a spirit master in this lifetime. Zhou Wei laughed heartily, although the surrounding classmates were silent. Their eyes revealed that their thoughts were the same as Zhou Wei's. They did not believe Ye Qianxing could become a spirit master. However, Ye Qianxing was not angry. Instead, he smiled wickedly and said, since you are so sure, how about a bet? Let's wager on whether I can pass the assessment. Oh, you dare to bet? All right. If you can pass the assessment, I'll live stream eating excrement. Zhou Wei still wore a confident expression. Okay, it's a deal. All of you classmates and Mentor Jiang Lin are witnesses, so don't go back on your word later. Ha ha ha. Ye Qianxing, you're really addicted to acting, huh? All right. I won't go back on my word, but what if you lose? Do as you wish. Good, Zhou Wei shouted, thinking to himself that Ye Qianxing was simply jumping into the pot. When he lost, he would make sure to teach him a good lesson. Ye Qianxing smiled wickedly and walked straight to Mentor Jianglin. Daring to bet in front of me? Feeling cocky? Mentor Jianglin shot Ye Qianxing a glance. She was aware of Ye Qianxing's situation, but seeing him so confident made her a bit skeptical, recalling what she had seen earlier. Hee, Mentor Jianglin. I can't help it. If he doesn't believe me, I can only bet with him. Mentor, do you believe me? If you don't, I can bet with you too. Ye Qianxing said with a grin. Rest assured, our bet won't be as disgusting as live streaming eating excrement. Just agree to one condition of mine. All right, hurry up and summon your spirit pet. Jianglin rolled her eyes at Ye Qianxing. Mentor, first tell me if you accept this bet. If you keep talking, I'll cancel your assessment opportunity. Jianglin became impatient, directly threatening Ye Qianxing with the cancellation of his assessment. Frightened, Ye Qianxing quickly shut his mouth and began to summon. In the disbelieving gazes of his classmates, the door to the contract space soon appeared beside Ye Qianxing. What the? Contract space? I must be seeing things. Ye Qianxing really contracted a spirit pet. How could this be possible? Can someone with a mental barrier really succeed in contracting? Suddenly, exclamations of surprise rang out. While Zhou Wei's face turned ashen, he never expected that Ye Qianxing, this useless person, actually contracted a spirit pet. Just thinking about the bet made in front of everyone, losing and having to live stream eating excrement made Zhou Wei feel an impulse to find a crack in the ground to hide in, especially when some classmates secretly glanced at him. Looking at Ye Qianxing, the figure of 250 quickly emerged. Without transforming, his true form was still an ordinary husky, but anyone who dared to underestimate him because of that would have to pay the price. The classmates who were initially shocked by Ye Qianxing contracting a spirit pet turned to confusion upon seeing 250. Someone actually used a husky as a spirit pet? Zhou Wei, who had initially planned to quietly escape, was shocked. He remembered 250 had clearly been bitten to death by his iron-backed wolf. How could it still be alive now? Was it just a look-alike husky? Though puzzled, Zhou Wei quickly started to sneer internally. Even though Ye Qianxing contracted a spirit pet, it was just this husky. What difference did that make to not contracting at all? What combat power could a husky possibly have? Zhou Wei, how about it? Time to fulfill your promise. Remember to tell me your live stream account. Ye Qianxing said with a strange smile to Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's expression immediately darkened, but he quickly revealed a disdainful look. Ye Qianxing, although I'm quite surprised you managed to contract a spirit pet, you should look at what spirit pet you contracted. Just a stupid husky? Contracting a husky is no different from not contracting at all. Are you expecting it to fight or just to wreck your house? Aren't you afraid it will run off with the enemy? Ha ha. Zhou Wei laughed heartily, and most of the classmates couldn't help but chuckle. After all, long before the new era, huskies had already been labeled as destructive and disobedient. Even in the new era, very few people would choose to contract with a husky. Because who knows when this idiot might sell you out. Chapter 21. A bright surprise. So you mean you want to breach the contract? Fai Zhou Wei. I've always been a man of my word and would never breach a contract. Our bet is that you can pass the final assessment. Although you have become a spirit master, your spirit pet is this Siberian husky, which is no different from not having a contract at all. You still want to be able to pass the second assessment. Zhou Wei snorted coldly. In his view, Wu was just a piece of garbage spirit pet that was even worse than an ordinary quality one, with no attack power whatsoever. The second assessment would require them to go to the demon spirit forest to obtain an F-grade evil spirit's inner core. And Zhou Wei did not believe that this husky would be a match for an F-grade evil spirit. Are you trying to play word games with me? Fine. I'll make you lose convincingly. Ye Qianxing smiled charmingly, looking at the classmates who were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Ye Qianxing thought to himself that he would definitely surprise them later. Teacher Jianglin, could you please help me identify the quality of Wu? Ye Qianxing took a drop of blood from Wu and handed it to Jianglin. In fact, when Jianglin saw Ye Qianxing's spirit pet, she had a strange expression on her face. She never expected that Ye Qianxing would contract a husky. Didn't he know that before the new era, huskies were defined as one of the least aggressive dog breeds? Don't worry, Teacher Jiang, I will definitely make you see something amazing. Ye Qianxing flashed a sunny smile. At least in his own eyes, it was a sunny smile. Teacher Jiang was half convinced, but she still dropped Wu, his blood onto the mineral. Buzz. Suddenly, the surface of the mineral shone brightly, and Jianglin, who was nearby, felt a sudden brightness that made her eyes squint. It took more than half a minute for the light to finally fade, and the expressions of Jianglin and all the students present changed, especially Jianglin. While the classmates might not know what such a strong light represented, she did. The stronger the light, the higher the quality of the spirit pet. Even the currently highest quality spirit pet, the fire spirit sparrow, only produced a light comparable to that of a small light bulb, while the drop of blood from air by Wu made the mineral shine with the brightness of a large bulb. At least so far. Jianglin had never seen a spirit pet of such quality. Teacher, please announce it quickly. Seeing Jianglin in a daze, Ye Qianxing hurriedly called out to her. Oh. Jianglin came back to her senses, but her voice was still a bit shaky. Ye Qianxing spirit pet. Mutated Husky, perfect quality, recommended for the top class. Since no Husky had ever appeared as a spirit pet before, she had no idea what to call it. Ye Qianxing, because our quality test can only measure up to perfect quality, I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit inconvenienced. Jianglin said somewhat apologetically. The quality of air by Wu was obviously higher than that of the fire spirit sparrow, but the highest quality that their school could test was only perfect, and she had no way around it. It's fine, Ye Qianxing casually replied. He had no objections to this point. After Jianglin announced Ye Qianxing's results, the students below instantly stopped their noise, and the area fell silent. An existence that surpassed perfect quality. What quality could that be? Just a Husky? How could it possibly have such a high quality? No, impossible. There must be a mistake. Teacher, I request a retest. At this moment, Zhou Wei's incredulous voice rang out. Jianglin frowned. Do you think I deliberately let it slide? Feeling Jianglin's tone seemed to carry dissatisfaction. Zhou Wei quickly realized that what he just said might have been too extreme and easily misinterpreted, so he hurriedly explained. Teacher, I didn't mean that. I meant that there must be something wrong with this stone. This Husky could never be of perfect quality. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, other students nodded in agreement. Perhaps this was the only explanation. The mineral must have been faulty. I request a retest. Jianglin was somewhat tempted by this, as she also couldn't believe that a seemingly ordinary Husky could have such high quality. But she didn't directly agree to Zhou Wei's suggestion. Instead, she looked to Ye Qianxing to ask for his opinion. Ye Qianxing smiled and nodded. With a clear conscience, air by Wu's quality was something he was well aware of. Not to mention once, even if tested hundreds or thousands of times, the result would still be the same. Soon Jianglin replaced the mineral to test again. But the result was still the same. The dazzling light made Jianglin unable to open her eyes. She finally believed that Ye Qianxing's spirit pet indeed possessed a quality that surpassed perfect. Now I officially announce that Ye Qianxing's assessment results are valid, and the assessment will continue. Ye Qianxing returned to his seat amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates, while Zhou Wei looked at him with a cold glare. But Ye Qianxing seemed to ignore it completely. Brother Qianxing, I knew you could do it. If there was anyone among the students present who wasn't the least bit jealous of Ye Qianxing, it would probably only be Xia Xiaoyu. On the contrary, she felt very happy. Of course, don't you see who I am? Ye Qianxing Shamilisti Boastit. The assessment was still ongoing when Sudara came over to Ye Qianxing. Qianxing, have you finished the assessment? Which class were you assigned to? Top class. What about you, Tila? Ha, me too. We could be in the same class now. Qianxing, you really didn't let me down. Sudara laughed heartily. Ye Qianxing was also somewhat surprised that Sudara was assigned to the top class. Although her family was wealthy and she could afford high-quality spirit pets, if her mental strength was insufficient, she wouldn't be able to contract one either. The fact that she was assigned to the top class indicated that the quality of her contracted spirit pet was at least on par with a fire spirit sparrow. After waiting for over an hour, the assessments for the entire school were almost finished. Those who failed the first round left in disgrace, preferring to leave on their own than be expelled by the school, preserving at least a bit of their dignity. About 2/3 of those who remained passed the first round. But that didn't mean they could relax their vigilance, as the second round would be much more difficult. Not only difficult, but also more dangerous. The second round of assessments would officially take place tomorrow, but there is one thing I must remind you. The Demon Spirit Forest is full of dangers, and there may even be E-grade or even D-grade evil spirits inside. Although the school will do its best to ensure your safety, nothing is absolute. Therefore, if anyone wishes to voluntarily give up, it would be best to inform me before tomorrow. Jiang Lin advised the crowd with a serious expression. Chapter 22. Dihao Club. When many students learned that there might even be D-class evil spirits in the spirit forest, they were all frightened. However, no one chose to give up. After hard work to get through the first challenge, how could they just give up now? Moreover, the mentor had also said that the school would do its best to ensure their safety, and as long as they didn't act recklessly, they should be fine. Qianxing, let's go out and celebrate, Su Tila said as he put his arm around Ye Qianxing's shoulder. Huh, well Ye Qianxing wanted to refuse. With Su Tila's wealthy background, the places he frequented must be very upscale, and he didn't have much money right now. It seemed that Su Tila saw through Ye Qianxing's awkwardness and laughed heartily. Don't worry, bro, it's on me. Just enjoy yourself, he said. All right. Since Su the Tycoon is treating us, I won't refuse, Ye Qianxing said, deciding not to turn him down. After all, he could just treat him back when he had money in the future. Friends are all about helping each other out, right? By the way, can I bring someone along? Ye Qianxing asked. Who? Su Tila asked, puzzled. Ye Qianxing pointed to Xia Xiaoyu beside him. The moment Su Tila saw Xia Xiaoyu's beauty, he was stunned. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, Xia Xiaoyu still amazed him. However, Su Tila was clearly not rude. After a moment of surprise, he regained his composure and looked away. Qianxing, I didn't see that coming. You're hiding a beautiful girlfriend, Su Tila said with a sly smile. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing didn't think much of it, but Xia Xiaoyu blushed directly. Are you sure you want to bring her? Su Tila asked. What's wrong? Is there a problem? If it's inconvenient. Ye Qianxing didn't finish his sentence before Su Tila quickly interjected. No, of course not, Su Tila said with a strange smile, leaving Ye Qianxing confused about what he meant. After leaving the school gate, Su Tila made a phone call, and in the next moment, a luxury car appeared. Ye Qianxing had only seen such cars in pictures on TV. This was his first time seeing one in real life. I wanted to take a sports car, but with three of us, it wouldn't fit. So we had to settle for this, Su Tila said helplessly. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turned out to be Su Tila's least impressive car. As expected of a big tycoon. No, today we must carry out an operation to take down the tycoon. Sitting in the car, they quickly arrived at their destination. Before them stood an incredibly luxurious building. In this new era, constructing such a building in the valuable Jiangnan city must have cost a fortune. This is Dihao Club, where eating, drinking, and entertainment are all available. Ordinary people can't even get in if they have money. Come on, let me show you around, Su Tila said as he waved his hand grandly. Ye Qianxing had heard of Dihao Club. It was the highest-rated club in the city, combining entertainment, dining, and more. It was indeed generous of Su Tila to treat them here. Arriving at the entrance of the club, several bodyguards in suits stood tall, and a few spirit pets were squatting beside them. Ye Qianxing took a quick look and found they were all F-class, with even one E-class among them. Using spirit masters and spirit pets as guards, Dihao Club was indeed luxurious. After showing their identities, the bodyguards invited them into the club. Waiter, I want the largest private room, the one numbered T1, Su Tila shouted as soon as they entered, attracting many curious glances. This was a high-end club where only the rich and powerful could enter, and although there were many people, it was very quiet. Su Tila's loud voice seemed very out of place. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Ye Qianxing felt a bit embarrassed and shot Su Tila a glare, fearing he might cause a scene. However, what surprised Ye Qianxing was that instead of showing dissatisfaction or contempt, those people nodded at Su Tila in greeting. It seemed that Su Tila had a considerable status in the upper circles of Jiangnan City. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Oh, I thought who it was. Ye Qianxing, do you even deserve to enter Dihao Club? Did you sneak in? Let me tell you, if you get caught, you won't have it easy. Ye Qianxing turned to see Zhou Wei approaching with several people. The mocking words had come from him. But if you kneel and kowtow a few times, I might consider helping you. Ha ha ha, Zhou Wei said. Qianxing, who is this idiot? He sounds like a duck quacking. It's really annoying, Su Tila said with a frown, even digging in his ear to show his disdain. Just as you said, it's a duck, Ye Qianxing shrugged. Oh, so, it's a duck. Su Tila intentionally raised his voice, emphasizing the word duck. Seeing that these people were ignoring him, Zhou Wei's expression darkened instantly. "Hey kid, weren't you the one who just shouted for the T1 room?" Zhou Wei asked Sutila. "Yeah, that was me. What's the matter?" Sutila raised his head and looked down at Zhou Wei. Birds of a feather flocked together. "You're just a bumpkin like Ye Qianxing. Does anyone who can come to Dihao Club not know that the T1 room is not open to the public? Even I might not be able to get in. How dare you bunch of losers speak so boldly?" Zhou Wei's tone was full of disdain. His Zhou family was one of the top families in Jiangnan City, but even he could only go to the D1 room at Dihao Club. The T1 room had never been open to the public since the club was established, and it was said to be reserved for the owner. "Hee, you say I'm a bumpkin? You say I don't deserve to go to the T1 room?" Sutila laughed and then asked the waiter, "Tell me, do I have the qualifications to enter the T1 room?" "Of course, you have the qualifications," the waiter replied respectfully. "Then why aren't you going to arrange it?" "Yes, right away," the waiter said and was about to leave. "Hey!" Zhou Wei immediately stopped the waiter. "Are you stupid? The T1 room is not open to the public. Do you want to get fired?" However, the waiter just smiled dismissively at Zhou Wei. "The T1 room is indeed not open to the public. But this gentleman is the owner of our Dihao Club, so he certainly has the qualifications to enter the T1 room." "What? The owner of Dihao Club? This bumpkin next to Ye Qianxing is actually the owner of Dihao Club?" Chapter 23. The Forest of Demon Spirits. Zhou Wei's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father had once told him that the owner of the Dihao Club was not an ordinary person, and that he should never provoke him unless absolutely necessary. How could such a formidable presence, even his father feared, turn out to be someone who looked so young? Moreover, this person was actually close to that poor guy, Ye Qianxing. What on earth was happening in this world? Had it gone mad? "Kid, did you hear that? Let me tell you, Ye Qianxing is my brother. Be polite to him from now on, or I'll make sure you're not treated kindly," Sudara said sternly to Zhou Wei. Then turned to the waiter. "Remove this kid's name from the Dihao Club's list. He is not allowed to set foot in here again." "Yes," the waiter immediately nodded. Although Zhou Wei had a respectable status, Sudara was the boss, and he would naturally follow the boss's orders. Sudara cast a disdainful glance at the sullen Zhou Wei before leading Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu towards the private room. "Sir, please leave the Dihao Club." The waiter smiled at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's face was dark, but he didn't dare cause a scene and could only leave reluctantly. As he walked out, he noticed the mocking glances from the guests in the club. It was as if they were saying, "Don't you see we all dare not disrespect Sudara? You really have no sense." On the way to the private room, Ye Qianxing smiled at Sudara. "I can't believe you're the owner of this club. What a surprise." "Oh, it's just one of my dad's businesses. He didn't want to manage it anymore, so he handed the boss position to me to help him manage it," Sudara sighed. Who would have known he actually just wanted to be a spoiled rich kid? Entering room 1, Ye Qianxing found that the private room was indeed large. At least 100 square meters. It had a big round table in the middle with sofas and a large screen TV on both sides, and even microphones. It was essentially a combination of dining and karaoke. During dinner, Sudara let Ye Qianxing order whatever he wanted. When Ye Qianxing looked at the menu, he gasped. Even the cheapest dish cost over 1,000. If he had come here alone, just ordering one dish would have been enough to bankrupt him. After dinner, Sudara showed no intention of leaving and looked at Ye Qianxing with a strange smile. "There are more activities coming up." As he spoke, the door to the private room opened, and a group of exceptionally beautiful women dressed provocatively walked in. "They're here to sing and drink with us. We won't leave until we are drunk tonight." Sudara laughed heartily. Ye Qianxing finally understood why Sudara was grinning, as he felt a pinch on his waist from Xia Xiaoyu, who was pouting at him. Ye Qianxing wanted to say he was innocent. He had no idea there would be this kind of activity before coming here. However, Sudara was insistent, and for the entire night, Ye Qianxing endured a torturous experience. The women, seeing he was with the young master Sudara, all crowded around him, making Xia Xiaoyu's pout even more pronounced and her grip on his waist tighter. In the midst of the gentle chaos, Ye Qianxing truly experienced the feeling of being both pained and joyful. The next day, the three of them arrived at the school gate, where hundreds of students had already gathered. These hundreds had passed the first round and were almost officially recognized as spirit tamers. Once they completed the second round of assessments, they could begin learning the formal art of beast taming. Once everyone was gathered, they boarded several buses under the guidance of their class instructors. An hour later, the bus convoy left Jiangnan City and arrived at the entrance of forest. The new era had already lasted over 500 years, and now, apart from a few base cities, most uninhabited areas had turned into wild lands or forests overgrown with weeds. This forest was the closest to Jiangnan City and was called the Forest of Demon Spirits. Students, we have arrived at the Forest of Demon Spirits. Before we enter, I want to remind you again, the outer area of the Forest of Demon Spirits mainly contains F-level evil spirits, with few E-level spirits. However, if you venture deeper, there is a possibility of encountering spirits stronger than E-level. So try to stay in the outer areas, the plump, bald middle-aged man said to all the students. He was the school's director, leading this assessment. Mercenary group? Which mercenary group? Ye Qianxing asked. To protect hundreds of students. This mercenary group must have a significant number of members, likely one of the top-ranked groups. The director glanced at Ye Qianxing and replied, Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Wow. Upon hearing the name Iron Blood Mercenary Group, many students in attendance gasped. What's wrong? You look so surprised, a clueless student asked. Don't you know? The Iron Blood Mercenary Group is ranked first in the mercenary rankings in Jiangnan City. I can't believe they are willing to protect us. Many students who were aware of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group showed excitement. Their dream was to join the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, but unfortunately, the group had very strict recruitment standards, and newcomers like them had no chance of getting in. In contrast to the excitement of others, Ye Qianxing and Sudara frowned. Sudara, isn't that muscular guy from the Iron Blood Mercenary Group? Ye Qianxing asked. Yes, and he has a relatively high status in the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, Sudara nodded. But Qianxing, you don't need to worry too much. It's probably just a coincidence, and they wouldn't dare to cause trouble since we are students of the school now. Yeah, Ye Qianxing nodded. He wasn't particularly worried. He just felt it could be a bit troublesome. The time limit for this assessment was 3 days. They were to gather back here at this time after 3 days. If anyone was late, it would also count as a failure. Their goal was to obtain any F-level evil spirit's inner core. Of course, if they could obtain an E-level spirit's inner core, that would be even better. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I now officially announce that the second round of assessments has begun. I wish you all good luck. With the director's command, hundreds of students rushed into the forest, and in no time, they disappeared like a drop of water falling into a river in the vast forest of demon spirits. This assessment did not have too many strict regulations, as long as they could obtain an evil spirit's inner core. How to obtain it was entirely up to their own abilities. Thus, some people formed teams with acquaintances to increase their success rate. Naturally, Ye Qianxing, Xia Xiaoyu, and Sudara formed a team. Chapter 24. Ice Qianxing. It's so quiet here, quiet enough to feel eerie. Not long after entering the spirit beast forest, Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned by their surroundings. Apart from the sound of wind rustling the leaves and their footsteps, there was no other sound at all. No bird calls, no cicada chirps, nothing. It was as if they had entered a dead zone. The surrounding trees towered like giant pillars, blocking most of the sunlight, making it feel very dim and cold, even though it was already mid-morning. Ye Qianxing and the others summoned their spirit pets. In this kind of environment, if they were ambushed, there would be no time to call upon their pets. The fire spirit sparrow seemed to sense Xia Xiaoyu's fear, so it flew above her, releasing warmth that gradually calmed her trembling body. Ye Qianxing finally saw Sudara's spirit pet, a majestic lion with pure white fur. However, upon closer inspection, it was not just a lion. It had a single horn on its head, and while its back was covered in white fur, its belly was adorned with scales, resembling the Qilin from ancient mythologies before the new era. Spirit pet, Ice Qilin, Qilin subspecies, attribute, mutated frost type rating, 4 stars, growth type, level, F9 abilities. Frosty Mystique can release a chilling aura that turns the ground within several dozen meters into a snowy area, with a chance to freeze opponents. Ice Pillar can condense cold air into ice pillars, dealing significant damage to enemies. Note, this skill is stronger in snowy conditions. Weakness, fire-type promotion conditions. 1 evil spirit frost core, combined with a cold-repelling flower to promote to E-level evolution route. chance to evolve into a true Qilin upon obtaining a wisp of dragon chi when Ye Qianxing saw Sutera's spirit pet's attributes. He couldn't help but gasp. It truly was a Qilin. Although just a subspecies, it was already quite powerful. As a legendary ancient divine beast, the Qilin possessed the bloodline of dragons, which was incredibly noble. While the subspecies Qilin may not be a true Qilin, it was certainly not comparable to ordinary spirit pets. Moreover, this subspecies was an ice Qilin, and the frost type, having mutated from the water type, dealt more damage than the water type. Sutera was indeed worthy of being a super-rich second generation to have such a formidable spirit pet. This also indirectly showcased Sutera's powerful soul talent. Otherwise, a spirit pet with such a noble Qilin bloodline would not agree to form a contract with him. Look at my big, white, handsome one. Let me tell you, this is a subspecies Qilin, very rare. My dad went through a lot of trouble to get him, Sutera proudly said, noticing that Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu were staring at his spirit pet. Contracting this ice Qilin was his proudest achievement. Yeah, it is indeed handsome, but it's a pity the name is too ordinary. It doesn't match him. Ye Qianxing sighed, seemingly feeling that the ice Qilin was undervalued. Upon hearing this, the ice Qilin gave Ye Qianxing a deep look, and he could vaguely sense a hint of mutual admiration in its eyes. Cut it out. As if Wu is some beautiful name, Sutera retorted, unable to refute Ye Qianxing's point, as he realized there was indeed no flaw in what he said. Looking at the wise expression in Wu's eyes, its IQ was definitely 205. At that moment, Wu was looking at Ye Qianxing with a typical disdainful expression, wanted to say why it was being dragged into this again. Amidst their playful banter, even Xia Xiaoyu no longer felt the fear she had before. Unknowingly, they had been walking for over half an hour. Why haven't we seen a single evil spirit after so long? Ye Qianxing wandered alone. That's normal. The spirit beast forest is so vast. It's impossible for evil spirits to be everywhere. Besides, they usually have their territories and generally won't leave unless something happens. We'll find them if we keep looking, Sutera explained. Thus, they continued walking for about another half hour when Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped. It's the ground flame flower. Xia Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out. Ye Qianxing looked in the direction she pointed and saw several red flowers growing beside a tree. Ground flame flower grows on the surface but has roots that delve deep into the magma below, containing immense fire energy. 500 years ago, not only did evil spirits descend upon the earth, but many seeds from other worlds also entered along with them. These seeds fell to the earth, slowly growing and eventually transforming into spirit herbs. These spirit herbs are highly beneficial not only to evil spirits, but also to spirit pets and even humans, making them quite valuable in the human world. Many mercenary groups venture into the wilderness not just to hunt evil spirits, but also to search for these spirit herbs. My father once consulted a specialized spirit pet breeder, and to upgrade my fire sparrow to E level, it requires ground flame flowers. It's just that ground flame flowers are generally hard to find. I didn't expect to find them here, Xia Xiaoyu said excitedly. Xia Xiaoyu was right. The promotion condition for the fire spirit sparrow was indeed the ground flame flower, which was noted in the system as well. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get them. Sutera couldn't contain his excitement and ran over to the ground flame flowers, leaning down to pick them. Wait. Ye Qianxing quickly stopped him, and Sutera paused, looking at him in confusion. Picking ground flame flowers requires skill. If you just pull them like that, these few ground flame flowers will be ruined. Ye Qianxing explained it. The roots of the ground flame flowers were connected to the deep magma below, so pulling them out completely was impossible. If forced, it would only tear the roots, and those ground flame flowers would be wasted. The proper way to harvest them is to only pick the petals. That way, the ground flame flowers will bloom again in a few years and can be used again. After listening to Ye Qianxing's explanation, Sutera scratched his head. Is that so? Yes, that's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Teacher Zhang Lin also mentioned it in class. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of them said so, Sutera finally believed them. Brother Qianxing, how do you know so much about this? I thought you were sleeping in class. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Ye Qianxing with wide eyes, puzzled. As the class monitor and top student, she hadn't thought of these things, while Ye Qianxing The recognized slacker knew. Cough, cough, what can I say? It's just that I'm exceptionally gifted, Ye Qianxing said shamelessly, although he actually didn't know, since, as Xiaoxiao mentioned, he had been sleeping in class. But who told him he had a system? With the system by his side, there was nothing he couldn't recognize. Chapter 25. The Fire Elemental Servant, just picking flowers, huh? All right, watch me. Sudala bent down again, this time reaching for the flowers. At that moment, a flame suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming directly at Sudala. Watch out, Ye Qianxing exclaimed, rushing forward. However, the ice Kirin, being in tune with Sudala, reacted even faster than Ye Qianxing. With a fierce roar, it stomped its four hooves on the ground, causing frost to rapidly spread from its center. Just as the flame was about to hit Sudala, an ice shield formed around him, blocking the fire. Phew! Sudala finally let out a long breath. He had nearly walked through the gates of hell. It seems he needs to keep his spirit pet by his side from now on, no matter what he does. Thank you, Divine, Sudala said to the ice Kirin, then hurried to its side, while Ye Qianxing and Xiaoxiao frowned at the spot where the flame had erupted. Near the fire elemental flower, a monster engulfed in flames had appeared without them noticing. Spirit pet, fire elemental servant attribute, fire rating, 3 stars, growth type, level, F9 abilities, critical shot, flame blade weakness, water divine fire promotion conditions. Evolution route. This is the fire elemental servant, a malevolent spirit ranked 4, 300 in the malevolent spirit compendium, which loves to feed on fire elemental flowers. Therefore, wherever there are fire elemental flowers, there are usually fire elemental servants. I almost forgot about this, which almost got Brother Sudala hurt, Xiaoxiao said apologetically. The Malevolent Spirit Compendium is a record of all known malevolent spirits compiled by humans over the past few centuries. It contains information on tens of thousands of malevolent spirits, including their habits and characteristics, and even ranks them based on their overall combat power. Although the Fire Elemental Servant is only an F-level malevolent spirit, it ranks over 4,000 due to its great potential for growth. The Fire Elemental Servant can evolve into the Heavenly Fire Elemental Servant, Demon Fire Elemental Servant, and the Fire Demon Lord. The Fire Demon is its final evolution, ranking a staggering 98th in the Malevolent Spirit Compendium, truly an S-level malevolent spirit, formidable and unmatched. The Malevolent Spirit Compendium is a key theoretical knowledge that the school focuses on. Normally, Xiaoxiao wouldn't forget such things, but perhaps due to the first-hand experience. She was a bit nervous. It's fine, I don't blame you, Sudala shook his head, looking nonchalant. But our priority now is to deal with it. Although the Fire Elemental Servant is only F-level, its flame attacks come from underground magma, so they are hotter than regular flames. We need to be cautious, Xiaoxiao said. Frowning. Debai's attribute is restrained by it, and my fire has the same attribute, but its flame quality is not as high. So while we may have the advantage in numbers, we cannot be careless. The mutated frost type is indeed stronger than water type, but it also has a drawback. Fire type, which is restrained by water type, can counter frost type. Seeing Xiaoxiao getting into the zone, Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. He didn't intend to let air by Wu take action. Otherwise, with its E-level strength, it could easily crush the Fire Elemental Servant in an instant. Ye Qianxing planned to let these two practice and get accustomed to fighting against malevolent spirits. Roar. The Fire Elemental Servant let out a roar, and a fire bullet shot out from it, heading straight for the group. Fire, fire, flame impact, Xiaoxiao decisively commanded. The fire spirit sparrow chirped and flapped its wings, sending out 2 streams of flames that collided with the fire bullet. The fire bullet first passed through one stream of fire, but was blocked by the second. Goodbye. Frosty ground. The ground froze again, and the Fire Elemental Servant looked down to see its feet frozen. Good opportunity. Goodbye. Quickly use Ice Pillar, as Sudala issued the command. The horn on Debai's head suddenly shone with a blue light. In the next moment, a sharp ice pillar appeared in the air, shooting towards the Fire Elemental Servant. Just as it was about to hit, the Fire Elemental Servant suddenly erupted with intense flames, melting the frost on the ground, and it swiftly dodged to the side. The ice pillar struck a tree behind it, but missed. However, before the Fire Elemental Servant could celebrate, a fireball shot towards its face. as Xiaoyu had anticipated its dodge and ordered Fire to launch a flame impact. The fire directly struck the fire elemental servant's face, pushing it back. But that was all. The fire elemental servant, covered in flames, was not afraid of Fire's fire attacks. That's enough. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes. It was time for him to make a move. It will be difficult for Xiaoyu and Sudala to defeat the fire elemental servant. First, the fire elemental servant was not afraid of ordinary fire attacks, so Fire could hardly inflict any damage. And the Ice Kirin was also restrained by the fire elemental servant. Continuing like this would be pointless. Ja, bei Wu nodet in Understanding. A ball of black fire erupted from its mouth, shooting directly at the fire elemental servant. The fire elemental servant did not dodge. To it, all fire attacks seemed ineffective. However, when the black fire struck its body, it finally regretted it, feeling intense pain from its soul. My nether flame is not an ordinary fire. Ye Qianxing it. Nodding at Air by Wu. Air by Wu rushed towards the fire elemental servant, slashing at its head with a claw. The fire elemental servant, suffering from soul damage, couldn't react in time, and its head was smashed by Air by Wu's immense power, causing an ethereal spirit to float out, which was promptly swallowed by Air by Wu. The corpse then fell to the ground, its flames dissipating to reveal its true form, a blackened body like coal, looking quite disgusting. What the? Qianxing? When did your Air by Wu become E-level? Sudala exclaimed in surprise. The last time he saw it, it was still F-level while fighting against the brutal hunting bear. It had only been a few days. Being able to eliminate an F-level fire elemental servant meant that Air by Wu had definitely reached E-level. A few days ago, Ye Qianxing casually replied, then walked over to the fire elemental servant's corpse, retrieving a fiery red spherical stone from its body. This was the malevolent spirit's inner core, the source of a malevolent spirit's energy, and also proof of passing this assessment. Next, Ye Qianxing walked over to the fire elemental flower, gently plucking the flower. A fire elemental flower has exactly 5 petals. Thank you, Brother Qianxing. With this, Fire can level up. Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Do you have something to store the fire elemental flower petals? Ye Qianxing asked. No. Can't we just put them in our pockets? Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. Of course not. Once the petals leave the main body, the energy inside will start to leak out. If you have something to seal the energy, then it would be fine. But without it, it will exhaust its energy within an hour. Ye Qianxing explained, knowing this from the system. Xiaoyu's expression changed. She was unaware of this, and no one had told her. Chapter 26. Fire Spirit Sparrow's Promotion, however. Xiaoyu wouldn't doubt that Ye Qianxing was just trying to scare her. What should I do? I finally found the Earth Flame Flower. And Fire is waiting to level up. Xiaoyu said anxiously. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Since we can't store it, let us just use it now, Ye Qianxing said. Use it now? But there's no nurturing master here. If the spiritual medicine is used improperly, not only will the spirit pet not level up, but it could also be dangerous, Xiaoyu said. Rest assured, leave it to me. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, easing Xiaoyu's tense mood. Qianxing, you're a nurturing master? At this moment, Sutila's voice came through, sounding very surprised. Becoming a nurturing master is no simple task. It requires not only exceptional talent, but also ample time for research. Ye Qianxing didn't seem like a nurturing master at all. Well, not exactly, but I know how to nurture spirit pets. Ye Qianxing rubbed his nose. He hadn't nurtured a spirit pet before, but the system clearly provided the method. He just needed to follow it. Isn't the idiot just leveling up according to the system's method? After a moment of silence, Xiaoyu seemed to have made a decision. Brother Qianxing, I believe in you. Don't worry. When has your brother Qianxing ever lied to you? Ye Qianxing smiled and patted Xiaoyu's head, then took out the fire core of the Earth Flame Servant and held it in his hand. The next moment, with a crack, the core actually split open in Ye Qianxing's hand. How is this possible? Sutila's eyes widened. Ye Qianxing had already created countless surprises for him, but this time was undoubtedly the most shocking. This is an evil spirit core, as hard as stone. If he used a tool, he could understand it. But Ye Qianxing was using sheer strength to crush it. How much strength does one need to crush a stone? This is beyond human capability. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. Ye Qianxing continued to crush the shattered core, and in no time, the originally intact evil spirit core turned into powder. Then, Ye Qianxing sprinkled the core powder over the 5 petals of the earth flame flower, continuously kneading it, trying to shape it into a small pill. Fire, come here. Ye Qianxing waved his hand. Fire glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, and after Xia Xiaoyu nodded, it flew in front of Ye Qianxing. Swallow it. Ye Qianxing handed the small pill to Fire. Seeing the small pill, Fire shook its head repeatedly, its eyes full of human-like disdain. Ahem, it does look a bit ugly, but there is nothing I can do. There are no tools here. We can only make do. Don't worry, the effect won't be affected, Ye Qianxing said awkwardly. After staring at Ye Qianxing for a full minute, Fire finally opened its mouth, and Ye Qianxing quickly threw the small pill inside. The moment the small pill was swallowed, the flames on Fire instantly expanded, its feathers standing on end, and the surrounding temperature rose dozens of degrees. The 3 of them had no choice but to move away. Sutila even ordered his big white to release cold air to counteract the heat wave. After more than 10 minutes, the flames on Fire finally began to subside. Spirit Pet, Fire Spirit Sparrow Attribute, Fire Rating, 4-star, Growth Type, Level, E1 Ability, Flame Impact Weakness, Water Wings Promotion Conditions. Soon, Fire's attribute panel appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Sure enough, she had successfully leveled up to E level. Fire, you really made it to E level. Xia Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out. As Fire's contract master, she could naturally feel that Fire had leveled up to E level at the first moment. Chirp! The Fire Spirit Sparrow flapped its wings, circling happily above Xia Xiaoyu's head. We really succeeded. Sutila swallowed hard and hurriedly ran to Ye Qianxing's side. Qianxing, you really know how to nurture spirit pets. Ha, that is fantastic. Quickly help me see how Big White can level up. The ice qilin, as a subspecies of the qilin, is a rare species, so there are very few experts who understand the spirit pet. Sutila had sought many nurturing experts in Jiangnan City, but had never received an accurate answer. Now seeing that Ye Qianxing also understood nurturing methods in his urgency, he came to ask him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Sutila regretted it. If even the nurturing experts couldn't provide a solution, asking Ye Qianxing would only add to the embarrassment, right? Who knew that Ye Qianxing would give him an unexpected answer? I also know how to promote Big White. I'll help you in a bit. But before that, we have something else to do. What is it? Activate Fire's Vermilion Bird bloodline to help her improve her quality. This statement was astonishing, and both Sutila and Xia Xiaoyu were stunned. Activate the bloodline? Improve quality? That is something only top nurturing experts could accomplish. Brother Qianxing, what did you just say? Vermilion Bird bloodline? Is it the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird from the myths before the new era? Xia Xiaoyu asked with wide eyes. When her adoptive father gave Fire to her, he did mention that Fire contained a special bloodline, which was extremely powerful, and her perfect quality was because of this bloodline. But what specific bloodline it was, her adoptive father also didn't understand. Now Ye Qianxing actually said that Fire possessed the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Coupled with what she had seen with her own eyes, when Ye Qianxing helped Fire level up, it made her believe it even more. That's right. Fire has the bloodline of the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird, but because it hasn't been activated, she currently has an exceptionally high quality but lacks matching combat power. If activated, her strength will increase several times, Ye Qianxing said confidently. Fire has a 4-star rating and perfect quality, which can completely crush the Earth Flame Servant. But during the battle, it was evident that although they were of equal level, Fire was not a match for the Earth Flame Servant at all, precisely because her bloodline hadn't been activated. So, Brother Qianxing, do you have a way to help her activate her bloodline? When Xia Xiaoyu asked this question, her voice trembled slightly. Of course, if I didn't have a way, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Actually, the method is very simple. So simple that no one would think of using it this way. At this point, Ye Qianxing actually paused, leaving Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila anxiously waiting. Oh, what exactly is the method? Qianxing, don't keep us in suspense. Su Tila asked impatiently. He hated this kind of suspense the most. Haha, alright, I'll say it. The method is rebirth through fire. In myths, the vermilion bird can be reborn through fire. Each rebirth brings a new life, and according to the system, the only way to activate Fire's bloodline is through rebirth in fire. It's essentially letting Fire die once, and then be reborn with a new body. And this new body will be the one that has activated the vermilion bird bloodline. Chapter 27. Nirvana and Fire. Nirvana in fire? When Xia Xiaoyu heard these 4 words, her expression changed. Could it be risky? Don't worry. Huahua carries the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Flames can't hurt her at all. There won't be any risk. Ye Qianxing comforted. Xia Xiaoyu glanced at him, then exchanged looks with Huahua before finally nodding. All right, then Brother Qianxing, you help Huahua activate her bloodline. Don't rush. Huahua needs E-grade flames to activate her bloodline. Although the 250 grade flames are sufficient in level, they would harm the soul, so they're not suitable. We can only find an E-grade fire-type evil spirit, Ye Qianxing explained, then walked over to the corpse of the earth flame attendant. Huahua, roast it until it's cooked. Chirp, chirp. Huahua looked at Ye Qianxing with a strange expression, as if to say, are you really that hungry to eat something so disgusting? Not just Huahua. Even Xia Xiaoyu and Sudara looked at Ye Qianxing with odd gazes. Qianxing, if you're hungry, I still have a small cookie here. It's not that I want to eat it. There's also a food chain among evil spirits. Although the earth flame attendant is dead, its body still retains fire-type energy, which can attract fire-type evil spirits. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Sudara and explained, letting Huahua roast, it is just to spread the aroma of the meat further. Under Ye Qianxing's explanation, Huahua finally shot a large burst of flames at the earth flame attendant's body, and the flames crackled as they burned the corpse. Soon, a fragrant smell wafted out. To be honest, it looks quite ugly, but it smells pretty good. I'm even drooling, Sudara said, having been in the spirit beast forest for several hours and feeling a bit hungry. Qianxing, let's use it for dinner later. Let's talk about that later. We should find a place to hide and wait for the evil spirits to bite, he said, and the group quickly found hiding spots. The aroma of the meat wafted away with the wind, and a few hours later, Sudara began to grow impatient, but Ye Qianxing's keen hearing picked up some sounds. Sure. Ye Qianxing quickly urged them to be quiet. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a slithering sound broke the silence, accompanied by hissing noises. The next moment, a 2-meter-long, fire-red snake appeared next to the earth flame attendant's corpse. Spirit pet, crimson python attribute, fire poison rating, 2-star level, E2 abilities, flame eruption, constriction weakness, water god fire, 7 inches is its vital point. Great, it's indeed an E-grade evil spirit. Since it was uncertain what level of fire-type evil spirit the earth flame attendant's body would attract, even an E-grade one wasn't impossible. Ye Qianxing had even prepared a wait. It seemed luck was on their side. Xiaoyu, hurry and let Huahua out to provoke that crimson python. Isn't the crimson python a dual type of poison and fire? Wouldn't that be harmful to Huahua? Xia Xiaoyu began to worry again. Don't worry. Once the Nirvana rebirth is complete, all toxins will disappear. Since Ye Qianxing said so, Xia Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and let Huahua out to provoke the crimson python. Chirp, chirp. Huahua shot a fire arrow straight at the crimson python. The crimson python was already highly alert and reacted quickly, easily dodging, and then coldly stared at Huahua. When it discovered that Huahua was only F-grade, the crimson python was furious. How dare an F-grade provoke it? It completely disregarded its existence. Hiss! The crimson python hissed, and a large burst of flames erupted from its mouth. But Huahua flapped her wings and dodged. Quick! Tell Huahua not to dodge. She must take the flames head-on. Ye Qianxing urgit. Xia Xiaoyu nodded and then connected with Huahua in her mind, telling her not to dodge. Huahua hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The crimson python, seeing its attack missed, became even angrier. Its abdomen began to swell, seemingly gathering energy. Sure enough, after a few breaths, flames erupted from the crimson python's mouth again, this time covering a large area. Huahua couldn't escape even if she wanted to, and was directly engulfed by the flames. Hua let out a mournful cry as the flames ignited her entire body, and she fell to the ground, rolling incessantly. Hua Xiaoyu was shocked and wanted to rush out to save her, but was stopped by Ye Qianxing. To improve quality, this pain must be endured. I assure you, Hua will be fine. After hearing Ye Qianxing's words, although Xiaoyu still felt very distressed, she held back. At first, Hua struggled violently in the flames. But after a few minutes, she curled up. The Crimson Python watched this scene with its eyes wide open, and Ye Qianxing seemed to see a cold smile on its face. A few more minutes passed, and Hua was motionless, but the flames still burned on her body. If it weren't for the connection between souls, allowing Xiaoyu to feel that Hua still had a trace of vitality, she would have been unable to hold back. At this moment, the Crimson Python began to slowly crawl towards Hua, thinking that Hua's flesh would be tastier than the Earth Flame attendants. Just as the Crimson Python reached Hua's side, a strange phenomenon occurred. The flames suddenly seemed to be absorbed by Hua's body and disappeared. Then Hua transformed into an egg. The Crimson Python's eyes widened, clearly confused about what had just happened, but its instincts told it that this was definitely not a good thing. So, the Crimson Python's abdomen swelled again, and it spewed flames over the egg. This Crimson Python is really good, originally. Hua would have taken at least an hour to break the shell and be reborn, but now under its flames, that time will be greatly shortened. Ye Qianxing laughed. The flames sprayed for a full 10 minutes, and the Crimson Python was so exhausted it couldn't spit out any more fire, but the egg showed no signs of change. The Crimson Python shook its head vigorously, expressing its confusion, and then gave up on Hua. However, just as it turned to leave, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Not loud, but extremely piercing in the silent forest. The Crimson Python quickly turned around and saw cracks appearing on the eggshell. 1, 2, 3. The Crimson Python stared blankly at this scene, while Ye Qianxing and the others watched nervously. Although Ye Qianxing was confident, it was still the first time, making it inevitable to feel a bit tense. Boom! As the cracks multiplied, the egg finally shattered completely, and a massive surge of fire energy erupted forth, sending the nearby Crimson Python flying away in a wave of flames. Chirp! A high-pitched cry echoed throughout the entire mountain forest, and almost at that instant, all the evil spirits in the spirit beast forest and the spirit pets entering the forest trembled involuntarily. It was an absolute suppression from the bloodline. Perhaps only Ye Qianxing's 250 grade and Sutera's Big White were unaffected, as both of their bloodlines were not much inferior to the vermilion bird. Chapter 28. Evolution of the vermilion bird. The fire wave lasted for more than 10 minutes before finally subsiding, burning all the nearby trees to ashes. And the red snake was turned into roasted snake meat. Under the protection of the frost power from Bai, Ye Qianxing and the others were not greatly affected. As the fire wave disappeared, a stunningly large bird, comparable in size to an eagle and entirely red, appeared before everyone. Spirit pet, vermilion bird fire phoenix, phoenix subspecies, attribute, divine fire rating, 6.5 stars, growth type, level, E5 abilities, scorching feathers, area attack, inferno slash, single target damage, fire immunity, immune to all fire damage, weakness, divine water promotion conditions. Evolution route. It succeeded. Ye Qianxing slapped his thigh. Hua successfully evolved into a vermilion bird. It is rumored that the vermilion bird is a subspecies of the phoenix, belonging to the fire phoenix lineage. But it has earned a reputation that is not inferior to that of the phoenix, and in terms of real combat power, it might even be stronger. The divine fire attribute is many tiers above the regular fire attribute, and ordinary water types cannot suppress divine fire. Its power is also many times stronger than ordinary fire. At least in Jiangnan City, Hua will not encounter any opponents that can counter her. Xiaoyu was also amazed. The Hua in front of her was completely different from the previous one. Not only had its appearance changed, but its aura had also elevated numerous times. Xiaoyu, who shared a soul connection with Hua, could naturally feel her current strength. Although she had just advanced to E level in terms of combat power, she could probably match even a D level evil spirit. So handsome, Sutela couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what a vermilion bird should look like." In terms of appearance alone, it can rival Bai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu, Hua let out a few chirps and flew in front of Xia Xiaoyu, continuously nudging her with its head, instantly lowering its majestic aura. Brother Qianxing, I don't even know how to thank you. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes turned red with emotion. Silly girl, do we need to thank each other for our relationship? Ye Qianxing smiled and gently patted Xia Xiaoyu's head. Qianxing, I didn't expect you to be this amazing. Actually evolving Hua into a vermilion bird. Her quality is probably even higher than my Bai now, right? Sudala sighed. Indeed, her quality is higher than Bai's. And it's not just a tier, it's even higher than 250. Ye Qianxing replied honestly, noting that the system rated Hua at 6.5 stars, which is 1.5 stars higher than 250. Sensing Sudala's slight disappointment, Ye Qianxing smiled. Tila, actually Bai also has room for improvement. He is currently just a Kirin subspecies, and there's a chance for him to evolve into a true, orthodox Kirin. Upon hearing this, Sudala's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, how can we help him evolve? Does it require fire to burn him? If so, let Hua burn him right now. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing twitched the corner of his mouth and glanced at Bai. Sure enough, Bai was looking at Sudala with a resentful expression, as if to say, why did I get such a master? What a misfortune. If Hua burns him, we'll probably have Kirin meat to eat tonight. Ye Qianxing joked, and the next moment, he noticed Bai's resentful gaze shift towards him. Cough, cough. Returning to the main topic, evolving Bai has some difficulty. The Kirin actually possesses dragon blood. So to help Bai evolve, we need to inject him with dragon energy. Dragon energy? Sudala was shocked. Before the new era, no one believed such creatures existed. But with the arrival of the new era, people not only believed in the existence of dragons, but had even seen them. However, even among evil spirits, dragons are extremely rare, and obtaining dragon energy is indeed a very difficult task. But Sudala quickly calmed down. He wasn't afraid of difficulties, just the impossible. As long as Bai had the potential to evolve, he believed that one day he would definitely be able to help Bai evolve into a true Kirin. As night fell, Ye Qianxing and the others built a campfire to heat the corpses of the red snake and the earth flame guardian. The inner core of the red snake had already been extracted, and as for its meat, although the red snake was poisonous, under Hua's divine fire, even the most potent toxins could be neutralized by high temperatures. Even without seasoning, the three of them, who had been hungry all day, still found it delicious. Burp. Evil spirit meat. TSK, TSK. This is my first time eating it. What a luxury. Ye Qianxing satisfiedly burped, looking blissful. Previously, he had rarely eaten even ordinary animal meat, only coarse grains, so he felt very happy at this moment. Indeed, relying on one's own ability to support oneself is exhilarating. Qianxing, I have a question. You're so familiar with spirit pets, and you even managed to evolve Hua into a vermilion bird. You're even better than those so-called breeding experts. Why are you still short on money? Sudala asked. Does knowing how to breed spirit pets have any connection to being short on money? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. Of course. You're so capable. If you became a breeder, many people would seek you out. Spirit tamers are very willing to spend money on breeding spirit pets. So spirit pet breeders are among the most sought-after professions. Sudala said, looking enviously. Even those very powerful spirit tamers wouldn't dare to easily offend a breeder. At that moment, Ye Qianxing was also surprised, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head as he slapped his forehead. Right? How did I not think of this? I can become a breeder. Sudala watched Ye Qianxing's reaction speed and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. So you only just realized this after I talked for so long? It's not that Ye Qianxing was slow, he just hadn't thought in that direction. Moreover, he had little exposure to the spirit tamer community before, and he had only heard about breeders without understanding much. Tila, what processes are needed to become a breeder? Ye Qianxing asked. Sudala gave him a strange look, realizing that he really didn't understand, and explained, to become a formal breeder, you first need to take an exam for a breeding certification. Once you have the certification, the rest becomes easier. For example, you can rent a storefront and open a spirit pet breeding shop, then build your reputation. With your abilities, I estimate it won't be long before your name resonates throughout Jiangnan City. Listening to Sudala's words, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but feel excited. his mind racing with thoughts of future life. Thus a night passed, with 3 powerful spirit pets guarding them. They slept soundly until the next morning. Brother Qianxing, where are we going next? Xia Xiaoyu asked. Ye Qianxing yawned and took out a map that the school had given them, presumably to prevent them from getting lost or stumbling into dangerous areas in the forest. He pointed to a location on the map. Our next destination is Xiefeng Mountain. Chapter 29. The Snowfield Wolf Pack. According to the map, Snow Peak Mountain was not far from them and could be considered the outskirts of the Spirit Beast Forest, so there wouldn't be much danger. Snow Peak Mountain was covered in snow year-round. Even when the temperature outside was over 20 degrees, it still retained the characteristics of a snow-capped mountain. Some speculated that it might be due to the gathering of many frost-type evil spirits, which altered the climate there. Ye Qianxing decided that their next destination was Snow Peak Mountain, not to investigate the reason for its year-round coldness, but because there were many frost-type evil spirits in Snow Peak Mountain, and there must be frost-type spiritual herbs as well. Qianxing, thank you. Sutila understood Ye Qianxing's intention. Among the 3 of them, only a spirit pet was of the frost attribute, and Ye Qianxing must want to help his by level up. We don't need to be so polite between us. Besides, didn't I promise to help by level up? Ye Qianxing smiled and waved his hand. The group moved quickly, and since there weren't many evil spirits on the outskirts of the Spirit Beast Forest, they did not encounter any on their way. After an hour, they finally reached their destination. As soon as they entered the territory of Snow Peak Mountain, Ye Qianxing and the others felt a sudden drop in temperature. The temperature in the Spirit Beast Forest was already lower than outside, but upon arriving at Snow Peak Mountain, it plummeted to just a few degrees. Ye Qianxing was fine, with a strong physique, but Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila were not so lucky, shivering all over. Seeing this, Hua Hua began to emit flames, and a faint flame barrier appeared around the 3 of them, allowing Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila to relax their trembling bodies. Hua Hua is amazing, Su Tila praised, then glanced disdainfully at Dabai. To this, Dabai could only roll his eyes. Was this his fault? After walking for about 10 minutes in Snow Peak Mountain, which was all white, they felt as if they were treading in place. Wait, have you noticed something? Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped, frowning. What problem? Su Tila asked. Why have we been in Snow Peak Mountain for so long without encountering a single evil spirit? Even if there aren't many evil spirits in the Spirit Beast Forest, it's impossible that we wouldn't encounter any at all. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu realized this issue as well. According to the map, there should be some frost-type evil spirits in Snow Peak Mountain. Ye Qianxing looked around, then fixed his gaze on one spot. Su Tila also looked in the direction Ye Qianxing was staring at, but it was still just a white expanse. Nothing seemed wrong. Hua Hua, breathe fire over there, Ye Qianxing said. Having evolved into a vermilion bird with Ye Qianxing's help, Hua Hua now rarely resisted his commands. So it immediately shot a stream of fire toward the spot Ye Qianxing pointed at. As soon as the flames touched the ground, the snow on the ground began to evaporate, making a sizzling sound. Following that, a wretched howl erupted, and the next moment, they saw a wolf, its fur burned by the flames, struggling violently, rolling in the snow in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, Hua Hua's flames were divine fire. How could they be extinguished by ordinary ice and snow? After struggling for about 10 seconds, the wolf was burned to death. A wolf! Oh! At that moment, howls of wolves rose one after another from all around, as snow-white wolves emerged from the snow, howling to the sky. Oh no, we're surrounded. Su Tila cursed, realizing they had unknowingly been encircled by the wolf pack. If it weren't for Ye Qianxing's strong perception, they might not have noticed at all. Evil Spirit, Snowfield Wolf Attribute, Mutated Frost Rating, 1-star level, F1, F9 ability. Group Combat Weakness. Fire at the Snowfield Wolves. Everyone be careful, Ye Qianxing quickly said. The Snowfield Wolves were actually not very strong in combat, and they were only F-level evil spirits. But many spirit tamers preferred to avoid them because encountering Snowfield Wolves meant dealing with a whole pack of F-level evil spirits. Snowfield Wolves were social evil spirits with no special abilities. Their only ability was group combat, which was hard to deal with. Moreover, once one of their companions was injured, the Snowfield Wolves would go into a rage and fight the enemy to the end at all costs. It could be said that Ye Qianxing would rather encounter a single de-level evil spirit than a pack of snowfield wolves. Oh well, another howl rang out, even more fervent than before, and the wolves, as if receiving some command, charged toward Ye Qianxing and his companions. What do we do? Sutila asked. Although he wasn't a great learner, he had some basic understanding of evil spirits and knew that snowfield wolves were difficult to handle. He now regarded Ye Qianxing as the leader of their trio. The snowfield wolves are social creatures, and all their actions are directed by a wolf king. We definitely can't kill all these snowfield wolves, so we need to take down the wolf king first. Ye Qianxing contemplated for a moment and said, "Here's the plan. Tila, you and Xiaoyu cover me, and once I locate the wolf king, I'll carry out a decapitation strike." Okay. Su Tila and Xiaoyu both responded simultaneously. At this point, the wolf pack had already rushed close to them. Su Tila shouted, "To davai, thrustavis, kriz these beasts thurme." With a roar, Bai stomped its hooves on the ground, causing the ice and snow-covered ground to tremble. In no time, the group of snowfield wolves charging at them was frozen in place. In this weather, Bai's combat power was much stronger than usual. However, due to Bai's limited level, the freezing time wouldn't last long. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoyu ordered Hua to attack, while Ye Qianxing scanned the area and finally spotted a wolf that appeared to be twice the size of the snowfield wolves. Evil Spirit, Snowfield Wolf King Attribute, Mutated Frost Rating, 2 stars level, E5 ability, Control of Pack Wolves, Snowstorm Weakness, Fire Great, I've found it. Ye Qianxing was delighted. The Snowfield Wolf King had deliberately hidden among the pack and concealed itself in the snow to avoid being found. But little did it know that Ye Qianxing's system could see all its information. "Cover me!" With a loud shout, Ye Qianxing sent air by charging toward the Snowfield Wolf King. When the pack saw a creature that looked very similar to them, but with black and white fur, charging over, they momentarily didn't know if it was friend or foe. There was no choice. After all, Huskies had 90 of wolf genes and indeed looked very similar. This made Ye Qianxing's decapitation strike much easier. Bai, unimpeded by the wolf pack, easily reached the Wolf King and without hesitation unleashed a strike of infernal flame. Chapter 30, Void Blue Whale Howl. The Wolf King let out a miserable cry as the underworld fire not only burned its body, but also scorched its soul, causing immense pain. The pack of wolves surrounding the Wolf King glared at the idiot, as if accusing him of being a traitor. The wise eyes of the idiot looked disdainfully at the pack of wolves, and then, under their watchful gaze, he swiped a claw at the Wolf King's head. The idiot's strength was top tier among E-rank spirit pets, and the Wolf King had no defense whatsoever. With a loud crack, the Wolf King's skull was smashed open, dead beyond recovery. A phantom soul floated out from its body and was swallowed by the idiot. Yet another soul devoured. Oh, after doing all this, the idiot suddenly imitated the pack's howl, and instantly, the wolves all crouched down, seemingly submitting. In the pack, the strong ruled, and since the idiot had killed their former Wolf King, they regarded him as their new leader. Seeing this scene, Sudara and Xiaoyu were stunned. Is this really happening? Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. The idiot had the bloodline of a hellhound, which had a suppressive effect on canine evil spirits or spirit pets. Moreover, having witnessed the Wolf King being killed by the idiot only intensified their fear of him. "All right, let them disperse," Ye Qianxing said, and with a howl from the idiot, the pack of wolves scattered. Ye Qianxing walked over to the Wolf King's corpse and extracted the inner core from its body, while Sudara approached the corpses of several snowfield wolves that had just been killed by Daba and Hua, extracting their inner cores as well. The requirement for the assessment was 1 inner core of F rank or higher, and they had gathered enough now. Next, they only needed to find a cold resistance flower to remove the cold poison from the inner cores and give it to Daba to advance. Ye Qianxing said, "Cold resistance flower? But what if there aren't any here?" Sudara said worriedly. "There should be some. Cold resistance flowers grow well in snowy mountains like this. Let us keep going. We'll find one eventually." Ye Qianxing reassured her, and Sudara finally set aside her worries and nodded. The group continued on, and not long after they started walking, several figures suddenly appeared in their original position. These little brats seem quite strong. It looks like we need to notify them and prepare. That makes sense. After saying that, the group headed towards the direction that Ye Qianxing and the others had left. After walking for nearly an hour in the snow, there was still no sign of the cold resistance flower. Sudara and Xiaoyu, being ordinary in constitution, began to feel fatigued. There's a small lake up ahead. Let us rest there, Ye Qianxing said. By now, they had ventured deep into the snowy peaks, and the temperature had dropped to over -30 degrees. Yet this lake showed no signs of freezing, which surprised Ye Qianxing. Taking advantage of Sudara and Xiaoyu's rest, Ye Qianxing began to observe the small lake. The water in the lake was very clear, obviously pure and unpolluted. Just then, Ye Qianxing suddenly noticed bubbles rising from the center of the lake. Attention, something's happening. Ye Qianxing quickly called out, and Sudara and Xiaoyu perked up immediately. In the spirit beast forest, danger lurked at every moment. Even the slightest rustle required vigilance. The bubbles were rising faster and faster, as if some giant creature underneath was blowing air upwards. Could there be a giant, evil spirit hidden in this small lake? Sudara's mind conjured images of the sea monster she had seen before, feeling both excited and afraid. Ye Qianxing remained silent, but furrowed his brow, staring intently at the strange happenings in the center of the lake. Time passed slowly, and ripples began to appear on the surface of the lake. With everyone's heightened tension, the mysterious creature from beneath the lake finally surfaced, revealing its true form. What is going on? When the trio saw the true identity of the mysterious creature, they were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The cause of such a large disturbance was not the giant sea monster they had imagined, but a blue fish. This fish looked very much like a whale, but it was dozens of times smaller, about 2 meters long, not at all resembling a creature capable of causing such a huge commotion. Evil spirit, void blue whale, bloodline of Kuan, attributes, water system space rating, 3 stars, growth type, level, F6 abilities, inner space, creates a space within its body. Capable of containing all things, water spray, not very useful, weakness, frost advancement conditions, evolution route. What the hell, it really is a whale. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but curse. This was truly unexpected. A whale, even the smallest one, shouldn't be this small. However, this creature had a space within it larger than that of a whale, indicating that while its physique might not compare to a whale, it surely consumed more than one. A classic case of eating a lot without growing. What kind of evil spirit is this? I've never seen it in the evil spirit record, Xiaoyu said with some confusion. She had basically memorized the evil spirit record. Just a glance would tell her what kind of evil spirit it was. But the little whale before her left her puzzled, as it should not have been recorded in the evil spirit record. This is the void blue whale, very rare. So it's likely that no one has seen it, which is why it hasn't been recorded. Ye Qianxing said, this void blue whale not only has the bloodline of Kuan, but is also of the space system. Both are quite rare, and having them combined is even rarer. So it's normal that no one has seen it. Then how do you know, Brother Qianxing? Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Ha, what do I not know? Ye Qianxing laughed, providing no further explanation, and Xiaoyu didn't press the matter any further. What I'm most concerned about is whether this evil spirit is dangerous. Sudara asked. It's just an F rank, and it's not an aggressive evil spirit, so it's not dangerous. Ye Qianxing replied, just as the system indicated. This void blue whale only had 2 abilities. One was having space in its belly, and the other was water spray, with the only potentially harmful ability, water spray, being defined by the system as not very useful. So it was clear that this creature was not aggressive. However, Ye Qianxing was now interested in this void blue whale. Sudara, when I give the command later, have Daba freeze this lake. Ye Qianxing said to Sudara. Huh, what do you want to do? Sudara asked, confused. Fishing. Ye Qianxing's lips curled into a strange smile. Meanwhile, the void blue whale, splashing around in the center of the lake, was completely unaware that it was being plotted against. Chapter 31, the second spirit pet. Void whale. The group quietly approached, while the void blue whale seemed completely oblivious, continuing to play in the water. Go! Ye Qianxing shouted, and Sudara quickly ordered Big White to activate Frosty Abyss. The next moment, the cold air instantly covered the lake's surface, but it disappeared just as quickly. The lake's surface remained unchanged, showing no signs of freezing. Sudara's eyes widened. He was well aware of Big White's ice powers, capable of freezing the ground. So how could it not freeze the lake? There was definitely something wrong. Ye Qianxing squinted his eyes. He had been wondering why the surrounding area was a winter wonderland, yet this lake remained unfrozen. There was definitely a problem. It seemed he had to dive into the water to catch fish. With that thought, Ye Qianxing took off his clothes, soon left with only a flashy pair of underwear. "Oh no, Brother Qianxing, you're being a pervert," Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed, and Ye Qianxing suddenly remembered there was a girl present. "Qianxing, I'm not scolding you. But even if you can't stand being alone, you should choose the right time," Sudara said with a mischievous grin, making the corners of Ye Qianxing's mouth twitch. "Get lost." All right, don't worry, I won T-Peak." Sudara continued to grin lewdly, leaving Ye Qianxing at a loss for words. So he simply jumped into the lake. At that moment, Erbai also jumped in. Although the void blue whale didn't have much attack power, who knows what other evil spirits might be lurking inside. As Ye Qianxing and Erbai approached, the void blue whale finally noticed them. Strangely, the whale showed no sign of wanting to escape. Instead, it floated there watching Ye Qianxing, a look of curiosity in its eyes, as if it had never seen a human before. Erbai wanted to get closer to catch it, but was stopped by Ye Qianxing, who reached out to touch the void blue whale, planning to see if he could coax it. However, just as Ye Qianxing was about to touch it, the whale seemed startled and quickly dove underwater. "Chase!" Ye Qianxing shouted and also plunged into the water to pursue. The void blue whale was fast underwater, and despite Ye Qianxing swimming with all his might, he couldn't catch up. However, he wasn't worried. The lake wasn't very large, and where could it escape to? As he neared the lake bottom, Ye Qianxing discovered that it was covered with blue plants. Cold flower can be used to block cold air and dissolve the ice-type toxins in frost energy. No wonder this lake couldn't freeze. It was because it was filled with these plants. Ye Qianxing suddenly realized, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He continued swimming toward the void blue whale. Although he couldn't catch up, he managed to keep in sight. However, Ye Qianxing wasn't a fish and couldn't stay in the water for long. He couldn't engage in a prolonged battle. Just then, the void blue whale suddenly stopped, and a dog appeared in front of it. Ye Qianxing was delighted. This dog was Erbai, and he hadn't expected this fool to understand the tactic of surrounding the enemy with a front and back encirclement. The void blue whale ultimately couldn't escape and was pulled onto shore by Ye Qianxing. On shore, Xia Xiaoyu, who had been worried about Ye Qianxing not coming up for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Qianxing, why did you go through so much trouble to catch it?" Sudara asked. "To eat fish and drink fish soup. This big chunk of meat should be enough for us for several days." Ye Qianxing replied with a sinister smile. The void blue whale seemed to understand Ye Qianxing's words, as fear was clearly visible in its eyes. "What's wrong? Scared? If you don't want to be eaten, you must obey me." Ye Qianxing finally stated his purpose. He was eyeing the creature's belly, which could hold anything, making it very convenient. Ye Qianxing had thought the void blue whale would fiercely resist, but surprisingly, after he spoke, the whale nodded repeatedly, causing Ye Qianxing's mouth to twitch. "How can you be such a principle-less evil spirit? At least put up a fight. You're such a coward." Ye Qianxing couldn't help but look at Erbai, surprised that there was a species even more timid than a husky in this world. "All right, let's sign a contract." Saying this, Ye Qianxing bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the void blue whale's head. Soon, he felt a connection between his soul and the void blue whale. This was the sign of a successful contract. "Since you become my spirit pet, I won't treat you poorly." With that, Ye Qianxing took out the cosmic cube from the mysterious treasure chest he had previously obtained. This cosmic cube contained immense spatial power, which was perfect for the void blue whale. Soon, the cosmic cube merged into the void blue whale's body, and then its form began to flicker between solid and ethereal. Ding! Spirit pet creation successful. The host can gain 1/10 of its power and 1 skill. Ding! Detecting spirit pet, star, level upgrade. Actively activating hidden bloodline. Spirit pet, void Kuin, bloodline of Kuin. Attributes, space rating, 5-star, growth type, level, F9 abilities, belly of infinity, limitless. can hold everything. Space transfer can shuttle within a certain range of space. Alternative space can open or close alternative space. Being in alternative space will isolate from the real space. Promotion condition. Evolution route. Seeing the void blue whale, or rather, now it should be called Void Kuan, in its information panel, Ye Qianxing was suddenly filled with excitement. Although this creature had no attack power, it was an excellent support. Space transfer would allow them to escape quickly in danger. An alternative space was even more powerful, allowing people to temporarily stay in an alternate space where no attacks could reach them. However, this skill had a bug. There was no oxygen or air suitable for human survival in the alternate space. Staying in it for a short time was fine, but prolonged exposure would be dangerous. Therefore, this skill could only be used as a trump card and not frequently. Please choose one skill to share quickly, the system prompted. Then I'll choose space transfer. Ye Qianxing thought for a moment before making his decision. He certainly didn't need to choose Belly of Infinity. And although he wanted alternative space, as long as he had Void Kuan by his side, it could create an alternate space for him to enter. But space transfer was different. Although Void Kuan could help him with it, their mutual understanding wasn't very high yet. So it would be better for him to use it himself. Chapter 32, Encountering Enemies. Having acquired the skills of space transfer and 1/10 of the power of the Void Kuan, Ye Qianxing felt that his strength had significantly increased. Although the Void Kuan was not very powerful, it was still an F-rank spirit pet. And inheriting 1/10 of its power led Ye Qianxing to estimate that his combat power could now rival that of an average F-rank spirit pet. If he added the effects of intimidation, the Netherfire Seed, and space transfer, he was confident he could even contend with E-rank spirit pets. How can this void blue whale leave the water? And it's floating in the air? Xiaoxiao's puzzled voice came through. At this moment, the Void Kuan was floating in the air, as if it were not on land but in water. With its current possession of spatial power, floating in the air was quite normal. As for why it could leave the water, it was because it was no longer a void blue whale but a Kuan. Hearing this, Xiaoxiao and Su Tila exclaimed in surprise. In the mythological legends before the new era, the Kuan was also a very powerful divine beast, and it could even evolve into a Pong. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary fish was actually a Kuan. Ahem, one shouldn't be deceived by appearances. Although it doesn't look like it, it truly is a Kuan. Under Ye Qianxing's explanation, the two reluctantly accepted the truth. Qianxing, since you've tamed the Void Kuan, we've rested enough. Let us continue on our journey. Su Tila said. The assessment period was only 3 days, and a day and a half had already passed. If it didn't find the cold-repelling flowers soon, his big white would have no hope of leveling up. No need to look anymore. The cold-repelling flower is far away, yet close at hand. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. What do you mean? Su Tila was a bit confused. Brother Qianxing, do you mean the cold-repelling flower is in the lake? Xiaoxiao understood Ye Qianxing's meaning. My Xiaoyu is smart, unlike some people who are hopelessly dense. I've hinted at this level, and they still don't get it. Ye Qianxing praised as he patted Xiaoxiao's head. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing refer to her as my Xiaoyu, Xiaoxiao's face turned red with shyness. Su Tila felt a bit awkward, but soon got excited. I'll go pick it. All right, I'll go instead. The water may not be frozen, but it's still quite cold, and you're too weak. Ye Qianxing shook his head. TCH weak? You probably don't know who the little prince of the nightclubs in Jiangnan City is. Su Tila huffed, but he still gave up on the idea of getting in the water. Ye Qianxing dived to the bottom of the lake once again and picked all the cold-repelling flowers, placing them into the Void Kuan's belly. These were all good items. They should not go to waste. Even if he didn't need them, they could be exchanged for money. Back on shore, Ye Qianxing took out a cold-repelling flower, wrapped it around the inner core of the Snowfield Wolf King, and fed it to the Ice Qianlin. Although the Ice Qianlin was of the frost type and had some resistance to cold, if it carelessly consumed the inner core of a frost evil spirit, it would likely be instantly frozen to death by the cold energy. Therefore, a cold-repelling flower was needed to eliminate the cold energy, leaving only the purest energy. After swallowing it, the Ice Qianlin suddenly erupted with a wave of cold energy. Fortunately, Ye Qianxing had prepared for this and had given a cold-repelling flower to both Xiaoxiao and Su Tila, thus avoiding collateral damage. Big White would need some time to digest the energy within the inner core, but at that moment, Ye Qianxing suddenly felt a sense of crisis approaching. This sense of crisis was very mysterious, yet it truly existed. After acquiring power, Ye Qianxing's perception of danger had greatly improved. So, at the instant he felt the threat, he moved. Almost as soon as he dodged, a whistling sound passed by his ear, and Ye Qianxing noticed a deep crack appearing in the spot where he had just stood. "Be careful, there are enemies," Ye Qianxing shouted, and the 205, who shared a mental connection with him, immediately reacted, baring their teeth and glaring at their surroundings. 205 was furious. How dare someone attempt to ambush its master, and it hadn't detected it in time. If it weren't for its master's quick reaction, 205 would never forgive itself. Hua also vigilantly observed the surroundings, guarding Xia Xiaoyu's side. 205, don't worry about me. Protect Tila. I'm fine, Ye Qianxing said. Big White was currently in the process of leveling up and could not protect Su Tila, but he had the ability to defend himself. So Su Tila needed protection more. 205 hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to Su Tila's side, keeping its attention on Ye Qianxing. It could not allow its master to be in any danger. Is it still hiding at this point? How boring. Ye Qianxing shouted into the surroundings, and sure enough, a few figures emerged. Among them were two familiar figures, Guivu, Zhou Wei. Ye Qianxing was somewhat puzzled. How did these two end up together? Haha, Ye Qianxing. I was just thinking about how to find the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps to deal with you, but who would have thought you already offended their people? Truly, heaven is helping me. Zhou Wei laughed heartily, which also clarified Ye Qianxing's confusion. Kid, I thought you were from some major force, but it turns out you're just an orphan with no background. In that case, killing you won't bring me any concerns. Guivu coldly. Guivu, dare you try? Su Tila glared at Kuei Wu with a dark expression. Hee, young city lord, of course, we wouldn't dare touch you. But him? What if I kill him? Do you think your father would be willing to make enemies with my Iron Blood Mercenary Corps for an unrelated person? Kuei Wu laughed. Su Tila was immediately a loss for words. Kuei Wu was right. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps was the most powerful mercenary group in Jiangnan City. Even if her father was the lord of the mercenary city, he wouldn't dare offend them easily, especially not for Ye Qianxing. It's all right. Ye Qianxing patted Su Tila on the shoulder and then looked at Kuei Wu and Zhou Wei, smiling casually. Do you really think you have me cornered? At this point, Ye Qianxing, where does your confidence come from? Zhou Wei sneered coldly. There are 5 of us here with 5 earring spirit pets, while you only have 2 who can fight. What do you plan to use to fight us? Big White was in the process of leveling up, and it was already publicly known that the Void Kuan had no combat power. At least on the surface, only Hua and 205 could fight. It seemed that Ye Qianxing's side was indeed at a disadvantage, but just as Ye Qianxing had said before, one should not be deceived by appearances. Sometimes, what you see is not necessarily the truth. Chapter 33. The death of Zhou Wei. Enough talk. Let's move quickly. Delays will lead to changes. A member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps said coldly. He had been tracking Ye Qianxing and the others, and was well aware of their combat strength. So he was somewhat wary of Ye Qianxing at this moment. As the words of the Iron Blood Mercenary member fell, 5 spirit pets bared their fangs. Among these 5 spirit pets, one was Zhou Wei's dual blade mantis, one was Kuei Wu's berserk hunting bear, and the other 3 were a tusked wild boar, a fighting kangaroo, and a crimson flame ape, all E-grade spirit pets that should not be underestimated. Under their owner's command, the 5 spirit pets charged towards Ye Qianxing. Hua, I've left the crimson flame ape and the tusked wild boar to you. Just hold them back. Bai Wu, you also need to hold back the berserk hunting bear and the fighting kangaroo. We don't need to defeat them. Just wait until the Bai's upgrade is complete, and we will win. As for Zhou Wei and his dual blade mantis, leave that to me. Now that they are all here, let's take care of them together. Ye Qianxing quickly assigned tasks. Although Hua and Bai Wu were top tier in combat strength among their level, facing 2 E-grade spirit pets at the same time would not yield a high success rate. Fortunately, one of them was a crimson flame ape, which was fire attribute, and Hua was not afraid of flames, so the crimson flame ape posed no danger. As for the tusked wild boar, it was earth attribute and lacked ranged attack capability, so while flying in the air would not be in danger, needing only to occasionally breathe fire to disrupt. Its divine fire was quite powerful, and the crimson flame ape and tusked wild boar would likely feel considerable pressure. Airby Wu would have some difficulty dealing with the fighting kangaroo and the berserk hunting bear, as both were combat types with tremendous strength. But Ye Qianxing's order was only to hold them back, not to defeat them, which Airby Wu could manage. After giving the orders, Airby Wu and Hua charged towards their targets and quickly restrained the 4 spirit pets. Dual Blade Mantis, kill him, Zhou Wei shouted loudly. At this moment, there were no spirit pets left to protect Ye Qianxing and the others, and Zhou Wei could almost envision Ye Qianxing being sliced in half by his Dual Blade Mantis. Revealing a cruel smile, the master's orders could not be refused. Although the Dual Blade Mantis looked down on attacking a human, it still moved towards Ye Qianxing. The Dual Blade Mantis, as its name suggested, had 2 front claws as sharp as knives, and Ye Qianxing had no doubt that those 2 blades could even cut through iron. You want to kill me? You probably don't have the ability. Ye Qianxing sneered. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the Dual Blade Mantis. Ha ha ha! Ye Qianxing, are you eager to reincarnate? You're actually seeking death. Since that's the case, Dual Blade Mantis, fulfill his wish. Zhou Wei laughed loudly, and the Dual Blade Mantis swung its dual blades towards Ye Qianxing. Swish! A sound of blades cutting through space was heard as the 2 blades slashed in an X shape across Ye Qianxing's body. Zhou Wei showed a cold smile, but soon his smile froze as the scene of blood splattering that he imagined did not occur. Ye Qianxing's figure actually began to slowly disappear. This is an afterimage. How is that possible? One member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps exclaimed in shock. An afterimage could only appear when speed reached its limit, and he absolutely did not believe a human could achieve this. Ye Qianxing was not relying on speed, but rather teleportation, using spatial power for instant movement. Because it was too sudden, there was still an afterimage left in his original position. The Dual Blade Mantis also showed a look of confusion, but the next moment, a scream came from behind. Everyone hurriedly looked, only to see that Ye Qianxing had somehow appeared in front of Zhou Wei, grabbing his neck fiercely and lifting him up. Zhou Wei's face turned red, even a bit purple, clearly lacking oxygen. Roar! Seeing its master being restrained, the Dual Blade Mantis let out an angry roar, wanting to rush over to kill Ye Qianxing. If you dare to move, I will kill your master, Ye Qianxing said coldly, and the Dual Blade Mantis immediately stopped. Then Ye Qianxing looked at Kuai Wu. Tell your spirit pets to stop, or I will kill him. Hee, I think you're mistaken. He has nothing to do with our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. If he dies, then so be it, Kuai Wu said coldly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhou Wei, did you hear that? Look at who you've partnered with. Ye Qianxing looked at Zhou Wei mockingly. Let me go. We can clear up our previous conflicts. Zhou Wei forced out these words in a hoarse voice. I can also help you. Deal with them. I don't need your help. As for clearing up the conflict, Zhou Wei, you probably think too highly of yourself. You humiliated me and almost caused Airby Wu's death. How could that be so easily brushed aside? Ye Qianxing's face showed a fierce expression. Then, what do you want? I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you dare to come after me today, I'm sorry, but I can only kill you. After saying this, Ye Qianxing exerted force, and a cracking sound was heard from Zhou Wei's neck. Zhou Wei's face was filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Ye Qianxing actually dared to kill him. After all, he was the young master of the Zhou family. Did Ye Qianxing not fear retaliation from the Zhou family? But at this moment, Zhou Wei could not think of so much anymore. His pupils gradually constricted, and in the end, life faded away, dead beyond recovery. Kuai Wu and the other members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps squinted at Ye Qianxing, not expecting this young man to be so decisive, killing someone without even furrowing his brow. Dual Blade Mantis, he killed your master. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take revenge for your master. Kuai Wu shouted at the Dual Blade Mantis. The Dual Blade Mantis let out a furious roar, as it felt that its soul connection with its master had been severed, indicating that its master was truly dead. As a spirit pet, not being able to protect its own master filled the Dual Blade Mantis with shame and anger, instantly entering a state of rage. It surged with speed, almost in the blink of an eye, arriving in front of Ye Qianxing, striking down with its blades. What incredible speed! Ye Qianxing exclaimed, realizing there was no time to teleport, so he hurriedly used intimidation. The dual-blade mantis's body paused for a moment, but a second later, it regained its senses and continued to slash towards Ye Qianxing. However, Ye Qianxing had already taken the opportunity to teleport away. E-grade spirit pets are indeed powerful. With my current strength, even using all my trump cards would probably only barely allow me to survive, but I couldn't defeat my opponent, Ye Qianxing thought to himself. At this moment, the dual-blade mantis attacked him again, but Ye Qianxing, already on guard, was prepared to teleport. As the dual-blade mantis approached, he teleported away once more. Chapter 34. Shift in situation. It must be said that the ability of spatial teleportation is indeed the best ability for survival. Every time the double-bladed mantis attacked him, Ye Qianxing would use teleportation to dodge, which drove the double-bladed mantis into a frenzy, but there was nothing it could do. Is he even human? Not only is he so powerful, but he can also teleport. The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were now stunned, unable to close their mouths. In their eyes, how could a human possess such abilities? Could this guy be a superhuman? He definitely has secrets we don't know about. If we capture him and interrogate him, maybe we can also acquire this ability, Kuei Wu sneered. That makes sense, but the double-bladed mantis can't even touch him right now. And those two spirit pets are too troublesome. Once that Qilin finishes leveling up, we will be completely helpless, one of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps members said with frustration. Kuei Wu frowned, but then a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The double-bladed mantis, since we can't catch this guy, let's go after his two companions. Kuei Wu shouted at the double-bladed mantis. Upon hearing this, a human-like glint flashed in the double-bladed mantis's eyes, and it stopped pursuing Ye Qianxing, turning its attention to Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara. Damn it, so despicable. Ye Qianxing's expression changed. That guy Kuei Wu was truly despicable, actually planning to use Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara as hostages. But at this moment, the double-bladed mantis had already charged towards Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara, and without their spirit pets for protection, they had no way to escape. Fortunately, Ye Qianxing had been prepared. Virtual Kuan, send them to the alternate space. Ye Qianxing shouted. At the same time, a blue fish suddenly appeared beside Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara, floating in the air. It was Virtual Kuan. Ye Qianxing had instructed Virtual Kuan to hide in the alternate space to protect Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara when these people appeared. And now it seemed his decision was indeed correct, as a ripple of spatial energy flashed by, although Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara remained in place. They had actually appeared in the alternate space. The double-bladed mantis struck at them but passed right through, as if they were not solid but mere phantoms. The double-bladed mantis was filled with question marks. Clearly, these two people were right in front of it. How could it miss? This is spatial power. That fish is actually a spatial-type spirit pet. What kind of luck did this guy have to contract a spatial-type spirit pet? The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were instantly shocked. It should be known that spatial-type spirit pets, or evil spirits, are extremely rare. There isn't a single one in the entire Jiangnan city. The rarer the item, the more valuable it is, and what's more, the spatial type is incredibly powerful. If others found out, they would probably break their heads trying to seize or buy it. This kid must die, and his spirit pet must be obtained. Kuei Wu's eyes turned red with greed, almost writing the word greed on his face. Although Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara were currently out of danger, Ye Qianxing still did not let his guard down. The alternate space was not suitable for humans to stay in for long. Given the physical condition of Xia, Xiaoyu, and Sudara, they could probably only stay inside for about half a minute. Therefore, almost as soon as they entered the alternate space, Ye Qianxing moved, teleporting behind the double-bladed mantis and delivering a punch to its head, his fist covered in black flames, the infernal flame. Bang! The double-bladed mantis clearly did not expect Ye Qianxing to dare to take the initiative to attack, so was caught off guard and was directly hit in the head by his punch. Ye Qianxing's current strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary F-rank spirit pet, and the double-bladed mantis was not a defensive-type spirit pet. Being hit by Ye Qianxing's punch without any defense was certainly not pleasant. Moreover, this punch was infused with infernal flame, which can not only harm its body but also burn its soul. The main target was the soul, unless it was a ghost-type evil spirit or spirit pet. Their souls wouldn't be very strong. Although Ye Qianxing's infernal flame wasn't very strong right now, it was enough to deal it some damage. Roar! The double-bladed mantis let out a miserable cry, then became even more enraged. At this moment, it no longer attacked Sudara and Xia Xiaoyu, but instead chased after Ye Qianxing. This suited Ye Qianxing's intentions, and thus began a chase scene. However, Ye Qianxing's spatial teleportation ability could not be used carelessly. Each use consumed his stamina, and eventually, he would run out of energy. Just then, a massive burst of ice attribute energy erupted, followed by an enraged roar. Ye Qianxing's face lit up. It was Dabai, who had successfully leveled up. Dabai, take them down. Sudara and Dabai shared a mental connection and reacted immediately, becoming extremely excited. Previously, they felt guilty for not being able to help, but now that Dabai had leveled up, that guilt turned into anger. Although Dabai had been leveling up, he was aware that his master had faced danger several times. He could only worry without being able to help because he couldn't interrupt the leveling process. Now that the leveling was complete, Dabai's anger erupted without restraint. Icy Abyss. Dabai stomped with his four hooves, and immediately, cold air erupted from the snow on the ground, instantly freezing all 5 spirit pets. In icy weather, Dabai's combat power was many times stronger than usual. Dabai. Ice Pillar. Dabai's horn emitted a blue light, and a massive ice spear quickly formed in the air, soon becoming a gigantic ice spear. 2 zhang long and 1 zhang wide, piercing towards the 5 spirit pets on the ground. Puff! The giant ice spear easily penetrated the body of the fighting kangaroo. No! The owner of the fighting kangaroo exclaimed, as he felt the connection between his spirit pet and his soul completely sever. His fighting kangaroo was dead. Boom! A massive flame erupted from the crimson flame ape, melting all the nearby ice and freeing the other 3 spirit pets. Retreat! Withdraw! One member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps shouted. At this point, Dabai had successfully leveled up, while they had already lost a spirit pet. And there was a mysterious human on the opposite side. The outcome was almost determined. However, the current situation was no longer something they could control. Want to retreat? It's too late. Ye Qianxing's cold voice rang out. Ba, Hua Hua, and Bai had already surrounded them in a triangular formation. Since you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. Kid, we are members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. If you dare to kill us, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps will not let you go. One member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps attempted to threaten Ye Qianxing. Don't worry. If your Iron Blood Mercenary Corps wants to take revenge for you, I will send them down to accompany you. Chapter 35. Une journée de Vinkanda Bai successfully leveled up. And with the 3 top-tier E-level spirit pets on Knight Qianxing's side, plus Knight Qianxing's own combat power, the members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had no chance of winning at all. At this moment, Knight Qianxing had already developed a killing intent. And after more than 10 minutes, the spirit masters and spirit pets of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were slaughtered almost entirely, leaving no survivors. This was my first time killing someone. Sutilas Walufharth. He felt nothing when killing evil spirits, but killing a person was different. It was disgusting, yet there was an inexplicable thrill. This must be the primal bloodlust of humanity. Qianxing, why do you look so calm? In this new era, evil spirits are our enemies, but humans are not necessarily our allies. In the face of interests, even brothers may turn against each other. Knight Qianxing sighed. Though this sounded harsh, it was indeed a fact. To survive, one cannot harbor inappropriate kindness. One must protect those who need protection with all their strength, and show no mercy to those who threaten oneself. This was what Knight Qianxing learned after enduring years of humiliation. Let's go. Now that Bai has successfully leveled up, and we have gathered the evil spirit inner cores needed for the assessment, there is still a day and a half left. We can use this time to train in the spirit beast forest. Feeling a strange smell in the air, Knight Qianxing spoke up. After leaving Xiefeng Mountain, the sky was already darkening. The 3 found an open space to spend the night. As night fell, they lit a fire and roasted wild boar meat over it, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Su Tila, who had been hungry for a long time, couldn't help but let his stomach growl. This wild boar was, of course, one of the spirit pets from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. To be honest, after becoming a spirit pet, its meat was much tastier than ordinary pork. If someone were to see them eating spirit pet meat at this moment, they would likely drool. Many people didn't even have spirit pets, and these guys were actually feasting on them. Was this meant to make the neighboring children cry? While the 3 and the 4 spirit pets were enjoying their meal, suddenly, Sutila casually glanced and saw a dark figure in the distance slowly approaching them. The figure staggered, as if it were a zombie from the television. There's a ghost. Sutila stuttered. Xiaoyu and Ye Qianxing quickly turned to look in the direction he pointed and saw the figure as well. Xiaoyu screamed, instinctively hugging Ye Qianxing, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Ye Qianxing's vision was much better than theirs. After a closer look, he could tell that it was a person, and it seemed to be a woman. But it was too dark to see her face clearly. Don't overreact. It's a person. She looks injured. She might be a classmate. Ye Qianxing said. After he said that, Xiaoyu and Sutila came back to their senses. Xiaoyu blushed, realizing her earlier action, and then glared at Sutila. Hey, are you even a man? So timid. Sutila was speechless. Can you blame him? Who wouldn't be scared seeing a figure suddenly appear in a place like this? Moreover, even though there has never been concrete evidence of ghosts, people always fear their existence. This fear comes from deep within the bloodline, passed down from ancestors. Ye Qianxing ignored the bickering between the two and focused intently on the figure. For some reason, he felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar. As the figure slowly approached, illuminated by the fire, Ye Qianxing was finally able to see her clearly. It was indeed a woman, her clothes tattered, and he could vaguely see some pale skin. Her hair was disheveled, obscuring her face. But both her clothing and figure reminded Ye Qianxing of someone. Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing hurriedly ran forward. The woman looked up at him for a moment before collapsing. Ye Qianxing quickened his pace, supporting her. He pushed her hair away from her face, revealing a familiar visage. It was indeed Ye Qianxing. But how did she end up in the spirit beast forest? And she looked injured. However, this was not the time to ponder such questions. He quickly helped her to the fire, where the light revealed that her face was noticeably pale. She must have been hurt. Qianxing, do you know her? Sutila asked. She's my roommate, I guess. Ye Qianxing nodded. Oh my, Qianxing, that's impressive. You actually live with such a beautiful girl. Sutila exclaimed, startling Ye Qianxing. What are you talking about? It's just a shared apartment. You're thinking too much. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Sutila, then filled a bowl with water to feed Ye Qianxing. But Ye Qianxing was completely unconscious and couldn't drink. Looks like I'll have to help you then. Saying this, Ye Qianxing took a sip of water and lowered his head. Qianxing, what are you doing? At that moment, Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Cough, cough, of course. I'm saving her. She can't drink water right now. I have to help her. Ye Qianxing replied. I can do this. Let me do it. Xiaoyu quickly said. When she heard Ye Qianxing say that the woman was his roommate, her expression changed. Now that she saw Ye Qianxing actually planning to mouth-to-mouth feed her water, she absolutely wouldn't agree. She could tell that this woman was not inferior to her in appearance. Immediately feeling a sense of crisis. Okay, then you do it. Ye Qianxing sighed and said. Xiaoyu took a sip of water and then offered it to Ye Qianxing's mouth. Watching this scene, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but have a slightly wicked thought. This scene is kind of intense. Soon, the bowl of water was gone, but Ye Qianxing still showed no signs of waking up. It seemed that only the final method would work, cardiac resuscitation. Ye Qianxing said, Xiaoyu, do you know how to do cardiac resuscitation? I don't know. Xiaoyu shook her head. Then it looks like it has to be me. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly and walked in front of Ye Qianxing. Xiaoyu pouted, but couldn't stop him because she really didn't know how. Actually, Ye Qianxing didn't understand either, but he had seen it done before, so it shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, Ye Qianxing placed both hands on Ye Qianxing's left chest, feeling the softness beneath his palms. Chapter 36. The Celestial Ancient Tree. Ye Qianxing fiercely shook his head, thinking to himself, Ye Qianxing, at this point you can't let your mind wander. Saving people is the priority. Throwing away the unclean thoughts, Ye Qianxing was ready to start exerting effort. However, at that moment, Ye Qianxing suddenly opened her eyes. Ye Qianxing was startled and dared not move. How could this guy wake up at such a time? It's over. There's no way to clear this up now. Back then, just seeing her body was enough for her to want to kill him. And now, she was going to take action directly. Wasn't that going to chase him to the ends of the earth? Actually, Ye Qianxing was just about to explain when Ye Qianxing suddenly spoke up. Is it big? Huh, big. Ye Qianxing almost instinctively replied, but quickly realized something was off and hurriedly added, I didn't mean that. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ye Qianxing. If you want to touch, you have to let me get up first, right? Hearing this, Ye Qianxing gulped and quickly released his grip. Sitting up while feeling puzzled, something seemed off about Ye Qianxing. Under normal circumstances, given the situation, shouldn't she be furious and yelling to kill him? But now it seemed like she didn't care at all. I remember you. Your name seems to be Ye Qianxing, right? Ye Qianxing brushed off the dust on her body and glanced at Ye Qianxing. This made Ye Qianxing even more confused, suspecting that this girl had hit her head. Ye Qianxing, how did you end up here? Ye Qianxing asked, which was what he had been wondering all along. Call me Big Sister. Surprisingly, Ye Qianxing answered with something completely off topic. Big Sister? Are you crazy, Ye Qianxing? Ye Qianxing exclaimed. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as she lifted her leg and pressed it on Ye Qianxing's shoulder, directly forcing him to bend his legs and squat down. Such great strength. Ye Qianxing was astonished. Now, his strength was comparable to an average F-level spirit pet. But Ye Qianxing seemed to be even stronger, and by quite a bit, pressing him down so he couldn't get up. But he clearly remembered that Ye Qianxing didn't have such strength before. Quickly let go of Qianxing, big brother. Xia Xiaoyu shouted sternly when she saw Ye Qianxing being pinned down, while Hua Hua also looked at Ye Qianxing with hostility. Ye Qianxing glanced at Xia Xiaoyu and actually released her leg. She walked in front of Xia Xiaoyu and hooked a finger under her chin. Did you just kiss me? If you kissed me, then you're mine now. Huh? Xia Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. Being teased by a man was one thing, but being teased by a woman, what was going on? Ye Qianxing felt more and more that something was off with Ye Qianxing. The previous Ye Qianxing was clearly an ice mountain, but now she seemed more like a female ruffian. But they were clearly the same person. Could it be a split personality? A guess flashed through Ye Qianxing's mind. It seemed to be the only possibility. Are you really Ye Qianxing? Ye Qianxing asked. Yes and no. Anyway, you can treat me as Ye Qianxing or not. Ye Qianxing gave a vague answer, which only confirmed Ye Qianxing's suspicion further. Still the same question. How did you end up in the spirit demon forest? And why are you injured? Ye Qianxing asked again. Well, it was because of a mission. The target was an E-level plant-type evil spirit. Although it's E-level, that evil spirit's strength is probably no less than D-level. It's quite troublesome. I accidentally fell for it and nearly lost my life. That evil spirit almost killed me. I'm so furious. I can't swallow this anger. As she spoke, Ye Qianxing suddenly became furious, as if she was going to go back for revenge. Wait, was that mission accepted by the team, or did you take it on your own? Ye Qianxing quickly interrupted and asked. I took it on my own, what's wrong? That's good. Then I'll go with you. How about we split the commission when the time comes? As long as it wasn't a mission that old fox Ye Xiaoyao helped to take. You wouldn't be tricked by that old fox when it came time to collect the commission. Just you? Ye Qianxing looked at Ye Qianxing with disdain. Don't say I look down on you. Just you going would probably be like delivering food to that plant-type evil spirit. All right, even if it's a split personality. This girl still looks down on Ye Qianxing, but Ye Qianxing was already used to it. Don't worry about that. Just say yes or no. If you want to go to your death, I don't need to stop you. Do as you wish. Ye Vinkan Shuruk. Are you guys going to come with me? Ye Qianxing asked Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila. Yes. Xia Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. She couldn't let Ye Qianxing be alone with this woman. We're a team, so of course we have to go together. Su Tila nodded in agreement. After a night passed, when the sun rose and light filled the forest, Ye Qianxing and the others entered the depths of the spirit demon forest under Ye Qianxing's lead. The deeper parts of the spirit demon forest were much more dangerous than the outskirts. In the outskirts, it was hard to encounter an evil spirit, but as they went deeper, they encountered an evil spirit almost every short distance. Along the way, Ye Qianxing and the others encountered 5 or 6 evil spirits, most of which were E-level. However, all the spirit pets present were top-tier E-level, far from what these ordinary level evil spirits could compare to. So in the end, Ye Qianxing only ended up with a few E-level intercores. Half an hour later, they finally reached their destination. See that tree? That's the plant-type evil spirit I mentioned. Ye Qianxing pointed at a seemingly ancient tree, but no matter how one looked at it, it was just an old tree. Of course, this was only what the naked eye could see. At that moment, all the attributes of the ancient tree were revealed in front of Ye Qianxing. Evil spirit, celestial ancient tree attribute, plant rating, 4-star level, 8 abilities, vine binding, can control vines to entangle targets, life drain. The vines have barbs that can drain the life force of the entangled. Regeneration, strong vitality. Can quickly regenerate after the vines are broken. Weakness, fire demon. The life source is located at the heart of the tree. The celestial ancient tree, with its powerful vitality, was indeed difficult to deal with. Although it was only level, in terms of trouble level, it was definitely not inferior to D level, because no matter how you killed it, you couldn't kill it. It could fully recover quickly. Earthrock Bear, come out. Just as Ye Qianxing was secretly calculating the combat power of the celestial ancient tree, Ye Qianxing suddenly shouted, and then a contract space appeared beside her. In the next moment, a yellow-brown bear emerged from the contract space. Chapter 37: The Origin of Life Spirit Pet. Earth Rock Bear Attribute. Rock Type Combat Type Rating. 3 stars. Growth Type. Level. D1 Ability. Sandstorm, Mighty Fist. Stone Soul, Explosion Weakness. Water Type, Ghost Type Promotion Condition. Ye Qianxing frowned upon seeing Ye Qianxing's spirit pet. He clearly remembered that her spirit pet should be the Thunder Leopard. Did she have 2 spirit pets? This Earth Rock Bear is D-level, which means Ye Qianxing is actually a D-level spirit master. D-level, that is definitely a top existence in the entire Jiangnan city. Bear, pull that tree out for me, Ye Qianxing commanded. Roar. The Earth Rock Bear slammed its chest and let out a fierce roar, sending stones flying into the air towards the ancient sky tree. Hud, hud, hud. The ancient sky tree, which had been motionless, finally moved. Several vines whipped like whips, swatting away the flying stones, but surprisingly, they extended towards the Earth Rock Bear. 5 vines wrapped around the Earth Rock Bear's limbs and neck, seemingly trying to dismember it. However, the Earth Rock Bear is still a D-level spirit pet, and a type with strong defense. How could it be easily defeated by the ancient sky tree? Roar. The Earth Rock Bear let out a furious roar, its muscles bulging, and with a series of cracking sounds, the vines that bound its limbs and neck snapped. Furious, the Earth Rock Bear charged at the ancient sky tree, seemingly intending to uproot it. However, before it could get close, a large net made of dozens of vines enveloped the Earth Rock Bear. The Earth Rock Bear struggled desperately, but could not break free for a moment. Damn it, this evil spirit is not strong, but it's really troublesome, Ye Qianxing said displeased. Suddenly, Sudala let out a scream as a vine had somehow wrapped around his waist, pulling him away with immense force. Sudala. Ye Qianxing was startled, but he quickly grabbed Sudala's hand. Xiaoyu, tell Huahua to attack, Ye Qianxing shouted. Xiaoyu had been stunned by the sudden situation, but upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, she realized that plant-type evil spirits should be afraid of fire. Huahua, hurry and help. Huahua spat out a flame, the divine fire scorching the vine, instantly burning it in half, allowing Sudala to stop. Everyone be careful. This evil spirit is planning to attack us. Just as Ye Qianxing finished speaking, the vine that had been burned by Huahua suddenly moved again, growing a new vine from the break and lunging towards Ye Qianxing. What? Ye Qianxing never expected that the ancient sky tree's vitality would be so outrageous. In a moment of carelessness, he was directly entangled by the vine. Ye Qianxing tried to break the vine, but found it impossible. The vine's resilience was just too strong. Huahua. Xiaoyu was about to call for Huahua to help Ye Qianxing, but at that moment, more vines appeared on the ground, attacking Sudala, Xiaoyu, and Ye Qianxing. Faced with danger to its master, Huahua chose to save her first, while Ye Qianxing was already pulled over by the vine. Erbai rushed over and bit at the vine, but couldn't break it. Damn it, this guy is draining my life. Ye Qianxing suddenly felt something draining from his body. The ancient sky tree had the ability to absorb life. If he didn't find a way to escape, he might really die here. Right, the underworld fire. Although the underworld fire only targets souls, it also has physical damage. It might be able to burn the vine. With that thought, a black flame began to emerge from Ye Qianxing's body. Almost the moment the flame appeared, the vine wrapping around him quickly retreated, as if a mouse had seen a cat. Although it retreated quickly, it was still burned by the underworld fire. Is it afraid of the underworld fire? Ye Qianxing's mind flashed. Earlier, Huahua's divine fire could burn the vine, but the vine would quickly regrow. However, in the face of the underworld fire, the ancient sky tree showed fear. Could it be because the underworld fire is a product of hell, containing the power of death, able to counteract its vitality? With this thought, Ye Qianxing was suddenly delighted. Erbai, it fears the underworld fire. Ye Qianxing shouted to Erbai, who understood his meaning immediately. The two worked together, and in no time, they had driven back all the vines. Erbai, kill it. Erbai acknowledged and charged towards the ancient sky tree. The ancient sky tree attempted to use its vines to block, but under the scorching of the underworld fire, it could only retreat step by step. Soon, Erbai reached the front of the ancient sky tree, and the underworld fire erupted, instantly engulfing the ancient sky tree in flames. Unfortunately, the ancient sky tree was just a tree and could not move, only allowing the underworld fire to cover it. After about 10 minutes, the giant tree was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a glowing pure white energy orb. Source of life. The crystallization of the life force of the plant type evil spirit. Containing immense vitality, 3-star material. Ye Qianxing collected it. A 3-star material is a decent harvest, and the immense vitality inside could very well save his life in a critical moment. Qianxing, impressive. You can now even defeat D-level evil spirits. Your strength ranks high in the entire Jiangnan City, Sudala praised. Even the number of D-level spirit masters in Jiangnan City is not many. It's purely luck. Ye Qianxing replied casually. But this statement wasn't just modesty. Luck played a significant part. If it weren't for his underworld fire being able to counteract the ancient sky tree's vitality, he would have been in real danger this time. Luck is also a part strength. Little guy, it seems I've really underestimated you, Ye Qianxing said as she came over and patted Ye Qianxing on the shoulder. To be honest, Ye Qianxing was a bit unaccustomed to this side of Ye Qianxing, as his first impression of her was that she was incredibly aloof. All right, now that this evil spirit is dead, I should be leaving. Little guys, see you next time. With that, Ye Qianxing jumped onto the Earth Rock Bear's back and left. Hey, remember to save me my share of the commission. Ye Qianxing shouted at Ye Qianxing, but received no reply. He didn't know if she heard him. After resting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, and today was the last day of the assessment, they couldn't afford to be late. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. An hour later, the three gathered at the assembly point, where some students had already gathered. However, there were far fewer than when they came in, presumably having encountered dangers during the assessment and losing their qualifications after requesting help. Chapter 38. Special class. Following the crowd to the inspection area, they handed over the evil spirit inner Dan to the testing personnel. Once the test was successful, the assessment was considered complete. Ye Qianxing and his companions only presented the inner Dan of an F-grade snow wolf, although they still had E-grade inner dawn on them. Sometimes it was better to be low-key. While waiting in line, Ye Qianxing suddenly felt as if someone was watching him. So he looked around and quickly spotted the director of education staring at him. Moreover, he sensed that the director's gaze seemed somewhat unfriendly. Brother Qianxing. This director is from the Zhou family, and he is considered to be Zhou Wei's paternal uncle. Xia Xiaoyu whispered to Ye Qianxing. From a Zhou family? Ye Qianxing narrowed his eyes. No wonder the look directed at him was so unfriendly. If he found out that Zhou Wei had been killed by him, he would probably not let it go easily. However, Ye Qianxing was not afraid. Let's not mention whether Zhou Wei's body had been devoured by the evil spirit. Even if it was still there, those who knew the truth were already dead. Without witnesses, even if one could guess he was the murderer, it would be useless. The director of education looked around, possibly finding it strange that Zhou Wei was not present, and then his expression darkened as he walked into the demon spirit forest. The testing time was quick. After more than half an hour, all qualified members gathered together. The number of people eliminated in the second round was much greater than in the first. There were over 300 when they arrived, but now only a little over 100 qualified. Many could become spirit tamers, but very few could become powerful spirit tamers. The school could not afford to invest many resources in training a spirit tamer with limited potential. Students, first of all, I want to congratulate you on successfully passing the assessment and officially starting to learn spirit taming techniques at the academy. With the director of education absent, a grade director temporarily took over his duties. Now, I will announce the final class assignments for each of you. Zhang San, ordinary class. Li Si, ordinary class. Li Ning, second tier elite class. The classes had already been assigned during the first round of assessments, but they were not final decisions because the results of the second round could also influence the final class assignments. For example, the student Li Ning had only average quality spirit pets during the first round of talent tests, so he was suggested for the ordinary class. However, this time he killed an evil spirit that was considered superior even among F-grade spirits in the demon spirit forest. So he received extra points and was placed in the second-tier elite class. Lin Yi, first-tier elite class. After this name was called, the grade director did not continue. Ye Qianxing and his companions exchanged glances because their names had not been mentioned. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to inquire, the grade director spoke again. Due to special circumstances in this assessment, the Academy has decided to create a special class above the first-tier elite class, specifically to teach students with exceptional qualifications. As for which students will enter the special class, let our teacher, Jiang Lin, announce it. With that, the grade director stepped aside, and Jiang Lin walked up. Wow, a special class. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to enter this class. Well, I have no hope. I've already been confirmed for the ordinary class. Some students began to discuss. Some were very envious, but more were curious about what special circumstances could lead the Academy to create a special class. There were not many who could enter the special class, only 5. Jiang Lin spoke, and the students below immediately quieted down, straining their ears to listen. Entering the special class, Xia Xiaoyu. Instantly, all the students' gazes focused on Xia Xiaoyu. In contrast, Xia Xiaoyu, Ye Qianxing, and Su Tila did not show much excitement. When the grade director mentioned the addition of a special class, they had already guessed that they would be included. Otherwise, how could their names have not been called until now? Su Tila, Jiang Lin announced again. Su Tila chuckled, feeling a bit excited under the spotlight. Zhu Leng, Jiang Lin called out another name, and Ye Qianxing looked towards where everyone was gazing. He saw a boy of about 15 or 16 years old, who seemed a bit shy and even blushed under the crowd's attention. Zhou Yu. This time, it was a girl whose appearance was not extremely stunning, but she was pleasant to look at. The key point was that she seemed to resemble the previous Zhou Lang, and given their shared surname Zhou, they were likely siblings. Do they have any relation to Zhou Wei? Ye Qianxing asked. It seems not. It should just be a coincidence, Xia Xiaoyu thought for a moment and replied. Speaking of which, Zhou Wei's Zhou family had some connections with her adoptive father, so Xia Xiaoyu was aware of the Zhou family situation. Since she said it was a coincidence, it should just be a coincidence. The last one, Ye Qianxing. Wow. Suddenly, everyone looked at him again. While the students could accept that Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila entered the special class because they were quite well known in the academy. One was the little lord of the mercenary city, and the other was the daughter of the president of the Spirit Taming Association in Jiangnan City. Both with excellent talents. Ye Qianxing was someone they had just met, so they couldn't help but take a few more looks. Perhaps only a few classmates who were originally in the same class as Ye Qianxing could accept this. As Ye Qianxing's talents displayed during the first round of assessments had shocked them all. I call out the names of the 5 students to follow me. While the rest will follow the grade director, Jiang Lin continued. Ye Qianxing and his companions followed Jiang Lin and prepared to leave, but at that moment, a furious shout rang out. Stop! The voice was very loud, silencing all the teachers and students. When everyone looked towards the source of the voice, they found that it was actually the director of education, who was now carrying a somewhat mangled corpse on his shoulder. However, if one looked closely, it could be recognized as Zhou Wei's body. Ye Qianxing's eyes narrowed. Zhou Wei was quite lucky, wasn't he? He had not been completely devoured by the evil spirit. The director of education strode directly towards Ye Qianxing and his group, glaring angrily at Ye Qianxing. "You murderer! I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a dual-bladed mantis appeared beside him. Although it looked very similar to Zhou Wei's dual-bladed mantis, its aura was much stronger than the latter's. Spirit Pet. Dual-bladed mantis attribute. Fighting system, wind system rating. 2.5 stars. Growth type. Level. 8 ability. Dual blade slash. Wind blade weakness. Thunder system. Afraid of bird-type spirit pets. Promotion conditions. Evolution route. This dual-bladed mantis was actually an E-grade level 8 spirit pet. No wonder its aura was so strong. It was probably not far from D-grade. Chapter 39 Confrontation. As soon as the dual-blade mantis appeared, it charged towards Ye Qianxing. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as he prepared to summon Herbe Wu. Although the opponent was a D-rank spirit pet, that didn't mean he would be afraid. He had killed D-rank evil spirits before. However, at that moment, a figure blocked Ye Qianxing's path. It was Mentor Jianglin. "Director Zhou, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? This little beast killed my nephew, and I want him to pay with his life." "What's wrong with that?" The director shouted angrily. His status in the Zhou family was not high. He could only be considered a branch family member, while Zhou Wei was a direct descendant, the biological son of the family head. With Zhou Wei now dead on his territory, he was undoubtedly at fault. If he could kill the murderer, it would also minimize his own culpability. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin frowned, showing signs of difficulty. If it was indeed Ye Qianxing who killed Zhou Wei, then she truly had no reason to stop it. "What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Zhou Wei?" At that moment, Ye Qianxing's voice came from behind the director. Since someone was planning to defend him, he naturally would not admit that he killed Zhou Wei. "Evidence? I don't need evidence to kill you." The director's face turned fierce. "Director, if there is no evidence that Zhou Wei was killed by classmate Ye Qianxing, then I won't let you touch him," Jiang Lin said with a somewhat unfriendly tone. The director's words were simply too arrogant. What did it mean to kill without evidence? If killing didn't require evidence, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? Jiang Lin had high hopes for Ye Qianxing. His displayed talent suggested that as long as he didn't fall midway, he would undoubtedly achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Moreover, Ye Qianxing was her student, so as long as the director had no absolute proof, she would definitely protect him. "Mentor Jiang Lin, are you really going to protect this little beast? Are you willing to go against my Zhou family for this?" The director's expression shifted from anger to gloom. Although he held a higher position than Jiang Lin in the school, he still felt some trepidation toward her strength. "He is my student, and I am responsible for his safety. If you have evidence of him committing murder, then without you saying, I will personally ensure he faces legal consequences. But if there is no evidence, then I will protect him. Don't say it's you. Even if the head of your Zhou family came in person, I would still say the same." Ye Qianxing looked at Jiang Lin, who stood in front of him, and felt touched for the first time, seeing her so imposing. And it was all for him. The director's face darkened further. Asking him to produce evidence was simply impossible because he indeed had no proof that Zhou Wei was killed by Ye Qianxing. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether Zhou Wei died by Ye Qianxing's hand or by an evil spirit's mouth, but he needed to find a scapegoat to minimize his own guilt. He was aware of the conflict between Ye Qianxing and Zhou Wei, so he viewed Ye Qianxing as the best candidate for the scapegoat. Who knew Jiang Lin would actually intend to protect him? "Director Zhou, if there is no conclusive evidence, then we will take our leave." With that, Jiang Lin signaled for Ye Qianxing and the others to leave, and the director could only glare at them, not daring to take any further action. "Thank you, Teacher Jiang." Ye Qianxing expressed his gratitude. Although he wasn't afraid of the director, it would still be troublesome, and Jiang Lin helping him spared him from that trouble. However, this would offend the Zhou family. No need for such politeness. You are my student, and I naturally have to be responsible for your safety. Besides, I haven't liked Director Zhou for a long time, Jiang Lin said casually. Right, he acts all high and mighty. I've never liked him either. Ye Qianxing quickly agreed, only to receive an eye roll from Jiang Lin. But I must say, if I find out that Zhou Wei was really killed by you, I will personally send you to the punishment office to face legal consequences. Huh, Mentor Jiang Lin, are you really going to act justly against your own student? Ye Qianxing's expression turned bitter, as if he had suffered a great blow. Oh, did you really kill him? No, absolutely not. I'm such a kind person. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Ye Qianxing shook his head repeatedly. Sutila and Xia Xiaoyu nearby could hardly take it anymore. Did he have any shame? He was so kind. He didn't even blink when he killed Zhou Wei and the others. Under Jiang Lin's leadership, Ye Qianxing and the 5 students of the special class took a special vehicle back to the academy. The academy had arranged a training room specifically for these special class students. Teacher, why did the academy add a special class and only recruit us few? Xia Xiaoyu asked. And Sutila and the Zhou siblings also looked at Jiang Lin, clearly curious. Your talents and the bloodline quality of your spirit pets exceeded the academy's expectations, far surpassing those of first-class elite classes. It would be a waste to put you all together, Jiang Lin explained. This was indeed the case. Setting personal talent aside, Sutila's spirit pet, the ice Qilin, a subspecies of Qilin, possessed Qilin's bloodline. Although Xia Xiaoyu's fire spirit sparrow had an unknown but powerful bloodline, tests showed its quality was comparable to that of the ice Qilin. Ye Qianxing's spirit pet even exhibited a quality beyond perfection during testing. The quality of the 3 spirit pets was 1 tier above that of the first-class elite students. If only 1 or 2 had such talent, they might have been grouped together, but now that 5 had appeared, the school decided to temporarily add a special class. All right, you all go back and rest. Your formal training will start tomorrow. Oh, Ye Qianxing, stay behind for a moment. Oh, Ye Qianxing nodded, but was somewhat puzzled as to why he was being kept. Could it be that she found him too handsome and wanted to make a move on him? What to do? Should he give in or not? Ye Qianxing thought shamelessly. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Just as Ye Qianxing was lost in thought, Jiang Lin suddenly patted his shoulder. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Mr. Jiang Lin, why did you want me to stay? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Ye Qianxing asked. To his surprise, Jiang Lin did not directly answer his question, but kept staring at him, her eyes seemingly filled with scrutiny, as if she wanted to see through him. Ye Qianxing swallowed hard. Did he really guess right? Was Jiang Lin attracted by his good looks and had fallen for him? But being handsome wasn't his fault. Chapter 40 Awakening State Cough. Mr. Jiang Lin, although I am indeed very handsome, if you keep staring at me like this, I will feel embarrassed. Actually, if you want to pursue me, we can totally go to CAF and then. Minter Jiang Lin stared at Ye Qianxing for a full few minutes, which finally made him unable to hold back. If this continues, even his thick-skinned face would feel a bit shy, not to mention being stared at by a beauty like Minter Jiang Lin, which made his heart race. Indeed, after hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Minter Jiang Lin finally withdrew her gaze. Don't think too much. With your looks, do you really think you deserve me to pursue you? Go take a look in the mirror. Jiang Lin rolled her eyes at Ye Qianxing, which made his face darken. You can insult my dignity, but you absolutely cannot insult my looks. Teacher, that was a personal attack, and I strongly demand you take that back. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, have you entered the awakening state? Minter Jiang Lin interrupted the topic about Ye Qianxing's looks and asked a question that Ye Qianxing didn't understand. Awakening state? What is that? Ye Qianxing asked. Seeing that he really seemed to not understand, Minter Jiang Lin began to explain. The so-called awakening state means that when the compatibility between a spirit master and their spirit pet reaches 50%, they can share a part of the spirit pet's power. The higher the compatibility, the more power can be shared. If the compatibility reaches 100%, they can even merge with the spirit pet, allowing the spirit master to possess all the powers and abilities of the spirit pet. However, it is very difficult for the compatibility between a spirit master and their spirit pet to exceed 50%. Many spirit masters spend their entire lives without achieving it. The last time I saw you battling Zhou Wei, you were able to contend with his spirit pet, the Ironback Wolf, all by yourself, which is why I thought you had entered the awakening state. In fact, Jiang Lin had one more thing she didn't say. At that time, Ye Qianxing's spirit pet was only F rank, even though its quality was excellent and its combat power was top-notch among its peers. The fact that Ye Qianxing could contend with the Ironback Wolf using only his own strength indicated that their compatibility was definitely over 50%. Ye Qianxing was stunned after hearing Jiang Lin's words. He could share the power of his spirit pet because of the system, but it sounded like Jiang Lin was implying that he wasn't the only one who could possess extraordinary power. These people had entered the awakening state by achieving compatibility with their spirit pets, thereby gaining part of their abilities and powers. In other words, the system had directly helped me enter the awakening state. Ye Qianxing thought to himself. Can you tell me what your compatibility with your spirit pet is? Jiang Lin asked again. I don't know either. Ye Qianxing shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent, unsure if she believed him or thought Ye Qianxing simply didn't want to tell her. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin spoke again. Hit me. Huh? Ye Qianxing was taken aback, doubting if he had heard correctly. Mentor Jiang Lin actually asked him to hit her. Such a strange request. Could it be that she had a masochistic tendency? Stop hesitating, hurry up, Jiang Lin said impatiently. All right, then be careful, teacher. Ye Qianxing had no choice but to comply. So he threw a punch toward Jiang Lin. However, he didn't use all his strength, only about 50%, because he didn't want to hurt Jiang Lin. To his surprise, just as his fist was about to reach Jiang Lin, she actually grabbed his hand. Although Ye Qianxing only used 50% of his strength. Both his attack speed and power were not something an ordinary person could match. So how could Mentor Jiang Lin withstand it? Therefore, Ye Qianxing increased his strength a bit, but found he still couldn't break free. Just as he spoke, Ye Qianxing felt a wave of dizziness. He was thrown down by Jiang Lin with a shoulder throw. Mentor Jiang Lin, are you serious? Ye Qianxing held his waist. Today, I'm going to teach you the first lesson. Don't overthink during a battle. After saying that, Jiang Lin kicked up, and Ye Qianxing could only cross his arms to defend. Feeling a tremendous force hit him, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward. Although this kick didn't injure him, Ye Qianxing was still quite astonished because the power of Jiang Lin's kick was simply too great. Even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to match it. Ye Qianxing had only experienced such power from one person, Ye Qinghan. It seemed that Ye Qinghan's strength also came from the awakening state. The Earth Rock Bear was a strength-type spirit pet and also D rank. Ye Qinghan could use its power, which was why he could suppress Ye Qianxing. While Ye Qianxing had gained 10% of the strength from the two spirits, the true power of the former was in the soul, while the latter was in spatial power. Go all out. Let me see to what extent you have reached in the awakening state, Jiang Lin said. Ye Qianxing stood up, dusted himself off, and his expression became serious. Now that he knew Jiang Lin had entered the awakening state, he didn't have to worry about hurting her. Moreover, Ye Qianxing wanted to see just how strong he really was. Okay. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Qianxing charged at Jiang Lin, and as he was about to get close, he jumped and kicked toward her. This time, Ye Qianxing showed no mercy and used all his strength. In response to Ye Qianxing's kick, Jiang Lin didn't dodge, but instead threw a punch directly at him. It would have been fine if she just threw a punch. But the key was that her fist was covered in flames. If he got hit, wouldn't his foot get burnt to crisp? However, with the arrow on the string, he had to release it. At this moment, he couldn't withdraw his attack in midair. Therefore, the fist and foot collided, and Ye Qianxing did several flips in the air before landing, his shoe already burned through with a large hole. Well, Jiang Lin also took a few steps back, clearly affected by Ye Qianxing's kick. Not bad, come again. Jiang Lin smiled in satisfaction and charged at Ye Qianxing, slapping out a palm that was still covered in flames. Just as this palm was approaching Ye Qianxing, he quickly activated his intimidation, instantly causing Jiang Lin's movements to freeze. With a cold smile, Ye Qianxing clenched his fist and aimed for her abdomen, but at that moment, Jiang Lin's dazed eyes suddenly regained their sparkle, and her body continued to lean forward. Ye Qianxing's attack position instantly shifted from her abdomen upward. Chapter 41 Control of Power Bang. Ye Qianxing's hand hit an inappropriate place. The scene instantly froze, and Ye Qianxing was momentarily stunned. He could even hear the sound of himself swallowing. Mentor Jiang Lin widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Ye Qianxing's hand. Then her surprise turned to anger as she slapped Ye Qianxing on the chest. Ye Qianxing immediately felt as if he had been hit by a truck flying backward. Jiang Lin did not hold back. The moment Ye Qianxing landed, she appeared in front of him again and stomped her foot heavily on his chest. Teacher, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ye Qianxing hurriedly shouted. Jiang Lin glared at him for a moment before removing her foot. What ability did you just use to make me lose consciousness for a moment? Jiang asked, also to change the subject and ease the awkward atmosphere. That's the soul shock ability, a skill of my spirit pet, Ye Qianxing admitted. Since Jiang mentioned that the awakened state could gain the powers and abilities of spirit pets, this wasn't too mysterious. To achieve a compatibility of 50 to 70%, one could only obtain 1/10 of the contract spirit pet's power. To gain the special abilities of the contract spirit pet, one must exceed 70% compatibility, Jiang said, then looked at Ye Qianxing. My current awakened state has only reached 75%, and that's because I have experienced many life and death crises with my spirit pet. You just contracted not long ago. How did you manage that? Maybe it's because I lived with my spirit pet for over 10 years before the contract. Ye Qianxing fabricated a reason, thinking it was impossible to say it was because of the system. If it were really that simple, then there wouldn't be so few people in the world who could reach the awakened state. Jiang shook her head, clearly not believing Ye Qianxing's explanation. Then I don't know. Ye Qianxing shrugged, deciding to play dumb. Jiang stared at Ye Qianxing for a long moment, then finally withdrew her gaze after half a minute. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't want to know why. From now on, your classes will be the same as theirs. But the difference is that you will have to stay behind after class, and I will spend some time teaching you about the awakened state. Teacher, is there still anything to learn about the awakened state? Or do you have any methods to improve my compatibility with my spirit pet? Ye Qianxing asked. I can't do much about compatibility. That depends on you. But I do have things to teach you regarding the awakened state, such as combat skills and the use of power, Jiang replied. Huh? What do you mean? Ye Qianxing was a bit confused. Do you know why you couldn't defeat me in the previous battle? Jiang asked in response. Because your spirit pet's level is higher? Ye Qianxing guessed. That's certainly one reason, but not the fundamental reason. In fact, I didn't use my full strength when fighting you just now. The main reason I was able to win is that I know how to use the power within my body. Although you possess a part of your spirit pet's power, in battle, you cannot fully unleash that power. You can only use less than 1/10 of it. As for me, I can now mobilize 70 to 80% of my internal power, Jiang explained. After hearing her explanation, Ye Qianxing's eyes lit up. He had always found it strange. Logically speaking, number 250 was already at E level. Though he only had 1/10 of number 250 as power, he shouldn't be comparable only to an ordinary F-level spirit pet. Now, with Jiang explanation, he finally understood that the reason was that he couldn't fully mobilize the power within his body. In other words, he might have the power comparable to any level spirit pet, but could only use it at F-level strength. It's like some people having similar physiques and muscles, but differing greatly in strength due to their different mastery of power. Mentor Jiang are you saying that my strength still has room for improvement? Ye Qianxing asked in surprise. Of course. I guess you can't even use 1/10 of your internal power right now. If you can fully master the power within you, you might be able to contend against an E-level evil spirit all by yourself. However, mastering power requires double the effort. If you're not afraid of hardship and fatigue, then starting tomorrow, I can teach you how to properly use your own power. I am willing. As long as I can become stronger, I'm ready to endure any hardship, Ye Qianxing said with determination. Jiang nodded. At least she was very satisfied with the determination Ye Qianxing was showing now. She had high hopes for him. He had managed to awaken without anyone's guidance, and with such high compatibility, if nurtured well, he would surely become a significant figure in the future. For a mentor, being able to cultivate a talent is their greatest pride. All right, you can leave now. Rest well today. Starting tomorrow, you can officially begin your studies. After leaving the training room, Ye Qianxing found Su Tila, Xia Xiaoyu, and the two new classmates waiting outside. Ye Qianxing was not surprised that Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu were willing to wait for him, but he wondered why the two new classmates were also waiting here. Qianxing, you're finally out. How'd it go? Did mentor Jiang call you for something embarrassing? Su Tila asked with a mischievous grin upon seeing Ye Qianxing. Tila, you're so inappropriate. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Su Tila and said nothing more, turning to the two new classmates. Qianxing, these two new classmates are quite nice and easy to get along with. We chatted while waiting for you, and it went pretty well, Su Tila said. Hello, I'm Zhou Yu, and this is my brother Zhou Lang. From today onwards, We'll be classmates, the girl said with a smile, extending a hand. Ye Qianxing nodded and shook hands with her. Hello. Zhou Lang also greeted Ye Qianxing, but his voice was soft. He was a shy boy, the opposite of his sister's personality. Qianxing, let us go eat together, Su Tila said. But Ye Qianxing shook his head. I want to go today. I plan to take an exam for a nurturing teacher's certificate first. Didn't you say that being a spirit pet nurturer makes a lot of money? I want to give it a try. Great. Then you go take the exam. I believe with your strength you will definitely pass, Su Tila said confidently, as his strength was evident to all. Chapter 42. Taking the breeder qualification exam. Oh, you understand how to cultivate spirit pets? Zhou Yu asked in surprise. Before Ye Qianxing could be modest, Su Tila spoke for him. Of course, Qianxing's breeding abilities are quite impressive. When he has time in the future, he can take a look at your spirit pets. Perhaps he can help them upgrade their quality. Don't listen to him. He's just bragging, Ye Qianxing said humbly. Zhou Yu nodded, not saying much, clearly not fully believing it. After all, Ye Qianxing was too young. Those famous breeding experts were mostly middle-aged or older. Unless he had been exposed to breeding knowledge from a young age, he wouldn't have been able to enter this elite class. Whether Zhou Yu believed it or not didn't matter to Ye Qianxing. After chatting for a while, he left on his own. The breeder qualification certificate is arguably the hardest certification to obtain in this new era. Some with mediocre or poor soul talents choose to become breeders. However, not just anyone can be a breeder. The most basic requirement is to have a breeder qualification certificate, which blocks off 2/3 of the people. It's not an exaggeration to say that out of every 10,000 people who take the breeder assessment each year, only one might pass. That's how cruel and realistic it is. However, once someone passes, even if it's just the lowest level junior certificate, that person will be removed from the ranks of the poor. Because being a breeder is currently the most lucrative profession, no spirit tamer would hesitate to invest in enhancing their spirit pet's abilities. Ye Qianxing was indeed short on money, which is why he decided to take the breeder qualification exam. Solving his basic needs would allow him to devote himself fully to cultivation. Soon, Ye Qianxing arrived at the Jiangnan City Breeder Association. Although it was already quite late, the association was still bustling with people, and Ye Qianxing had to exert a lot of effort to squeeze in. To participate in the assessment, he had to register first. Ye Qianxing stood in line for a long time, and it was only after 10 p.m. that it was finally his turn. The receptionist was a pretty young lady. When she saw that Ye Qianxing was even younger than her, she was immediately surprised. Most of the people who came to take the assessment were middle-aged, as those who could register must have studied for at least a decade, given the vast amount of knowledge involved in breeding. Ye Qianxing looked like he was only 15 or 16. Had he started learning from the womb? Although puzzled, the receptionist maintained her professionalism and smiled as she said, "Hello. Are you here to register? May I ask if you are applying for the junior or intermediate level?" The breeder qualification certificate is divided into 4 levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, and top level. Ye Qianxing estimated that with the system's help, he could manage to get a top-level certificate. Why is there no advanced and top level? Ye Qianxing asked. Sir, Jiangnan City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city, and the highest you can apply for is intermediate. If you want to apply for advanced or top level, you have to go to a heavenly city or the imperial capital. The receptionist continued to smile, but regarded Ye Qianxing as someone who didn't understand. Oh, I see. Then I'll apply for intermediate. Ye Qianxing sighed, but was too lazy to go to another place for the exam, so he decided to settle for it. Sir, are you sure you're not joking? The receptionist asked in surprise. Of course, can I apply? Ye Qianxing replied, puzzled. You can, but sir, the intermediate breeder assessment is very difficult. You should think it over. Oh, as long as I can take the exam, there's no need to think. Just register me for the intermediate exam. Ye Qianxing was initially worried that he would have to pass the junior level before taking the intermediate, which would be too troublesome. Seeing Ye Qianxing's firm attitude, the receptionist gave up on persuading him. Okay, please fill out your information. The receptionist took out a form. Ye Qianxing glanced at it. It was just name, age, contact address, etc., so he filled it out quickly. The registration fee is 1,000 yuan. Please pay. The receptionist continued. There's a registration fee? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. He didn't know about this. Yes, after all, the items needed for the assessment are provided by the association. So a registration fee is necessary. The junior registration fee is 500 and the intermediate is 1,000. The receptionist explained with a smile. There was actually another reason she didn't mention. The high registration fee was to prevent those who were just trying their luck from causing trouble, like this young man in front of her. After all, being a breeder is a highly profitable industry. Those confident in passing wouldn't care about this small fee, while those who were just trying their luck would back off. All right, okay. Ye Qianxing nodded, not feeling scammed. Fortunately, he still had 1,000 yuan on him. When he handed the money to the receptionist, she was a bit surprised, having thought this little brother would back off, but he actually paid. Did he really have hidden talents? But he was so young. How could he have the ability to take the intermediate breeder certificate? He must be from a wealthy family. Just here to try his luck. Yes, that's it. The receptionist forcibly found a reason for herself, and then said to Ye Qianxing, "Okay, your exam time is tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please remember to arrive on time. If you are late, the consequences are your own responsibility." Ye Qianxing nodded, took his examination permit, and returned to the apartment. As soon as he entered, he heard water running in the bathroom. Could it be that Ye Qianxing was also there? Just as Ye Qianxing was guessing, the bathroom door opened, and Ye Qianxing's figure appeared, with damp hair cascading over her shoulders and wearing pajamas. It seemed the previous incident had left her with some shadows, so she didn't dare to do anything. However, despite her wearing clothes this time, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but be mesmerized. The beauty who had just bathed was still very attractive. When Ye Qianxing saw Ye Qianxing, she was also slightly startled, thinking he wouldn't be back so late. "If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge out your eyes," Ye Qianxing's cold voice rang out. Startling Ye Qianxing into quickly looking away. "Cough, big sister, what made you think to come back today?" Ye Qianxing asked. To his surprise, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's address, Ye Qianxing looked at him oddly and slowly spat out 2 words, "crazy." After saying that, Ye Qianxing turned and went back to her room without looking back. Ye Qianxing scratched his head and finally slapped his forehead, almost forgetting that this girl had a split personality. The current Ye Qianxing was the one he initially met. Chapter 43. The evolution failure of the gibbon. After returning to his room to rest, Ye Qianxing got up early the next day and hurried to the Breeder Association, arriving just in time. As soon as he entered the examination hall, he attracted everyone's attention because he stood out too much. In a large examination hall, almost all the participants were middle-aged or elderly, with only him looking so young. This candidate, did you walk into the wrong examination hall? This is the examination hall for intermediate breeders. A man who looked like an invigilator approached Ye Qianxing and said, "I didn't walk in wrong. I'm here to take the intermediate exam." Ye Qianxing replied, handing his admission ticket to the invigilator. After checking it, the invigilator confirmed that the admission ticket was genuine, but looked at Ye Qianxing with even more confusion. A young person coming to take the intermediate breeder exam. Was he really capable, or just here for fun? However, since the admission ticket was real, this young man was indeed qualified to participate in the exam. After finding his designated spot, the other candidates continued to stare at him, but Ye Qianxing ignored them, as if the people around him didn't exist at all. After a while, as the exam time was approaching, an elderly man with gray hair and over 60 years old walked in, presumably the chief examiner for the intermediate exam. "Isn't this Professor Dongfang? I can't believe he's in charge of the intermediate assessment this time," someone in the examination hall exclaimed. Upon seeing the old professor, a murmur of surprise spread through the hall. It seemed that this professor, known as Professor Dongfang, was quite famous in the breeding industry in Jiangnan City. However, Ye Qianxing didn't know him, which was normal. In terms of understanding the breeding profession, he was even less knowledgeable than Su Tila and the others, who were outsiders. "Ahem, hello, candidates. I will be responsible for this intermediate exam. The questions will be somewhat challenging. You will need to revive a failed, mutated animal. If you can help it mutate successfully, that would be even better," Professor Dongfang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of staff members brought in an iron cage. Inside the cage was a stone statue, which appeared to be a sculpture of a gibbon, its arms longer than its legs. Professor, what are you doing with a stone statue? Didn't you say we need to revive a mutated animal?" One candidate began to ask, while others, though they didn't voice their questions, clearly looked puzzled. To them, this stone statue truly seemed like just a statue. At this moment, the stone sculpture looked different in Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit pet, gibbon, possessing the bloodline of the primordial ape. Not activated, attributes, rock type rating, 3 stars, growth type, level, F8 advancement conditions. Evolution route, current status, evolution failure. On the brink of death, this was actually a spirit pet that had failed evolution. Professor Dongfang looked at the puzzled crowd, his eyes flashing with disappointment. If they couldn't even see it, how could they talk about reviving it? Just as the professor was about to explain, a voice rang out in the examination hall. If I'm not mistaken, this stone statue should actually be a gibbon, but after failing to evolve, its whole body turned to stone. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, and when they saw it was the young man, they were all astonished. Professor Dongfang, who had originally looked disappointed, now showed a hint of excitement, especially when he saw that the speaker was a young person, which made him even more curious. Yes, this gibbon was originally just an F-level spirit pet with low quality. Later, one of our breeders tried to enhance its quality and gave it an inner core of a rock-type evil spirit. Perhaps due to improper handling, it ended up like this. Professor Dongfang explained, which was similar to what Ye Qianxing had guessed. The content of this exam was to revive this gibbon. You have an hour to think, and any candidate who successfully revives the gibbon will pass. However, everyone only has one chance, so think carefully. The professor's meaning was clear. Only one person could pass this intermediate exam. So they not only had to think of a solution quickly, but also had to do so before someone else beat them to it. But since there was only one chance, they had to think carefully. Just as the professor took out a book to pass the time, Ye Qianxing spoke up. Please prepare a pot for me. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the professor was taken aback at first, as less than a minute had passed. In his view, even if there was a candidate who knew the solution, it couldn't be so quick. Do you have a plan? The professor asked. Yes, but right now I need a pot. A large pot, big enough to hold this gibbon. Ye Qianxing nodded. The professor looked at Ye Qianxing with some skepticism, but he still decided to accommodate the candidate's request, so he nodded to the staff. Soon, they brought in a large pot. Ye Qianxing filled the pot with water, then lit a fire and placed the pot over it. After about 10 minutes, the water in the pot began to boil, and Ye Qianxing said again, please prepare a bottle of at least E-level blood essence from a monkey-type spirit pet or evil spirit, 10 gold and silver grass, and a set of scales from a mutated pangolin. These items were quite valuable. How confident are you? The professor frowned and asked. He was a leading figure in the breeding profession, and while he had a way to revive the gibbon, he definitely didn't need the items Ye Qianxing mentioned. 10 out of 10 confidence. And the reason I need these items isn't just to revive this gibbon, but to help it mutate and evolve, Ye Qianxing said. These methods were obtained from the system, which was why he had such confidence. Mutate? Evolve? Professor Dongfang was taken aback. He was confident he could revive the gibbon, but the price would be that it could never become a spirit pet again. However, according to this young man, he could not only revive the gibbon, but even help it achieve mutation and evolution. But how could this be possible? Seeming to sense the professor's doubt, Ye Qianxing spoke again. If I fail, I will cover the cost of these materials. He trusted the methods provided by the system, which was why he dared to say that. With Ye Qianxing saying this, the professor began to believe him a bit. All right, I'll trust you once. Go prepare. Soon, staff members brought the items Ye Qianxing requested. Ye Qianxing first threw the 10 gold and silver grass and the scales from the mutated pangolin into the boiling water, then placed the petrified gibbon into the water and began to wait. Chapter 44. Mutation and evolution. Hey young man, what are you doing? Throwing the gibbon into boiling water? If you scald it to death, how are we supposed to take the exam? One of the candidates shouted when he saw Ye Qianxing doing this. Yeah, you're not here to cause trouble, are you? Soon, other candidates echoed. Ye Qianxing glanced at them and said, if you have a way to save it, I could take it out right now. This statement silenced the candidates because they had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps given some time to study, they could come up with a solution, but the key was that there was only 1 hour. Just because we can't do anything now doesn't mean we won't think of a solution later. Anyway, what you're doing might very well lead to the gibbon's death, and we absolutely cannot allow that. In fact, these candidates' true intention was simply to prevent Ye Qianxing from succeeding. Although they were unsure if his method would work, They couldn't let even a 1 in 10,000 chance slip away. Ye Qianxing. And just as he was about to speak again, the old professor intervened. All right, since he is a formal candidate, he has the right to handle this gibbon. As soon as the old professor said this, no one dared to speak again. With no one else talking, Ye Qianxing turned his attention back to the gibbon. Young man, can you share your thoughts? The old man was becoming more curious about Ye Qianxing and asked. The gold and silver grass and the scales of the mutated pangolin would need some time to react, so Ye Qianxing nodded. Both the gold and silver grass and the scales of the mutated pangolin contain rich gold elements. By dissolving these gold elements in boiling water and then infusing them into the gibbon, there's a high probability that its petrification will mutate into metal. Oh, the old man was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of such a method. He knew that rock-type creatures could mutate into metal types. But typically this mutation occurs naturally, with breeders using spirit herbs to assist the creature's evolution. This was unheard of. However, the old man couldn't shake a strange feeling that this method might actually work. He didn't even know why he felt this way. And it was this strange feeling that caused him to remain silent and quietly observe Ye Qianxing's actions. The gold and silver grass and the scales of the mutated pangolin slowly dissolved in the boiling broth. After about half an hour, there was still no change, and all the candidates, including some invigilators, began to grow impatient. Hey, young man, are you capable or not? An older candidate couldn't help but say. Ye Qianxing shot a glance at the old man and replied calmly, What's the rush? The examiner said we have an hour. He didn't say anything. So why are you so anxious? You. The older candidate was a bit annoyed but had no way to retort. Fine. I'll just wait and see how you look when you fail. The older candidate could only huff and say no more. About 10 minutes later, a sudden change occurred. The broth in the large pot suddenly transformed from clear liquid to a golden color, and the next moment, the golden liquid surged towards the petrified gibbon. A minute later, the petrified sculpture was completely covered in gold and had transformed into a golden statue. How is this possible? This scene shocked the candidates into exclamations of disbelief. Even the old professor widened his eyes. With his strength, he could tell this was not just a simple covering, but a transformation. The rock had turned into gold. Next came the highlight. Ye Qianxing's expression began to grow serious. He took out a vial of the gibbon's blood and poured it over the gibbon. What effect does this drop of blood have on the gibbon? The old professor asked. It activates its hidden bloodline, completing the evolution, Ye Qianxing explained. Once it activates the divine beast bloodline, its vitality will surge, and it will survive. A drop of gibbon blood can help it evolve? The old professor was incredulous. If it were that simple, why don't those breeders use it? In a normal state, a drop of blood isn't enough to activate its bloodline. But right now, it is in a near-death state, and the blood's effect is to awaken its consciousness, allowing it to use its own will to evolve, Ye Qianxing clarified. This was also why his expression was serious. Although the system indicated that this method had a success rate of 100%, Ye Qianxing still felt a bit nervous. Just after Ye Qianxing finished speaking, the transformed golden gibbon suddenly opened its eyes, baring its teeth and letting out a painful roar. The gibbon blood only awakened its consciousness, but it was still in a state of near death. Even ants struggled to survive, let alone a gibbon. So it was now fighting against the pull of death with its own will. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The old professor couldn't help but swallow hard in amazement. The fact that the gibbon was able to awaken meant that Ye Qianxing's method was indeed effective. Could it really be, as he said, that as long as the gibbon survived using its own will, it could successfully evolve? Suddenly, a violent and powerful energy shockwave erupted from the gibbon, causing the large pot to explode, and shards flew out in all directions. Watch out! Ye Qianxing noticed a shard flying directly toward the old professor. At his advanced age, if he were hit, he would likely not survive. Ye Qianxing had some goodwill toward the old man and naturally didn't want to see him get hurt. So he quickly dashed in front of the old professor and punched the shard. Thank you, young man. The old professor's voice sounded behind him, surprisingly without any tremor. Did he really feel no fear just now? This surprised Ye Qianxing. Don't mention it. I also bear some responsibility for this sudden incident, Ye Qianxing said, acknowledging that he hadn't thought of this aspect. Wow. Just as the two were talking, a gasp suddenly arose. And Ye Qianxing quickly looked over to see a massive figure radiating dazzling golden light appearing before them. Standing upright, it was nearly 3 meters tall, its body seemingly forged from gold, with muscles like coiled dragons, exuding explosive power at a glance. It let out a roar, slamming its long, thick arms against its chest, producing a metallic clashing sound. A violent aura was released, pressing down on everyone present, causing them to involuntarily gasp in fear. Chapter 45. The Third Spirit Pet. The golden arm monkey at this moment. Its attribute information appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit Pet, golden arm monkey, possessing the bloodline of a universal arm monkey. 50 activated attributes, mutated gold type combat type evaluation. 4-star level, growth type. Level, E5 abilities. 1. Indestructible, the body is forged from diamond, with extremely strong defense. 2. Godly Fist, a charged strike that can unleash 150 of its own power. Promotion conditions. Evolution path. The gold type is a mutated form of the rock type, with defense that surpasses that of the rock type by several times. What kind of monster is this? The old man who previously tried to stop Ye Qianxing was completely stunned by the giant monkey. Golden arm monkey, a combination of mutated gold type and combat type, perfect quality. Ye Qianxing calmly said, the system rates it as 4-star level, which is equivalent to perfect quality. Impossible. This can't be. The old man was struck as if by lightning. It really mutated and its quality improved. But how could this be possible? He looked so young. How would he achieve this? It must be fake. He wasn't wrong. This long-armed monkey had indeed evolved and mutated. At this moment, the old professor spoke up, looking at Ye Qianxing with admiration in his eyes. Young man, you truly have opened my eyes. Not only did you revive it, but you also successfully helped it complete its evolution and mutation. I admit I couldn't do it. The old professor's words stunned everyone present. The old professor was the top figure in the breeding community of Jiangnan City, the only senior breeder in Jiangnan City. If even he couldn't achieve this, how could this young man, who looked only about 15 or 16, do it? This is too incredible. Purely luck, just luck. Ye Qianxing smiled and humbly said, Hey, young man, this can't just be explained by luck. It's just a pity that my highest authority here can only give you a junior certificate. Otherwise, with your ability, you could even obtain a senior certificate. The old professor's words were not exaggerated at all. Being able to achieve this proved that Ye Qianxing had unique insights and astonishing talent in breeding. The key point was that Ye Qianxing was only 16 years old. To have such achievements at 16 is not something that can be described as talent. It's simply monstrous. Come on, young man. I'll take you to receive your junior breeder certificate, the old professor said. Ye Qianxing nodded, and just as he was about to leave with the old professor, suddenly, the golden arm monkey wrapped its long arms around his thigh, seemingly not wanting him to leave. What are you doing? Ye Qianxing looked at the golden arm monkey, puzzled. Roar. The golden arm monkey let out a low growl while making several gestures towards Ye Qianxing. Do you want to come with me? Ye Qianxing asked speculatively, as he truly couldn't understand the monkey's gestures. Upon hearing this, the golden arm monkey quickly nodded, its big eyes filled with hope, as if it were a child seeing a lollipop. Although it had fallen into a deep sleep due to failed evolution, it still understood that it was this human who saved it and helped it complete its evolution. As a primate and a mutated spirit pet, its intelligence was not low, and it naturally understood gratitude. Ye Qianxing's saving it was equivalent to giving it a second chance at life. To be honest, Ye Qianxing did want to take the golden arm monkey with him. After all, it had evolved under his care and possessed the bloodline of the universal arm monkey, and its strength would only grow stronger in the future. But regardless, it was now an asset of the Breeder Association, and Ye Qianxing couldn't make that decision. As for buying it, that was even more impossible. He was struggling to make ends meet, let alone buy a spirit pet. Old professor, what do you think about this? Technically, since you revived it, it should belong to you, but our association did spend a lot of money on it, the old professor said, somewhat troubled. The golden arm monkey seemed to understand the old professor's words and suddenly let out a fierce roar, smashing its long arms against the ground, easily overturning the stone-constructed floor. The golden arm monkey glared fiercely at the old professor, as if threatening him, If you don't let me go with Ye Qianxing, I'll turn your association upside down. The old professor's mouth twitched. Fine, fine, I'll take the responsibility and give it to you, the old professor sighed. Of course. He didn't make this decision because of the golden arm monkey's threat. Ye Qianxing was so young, yet had such talent, and he genuinely wanted to cultivate a good relationship. This was a good opportunity. Although it was a bit reluctant to give away the now high-quality golden arm monkey, upon further thought, it was worth it. Huh. Thank you very much, old professor. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just let me know, Ye Qianxing said, clearly seeing the old professor's true intentions. Having one more friend is certainly better than having one more enemy. After receiving the junior breeder certificate with the old professor, Ye Qianxing took the golden arm monkey back to his apartment. Since they had not yet signed a contract, he couldn't store it in the contract space. On the way home, the golden arm monkey's tall figure and shining golden body attracted the attention of many passers-by, all of whom looked at Ye Qianxing with envy. This golden arm monkey was strong just by appearance alone. Upon returning home, Ye Qianxing found that Ye Qinghan was not there, presumably on a mission or at the leisure mercenary group. Thinking of Ye Qinghan reminded Ye Qianxing of the commission for killing the ancient tree of heaven. He had forgotten to ask her yesterday and wondered if she remembered, since Ye Qinghan seemed to have a different personality back then. No, he needed to find a time to ask her. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss, Ye Qianxing thought, and he took the golden arm monkey back into his room. Big guy, from now on, I'll call you King Kong. How's that sound? Ye Qianxing said to the golden arm monkey. The golden arm monkey quickly nodded. Whatever the master said was right. So, King Kong, are you willing to sign a contract with me? King Kong nodded repeatedly, and Ye Qianxing smiled. As long as the spirit pet agreed, the contract would succeed. He bit his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood, and placed it on King Kong's forehead. A few minutes later, he felt that his soul had formed a connection with King Kong. At the same time, Ye Qianxing felt that some memories about his parents had surfaced in his mind, but they were still quite vague. Ding! Detected that the host has signed a contract with the spirit pet. Will gain 1/10 of the spirit pet's power and possess one of its abilities. Please choose as soon as possible. The system's voice rang out, and Ye Qianxing was delighted. He didn't expect that, even without a contract created through the system, he could still gain its power and abilities. Chapter 46 Skill. Indestructible the diamond is a true power type, and its strength is not something an ordinary Yi-level spirit pet can compare to. Ye Qianxing inherited 1/10 of its power and immediately felt his blood starting to boil. Please choose one skill to fuse with the spirit pet as soon as possible. The system reminded again. I choose Indestructible, Ye Qianxing said after a moment of thought. This skill is purely defensive. When he uses it against an enemy, it would feel like they were just scratching him. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ding! Skill fusion successful. The usage method of the indestructible skill appeared in Ye Qianxing's mind. With a thought, he transformed into a golden figure, and every movement produced a metallic clanging sound. I wonder how much force my indestructible can withstand, Ye Qianxing thought, then looked at the diamond and had a flash of inspiration. Diamond, attack me, Ye Qianxing said to the diamond. The diamond looked at Ye Qianxing with a hint of confusion and disbelief. Was the master actually a man with masochistic tendencies? The expression on the diamond was very human-like, and Ye Qianxing saw his thoughts and awkwardly said, Ahem, I just want to test how strong my indestructible skill really is. So, you can use 1/10 of your power to attack me first. The diamond then understood and nodded, throwing a punch toward Ye Qianxing's abdomen. Bang! A sound like a temple bell echoed, and Ye Qianxing stood still, not moving. He felt something, but he could withstand it. Diamond, add 1/10 more power, he said. Bang! Another bell-like sound rang out, and this time Ye Qianxing was pushed back several steps, but he still didn't feel much pain. The 2/10 of the diamond's power couldn't harm him, but he couldn't resist it either. Continue to increase by 1/10 of your power. Bang! 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 When it reached 5/10, or half of the diamond's power, Ye Qianxing's golden body was finally breached. Hey, what's all the noise? It's midday. Can't you let people sleep? Suddenly, a voice of anger came from the next room. Ye Qianxing's experiment was too loud, waking up the neighbors. I can now defend against half of the diamond's power. The diamond's main attributes are strength and defense, so its power is top-notch among E-level spirit pets. Being able to withstand half its power means I can stand invincible against ordinary E-level spirit pets and evil spirits, Ye Qianxing thought, and couldn't help but say that the indestructible skill was indeed incredible. By the way, Diamond, I have a gift for you. Ye Qianxing seemed to think of something suddenly and took out an iron rod from the system. This was what he had obtained from the mysterious treasure chest last time, and it seemed to be called the Pillar of Heaven. It could be big or small, long or short, and was incredibly heavy. Wouldn't it be very suitable for the diamond? Ye Qianxing recalled a character from the mythological legends before the new era, Sun Wukong, who was also a monkey and wielded a Rui Jingu Bang, which could change its size, somewhat similar to the Pillar of Heaven. The diamond took the Pillar of Heaven and immediately danced with joy. Ye Qianxing was also very happy. With this as a weapon, the diamond's strength would surely become even more powerful. After taking a nap, Ye Qianxing went to school. As soon as he arrived at the training room, he saw that Xia Xiaoyu and the others were training. Jiang Lin's suggestion for them was to train the tacit understanding between the spirit master and spirit pet. The method was also very simple. Have their spirit pets help their blindfolded partners enter the coverage area of the ball machine, which would then shoot tennis balls at the spirit pets. The task of the spirit masters was to instruct their blindfolded spirit pets to dodge the tennis balls. This training method not only improved the tacit understanding between the spirit pets and their masters, but also enhanced the pets' trust in their owners, making it very effective. When Ye Qianxing arrived, it happened to be the shy little boy named Zhou Lang testing. At this moment, Ye Qianxing finally saw his spirit pet, which turned out to be a turtle. What special ability could a turtle have to be placed in the special class? However, after seeing the information on the turtle, that thought vanished. Spirit pet, Tyrannosaurus turtle, Xuanwu bloodline, 50 activated, attributes, water system, earth system rating, 5 stars, growth type, level, F9 abilities, 1. Turtle shrink, withdraws into its shell to protect itself from harm. 2. Water gunshot, shoots water energy as an attack. 3. Earth guardian, can create a protective shield within a 3-meter radius. Promotion conditions. Evolution route. It turned out to be another spirit pet with divine beast bloodline, and it had already activated 50% of the Xuanwu bloodline. No wonder it could be placed in the special class. Xiaoba to the left. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turtle had entered the shooting range of the ball machine, and a ball shot out instantly. Zhou Lang quickly shouted. When the Tyrannosaurus turtle saw the ball being shot, it immediately shrank its head into its shell, allowing the tennis ball to hit its shell. Xiaoba, I told you to dodge, not to take it head on. The Tyrannosaurus turtle peeked out half of its head, glancing at Zhou Lang, as if to say, I'm a turtle. How can I dodge? I can't even move. Ahem, Zhou Lang, your spirit pet is an exception. This testing method doesn't seem suitable. Jiang Lin walked over and said. The Tyrannosaurus turtle was very slow, but its defense was indeed very strong. So this method was not appropriate for it. Okay, teacher. Zhou Lang blushed and nodded, then took the Tyrannosaurus turtle to the side. At this time, Jiang Lin noticed Ye Qianxing's arrival. Why didn't you come in the morning? Jiang Lin asked, her tone seeming to carry some reproach. Oh, I wanted to take the breeder assessment, Ye Qianxing replied, but Jiang Lin didn't seem to believe him. You want to take the breeder assessment? Did you pass? It wasn't that Jiang Lin didn't trust Ye Qianxing. It was just that she knew he was a very talented spirit master. So he definitely didn't have time to study for the breeder courses. Barely past the intermediate level, Ye Qianxing said honestly, but Jiang Lin rolled her eyes at him. You got 3 points of paint and turned into a dye shop? Asking if you passed was giving you a way out, and you still climbed up. All right. Just in time for them to finish testing. You should give it a try too. Jiang Lin pointed to the ball machine. Okay, Ye Qianxing nodded. After watching the Tyrannosaurus turtle's operation, he had roughly grasped the tricks of this ball machine. Chapter Kurkidi, Unchpanch Ye Qianxing Sumonet Erbeiku. Then had him enter the range of the ball machine. The angles at which the tennis balls were launched were quite tricky, but he and Erbewu were in sync, allowing him to issue commands immediately. Erbewu's speed was also impressive. As long as Ye Qianxing could give timely commands, he could easily dodge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ball machine fired 3 balls in a triangular formation towards Erbewu. Jump! About 1 meter. Ye Qianxing shouted, but in reality, He had already issued the command in his mind before speaking. Wu followed Ye Qianxing's instructions, pushing off with all four limbs and jumping 1 meter high, just in time to avoid the 3 balls. Jiang Lin was slightly taken aback upon seeing this scene. She found it incredible that Wu could dodge so easily. Qianxing, well done. Sudara praised him. During his test, he hadn't even made it past the first round, yet Ye Qianxing managed to pass so easily. The second round begins. Jiang Lin said slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, 4 balls were launched. Lie down, then move left 1 meter. Ye Qianxing instructed again. Wu complied, lying down and then rolling to the other side. The third round, start. The third round featured 5 balls, launched at even trickier angles and faster speeds. However, under Ye Qianxing's commands, Wu still easily dodged. The fourth round, 6 balls. The fifth round, 7 balls. It continued like this until the 6th round, where 8 tennis balls were fired out at extreme speed, covering almost the entire area. Wu had no way to dodge and finally came to an end. If Wu had a slightly higher level and speed, he might have been able to evade. Very good. It seems your synergy with your spirit pet is already quite high. Jiang Lin nodded at Ye Qianxing, her eyes showing a hint of admiration. Next, Jiang Lin had the 5 individuals pair up for practical exercises. However, since there were 5 people, Ye Qianxing was directly excluded by Jiang Lin. Your synergy with your spirit pet is already sufficient. There's no need for you to undergo this training, she explained. However, this did not mean Ye Qianxing could slack off. While Xia Xiaoyu and the other 4 practiced, Jiang Lin called Ye Qianxing aside. I mentioned to you yesterday that I would teach you how to maximize the use of the power within you. Since we have time now, let's do it. Okay. Ye Qianxing's face lit up. He had been waiting for this. Have you heard the inch punch? Jiang Lin suddenly asked. In punch? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. He had heard of it. It was a martial art from before the new era that could unleash great power. However, this martial art had never been widely recognized, so Ye Qianxing didn't know much about it. Inch punch is actually a real combat technique that helps a person maximize their inner strength, concentrating it and then releasing it explosively from the fist. For example, if you currently possess 1/10 of your spirit pet's strength, but due to not knowing how to use it, you can only exert less than half. However, if you learn the inch punch, the power of each punch could reach your peak value or even exceed it, Jiang Lin said seriously. Teacher, if inch punch is so powerful, why has it declined? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. Because not everyone can enter an awakened state. Think about it. No matter how strong a person is, their power has limits. Even if they exert their strongest power, they may not be able to compete with an F-level evil spirit. Spending time practicing inch punch is not as beneficial as spending more time enhancing the spirit pet's strength. After hearing Jiang Lin's explanation, Ye Qianxing suddenly understood. So, techniques like inch punch were not useless. It's just that the users weren't strong enough. This also made Ye Qianxing think of a superstar from before the new era. Bruce Lee, who was proficient in inch punch and was rumored to be able to exert over 100 kilograms of force at a weight of 59 kilograms. Ye Qianxing had previously thought this rumor was false, but now it seemed very likely to be true. Then, teacher, hurry up and teach me inch punch. Such things can't be rushed. We must proceed step by step. First, let me explain the basic principles of inch punch. It emphasizes quick punches at short distances, unleashing your strongest explosive power. Jiang Lin began to explain everything about inch punch to Ye Qianxing, who surprisingly listened intently. Time flew by, and soon the sun began to set, signaling the end of class. Let's stop here for today, Jiang Lin said and left directly. Qianxing, tell me the truth. Do you have some little secret with teacher Jiang Lin? As soon as she left, Sudara immediately adopted a mischievous look, staring at Ye Qianxing. Little secret? What little secret could I have with her? Ye Qianxing replied, feeling speechless. Hee, still trying to hide it from us? Teacher Jiang Lin just disappeared with you. That can't be a coincidence. Did you two secretly go on a date? Sudara raised an eyebrow at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing twitched his mouth. This guy had too much imagination. If he wrote novels, he would definitely become a genius. All right, stop guessing. She just thinks my synergy with my spirit pet is already high, So the training method is different from yours, Ye Qianxing said. In fact, Jiang Lin didn't want others to know she was teaching Ye Qianxing martial arts, as it might be seen as giving him special treatment. Really? Sutter still seemed somewhat skeptical. Believe it or not, Ye Qianxing directly ignored him. Brother Qianxing, why is your synergy with Wu so high? My synergy with Huahua is also very high, but it's still not comparable to yours. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly asked, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang also perked up their ears, curious about the difference between them as students of the same age. Maybe it's because Wu and I have been together since childhood. Ye Qianxing, je suis le replié. This was indeed one reason, but the biggest reason was the system. Wu was created by Ye Qianxing through the system, with a perfect bond of loyalty and synergy reaching 100%. Not just Wu, but his connections with Su Kuan and King Kong also reached 100%. Chapter 48, opening a studio, but I've been with Huahua since we were kids. Why is our level of understanding so different from yours? Xia Xiaoyu was still puzzled. That might be because he is a bit slow-witted. The others clearly held a skeptical attitude towards this explanation, and Ye Qianxing had to find a way to change the subject. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to smooth things over. By the way, Xiaoyu, Tila, I have something I want to discuss with you. I plan to open a breeder studio. A breeder studio? Brother Qianxing, have you passed the breeder qualification exam? As expected, once Ye Qianxing mentioned this, the topic was immediately diverted. Yes, I passed it yesterday. I just casually took the intermediate certificate. That should be enough qualification to open a studio, right? Ye Qianxing said, pulling out the intermediate certificate awarded to him by the Breeder Association. What the hell, Qianxing? You didn't just get a fake certificate to fool us, did you? There are no more than 10 people in the entire Jiangnan city who can obtain an intermediate certificate. Su Tila exclaimed, almost dislocating her jaw when she saw the certificate. What does being an intermediate breeder mean? Once he makes a name for himself, almost all spirit tamers will rush to ask for his help. An intermediate breeder is someone that even certain family powers in Jiangnan City wouldn't dare to offend lightly. Su Tila's reaction was relatively mild. At least she knew a bit about Ye Qianxing's strength. The siblings Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang were the ones truly stunned. Previously, they didn't believe that Ye Qianxing understood breeding techniques, but now he pulled out a breeder certificate, and it was an intermediate one at that. This was simply unbelievable. Can there still be trust between people? Why would I lie to you for no reason? Ye Qianxing shot Su Tila a glance. This guy seemed to enjoy arguing with him. Ahem, it's not that I don't believe it. I'm just too surprised, Su Tila hurriedly explained. By the way, Qianxing, you just said you wanted to open a breeder studio? Yes, but I'm not very familiar with this field, so I wanted to ask for your opinions. Ye Qianxing nodded and said, the main issue is that he doesn't have enough funds. Opening a breeding studio requires investment, and the two people in front of him were both wealthy, so seeking their investment was definitely a good idea. Brother Qianxing, no matter what you do, I will support you, Xia Xiaoyu said, and her words truly warmed Ye Qianxing's heart. Yes, support is a must. How about this, Qianxing? I will cover all the expenses for the studio. Consider me your shareholder. Su Tila quickly added, knowing that Ye Qianxing was short on money. Then let's say the future earnings of the studio will be 70 for you and 30 for me. Ye Qianxing said, not being overly greedy. If all the costs are covered by Su Tila, that would still be a significant expense, and he deserved to get a larger share. Moreover, Ye Qianxing's goal wasn't to make a fortune. He just needed enough to sustain himself. No way. It should be 50-50. Qianxing, don't push it. I believe that with your ability, even a 50 share will definitely allow me to make a huge profit, so I won't lose out. Su Tila insisted. Not to mention his relationship with Ye Qianxing, just the intermediate certificate alone was worth this price. Besides, how old is Ye Qianxing now? His future achievements would be immeasurable. Being able to bring in such a future big shot, Su Tila wouldn't feel like he was losing out even if he gave him everything. Since Su Tila was so insistent, Ye Qianxing decided not to be polite anymore. All right, we happen to have a holiday tomorrow. I'll go back today to start planning and arranging things. We should be able to open directly tomorrow. Okay, Ye Qianxing nodded. The sooner, the better. Hey, can we join you guys? Although we don't know much, doing some miscellaneous tasks is definitely not a problem. Salaries don't matter. We mainly want to learn some skills. At this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly ran over, dragging Zhou Lang with her. Ye Qianxing looked at the two of them in surprise. Shouldn't they be fully focused on their studies? However, since they were classmates and would see each other often, Ye Qianxing naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course, you can join. After a pleasant agreement, everyone went their separate ways. Yeah, why did you drag me into this? Shouldn't we spend more time studying? Zhou Lang asked softly. Bro, I can feel that this Ye Qianxing is not ordinary. He managed to get an intermediate breeder certificate at such a young age, which shows he has put in a lot of effort in breeding. But his spirit taming talent is also very strong, being able to achieve outstanding results in 2 fields. I think it's very necessary to befriend him. Besides, being friends with an intermediate breeder isn't a bad thing for us. Zhou Yu explained, and I have to say her insight was indeed sharp. Zhou Lang didn't say anything further, presumably agreeing with Zhou Yu's words. After returning to the apartment, Ye Qianxing found that Ye Qinghan was not home again today. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to visit the lazy mercenary group to look for her. The next morning, Ye Qianxing received a message from Su Tila saying that she had found a shop. After washing up, Ye Qianxing arrived at the place Su Tila mentioned, at the intersection of Hepping Street. When Ye Qianxing arrived, he found that Su Tila, Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Lang were already there waiting. Qianxing, you're always the last to arrive, slower than the girls. You didn't dress up specially for the new store opening, did you? Su Tila joked. Ahem, don't mind those details. Where's the shop you mentioned? Ye Qianxing cleared his throat, trying to ease the awkwardness. Look, over there, at the intersection. This street has a high foot traffic, so we don't have to worry about not having business. Su Tila pointed to a small flat building not far away, and just looking at the exterior decoration felt good. I had someone handle the setup and decoration last night, all according to the standard of a typical breeder studio. If there's anything missing in the future, I'll send someone to purchase it. Now we just need you to come up with a name. A name? Ye Qianxing frowned. Coming up with a name was indeed a bit of a brain teaser. Let's call it the Divine Pet Creation Studio. Qianxing, this name is too arrogant. Others are calling it Spirit Pet Breeding, and you go straight for Divine Pet Creation. Su Tila gave Ye Qianxing a thumbs up. An arrogant name deserves to be matched by a qualified person, and I think I'm very qualified. Ye Qianxing was very confident about this. For someone like him who had a system, there was no spirit pet he couldn't breed. Even if your spirit pet is a piece of junk. As long as I can definitely make it leap onto the branch and transform into a phoenix, becoming a divine pet. Chapter 49. Finding faults so arrogant. I like it. Sudara nodded vigorously, but this statement made Ye Qianxing feel a chill down his spine. Could this guy possibly have a preference for the same sex? I feel that the name Divine Pet Creation Studio is too long. Why don't we shorten it? How about Divine Creation Studio or Creation of the Divine Studio? Xia Xiaoyu suggested. I feel the same way. Let us go with Creation of the Divine Studio. It sounds quite classy. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Ye Qianxing was indifferent about naming. Besides, Creation of the Divine Studio was indeed a good name, so they decided on it happily. Sudara immediately sent someone to customize the sign for Creation of the Divine Studio, while Ye Qianxing and the others went into the shop to take a look. As Sudara said, all the configurations were set according to industry standards, and Ye Qianxing felt very satisfied. By the way, Qianxing, should we hire some staff to help? After all, we all need to go to school and can't be here all the time, Sudara asked. No need. I plan to take the high-end route, only accepting customers at specific times, and there will be daily limits. Anyone wanting my help has to make an appointment in advance, Ye Qianxing replied, which was his plan from the start. He couldn't devote himself entirely to this. His real goal was to improve his strength. An opening Creation of the Divine Studio was just a side business. He knew how to prioritize. Is that so? If that's the case, we'll lose a lot. Sudara scratched her head. Have you heard of hunger marketing? As long as we can establish a reputation, we won't worry about customers. Once we limit the time and quantity, it will create a supply-demand imbalance, leaving customers eagerly waiting, which will only increase their desire. Furthermore, we're going for the high-end consumer route, so our fees must be set high. This means our clients will only be a select few. But just that select group can provide us with endless income, as wealthy people are usually the most willing to spend on spirit pets. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, sharing his thoughts. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it sounds very reasonable. Sudara looked at Ye Qianxing with a mix of confusion and admiration. Indeed, Having knowledge makes a difference. Brother Qianxing, your idea of hunger marketing is indeed a good method, but it requires customers to have a very high level of trust in us. However, I believe with your strength, you can definitely achieve it. Xia Xiaoyu agreed with Ye Qianxing's words. While they were talking, the sign Sudara had ordered was delivered. After setting off firecrackers, their creation of the Divine Studio was officially opened. I must say, Sudara chose a great location. The foot traffic is very high. Just a few minutes later, a large crowd gathered outside, but no one came in. This is very normal. Although there are many people, there are also many breeder studios around. We just opened, and we look quite young, so naturally, not many people would believe us. But as long as we establish our reputation, it will be fine. Ye Qianxing remained calm, though he was a bit anxious inside. After all, it was his first time opening a store, and everything he had said before was just theoretical. The real world is always unpredictable. No need to worry, customers will come in soon. Xia Xiaoyu smiled slightly. How do you know? Sudara asked. But Xia Xiaoyu didn't answer, just smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a young man walked in, looking about 14 years old, dressed in luxurious clothing. Clearly a rich second generation or even a rich in generation. Hello, welcome to creation of the Divine Studio. How may I assist you? Zhouyu approached the newcomer, acting as one of the staff members. The wealthy young man glanced at Zhouyu, then shifted his gaze to inspect the studio. The setup is not bad, but this name, creation of the Divine Studio, haha, it's simply too arrogant. The wealthy young man said with a smile, his tone laced with disdain. Ye Qianxing frowned. This guy didn't seem like a customer at all, but rather someone looking for trouble. The name was my choice. Whether it's arrogant or not is none of your business. If you're here to do business, then stop the nonsense. If you're just here to find fault, I advise you not to court death. Ye Qianxing finally spoke, his tone icy. Oh, so you're the owner of the studio? Is this how you treat customers? The wealthy young man squinted at Ye Qianxing, his expression full of arrogance, which made Sudara beside him quite displeased. Xiao Yoxing, I brought you here to attract customers, not to cause trouble. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu couldn't hold back and shouted. To be honest, it was the first time Ye Qianxing saw her yell at someone. But it seemed she knew this young man. Xiao Yoxing? He has the same surname as Xia? Sister, I thought you brought me to some grand place. But it turns out to be just this small shop. Aren't you insulting me? If my friends see me here, they LL laugh to death. Xiao Yoxing said, looking somewhat dissatisfied at Xia Xiaoyu. Just do what I told you and stop with the nonsense, Xia Xiaoyu said fiercely. Sister, are you helping him because you like him? Xiao Yoxing asked with a strange expression. What are you talking about? Xia Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, making Xiao Yoxing feel that his guess was true. Sister, what do you like about this poor kid? Besides, Dad wouldn't agree to you two being together. Who asked you to worry so much? Forget it. I don't need your help anymore. Let us go. Xia Xiaoyu started to regret asking this guy for help. He was not helping at all, but making things worse. Ye Qianxing realized that this guy was actually Xia Xiaoyu's brother, Xiao Yoxing. Xia Xiaoyu's adoptive father was already quite old and thought he would never have offspring, so he decided to adopt Xia Xiaoyu. Who knew that 2 years later, Xiao Yoxing was born? However, Xia Xiaoyu's adoptive father didn't show favoritism towards Xiao Yoxing. He still loved Xia Xiaoyu, as if she were his own daughter. No, now I actually don't want to leave. I want to see what kind of ability this person has that makes you like him, Xiao Yoxing said, looking at Ye Qianxing with a challenging expression. However, after learning that this guy was Xia Xiaoyu's brother, Ye Qianxing didn't feel as angry as before. After all, considering Xia Xiaoyu's face, he couldn't be mad at this guy. Chapter 50. Evolution of the Ice Crystal Tiger. You must be Ye Qianxing, right? You even opened a breeder studio. Do you know how to nurture spirit pets? Xiao Yoxing squinted at Ye Qianxing and said with a hint of disdain in his tone. I know a little. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Knowing a little and daring to open a breeder studio. Do you know that if something happens to someone's spirit pet here, you will bear a huge responsibility? Don't let me have to ask my sister to settle it for you. Xiao Yoxing coldly snorted. Ye Qianxing still maintained a smile, but Su Tila, who was beside him, couldn't stand it any longer. What do you know? Qianxing is a mid-level breeder. Mid-level breeder? Aha, don't joke with me. How many mid-level breeders are there in Jiangnan City? You can count them on one hand. Don't you know to draft a script before bragging? Xiao Liuxing laughed loudly, clearly not believing it. That is why I say your vision is limited. Qianxing, show him your mid-level certificate. Sutida chaklit, vida Ye Qianxing. He originally wanted to endure this for Xia Xiaoyu's sake, but why did this guy have to get slapped in the face? So, Ye Qianxing took out the mid-level certificate, and Su Tila snatched it away and slapped it onto Xiao Liuxing's face. Open your eyes and take a good look. Xiao Liuxing was initially very angry at Su Tila's actions, but when he saw the stamp on the mid-level certificate, his expression changed dramatically. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Su Tila looked at Xiao Liuxing's changing expression and couldn't help but laugh. You think just showing a fake certificate makes it real? I'll tell you, making fake certificates is a crime. Don't drag my sister into this later. Xiao Liuxing still resentfully said. In fact, he could tell that the certificate was genuine, but he had to say this to save face. Moreover, he believed that Ye Qianxing must have used connections to obtain this mid-level certificate. Otherwise, how could someone so young become a mid-level breeder? Xiao Liuxing, that's enough. Xia Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold back. However, Ye Qianxing didn't want to ruin the relationship between these siblings. So he quickly stopped the angry Xia Xiaoyu and said to Xiao Liuxing, don't worry, the certificate is definitely real. I'm not bold enough to dare to forge one. You say it's real, so it's real? Xiao Liuxing still insisted. Then how can you trust me? Ye Qianxing asked. Xiao Liuxing thought for a moment, then opened the contract space door and summoned his spirit pet. This way, I want to make it difficult for you. As long as you can successfully help my spirit pet level up, I'll believe you. Ye Qianxing looked at Xiao Liuxing's spirit pet, which was a small white tiger. In fact, if Ye Qianxing couldn't see through all the information about spirit pets, he would have thought it was a kitten. The little ice crystal tiger was just too cute. Spirit pet, ice crystal young tiger attribute, mutated frost type rating, 2-star, growth type, level, F7 abilities, 1. Tiger roar intimidation effect, 2. Freezing strike, chance to freeze target, weakness, divine fire type, lightning type, level up requirements. 1. F-level water system, evil spirit core, 5 frost flowers. 10. Cold repelling flowers. Evolution route. I can not only help it level up, but also help it evolve to improve its quality. Ye Qianxing. This ice crystal young tiger has growth potential. Evolution? Improve quality? Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Xiao Liuxing was taken aback. If it's leveling up, many junior breeders can do that, but when it comes to evolution and quality improvement, even some mid-level breeders wouldn't dare to guarantee success. After all, evolution is much more complex than leveling up. Are you sure? Xiao Liuxing's expression became noticeably serious. I'm 100% sure. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Come on. If I can evolve even the vermilion bird in Qilin, how could I not handle a little ice crystal tiger? Xiao Liuxing stared into Ye Qianxing's eyes for a long time, and in the end, he couldn't escape the temptation of evolution and nodded. I'll believe you this once. If you really help Xiao Jingjing evolve successfully, then I'll not only take back what I said before, but I'll also apologize to you. But if you can't do it, then please stay away from my sister from now on. Deal. Ye Qianxing confidently similed. Then turned to Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang, saying, could you help me get these materials? 1 F-level water system core, 5 frost flowers. I didn't ask them to get the cold repelling flowers because I have them in my space. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang agreed and quickly went to the back room to gather the materials. Since they had decided to join Ye Qianxing, they weren't afraid of the effort. Moreover, they genuinely wanted to see if Ye Qianxing had the strength. I must say, Su Tila did a great job. All the materials are in the back room, except for some extremely rare and precious spirit herbs and high-level cores. There's almost everything stored in the back room. Before long, the materials were collected. Ye Qianxing opened the potion furnace and placed the core, frost flowers, cold-repelling flowers, and so on into it, first turning up the heat and then simmering it on low. About half an hour later, Ye Qianxing finally opened the potion furnace, and a bowl of deep blue, thick liquid appeared in his hands. Okay, let your Xiao Jingjing drink this. Ye Qianxing placed the bowl on the ground, and the ice crystal young tiger seemed to smell something and happily ran over to stick its tongue into the bowl. Why does it eat so well even though it smells so bad? Is it like stinky tofu, smelling bad but tasting good? Xiao Liuxing frowned. If it weren't for seeing Xiao Jingjing eating so happily, he would have thought this was something Ye Qianxing concocted randomly. Humans and animals have different senses of smell. Dogs think poop smells great. Ye Qianxing shrugged, and immediately Su Tila and the others looked at him with disgust. Why say such disgusting things? A minute later, the ice crystal young tiger finished the entire bowl of blue thick liquid, and instantly, the temperature around plummeted and snowflakes began to condense in the air. The ice crystal young tiger's body started to freeze, and soon it turned into an ice sculpture. What's going on? Xiao Yoxing was shocked and quickly asked. Don't worry, it's normal. Ye Qianxing said calmly. Zhou Yu, Zhou Lang, Tila, help me bring over 10 boxes of ice. Okay, Zhou Yu nodded. And soon the three of them returned with their spirit pets, carrying 10 boxes of ice. The originally plummeting temperature suddenly dropped even lower. Ye Qianxing placed the 10 boxes of ice around the ice sculpture, and immediately the 10 boxes began to melt at a visible speed, with streams of cold air being absorbed by the ice sculpture. Chapter 51. Summer Meteor's request 5 minutes later with the first crack sound. The ice sculpture began to show cracks. Large chunks of ice started to fall off, and at the same time, a powerful aura spread out. The ice Qilin, Phoenix, and other spirit pets quickly protected their owners. Bang! Finally, with an explosion, all the ice blocks were shattered, and then the figure of Little Crystal appeared before everyone. Its size had grown from a small kitten to that of a giant axe, with its snow-white fur transformed into chunks of ice crystals resembling barbs. Its small tiger teeth had elongated into large fangs, and its deep blue eyes emitted a chilling coldness. The cold air it released had formed a thick layer of ice on the ground. Roar! It let out a tiger's roar towards the sky, and a bone-chilling cold wind swept through the entire room, causing everyone except Ye Qianxing to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, the attribute information of the giant axe was also revealed before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit Pet, Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger Attribute, Mutated Frost Type Rating, 3 stars, Growth Type, Level, E2 Abilities, 1, Tiger Roar, Intimidation Effect, 2, Freezing Strike, Chance to freeze the target, 3, Ice Crystal Barrier, Defense Skill, 4, Rage Bite, Physical Attack, increases combat power in enraged state, advancement conditions. Evolution Route. It really evolved into the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, and its quality has also been upgraded to Elite. Summer Meteor was overjoyed. He was connected to Little Crystal's soul and could clearly see its current state. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang also stared wide-eyed at this scene. Helping spirit pets to advance is something many beginner cultivators can do, but to evolve and improve quality is something even many intermediate cultivators find difficult to accomplish. Who exactly is Ye Qianxing to possess such abilities? Perhaps now only Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila could maintain a normal mindset, compared to what they had witnessed. This was simply child's play. Ye Qianxing could evolve the fire spirit sparrow into the divine beast Zhuke. What was a mere elite quality compared to that? See? I told you my Qianxing has real talent, and you didn't believe it. Now you believe it, right? Su Tila said, looking at Summer Meteor's ecstatic expression, with a hint of sarcasm. Summer Meteor quickly regained his composure, and at this moment, there was no trace of defiance in his eyes when he looked at Ye Qianxing. Only deep admiration. Ye Qianxing, no, brother-in-law, I believe you now. I take back what I said before and sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive my earlier ignorance. Considering your sister. Hearing Summer Meteor call him brother-in-law, Ye Qianxing was momentarily stunned, while Xia Xiaoyu's face turned as red as an apple, yet she didn't refute him. Oh, you really have thick skin. Weren't you just saying my Qianxing wasn't worthy of your sister? How come now you're calling him brother-in-law so eagerly? Su Tila continued to poke fun. Summer Meteor's face turned slightly red, but quickly faded. It's still your Qianxing? I tell you, he's my brother-in-law now. So he belongs to my family. You need to understand your place. Oh, you dare to compete with me? Let me tell you, when I met Qianxing, you were still playing in the mud. I am his true love. So what if you met him early? He is my brother-in-law, and I am his true love. Listening to these two bickering, Ye Qianxing's face darkened. He was almost unable to contain himself from kicking these two idiots. You can argue all you want, but why drag me into this? True love? I'm a normal guy, okay? What if others hear this and tarnish my reputation? These two continued to argue for the entire morning, only stopping when their voices became hoarse. By the way, brother-in-law, it's all this guy's fault for making me almost forget the important matter. After taking a sip of water, Summer Meteor suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "What matter?" Ye Qianxing asked, wondering what important thing this guy could have. "It's like this. Since you're so powerful, I want to ask you for a favor. My dad's spirit pet has been unwell for some time. It hasn't eaten or drunk anything and has been vomiting constantly. My dad has consulted many people, but no one knows what's wrong." Summer Meteor looked at Ye Qianxing. "Brother-in-law, since you are so skilled in nurturing, you should understand how to treat spirit pets, right? You want me to treat your father's spirit pet?" Ye Qianxing understood what Summer Meteor meant. "Flowing Star, how come I didn't know about this?" Xiaoyu frowned and asked, "Sis, didn't you just enter the special class of the academy? Dad didn't want you to worry, and even if you knew, it wouldn't help. So he didn't tell you," Summer Meteor explained. "Brother-in-law, if you can help my dad's spirit pet recover, then he definitely won't oppose you and my sister's relationship." Ye Qianxing stroked his chin. Summer Meteor and Xiaoyu's father was the president of the Spirit Association in Jiangnan City, and Ye Qianxing actually didn't want to get involved with such high-profile figures. However, since it was Xiaoyu's father, Ye Qianxing couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "All right, but I can only try my best. I can't guarantee success," Ye Qianxing nodded. "Great. I believe with your abilities, you will definitely succeed. When shall we go?" Summer Meteor hurriedly asked, as he had seen his father worry so much over this matter that his hair had turned gray. Summer Meteor truly felt pain for his father and wanted to help ease his burden. Ye Qianxing noticed Summer Meteor's urgency and said directly, "There's no time like the present. Since I'm free today, let's go now." "Okay, let us hurry. No need to bring anything. My family has everything." With that, Ye Qianxing followed Xiaoyu and Summer Meteor towards the Summer family, while Sutila and the others stayed behind to guard the store. Speaking of which, although Ye Qianxing had known Xiaoyu for so long, he had never been to the Summer family. After all, the Summer family was a super family in Jiangnan City, and he was just a poor orphan. Once in Summer Meteor's luxury car, they quickly arrived at a large estate in the precious land of Jiangnan City. Being able to live in a manor was indeed a testament to the Summer family's status as a super family. Inside the estate were several luxurious mansions, and finally, Summer Meteor's car stopped outside the largest mansion. "This is my father's residence. Let us go." Saying that, the group got out of the car and walked into the mansion. There were guards stationed everywhere in the mansion, but since Ye Qianxing was brought by Summer Meteor and Xiaoyu, he naturally wouldn't be stopped. "Miss Young Master, you're back. This person is..." Chapter 52 Xia Luyan Miss Young Master, you're back. This is... At this moment, an old man dressed as a butler walked over. "Grandpa Chun, where's my father?" Xiaoyu quickly asked. "The master is on the top floor. He just invited a few more cultivators, hoping they can cure his spirit pet," the old butler replied. "I brought a capable person who can definitely cure my father's spirit pet," Xiaoyu said hurriedly, pointing to Ye Qianxing. The old butler saw how young Ye Qianxing was and didn't believe it at all, but since Ye Qianxing was brought by the young master, he couldn't voice his doubts. "Let us go. We need to head upstairs quickly," Xiaoyu called out, and the three of them made their way to the top floor. As soon as they arrived at the top floor, Ye Qianxing heard several slightly elderly voices. "President Xia, forgive me for my lack of knowledge, but I really can't tell what illness your spirit pet is suffering from." "Yes, President Xia, we've truly done our best. Perhaps in all of Jiangnan City, aside from Professor Dongfang, no one else can save your spirit pet." "President Xia, I've heard that Professor Dongfang has returned to Jiangnan City. You could invite him over." When Ye Qianxing got closer, he saw that the top floor was already crowded with many people, most of whom were elderly men, along with a middle-aged man and a giant wolf with silvery white fur. The middle-aged man had slightly graying hair, likely due to recent stress, but the aura of authority he exuded indicated that he was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that this man was Xia Luyan, the president of the Jiangnan Spirit Master Association. The giant wolf with silver fur was presumably Xia Luyan's spirit pet. The city's guardian spirit, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Xiao Luyun was not only the president of the Jiangnan Spirit Master Association, but also the top spirit master in the city. It was because of his spirit pet, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, that the surrounding evil spirits dared not invade Jiangnan City at all. Spirit pet, Howling Moon Silver Wolf attributes, Thunder Ice rating, 4 stars, growth type, level, D5 abilities, 1. Moon's Frost, dual attack combining Thunder and Ice 2. Extreme Cold Domain, creates an icy domain, with a chance to immune against opponent S attacks, and a chance to freeze the opponent. 3. Wolf King S Seal, activates the bloodline of the Wolf King, enhancing its explosive power, weakness, divine fire advancement conditions. Evolution path. Current status, poisoned by theobromine, treatment method, gastric lavage father. At this moment, Xiao Liuxing suddenly shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to them. Upon seeing his son and daughter return, Xiao Luyun, who had a worried expression, forced a few smiles onto his face. Xiao Yu, how come you have time to come back today? Xiao Luyun asked gently, his authoritative aura dissipating in front of his children. I have a day off today, no classes. Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Luyun then looked at Ye Qianxing. You brought a friend home. Make sure to treat him well. Father, this is Ye Qianxing, Xiao Liuxing quickly introduced. Oh, so you're the one Xiao Yu has been talking about, Xiao Luyun said, slightly furrowing his brow upon hearing Ye Qianxing's name, but quickly concealed it. Father, Ye Qianxing is here to treat Uncle Wolf, Xiao Liuxing quickly explained, referring to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf as Uncle Wolf, as Xiao Luyun had regarded it as a brother. Treating Uncle Wolf? Him? Xiao Luyun was taken aback, his expression clearly one of disbelief. He knew a bit about Ye Qianxing, that he was a child whose parents went missing, taken in by an orphanage, and later adopted by a kind-hearted person, only to find that he had serious mental problems. How could someone like this possibly treat Uncle Wolf's illness? Xiao Luyun thought Ye Qianxing was just trying to curry favor with him through his children. Let be. So many masters of cultivation couldn't diagnose Uncle Wolf's illness. How could a 15 or 16-year-old kid possibly cure it? I've already invited Professor Dongfang. Surely his abilities can cure Uncle Wolf, Xiao Luyun said, actually giving Ye Qianxing a bit of face, as he would have scoffed at anyone else. Uncle Xia, with all due respect, I'm afraid even Professor Dongfang will be helpless regarding Uncle Wolf's illness. Ye Qianxing spoke up. He didn't mean to belittle the old professor. He was just stating the truth, because Uncle Wolf's illness was beyond the scope of these cultivators. Ha ha, this is truly absurd. You say even the old professor is helpless, yet you claim you can cure it? Are you better than the old professor? Though children often speak without restraint, some words shouldn't be thrown around. Who do you think you're to comment on the old professor? Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Xiao Luyun hadn't said anything yet, but the group of elderly cultivators began criticizing him. Without exception, they were all disparaging Ye Qianxing, as Professor Dongfang was the top cultivator in Jiangnan City, the person they respected the most, and they wouldn't allow a young kid to comment. Ye Qianxing didn't get angry because of the ridicule from these cultivators. Instead, he looked at Xiao Luyun and said, Uncle Xia, I am fully confident in curing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Would you let me give it a try? Father, just let him try. He is really capable and even passed the intermediate cultivator certification, Xiao Liuxing urged. However, when Xiao Luyun heard this, he suddenly flew into a rage. Enough! Xiao Luyun's shout startled Xiao Liuxing, and perhaps realizing he had lost his composure, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Liuxing, I know you want to relieve your father's worries, but there's no need to fabricate lies. Father, I'm not lying, Xiao Liuxing quickly explained. There are only 5 intermediate cultivators in the city. Aside from Professor Dongfang, the other 4 are here. Are you saying he is an intermediate cultivator? Could he be Professor Dongfang? Xiao Luyun snorted coldly. If you're not lying, then someone must have deceived you. Xiao Luyun's words were pointed, and Ye Qianxing wasn't a fool. He could tell he was implying that he had deceived Xiao Liuxing. Ye Qianxing shook his head, not explaining. Since they didn't believe him, he couldn't force himself onto them. He was only helping out because of Xiao Yu, but since they didn't appreciate it, he decided to leave it be. In that case, I'll take my leave. Ye Qianxing said to Xiao Luyun, then turned to leave. Qianxing. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoyu and Xia Liuxing thought Ye Qianxing was angry and hurried to follow him. Just then, a voice came from outside. Master, Professor Dongfang has arrived. Chapter 53. Stay for meal, please. Hearing that voice, Xia Luyan was immediately delighted and hurriedly spoke up. At this moment, Ye Qianxing had already walked to the door, just as an elderly man in his 70s entered. The old man was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ye Qianxing, then smiled. Little Yi, we meet again so soon. Are you here to treat President Xia's spirit pet? Yes, Professor, Ye Qianxing nodded. Is it that you also cannot cure his spirit pet? The old professor looked puzzled. He greatly admired Ye Qianxing's abilities, and if even Ye Qianxing couldn't do it, could the illness of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf be that complicated? That's not it. It's just that President Xia thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe I can cure the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Ye Qianxing replied honestly. Huh? The old professor was taken aback by Ye Qianxing's answer, somewhat unable to process it. Meanwhile, Xia Luyan was astonished to see the old professor chatting with Ye Qianxing, and it seemed their relationship was quite good. From what he knew about Ye Qianxing's background, it was impossible for him to know a big shot like the old professor. Professor, do you two know each other? Xia Luyan asked in surprise. Yes, little Yi was assessed for the intermediate breeder certificate a couple of days ago, and I was his chief examiner. He was the only one to pass this intermediate exam. The old professor nodded. Hearing this, Xia Luyan was stunned. This Ye Qianxing was not lying. He really had obtained the intermediate certificate. Professor, could he be that 16-year-old intermediate breeder? A breeder master who had mocked Ye Qianxing earlier seemed to realize something and exclaimed. Just yesterday, the breeding community in Jiangnan City was buzzing with the news that the first 16-year-old intermediate breeder had emerged. It's worth noting that adolescent intermediate breeders are extremely rare across the entire Celestial Empire. Thus, when the news broke that a genius breeder had appeared in Jiangnan City, it sent shockwaves through the breeding community there. However, due to the short time frame, many only knew of the existence of such a genius without knowing who it was, which led to several intermediate breeders present not recognizing Ye Qianxing. That's right, the old professor nodded. Instantly, the four breeder masters focused their gazes on Ye Qianxing, as if looking at a national treasure they had never seen before. Ye Qianxing was startled by their stares, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Being stared at by a group of girls was one thing, but being looked at by a bunch of old men was quite unsettling. Professor, did he really pass the intermediate exam? But I distinctly remember that there are only 5 intermediate breeders in Jiangnan City. Xia Luyan still found it hard to accept. Oh, he passed a couple of days ago, and I haven't had the chance to report it yet, the old professor explained. But he's so young, and he has been mentally traumatized since childhood. Ha! President Xia, you really underestimated him this time. To be honest, with little Ye's depth of knowledge in breeding, I feel ashamed in comparison. If Jiangnan City were qualified to grant advanced certificates, I would have directly made him an advanced breeder, the old professor laughed heartily, clearly implying that he was reproaching Xia Luyan for not believing in Ye Qianxing. The already shocked Xia Luyan nearly fell to the ground when he heard the old professor say he felt inferior. Advanced breeders were rare even in the entire Celestial Empire, and each one was a figure of great stature. Even the old professor wasn't confident he could become an advanced breeder, yet he was certain that Ye Qianxing could. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of Ye Qianxing's abilities. If Ye Qianxing didn't have real talent, the old professor's personality would never allow him to make such an evaluation. However, he was only 16 years old. In fact, if it were anyone else, Xia Luyan would have been shocked but would not have doubted it. But Ye Qianxing was different. After learning about Ye Qianxing's relationship with Xia Xiaoyu, he had specifically investigated everything about him and knew that he had suffered a mental trauma in his youth and even lost some fragments of his memory. A person with such a mental obstacle would find it nearly impossible to excel in either spirit taming or breeding, as mastering breeding knowledge requires profound memory and talent. For someone with a mental disorder, these conditions were clearly mismatched. President Xia, I know it's hard for you to accept this all at once, but it is indeed true. I suggest you let little Yi stay for now. If he helps, the chances of curing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf will increase, the old professor advised. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyan looked at Ye Qianxing, but his gaze was somewhat evasive. After all, although he had not spoken harshly, Anyone who wasn't a fool could hear his disdain for Ye Qianxing. Now he was expected to have him stay and help, no matter how thick-skinned one was. It would be hard to say, but if he didn't let Ye Qianxing stay and the old professor got angry, then the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's illness will become problematic. The perceptive Xia Xiaoyu naturally noticed her father's hesitation and couldn't help but laugh. She had never seen her father act this way before. Of course, being understanding, she wouldn't stand by idly. Brother Qianxing, why don't you stay and help out? Xia Xiaoyu held Ye Qianxing's hand, her tone carrying a hint of coaxing. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful girl, especially a goddess they had feelings for? However, Ye Qianxing wouldn't easily compromise. Xiao Yueyun's earlier words had indeed made him somewhat displeased. I wouldn't mind staying to help, but I wonder if Uncle Xiao will kick me out. This statement immediately made Xiao Yueyun's face flush, but he knew he had to express his stance. After all, Ye Qianxing not publicly asking him to apologize was already a favor. Since the other party had given him a way out, he certainly couldn't refuse. Ahem, Qianxing, you are Xiaoyu's friend. How could Uncle kick you out? You should stay for dinner today, Xiao Luyun said, his face already red. But he had to think of the bigger picture. All right, since Uncle Xiao has said so, then I'll stay. Having expressed his grievances, Ye Qianxing nodded and decided to remain. That's more like it. Little Yi, come on, let's go check on the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, the old professor said, following Ye Qianxing towards the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The four breeder masters quickly followed suit. Although they were also intermediate breeders, the old professor was far more formidable than they were, and they naturally had to follow to observe and learn. They also wanted to see just how impressive this rising star was. Chapter 54 Poisoning at this moment. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was lying on the ground, its eyes half closed, appearing to be on the brink of death. The old professor examined the Howling Moon Silver Wolf for a while, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. Ye Qianxing did not directly state the condition of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. He wanted to see what the old professor could deduce first. After about 10 minutes, the old professor finally stopped observing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but his furrowed brows could not relax. Old professor, how is it? Is there any way? After being tense for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Luyun hurriedly asked. Alas, the old professor sighed and then said, President Xia, to speak frankly, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf seems to be poisoned, and this poison appears to have a significant effect on it, almost cutting off its life. What? Poisoned? Upon hearing the word poisoned, Xiao Yueyun's expression changed instantly. Old professor, you must save the Howling Moon. Alas, well I can tell that it is poisoned. I cannot determine what kind of toxin it is, so I cannot provide targeted treatment. I can only try to maintain its life. President Xia, you might need to find an expert in detoxification. Perhaps there is still hope. The old professor sighed. The profession of a nurturing master mainly involves nurturing spirit pets, such as leveling up and evolving. They do know a bit about treating spirit pets, but once it involves poison, they are powerless. After all, nurturing masters must invest a lot of effort into nurturing spirit pets and simply do not have the time to study detoxification. I will send someone to find a detoxification expert immediately. Old professor, how long can you maintain the life of the Howling Moon? Xiao Luyun said quickly. As long as there was half a hope, he would not give up. At most a week, the old professor replied. Upon hearing this time frame, despair instantly appeared in Xiao Luyun's eyes. It was not difficult for him to find an expert in detoxification given his connections, but it would take at least half a month. Yet the old professor only gave him a week. This was simply impossible. The life of the Howling Moon is almost consumed by the toxin. 7 days is the limit for this old man, the old professor sighed. Old professor, do your best. I will find someone skilled in detoxification as soon as possible. Although Xiao Luyun was almost in despair, he would not give up. Just as Xiao Luyun was about to call for help, Ye Qianxing suddenly spoke up. No need to trouble yourselves. I can cure the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's poison. As soon as these words came out, all eyes were on Ye Qianxing, and a glimmer of hope appeared in Xiao Luyun's eyes, but it quickly vanished. After all, even the old professor could not do anything about it. Although Ye Qianxing had received high praise from the old professor, he still subconsciously believed that he was not as capable as the old professor, at least not at this moment. However, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old professor Qianxing's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and an excited expression appeared on his face. "Oh dear, how could I forget about you, little Yi? Are you serious? Do you really have a way to detoxify the Howling Moon Silver Wolf?" The old professor quickly asked, believing that Ye Qianxing could do what he could not. Indeed, and in fact, detoxifying the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is not difficult. Ye Qianxing smiled and nodded. "How so?" "Actually, the poison the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is affected by is theobromine poison. Theobromine is harmless to humans, but poses a deadly danger to canines. Although the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is a spirit pet, its essence is still canine, so theobromine is still very harmful to it," Ye Qianxing explained. "Theobromine, what is that?" asked Xia Luyuan, who was nearby, somewhat confused. "Well, let's put it this way. The chocolate we usually eat contains theobromine." Ye Qianxing did not know how to explain, so he directly gave an example. "Are you saying that the Howling Moon is like this because it ate chocolate?" Xia Luyuan said in disbelief. "It might not necessarily be chocolate. It could be other things as well. But one thing is clear. Ordinary canines would not die from consuming a small amount of theobromine, let alone the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. So the fact that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is in this state definitely means it has ingested a large amount of theobromine. If it were not for its strong strength, it would not have lasted until now," Ye Qianxing said, making his meaning very clear. "Are you implying that the Howling Moon's poisoning is man-made?" Xia Luyuan's expression darkened. As the president of the Spirit Beast Tamer Association, he was not foolish and quickly understood the implication of Ye Qianxing's words. "Correct," Ye Qianxing nodded. "Let us set this aside for now. Little Yi, you should talk about how to detoxify," the old professor said quickly. He was not concerned about why the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was poisoned. He was only interested in how to detoxify it. "It's simple. Gastric lavage will suffice," Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. "Just that simple?" Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old professor's eyes widened in shock. "Well, not exactly. If it were within 6 hours of poisoning, gastric lavage would be enough. But now it's clearly been several days. The toxin has already spread throughout the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's body. So we still need gastric lavage to clear the source of the poison, and then we need to remove the residual toxins from its body. How do we eliminate the residual toxins? There are 2 methods. One is blood transfusion, but given the current physical condition of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, it's somewhat dangerous, so we can only use the second method, which is to use poison to attack poison, Ye Qianxing said. Using poison to attack poison? Although it sounds strange, it is indeed effective. Different types of toxins can attack each other. As long as we clear the source of the toxin from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's stomach, the residual viruses throughout its body will be left without a leader. At that point, injecting an appropriate amount of toxin into the Howling Moon Silver Wolf will have a chance to kill those residual viruses. As for whether the injected toxin will pose a danger to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, there's no need to worry because different toxins have different levels of danger for different species. Theobromine is highly toxic to canines, but not to humans. Similarly, some toxins are not a big deal for the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. As long as the Howling Moon Silver Wolf can be immune to these toxins, it can allow the toxins to compete with theobromine, ultimately benefiting from the situation. The above is purely exaggerated, but theobromine does pose a danger to dogs. So foods like chocolate should not be given to dogs. If ingested by mistake, they must be taken to the hospital. "How confident are you?" Xia Luyuan asked seriously. 10 out of 10, but time waits for no one. "So, Uncle Xia, you must make a decision soon," Ye Qianxing said. Xia Luyuan hesitated for a few minutes, then suddenly locked eyes with Ye Qianxing before slowly speaking. "All right, I believe you. Just say what you need. I will do my best to meet your requirements." Chapter 55 Healed, Ye Qianxing asked Xia Luyuan to prepare the equipment for gastric lavage, along with some poisonous herbs. Xia Luyuan was indeed efficient, having everything set up in front of Ye Qianxing in just half an hour. Following the system instructions, Ye Qianxing first performed a gastric lavage on the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, then brewed the herbs into a medicinal soup and fed it to the wolf. A few minutes later, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf spat out a large mouthful of black blood. It said it felt much more comfortable. Xia Luyuan was excited. He had a soul bond with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and could communicate without barriers. The poison had been resolved. But the wolf needed a few days to recover from the torment it had endured recently. During this time, Uncle Xia, you need to prepare nutritious food for it. Ye Qianxing said, All right, Qianxing, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the howling moon would truly be in grave danger. I apologize for my previous rudeness towards you. Xia Luyan said, bowing to Ye Qianxing. If he had been polite to Ye Qianxing before simply because of the old professor, seeing Ye Qianxing heal, the howling moon silver wolf left him with only gratitude and admiration, with none of the previous dislike remaining. Uncle Xia, please don't do that. Ye Qianxing quickly helped Xia Luyan up. Xia Luyan was an elder and the father of Xia Xiaoyu. How could he accept such a bow? Uncle, you are Xiaoyu's father. So helping you is only right, Ye Qianxing said. Yes, we are all family. No need to be so formal. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Xia Luyan laughed heartily. However, Ye Qianxing was somewhat taken aback by the sudden claim of being family. Dad, what are you saying? Xia Xiaoyu's face turned red, and she ran out, causing Xia Luyan to laugh even more. Ye Qianxing remained stunned in place. He was indeed smart in many aspects, but in some ways he could be quite naive. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, you really opened my eyes today. Your cultivation level makes even me bow down in admiration. The old professor's laughter rang out. The nearby cultivation masters nodded in agreement. If the old professor had said he bowed down before, they would have thought he was being modest. But now, they fully agreed with his words. Ye Qianxing's abilities would be more than enough to qualify as a high-level cultivation master. Old professor, you flatter me. I'm just someone who happens to have some understanding in this area. In terms of true cultivation level, you are still superior, Ye Qianxing humbly replied. In fact, the old professor's cultivation level was already very strong, likely on par with those high-level cultivation masters. However, as the saying goes, specialization leads to expertise. The fields of medicine and poison have declined in this new era, as people focus more on the research of spirit pets. Therefore, many of the knowledge points that seemed common before this new era have been forgotten by many. If it weren't for the system and Ye Qianxing's interest in the culture before this new era, he would likely be helpless in this regard. Haha, there are very few young people like you who are so humble nowadays. It's good. Maintaining a humble heart will indeed be very important on your future path. The old professor viewed Ye Qianxing's words as modesty, and his admiration for him grew. If an ordinary young person received his recognition, they would probably be so excited that they would fly off and boast everywhere. Xiaoyi, do you have time today? Let's have a meal together and discuss the research on cultivation, the old professor asked. Hearing that the old professor had invited Ye Qianxing to lunch, the four cultivation masters were envious. It was known that many dignitaries in Jiangnan City had tried hard to gain a chance to be alone with the old professor, but he had rejected them all. There were no more than 5 people in the entire Jiangnan City who could catch the old professor's eye. However, Ye Qianxing wanted to refuse. He knew nothing about the cultivation path, and going would only be awkward, just as he was thinking about how to politely decline. Xia Luyan spoke up. Old professor, you might be disappointed. I've already made lunch plans with Qianxing. First come, first served. You can't steal him from me, Xia Luyan said, providing Ye Qianxing with an out. That's right, old professor. I already promised Uncle Xia to have a meal at his house, so I'm very sorry, Ye Qianxing quickly added. That's fine. There will be plenty of time in the future. I won't disturb you, the old professor said nonchalantly. After chatting for a bit, they all left. During lunch, Xia Luyan kept serving dishes to Ye Qianxing, addressing him as Qianxing and Xiao Yi, as if he had already regarded him as his son-in-law, almost calling him son-in-law directly. They spent several hours finishing the meal, and before leaving, Ye Qianxing reminded Xia Luyan, Uncle Xia, there's something I don't know if I should say. We're all family. What's there to hold back? Just say it. Xia Luyan laughed heartily. About the howling moon silver wolf being healed, please keep it confidential. It's best if no one else knows, even some of your acquaintances, Ye Qianxing said, though he was quite indirect. Xia Luyan was smart enough to understand. As expected, Xia Luyan's expression grew serious. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. After leaving the Xia family, Ye Qianxing and the others returned to the shop, where Sudala and the others were still waiting for him. Qianxing, how did it go? Did President Xia make things difficult for you? Sudala asked with concern. What are you talking about? How could my dad make things difficult for my brother-in-law? I tell you, my dad really likes my brother-in-law now. I bet even if my brother-in-law proposed to marry my sister right on the spot, my dad wouldn't refuse, Xia Liuxing said with a huff. You're so chatty. Xia Yu lightly hit Xia Liuxing on the head, making him feel wronged. Classmate Yi, you're so skilled in spirit pet cultivation. Can you help take a look at my brother's spirit pets? At that moment, Zhou Yu walked over, pulling her shy brother Zhou Lang along. Of course. No problem. We're all friends. There's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Qianxing or Xingge. I don't mind either. Ye Qianxing smiled. After spending a morning with them, he felt that the siblings were quite decent and could become friends. Go ahead and summon your spirit pets, he said. Chapter 56 Business is coming all right. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang simultaneously summoned their spirit pets. Zhou Lang's spirit pet, Ye Qianxing, had been seen before. It was a Tyrannosaurus turtle with a Xuanwu bloodline. When Zhou Yu's spirit pet appeared, it also surprised Ye Qianxing. Spirit pet, rampaging rabbit, jade rabbit bloodline. Not activated attributes. Wind system lightning system rating. 4-star, growth type. Level, F9 abilities. 1. Storm control, concentrates a storm, wind system attack. 2. Wind, thunder step, physical attack. Dual effect of wind and thunder. 3. Brutal straight punch, pure physical attack, advancement conditions. Evolution route. This was actually another spirit pet with a divine beast bloodline. Although it couldn't compare to the super divine beasts like Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Phoenix, it was still much stronger than other spirit pets. What kind of extraordinary people were these siblings to possess such extraordinary spirit pets? If it were just one, it could be explained by good luck, but both of their spirit pets had such high quality, which definitely raised questions. It seemed their backgrounds were not simple at all. Of course, Ye Qianxing only thought about this, but did not say it out loud. Who doesn't have a little secret? They had only just met. And it would indeed be strange if these siblings revealed their identities directly. You must have some understanding of your spirit pets, right? You should know they have divine beast bloodlines. Ye Qianxing spoke, and he could clearly see the surprised expressions on the faces of the two siblings. They were indeed surprised that he could tell at a glance that their spirit pets possessed divine beast bloodlines. It seemed Ye Qianxing was indeed capable. Yes. Do you have a way to help them activate their bloodlines? After a moment of silence, Zhou Yu asked. Acknowledging their spirit pet's divine beast bloodlines in front of Ye Qianxing was a form of trust. Many people, upon learning that someone had a spirit pet with a divine beast bloodline, would go to great lengths to obtain it, whether through open robbery or stealthy theft, resorting to all means possible. Therefore, it was best not to disclose information about spirit pets when out in the world. I know how to activate their bloodlines, but it's a bit complicated because it requires some precious spirit herbs, which I currently cannot find. However, if it's just about helping them advance, that's not a big problem, Ye Qianxing said. What he said was true. For example, Zhou Lang's Tyrannosaurus turtle would need the essence blood of a Xuanwu or a personal item belonging to a Xuanwu to evolve into a true Xuanwu. Such things were extremely hard to find. It's enough for us to advance. We won't be too greedy. Then it's up to you, Qianxing, Zhou Yu said, not being too greedy as she knew the difficulty of evolution for the Tyrannosaurus turtle and rampaging rabbit. I happen to have all the materials needed for their advancement here. I'll start now. An hour later, the Tyrannosaurus turtle and rampaging rabbit successfully advanced T-level, which made Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang extremely excited, as the higher the quality of spirit pets, the harder it was to advance. They had been worried about how to help their spirit pets advance, and Ye Qianxing had solved a major problem for them. After staying in the shop for a day, no one had entered, but Ye Qianxing was not anxious at all because their customers were targeting a small number of people. Brother-in-law, after I go back, I'll talk to my dad and have him promote our Qianxing studio. With his prestige, many people will definitely come to support us. Once your reputation is established, will you still worry about customers? In the evening, as everyone prepared to go home, Xia Liuxing said, Very good, you finally can be of use. Sudala nodded in response, looking pleased as if a child had grown up. What use can you be? Xia Liuxing glanced at Sudala and said, These two seemed like they were enemies in their past lives, unable to go a minute without bickering. Ye Qianxing and the others were used to it and didn't stop them. Of course, all the expenses of the studio are covered by me, Sudala said, raising his head proudly. It's just a few measly coins. Who doesn't T spend money? That doesn't T count. Xiao Liuxing shook his head. The supplies for the studio were all purchased by me from those mercenary groups. Can you find them? Sudala said again, leaving Xiao Liuxing speechless this time. Sudala was the small lord of the mercenary city, in which mercenary group wouldn't T give him some face. Most of the materials for cultivating spirit pets came from the wilderness outside the city and could only be purchased through mercenary groups. Xiao Liuxing was still very efficient. As soon as he got home, he talked to his dad about this matter. When he learned that Ye Qianxing had actually opened a studio, Xiao Luyan stood up excitedly, startling Xiao Liuxing. Why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known about the opening, I would have invited those people to come support it. We need to make a huge splash for Little Knight. Xiao Liuxing immediately looked wronged. He only met Ye Qianxing after the opening. How could he have told you? I must help with Little Knight's business. I'll find those old buddies later. Some of their spirit pets also have problems. Just in time for Little Knight to treat them. The next day was still a holiday, so Ye Qianxing didn't wake up too early, getting up only after 10. Upon waking up, he found he had received over a dozen missed calls from Xia Xiaoyu, Xiao Liuxing, Sudala, and others, which startled Ye Qianxing. Could it be that something happened at the studio? Ye Qianxing quickly returned the call, and soon he heard Sudala's anxious voice. My brother Xing, you finally returned the call. Hurry to the shop. There's business. After finishing, Sudala hung up the phone. Ye Qianxing quickly washed up and rushed to the shop. As soon as he arrived at the shop door, he heard several impatient voices inside. Old Xia, when is that Little Knight you mentioned coming? Are you sure he's not just fooling us? Yeah, Old Xia, when have we ever waited so long for someone? Even the old Professor wouldn't dare to keep us waiting this long. That Little Knight sure has a big attitude. Everyone, please don't be anxious. He'll be here soon. Sudala's voice rang out inside. Ye Qianxing pushed the door open and saw a group of people sitting inside. They looked to be in their 40s or 50s, each exuding an aura of authority, clearly not ordinary people. Among them, Ye Qianxing also saw a familiar face, Xiao Luyan, the father of Xia Xiaoyu and Xiao Liuxing. I told you not to be anxious. Look, he is here now. When Xiao Luyan saw Ye Qianxing arrive, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 57. A heartbroken bear when the attendees saw that the esteemed breeding master praised by Xiao Luyan was actually a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Several prominent figures present showed expressions of discontent. Old Xia, today is not April Fool's Day. Why are you playing tricks on us? Said a middle-aged man, looking somewhat unhappy, who appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Luyan and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Yeah, Old Xia, you know our time is very limited. Wasting even a minute is a significant loss, another person chimed in. In response to the complaints from these old friends, Xiao Luyan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. I knew you would have this expression after seeing Xiao Yi. Let me tell you, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Don't be fooled by Xiao Ye's young age. Even the old professor feels inferior in front of him. As soon as Xiao Luyan said this, the complaint from the attendees immediately ceased. They rarely heard of anyone receiving such high praise from Xiao Luyan, and they couldn't help but wonder what kind of genius this young boy was, capable of making Xiao Luyan say that even the old professor felt inferior. The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses stood up and stared at Ye Qianxing. Are you really as Xia said? Even the old professor feels inferior? That's just their flattery. How can I possibly compare with the old professor? Ye Qianxing smiled brightly, wondering why these people were so fixated on this point. It was impossible for him to say in front of so many people that the old professor was inferior to him. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses stared at Ye Qianxing for half a minute before speaking again. Since old Xia admires you so much, there must be a reason. How about this? Let me test you first. After saying that, the man opened the contract space, and a brown bear walked out. As soon as the brown bear appeared, all the information about it appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit Pet. Rock Stick Battle Bear Attributes. Earth Type Combat Type Rating. 3 stars. Growth Type. Level. E5 Abilities. Mud Throw. Rolling Stone Technique. Head Bash Weakness. Water Type Promotion Conditions. Evolution Route. Current Status. Heartbroken, what can you tell? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses asked. The Rockstick Battle Bear is an Earth Type and Combat Type Spirit Pet. Level E5, with a weakness to water. Ye Qianxing repeated all the information displayed by the system, and the man nodded repeatedly, as everything Ye Qianxing said was correct. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your rockstick battle bear has recently preferred to stay alone in the corner, has a significantly reduced appetite, and barely pays attention to your commands, right? Oh, you can see that too. You really have some skill. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses showed a surprised expression upon hearing Ye Qianxing's last statement. As this was indeed the case, to be able to see so much at a glance, even noticing the recent state of the spirit pet, raised the man's expectations of Ye Qianxing even higher. Do you have a way to cure it? I really can't help with that. Ye Qianxing shook his head, and the man with the gold-rimmed glasses showed a disappointed expression. The rockstick battle bear had recently lost its appetite and preferred to stay in the corner, hardly responding to his commands. This worried the man, wondering if it was sick or injured. He had sought help from several breeders, but each one said that the rockstick battle bear's body was perfectly healthy. As for the real reason, no one knew, which had kept the man awake for several nights. However, just as the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was about to leave in disappointment, Ye Qianxing spoke again. Your spirit pet's body has no issues. It's its heart that is hurt. What do you mean? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was somewhat puzzled. Simply put, it has experienced a heartbreak, so it's very sad. Isn't that how humans feel after a breakup? That's why I said I can't help. After all, matters of the heart depend on you. Ye Qianxing decided to be straightforward. You mean it? Has lost love? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was stunned, and not just him. Xiao Luyun and the other prominent figures present all wore strange expressions. A bear can also experience heartbreak? What's so strange about that? Everything has a spirit. Bears can have feelings too. Moreover, spirit pets are several times more intelligent and emotionally aware than ordinary animals. It's perfectly normal for them to experience heartbreak. Ye Qianxing shrugged. What era is this? Why is it surprising that a spirit pet can have a heartbreak? Now that you mention it, I remember that a few days ago, a friend brought a female bear to my house as a guest. They seemed to get along well while playing, but when they parted, it was reluctant to leave. However, I didn't think much of it at the time. Now that I think about it, it seems to have changed after that day. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly recalled the past and exclaimed, "It can't be that coincidental. I think what Xiao Yi said is definitely right. Otherwise, why not have your friend bring his spirit pet over? That way, all the problems would be solved." Xiao Luyin suggested. "Okay, I'll call him over right away." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses nodded and took out his phone to call. At this moment, those prominent figures who originally thought Xiao Luyin was just fooling around looked at Ye Qianxing with a hint of curiosity. If everything he just said was true, then indeed, as Xiao Luyin said, this young man's talent in breeding far surpassed that of the old professor. Everyone waited for more than half an hour, but this time no one was impatient, as they genuinely wanted to see if what Ye Qianxing said was correct. Finally, with the roar of a car engine, a middle-aged woman entered with a pink-furred bear. "Lin, why did you hurriedly call me here?" the middle-aged woman asked. Before the man with the gold-rimmed glasses could speak, a brown shadow suddenly zipped past him. The next moment, everyone saw the rockstick battle bear hugging the pink bear and rubbing its head against her. No further words were needed. Everyone present could see that Ye Qianxing was right. This guy was completely heartbroken. "Ahem, Rong, it's like this. I want to discuss something with you. You see, my big bear has taken a liking to your little red. And these days it's been so lovesick that it can't eat or sleep. How about you sell her to me? You can name your price." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses said, for the sake of the big bear, money was not an issue. However, the middle-aged woman named Rong shook her head. "I won't sell her. Hong has been with me for so long. I can't bear to part with her." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses immediately showed a disappointed expression. If the other party didn't want to sell, he couldn't force her. "But I will often bring Hong over to visit you, as long as you don't mind." Rong continued. "Of course I don't mind. You can even stay in my house." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses hurriedly said, "It's a deal. Then I'll move in with you." Rong replied quickly. At that moment, everyone who knew the man with the gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but smile knowingly, as they were aware that both the man and woman were single. Living together was clearly a sign of them getting together. Unexpectedly, the love between two bears also tied the red thread for their two owners. Chapter 58, Returning the Favor. "Xiaoya, could you please take a look at my spirit pet?" "Xiaoya, look at mine first." Xiaoya. After witnessing Ye Qianxing's abilities firsthand, all the big shots surrounded him and summoned their spirit pets, wanting him to help take a look. Everyone, please don't rush. Take your time. There's enough for everyone, Ye Qianxing quickly shouted. It took a whole half-day for Ye Qianxing to finally send off the group of big shots from Jiangnan City. Undoubtedly, the effect was excellent this time. These people were all influential figures, such as the man with gold-rimmed glasses, who was the biggest real estate mogul in Jiangnan City, worth billions. Each of these people could cause a stir in Jiangnan City with just a stomp of their feet. This time, Ye Qianxing showcased his abilities, and these people would certainly help promote him, thus greatly increasing his visibility. Who would worry about making money with such exposure? And indeed, as Ye Qianxing imagined, after that day, many people came to visit daily. Ye Qianxing and his team also appropriately announced the operating hours and daily limit of the Qianxing studio. Although this caused some dissatisfaction, Ye Qianxing didn't mind at all. Those who truly needed his help would be willing to wait in line, and those who didn't care for. After all, with his newfound fame, customer acquisition wouldn't be an issue. As the studio got on track, Ye Qianxing didn't neglect his studies. He still attended classes on time, under the diligent practice of Master Jiang Lin's inch punch technique. Ye Qianxing learned it quite well in just over 10 days, managing to control about 80 of his strength. This meant that with his current combat power, he could handle an E-level spirit or evil spirit below the 5th stage on his own. Master Jiang Lin was extremely surprised by Ye Qianxing's progress. From a complete defeat at the beginning to needing to exert all her strength later, she gradually realized that if this continued, she might not be able to match Ye Qianxing. On another weekend, Ye Qianxing arrived at the Qianxing studio as usual. Business was still booming. Even though they had limited the number of customers to the minimum, the flow of customers was still unending. Qianxing, something's wrong. While Ye Qianxing was happily counting his money, Scepter walked in with a gloomy face. What happened? Ye Qianxing asked. Our supply has been cut off, Scepter said darkly, as he was in charge of the studio's supply issues. How could the supply be cut off? Do those mercenary groups dare to disrespect you? Ye Qianxing asked in surprise. Scepter, as the small lord of the mercenary city, had a reputation that no mercenary group would dare to offend. So how could they cut off his supplies? It's the Iron Blood mercenary group. A few days ago, they publicly declared that if any mercenary group dares to supply our Qianxing studio, they would be opposing them. The Iron Blood mercenary group has a status in the mercenary city that is no less than my family's, so. Scepter's eyes seemed to burn with anger. Iron Blood mercenary group? Kuei Wu is already dead. Why are they still going against us? Ye Qianxing asked in confusion. Kuei Wu has a brother who is the vice leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group and holds a significant position. However, I don't think their true motive for targeting us is related to Kuei Wu, Scepter speculated, since no one knew that Kuei Wu was killed by them. Then why? It must be because we've taken away their business. Qianxing, you may not know, but over half of the breeding studios in Jiangnan City are properties of the Iron Blood mercenary group, and our emergence has snatched away most of their customers. Hearing Scepter's words, Ye Qianxing frowned. No matter the reason, their supply cut-off had become a fact. Without materials, no matter how strong his breeding skills were, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. How about I ask my dad to pressure those mercenary groups? I don't believe they would fear the Iron Blood mercenary group, but not fear my dad, Scepter said angrily. However, Ye Qianxing shook his head. Pressuring those mercenary groups won't help. Our real target is still the Iron Blood mercenary group. You mean we should confront the Iron Blood mercenary group head-on? But they are the top mercenary group in Jiangnan City. Scepter was startled. As the top mercenary group in Jiangnan City, the Iron Blood mercenary group was too powerful for them to shake. Why not? But it won't be a direct confrontation. It will be a clever strategy, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. Clever strategy? What do you mean? Scepter was a bit confused. They want to cut off our supply, right? Well then, let's return the favor and raid their warehouse. That way, our supply problem will be solved, and they will be severely weakened. Ye Qianxing said coldly. If they wanted to scheme against him, they should be prepared for retaliation. That makes sense, and the Iron Blood mercenary group will definitely not expect us to do this. So they will let their guard down. Scepter immediately became excited. fully supporting Ye Qianxing's plan. When he learned that the Iron Blood Mercenary Group had cut off their supplies, he was very angry, and now it was time for revenge. Do you know where the warehouse is? Yes, it's on the back mountain, Sudara quickly replied. Great. Hurry and notify Xiaoyu and the others. We'll start our operation today. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu, Xia Liuxing, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Lang had gathered. Initially, Ye Qianxing didn't plan to include Xia Liuxing, but when he learned that Ye Qianxing intended to raid the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's warehouse, he insisted on joining. Does this young master think he is going on a trip? But he insisted on following, and Ye Qianxing had no choice but to agree. As night fell, Ye Qianxing and the 6 of them, dressed in night gear, quietly infiltrated the back mountain. Qianxing, look ahead, that's the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's warehouse. It stores at least half of their inventory. Sudara pointed to a warehouse in front, where there were about a dozen guards outside. Moreover, each guard had a spirit pet beside them, making the security quite tight. 5 E-level spirit pets, 7 F-level spirit pets. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group indeed has some foundation, Ye Qianxing said, as the information about those guarding the warehouse appeared in his eyes. Qianxing, should we charge in? Sudara asked. If we charge in, we might win by sheer strength, but since we are currently in the shadows, we should naturally leverage our advantage. Brother-in-law, do you have some little scheme up your sleeve? Xia Liuxing asked excitedly. Ye Qianxing just smiled mysteriously. Chapter 59. Raiding the warehouse that night, Ye Qianxing took out several herbs and fruits from the belly of Shukuan, then sprinkled the juice of the fruits over the herbs. Hua Hua, give me some fire, Ye Qianxing said to Hua Hua, who was circling around Xiaoyu. Hua Hua's attitude towards Ye Qianxing was now second only to Xiaoyu's, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse the request. The flames scorched the herbs coated with fruit juice, and soon a peculiar scent wafted out, carried by the wind, toward the warehouse. Qianxing, what on earth are you trying to do? Stop being mysterious. Sutila couldn't help but ask. Just wait and see. You'll find out soon, Ye Qianxing replied with a charming smile. A few minutes later, suddenly, the sounds of beastly roars erupted. Sutila and the others quickly looked over and saw that the spirit pets outside the warehouse had gone berserk. They were running around chaotically, seemingly stimulated by something. Fat Tiger, stop right now. Gigi, what are you doing? The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps tried to control their spirit pets, but these normally obedient spirit pets were now acting out of control, even charging at their owners. Let me go. A rhino spirit pet directly charged at its owner. Brother-in-law, how did you manage to make these spirit pets rebel? Xia Liuxing looked incredulous. Simple. Every spirit pet retains its primal beast nature, but they are restricted by their contract with the spirit masters. The scent I created can temporarily stimulate their beast nature, allowing them to break free from the control of their masters. Ye Qianxing explained. The rampaging spirit pets were like wild beasts, attacking anyone they saw. Hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brother-in-law, you're really ruthless. Letting them kill each other, we can reap the benefits without lifting a finger, Xia Liuxing exclaimed. At this moment, the spirit masters of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were being chased by their own spirit pets. They tried to use soul contracts to regain control, but it failed. These spirit pets had lost their consciousness, leaving only their violent beast nature. It's not as powerful as you think. There is a soul connection between spirit masters and their spirit pets. If a spirit master is truly threatened, the spirit pet will quickly regain control, Ye Qianxing clarified. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang also sighed in their hearts, realizing that offending Ye Qianxing was not a wise choice. Otherwise, they might end up wishing they were dead. All right, it's time to act. These spirit pets won't be in a frenzy for long. Let's quickly take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the warehouse and steal everything, Ye Qianxing ordered, seeing that the guard were overwhelmed by their own spirit pets. 6 shadows stealthily moved in the darkness and entered the warehouse, while the guards outside were still wailing in despair. Sure enough, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is formidable. Their foundation is deep. Look at all these treasures. As soon as they entered the warehouse, Ye Qianxing was astonished by the array of spiritual herbs and treasures inside, many of which were not available for purchase even with money. Compared to the warehouse of the Creation God Studio, this one was like a small fry to a big fish, not on the same level at all. After collecting these items, our studio won't be short on supplies for at least a year. Ye Qianxing smiled, summoned Shukuan, and instructed it to swallow everything in the warehouse. In Ye Qianxing's eyes, Shukuan's belly was now a portable space. He wouldn't need to carry bulky bags anymore when going out. After clearing out everything in the warehouse, Ye Qianxing waved his hand, and the group quietly left. Meanwhile, the guards outside were still suffering under the attacks of their own spirit pets. Ha ha! This time the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is bound to suffer a heavy loss. This room, full of spiritual herbs, is almost half of their stock. Back at the Creation God studio, Su Tila couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's just returning the favor. Who told them to be blind and try to scheme against us? This is the price they have to pay, Ye Qianxing scoffed. He had no major grievances with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. The matter of Kuei Wu's death was already over, but they dared to scheme against him. They couldn't blame Ye Qianxing for being ruthless. I wonder how furious Kuei Wu's brother will be, Su Tila said with a grin. I heard that the warehouse of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is under his supervision, losing more than half of the stock. The leader of the Mercenary Corps will definitely not let him off easily. That's not our concern. All right, it's getting late. Let's all head home. Ye Qianxing waved his hand. After returning to his apartment, Ye Qianxing glanced at Ye Qinghan's room, noticing it was still dark. It seemed that the girl wasn't home today. She hadn't paid him for the commission from dealing with the Tiansong ancient tree yet. Although Ye Qianxing was no longer short on money, he still wanted what belonged to him back. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. No, I have to go to the Free-Spirited Mercenary Corps to find her tomorrow, Ye Qianxing decided in his heart. The next day, Ye Qianxing arrived at Mercenary City. Is anyone there? As soon as he entered Mercenary City, Ye Qianxing felt someone watching him. However, he didn't pay much attention. Fighting was prohibited in Mercenary City, and he didn't believe anyone would dare to deal with him here. Still, Ye Qianxing deliberately took several detours until he no longer felt the sensation of being watched before heading toward the Free-Spirited Library. As soon as he entered the library, he saw the old man Ye Xiaoyao lounging in a rocking chair, holding a worn-out fan to cool himself off, looking quite leisurely. Uncle Ye, Ye Qianxing called out as he approached. Ye Xiaoyao slowly opened his eyes. Oh, you little brat finally decided to come by. It's been ages since I've seen you. Ye Xiaoyao glanced at Ye Qianxing and said in a sarcastic tone, I have quite a few tasks piled up here. That girl Qinghan is almost overwhelmed. Ye Qianxing chuckled but thought to himself, you're so greedy, swallowing more than half of the commission. I must be out of my mind to come here. Of course, Ye Qianxing would never say that in front of Ye Xiaoyao. By the way, Uncle Ye, where's Qinghan? Is she here? Ye Qianxing asked, as that was his main purpose. She should be out doing tasks. I'm not clear on her whereabouts, Ye Xiaoyao replied after thinking for a moment. Ye Qianxing immediately felt that this old man was too unreliable. After all, Ye Qinghan was his daughter, and he didn't seem to care at all. Surround this library. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to ask more questions, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. Following that, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group of people in matching uniforms burst into the library, accompanied by their spirit pets, all of which were above F-level 5, with several even at E-level. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Chapter 60. One cannot judge by appearances above the scarred man. A massive black eagle was circling. Spirit pet. Iron Feather Eagle King attribute. Flying rating. 2-star level. E8 ability. Iron Wing/weakness. Lightning advancement conditions. Evolution route. You must be the owner of the Creation God Studio, Ye Qianxing, right? The scar man's voice was hoarse, making it uncomfortable to listen to. However, Ye Qianxing could glean some information from his words. This group of people in front of him must be from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and their appearance here was surely aimed at him. That's right. Do you have any advice? Ye Qianxing said calmly. He wasn't afraid of these people taking action. After all, this was Mercenary City, Suter's territory. Moreover, even if they did attack, with Ye Qianxing's capabilities, it was uncertain who would prevail. Advice is not the point. It's just that last night, the warehouse of our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps in the back mountain was raided. Do you know about that? What if I do? And what if I don't? You surrounded me with such a show of force. Are you suspecting me? Ye Qianxing, je suis le. That's right. I advise you to hand over everything now. Perhaps I can spare you this time. Otherwise, Even if you know the little city, Lord of Mercenary City, you won't leave here alive, the scarred man said fiercely. In fact, he was harboring boundless anger inside, just suppressing it. The warehouse was robbed, and nearly half of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps stock of spirit herbs was gone. As the main person in charge of the warehouse, he was under immense pressure. His position was highly coveted, with many in the Mercenary Corps eyeing his spot. If he couldn't retrieve the items, his future would be ruined. After thorough investigation, he found that the most likely culprit was the Creation God Studio. That's why he sought out Ye Qianxing. Coincidentally, Ye Qianxing had come to Mercenary City, so he sent people to follow him. Ye Qianxing, I've also heard that you have some conflicts with my brother Kawu. His death probably has something to do with you, right? But I don't care about any of that now. As long as you can return everything, then we can turn the page on this. The scarred man was primarily concerned about the spirit herbs, so he planned to stabilize Ye Qianxing first. Once he had the herbs in hand, Ye Qianxing would be at his mercy. First of all, I don't know anything about your warehouse being robbed, and second, your brother's death has nothing to do with me. Ye Qianxing certainly wouldn't admit to anything. He left no evidence for his actions. Don't push your luck. My patience has limits. The scarred man's expression began to darken. If you have evidence, I have nothing to say. But if not, then you can go back to where you came from. Ye Qianxing said coldly. When has Kuwei blood ever needed evidence? Kid, I've already given you a chance, and it's you who didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being tough now. The scarred man had completely lost his patience. Everyone go. Capture him, and make sure he is alive. Yes. A group of Iron Blood Mercenary Corps members responded, commanding their respective spirit pets to attack Ye Qianxing. A cold light flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes. He now possessed 2 top E-level spirit pets, and with himself, he might not be outmatched by these people. However, once a fight broke out, this leisurely library would likely be reduced to ruins. Watching the approaching spirit pets, Ye Qianxing sighed. Just as he was about to summon Erbe Wu and Jin Gang to fight, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What's going on? Do you all not regard this old man highly? Fighting in my territory, did you get my permission? As soon as this voice came out, both Ye Qianxing and the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps paused. Ye Qianxing turned to see that it was the old man, Ye Xiaoyao, speaking. Judging by his appearance, was he planning to stand up for him? Kuei Blood also turned to Ye Xiaoyao, but upon seeing that he was just a scruffy old man, he lost all sense of vigilance. What? Do you want to help him? Old man, don't blame me for not reminding you. This pathetic low-ranking mercenary corps might be flattened. Kuei Blood said disdainfully. The Xiaoyao Mercenary Corps, he had never even heard of it, probably just a third-rate mercenary corps, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Not understanding the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, it seems I need to teach you the virtues passed down in our country. Ye Xiaoyao's face immediately darkened. Old man, you're seeking death. Kuei Blood roared, and at the same time, the Iron Feather Eagle King circling above him let out a cry. With a flap of its wings, several iron feathers detached and shot toward Ye Xiaoyao, making a whistling sound as they pierced the air. Uncle Yi, be careful. Ye Qianxing exclaimed. Although Ye Xiaoyao had tricked him many times, this matter was ultimately his fault, and he couldn't let Ye Xiaoyao get hurt because of it. However, in the face of such a crisis, Ye Xiaoyao remained unperturbed. Just as the iron feathers were closing in on him, a purple-blue shadow suddenly flashed by. The next moment, a majestic lion crackling with thunder appeared in front of Ye Xiaoyao. The iron feathers that were originally aimed at him had already turned to iron juice. Roar! The lion let out a roar, causing everyone present to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Instantly, a terrifying pressure, countless times stronger than that of the Iron Feather Eagle King, enveloped the surroundings. Feeling this powerful aura, even Ye Qianxing couldn't help but shudder. This was definitely the presence of a D-level spirit pet. Spirit pet, Thunder Lion King attribute, lightning rating, 4-star level, D8 ability, Thunder Strike, Thunder Element Break, Endless Electric Punishment, Lightning Incarnation, Weakness, Rock Advancement Conditions, Evolution Route. Ye Xiaoyao, this old fox, actually had a D-level spirit pet, and it was a quasi-lord level, infinitely close to C level. Once a spirit pet or evil spirit reaches C level, it can be called a lord level. Lord level spirit pets are incredibly powerful and rare. You can't find one in the entire Jiangnan city. And Ye Xiaoyao, a nameless, lecherous old man, actually possessed a quasi-lord level spirit pet, which completely shattered Ye Qianxing's worldview. It truly proves that old saying, one cannot judge by appearances, and the sea cannot be measured by a mere bucket. The Thunder Lion King roared, its body crackling with lightning, glaring fiercely at the Iron Feather Eagle King. Filled with rage, how dare this guy attack its master? This was absolutely unforgivable. Old buddy, it's up to you now. Ye Xiaoyao patted the Thunder Lion King's head, and with the owner's permission, the anger that the Thunder Lion King had been building up could finally be unleashed. It opened its mouth wide, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, shot out. The target was none other than the Iron Feather Eagle King, circling in the air. Chapter 61. The Mercenary Corps Grand Competition. The Iron Feather Eagle King suddenly showed a look of terror. It could sense the immense power contained in the lightning. Therefore, the Iron Feather Eagle King flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, how could the Thunder Lion King give it this opportunity? The lightning struck at lightning speed, hitting the Iron Feather Eagle King in an instant. Moreover, since it was turning to run, the lightning struck precisely in a sensitive area. Caw! The Iron Feather Eagle King let out a heart-wrenching cry and fell to the ground. Eagle King. Kuei Shui was shocked and wanted to rush over to check on the Iron Feather Eagle King. However, at that moment, another bolt of lightning struck, hitting the Iron Feather Eagle King again. Instantly, its feathers were blown away, leaving it a bald eagle. The Iron Feather Eagle King's eyes rolled back, clearly having fainted. The Thunder Lion King was already at a much higher level than the Iron Feather Eagle King. Not to mention that its lightning attribute was a natural enemy to flying-type spirit pets. Roar! The Thunder Lion King let out a furious roar, instantly terrifying the spirit tamers and spirit pets of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, causing them to collapse on the ground. After witnessing the power of the Thunder Lion King, they completely lost their fighting spirit. It was ridiculous. Even Kuei Shui's Iron Feather Eagle King was being beaten up, let alone them. Why aren't you all leaving? Do you want to stay for a meal? Ye Xiaoyao said indifferently while looking at the group. Only then did Kuei Shui finally come to his senses, feeling as if he had received a reprieve. He no longer cared about the Iron Feather Eagle King lying on the ground and ran outside, with the boss running away. The followers naturally followed suit. Old buddy, take this bald bird back for him, Ye Xiaoyao said, glancing disdainfully at the Iron Feather Eagle King on the ground. Addressing the Thunder Lion King. The Thunder Lion King walked up to the Iron Feather Eagle King, lifted its front foot, and then kicked the Iron Feather Eagle King hard. The Iron Feather Eagle King was sent flying, crashing right onto the panicked Kuei Shui, causing him to scream in pain. Really? I haven't made a move in over a decade, and everyone thinks this old man is easy to bully. Ye Xiaoyao snorted coldly, then recalled the Thunder Lion King back into the contract space. Uncle Yi, you really don't reveal your true strength. Ye Qianxing sighed. A D-level 8-section spirit pet is probably the strongest in the entire Jiangnan city. The strongest spirit pet on the surface in Jiangnan city was Xiao Yoyun's Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but that was only a D-level 5 section. The Thunder Lion King was D-level 8 section. Little Yi, since I've helped you out so much this time, how do you plan to repay me? Ye Xiaoyao said with a sly smile. This made Ye Qianxing shiver. Every time this old man acted like this, it never led to anything good. Ye. I don't have any money, Ye Qianxing hurriedly said. Don't worry, I'm not asking for your money. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Ye Xiaoyao repeated. What favor? Although Ye Qianxing could tell from Ye Xiaoyao's face that the favor was definitely not a good thing. He had just been helped. So he asked. It's not a big deal. The annual Mercenary Corps Grand Competition is about to start, and every Mercenary Corps must participate. So I was thinking of having you represent our Xiaoyao Mercenary Corps in the competition, Ye Xiaoyao said with a grin. Me participate? But you're so strong. Why do you need me to participate? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. With the power of the Thunder Lion King, wouldn't it sweep everything? I'm old now and don't want to participate in these things anymore. After all, it's the young people's world now, Ye Xiaoyao sighed, seemingly lamenting his age. Well, okay, I'll represent the Xiaoyao Mercenary Corps in this competition, Ye Qianxing agreed, as it wasn't a big deal. Ha ha ha. You're the best, little Yi. By the way, we need 5 people to participate in the competition. Qinghan can't participate recently due to some matters. So you'll have to help gather the numbers, Ye Xiaoyao said. 5 people. Ye Qianxing's eyes widened. He had been schemed against by this old man again. Saying he was too old to participate was just an excuse. This guy just didn't know how to recruit people. How am I supposed to gather 5 people in such a short time? That's not my problem. You've already agreed to it, so you can't back out. By the way, you must win first place in this competition. There's a reward of 1 million. Ye Qianxing was now certain that this old man was indeed scheming against him. Whether he had to participate in the competition was also questionable. Perhaps this guy signed him up for the 1 million prize. I can find a way to gather 5 people, and I'll do my best to win first place. But I have one condition. I want half of the 1 million prize. Ye Qianxing took a deep breath and said, since you've already agreed, you can't back out. However, Ye Qianxing couldn't swallow this anger and had to take revenge on this old man. Half? Are you robbing me? I already paid 100,000 for the registration fee. Ye Xiaoyao quickly shut up, accidentally revealing the truth. It turned out that he was the one who signed up voluntarily. However, the registration fee was indeed expensive, costing 100,000. Cough, cough. How about this? If you win first place, I'll give you 50,000. Is that enough? Whether it's gathering people or participating in the competition. That is all on me. You have a nerve to say such a small amount? Ye Qianxing sneered. Then, 100,000? Is that enough? Ye Xiaoyao said with a pained expression. One price, 500,000. If not, I'll just casually brush it off, and you 1T get a penny. After all, I only promised to participate. I never said I had to win. Ye Qianxing shrugged. This old man was scheming against him, and he had to make sure to take him down a notch. Fine, 500,000 it is. Ye Xiaoyao was hit, feeling that even a clever person could be outsmarted by a kid. Deal. When is the competition? Ye Qianxing finally revealed a smile of success and asked. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? This guy only mentioned it now. Ye Qianxing didn't know what he would do if he didn't show up today. Would he actively look for him? Ye Qianxing originally came to find Ye Qinghan to retrieve a share of the commission, but unexpectedly, he didn't get the commission and was instead played by Ye Xiaoyao. The old fox. After leaving the mercenary city, Ye Qianxing contacted Sudara and the others. Since we need 5 people to participate in the competition, I can call Sudara and the others, and that will just about make the numbers. Chapter 62, the first match. Indeed, Mercenary City does have an annual grand competition. Although participation is not mandatory, most mercenary groups choose to take part, as it is not only a chance to win prizes, but also a great opportunity to promote their mercenary group. Ye Qianxing contacted Sudara and others, asking if they were willing to represent the Xiaoyao mercenary group in the competition. Naturally, they wouldn't refuse. After all, Ye Qianxing had helped them so much. Moreover, participating in the competition could also be seen as a form of training. Sudara explained to Ye Qianxing about the competition, as it was hosted by his family, and he was well aware of the details. Each mercenary competition ranks the groups, and in the previous competitions, the Iron Blood Mercenary Group had consistently secured the first place, which is why they are known as the #1 mercenary group in Jiangnan City. It seems at this time, the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's first position is at risk. Ye Qianxing sneered. Qianxing, I'm sorry, but due to my identity, I cannot participate in the competition with you, Sudara said apologetically. He was the small city lord of Mercenary City, and if he appeared in the competition, he would attract gossip. We all understand. Xiao Yu, let us call Liuxing later to replace Sudara. Ye Qianxing nodded, expressing his understanding. All right, Xiao Yu agreed. She was not worried that Xiao Liuxing would refuse. This guy was always restless, and if he learned about the competition, he would pester them to join even if Ye Qianxing didn't say anything. With Xiao Yu, Xiao Liuxing, Zhou Lang, Zhou Yu, and Ye Qianxing, they had exactly 5 people. The next day, Ye Qianxing and the others arrived at the training ground of Mercenary City, where the competition would take place. At this time, the training ground was already packed with people, making it feel crowded. There were a total of 322 mercenary groups in Jiangnan City's Mercenary City, with 305 participating in the competition. The competition was point-based, which meant that for every mercenary group defeated, 1 point would be awarded. while a defeat would reduce 1 point. The final ranking would be determined by the total points. Sudara explained this to Ye Qianxing and the others. Since the competition was held annually, these veteran mercenary groups were familiar with the rules, whereas it was Ye Qianxing's group's first time participating. What you said is a bit complicated. I don't quite understand, Zhou Lang said shyly, scratching his head. No need to understand too much. Whether it's a point system or whatever, as long as we win every match, we will be the champions in the end, Xia Liuxing said. Liuxing is right. With our strength, we don't need to understand those so-called rules. Strength determines everything, and by defeating all opponents, we will be number one. Ye Qianxing nodded in agreement. As they spoke, the host began to announce the start of the competition. The first match is between the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group's Hungry Wolf team and the Xiaoyao Mercenary Group's Xiaoyao team. Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned. They were actually the first match. When they arrived at the arena, their opponents, the Hungry Wolf team, were already present on stage. The Hungry Wolf team, as their name suggested, had 5 spirit tamers whose spirit pets were all wolves. Spirit pet, Ironback Howling Wolf, attribute, combat type, rating, 1.5 stars, level, F9. Abilities, Claw Strike, Bite, Ironback Charge, weakness, Flying type, Ghost type, the abdomen is its most vulnerable spot. Promotion conditions. Evolution route. All 5 spirit pets of the Hungry Wolf team were Ironback Howling Wolves, lined up in a row, with drool dripping from their mouths. Ye Qianxing was very familiar with this kind of spirit pet. It was the Ironback Howling Wolf that Zhou Wei had used to bully him before. I remember the Hungry Wolf mercenary group ranked around 220 in the last competition, right? Although their rank isn't high, they're notorious. Anyone who goes against them ends up badly, one of the spectators said. That's right. I've heard that spirit tamers who oppose them have their spirit pets eaten by these 5 wolves. If it weren't for the regulations against killing spirit tamers, they would probably eat those spirit tamers too. I've never heard of the Xiaoyao mercenary group. Could it be newly established? They must be some unknown small mercenary group to have drawn the Hungry Wolf team. What bad luck for them. Sai, look at them. They're just a bunch of kids. They probably came for training. It's a pity they ran into the Hungry Wolf team. At this moment, the mercenaries watching from below the arena were discussing, feeling sorry for Ye Qianxing and the others. They didn't know Ye Qianxing and hadn't heard of the Xiaoyao mercenary group, so they naturally assumed they were just a newly established group come for training. How strong could a bunch of kids' spirit pets be? Although the Hungry Wolf mercenary group, ISN, very strong among all mercenary groups, they are definitely one of the most ruthless. They had participated in several mercenary competitions, and every time they drew opponents, unless the opponents were stronger than them, they would be eaten by these 5 Ironback Howling Wolves. They are indeed notorious. Status, extremely hungry. Ye Qianxing could clearly see the status displayed in the attribute table of these 5 Ironback Howling Wolves, extremely hungry. It seems that the spirit tamers of the Hungry Wolf team had been starving their spirit pets for days before the competition. Wolves, as a species, will unleash super strong combat power when in an extremely hungry state. Of course, this comes at the cost of damaging their own potential. Everyone, you should have heard what those people below are saying, right? Since the opponents are so ruthless, we don't need to hold back. Ye Qianxing said to Xia Xiaoyu and the others. They all nodded, feeling angry upon hearing what the spectators said. Clearly, it was just a competition. Why should they harm the lives of spirit pets? The people from the Hungry Wolf mercenary group were too cruel. Babies, your food is here. Are you excited? The captain of the Hungry Wolf team laughed heartily, patting the head of one Ironback Howling Wolf. The 5 Ironback Howling Wolves were constantly drooling, their eyes bloodshot, looking at Ye Qianxing and the others as if they were prey. Hey, little kids in front, hurry up and summon your spirit pets. My boys are already itching with hunger, ha! The captain of the Hungry Wolf team shouted loudly, believing, like the audience below, that Ye Qianxing and the others were just there for training and were of no use at all. Since they are eager to lose, let us fulfill their wish. Brothers, summon your spirit pets. Ye Qianxing shouted loudly, and the 5 of them opened their contract space simultaneously. Instantly, 5 beams of different colors of light shone on the arena. Black, Hellhound by, red, vermilion bird Huahua, white, rampaging rabbit Xiaoyu, blue, Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger Ye Qianxing, green, Tyrannosaurus Turtle Xiaoba. As the 5 spirit pets emerged from the contract space, a powerful aura swept across the entire arena. Chapter 63. Ended before it even started. Children, your food is here. Hurry up and eat. The Hungry Wolf team's Beastmaster shouted, and 5 ironback wolves in a state of extreme hunger rushed towards Ye Qianxing and the others like a whirlwind. Air by Wu, teach them a lesson. Ye Qianxing commanded, and Air by Wu instantly transformed, changing from a husky form into a hellhound, exuding a more majestic and imposing presence. Roar! Air by Wu let out a mighty roar, causing the 5 rushing ironback wolves to come to a sudden halt. At the same time, Air by Wu kicked off the ground with its hind legs, leaping up and landing beside the ironback wolves. It swung its claws, and in an instant, 2 of the ironback wolves were sent flying off the ring. Wow, brother-in-law, leave a few for us, Xiao Liuxing quickly shouted, and the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger charged towards the ironback wolves, directly biting into the neck of one ironback wolf. It then flung it away, sending it tumbling off the ring. Since Ye Qianxing had already said not to hold back, Xiao Liuxing naturally wouldn't be polite. Killers are always killed, and those 5 hungry wolves had killed so many spirit pets, they deserved to die. With 3 hungry wolves dead, the remaining 2 finally snapped out of their stupor from Air by Wu's intimidation, but they were no match for Air by Wu and Xiao Qianxing, having no resistance whatsoever before being killed. The 5 spirit pets of the Hungry Wolf team went from charging out to dying in less than half a minute. The arena was silent, and the 5 Beastmasters of the Hungry Wolf team looked utterly bewildered. Is this over? Did it even start? Even the host stood frozen in place, his microphone slipping from his hand, and the booming sound from the speakers jolted everyone awake. What the heck? What just happened? Can anyone tell me what occurred? This was simply a one-hit kill, and they still had 3 spirit pets that hadn't even made a move. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. The crowd below erupted in disbelief. Just half a minute ago, they had confidently asserted that the Xiaoyao team would surely lose. And yet, they were slapped in the face in just half a minute. Those spirit pets must all be E-rank. My spirit pets are terrified of them, someone trembled and said. Beastmasters with E-rank spirit pets were already considered powerful in Jiangnan City. How could Ye Qianxing and the others, clearly only 15 or 16 years old, contract E-rank spirit pets? They must be descendants of some big family, here not for training, but for fun. This was everyone's inner thought. Do we have to kill the Beastmasters to win? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked the host, causing the 5 members of the Hungry Wolf team to break out in cold sweat. But you can't kill the Beastmasters. The host quickly responded. Then why aren't you announcing the results? Ye Qianxing shot a glare at the host. It had been nearly a minute, and this guy hadn't said a word. With such quality, he clearly wasn't professional. Huh? Oh, I announced that the first match is won by the Xiaoyao team, earning 1 point. The host finally reacted, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly announcing. Only then did Ye Qianxing and the others leave the ring, and the mercenaries gathered below the arena instinctively parted to give them a path. This was a sign of respect for Ye Qianxing and his team. Next up, the Taigo mercenary team versus the GG mercenary team. Winning the first match so quickly, it looks like the first place in this competition is ours. Su Tila walked over to Ye Qianxing and the others, laughing heartily. Although he couldn't participate, he could still watch. It's obviously us. You didn't even participate. Xiao Liuxing picked his nose, looking disdainful. If it weren't for my status, I would have participated this time. And it wouldn't be your business. Sununtai tistai lawantai snorted coldly. These two seemed to have been enemies in a past life, always bickering whenever they met. All right, stop arguing. Tila, do you have the match schedule? Let us see when our next match is. Ye Qianxing interrupted their quarrel and asked. If there was time, he planned to take these people to improve their strength first. Yes, I'll go get it. Sununtai tistai loantai nodit repiateludio leaving. 10 minutes later, he returned with a form in hand. Here, take a look. Your second match is in 1 hour. Su Tila handed the form to Ye Qianxing, saying, this was the benefit of having connections. He could obtain first-hand information. An hour was simply not enough for them to leave. So Ye Qianxing and the others had to stay in the martial arts arena and watch the matches. Most mercenary teams in Jiangnan City generally only possessed F-rank spirit pets, with very few having E-rank ones. However, Ye Qianxing also discovered a few quite strong mercenary teams that had spirit pets of E5 rank or higher. This was worth Ye Qianxing's serious attention. In the next match, the Xiaoyao team would face the Tianmeng team. As the host's voice fell, Ye Qianxing and the others perked up and walked towards the arena. Once again, it was the Xiaoyao team taking the stage. This time they were up against the Tianmeng team, which ranked even higher than the Hungry Wolf team. Seeing Ye Qianxing and the others step onto the ring, the audience erupted once more. The impact that Ye Qianxing and his team had brought was simply overwhelming. Ye Qianxing looked at the 5 fiery red pythons across from him, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the attributes of the opponents appear before him. Spirit Pet, Fire Python Attribute, Fire Rating, 2-star level, E2 Weakness, Water God Fire Advancement Conditions. Evolution Route. The 5 giant pythons were all actually E2 rank, which surprised Ye Qianxing somewhat. Having 5 E-rank spirit pets in a single team indicated that the Tianmeng mercenary team was likely among the top 100 in Jiangnan City. Xiaoyao team, to be honest, I hadn't heard of you before, but I watched your fight with the Hungry Wolf team, and I must say, you do have some skills. The captain of the Tianmeng team, a man in his 20s or 30s with a very magnetic voice, spoke. Thank you for the compliment. You guys are not bad either, Ye Qianxing replied with a slight smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complimenting you. What I meant to say is that defeating a trash team like the Hungry Wolf team is no challenge at all. Against our Tianmeng team, you will definitely lose. The Tianmeng team, captain said again. The Hungry Wolf team is indeed trash, but to us, you're not much different from them. Xiao Yoxing coldly laughed and gave the Tianmeng team the middle finger. The Hungry Wolf team expressed, you can argue all you want, but why insult us? Chapter 64, Re-entering the Spirit Beast Force Captain. Stop wasting time with them. Let's see who's stronger on the battlefield. A burly man shouted, clearly an impatient individual. All right, brothers, let's show those little brats who the real trash is. With a loud roar from the captain of the Tianmeng battle team, 5 fire pythons simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing 5 streams of fire. The 5 waves of fire rushed forward, warping the surrounding air with heat. Xiao Jingjing, Ice Crystal Barrier. Xiao Yoxing shouted, as the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger stepped forward, and an ice wall appeared on the arena. The 5 flames crashed into the ice wall, causing it to start melting. Damn it, Xiao Jingjing's ice attribute is countered by their flames. Xiao Yoxing frowned, looking displeased. The ice attribute is a variant of the water attribute, and is generally stronger in both defense and power, but unfortunately, it is also weak against fire attributes. Just admit defeat, or you'll end up turned to ashes. Don't blame us. The captain of the Tianmeng battle team laughed confidently. Fire, fire, go. Xia Xiao Yu commanded. And the vermilion bird let out a cry, soaring into the air and shooting out hundreds of fire feathers. Blazing feather destruction. The fire feathers descended, targeting the 5 fire pythons. Why is the temperature of this flame so high? The spirit tamers of the Tianmeng battle team exclaimed simultaneously. They shared a bond with the fire pythons and could feel the intense heat from the fire feathers. It was several times hotter than the flames emitted by their pythons. Get out of the way, the spirit tamers shouted, but hundreds of fire feathers had already surrounded the 5 fire pythons, leaving them with no escape. Boom, boom, boom. The fire feathers struck down like meteors, and the arena was instantly enveloped in smoke. 1 minute later, as the smoke cleared, the scene on the arena was revealed. The 5 fire pythons had collapsed on the ground, their fate unknown. 5 E2 level fire pythons were instantly killed by a single move from Fire. Impossible. This can't be happening. The spirit tamers of the Tianmeng battle team shouted frantically, unable to believe that their spirit pets could be taken down in one hit. Wow. Sis, when did Fire become so strong? Xiao Yoxing was equally incredulous. It was his first time witnessing Fire in action. Xia Xiaoyu ignored Xiao Yoxing and addressed the members of the Tianmeng battle team. Don't worry, I had Fire hold back. Your spirit pets are just injured. Not in any mortal danger. Xia Xiaoyu was right. The fire pythons were not dead, but were merely unconscious due to being suppressed by the divine fire. After all, The Vermilion Bird's divine fire had an absolute suppression over any fire-type spirit pets. The captain of the Tianmeng battle team glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, a strange light flashing in his eyes, before retrieving the fire pythons into the contract space and leaving the arena. They probably wouldn't participate in the subsequent matches. Although the fire pythons were not in mortal danger, they would need time to recover. Xiaoyao battle team, victory, 1 point added. The host, having learned from previous lessons, was in much better form this time. Although surprised, he quickly regained his composure. Once off the arena, everyone's attention turned to Xia Xiaoyu, their eyes filled with awe. The power fire displayed was astounding, instantly killing 5 E2 level spirit pets. Simply too strong. In fact, if it were another spirit pet, Fire might not have been able to achieve a one-hit kill. It was mainly because those 5 fire pythons were at a disadvantage in attributes. The Divine Fire attribute had an absolute suppression over fire types, even stronger than the water type suppression over fire. Everyone, the next match is in the afternoon. We have a few hours to spare. I suggest we go to the Spirit Beast Forest to improve our strength, Ye Qianxing said. The schedule provided by Sudara indicated that their next match was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving them 4 to 5 hours. That was enough time for a trip to the Spirit Beast Forest. It could be said that Ye Qianxing was the leader of the team. So Xia Xiaoyu and the others had no objections to his suggestion. After leaving the mercenary city, they headed towards the Spirit Beast Forest. It had been quite a while since they last entered the Spirit Beast Forest during the school's final assessment. For this mercenary city competition, they specifically asked their mentor, Jiang Lin, for leave. Upon learning that it was for a competition, Jiang Lin did not refuse, as competitions were also a form of training. Once inside the Spirit Beast Forest, Ye Qianxing and the others chose to head deeper, as there weren't many valuable resources in the outskirts. This is a fire spirit fruit. Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped, pointing at a tree with bright red fruits. The information about the fire spirit fruit appeared before him. Fire spirit fruit contains immense fire energy. Xiaoyu. This fire spirit fruit contains way more energy than the earth flame flower. There are 5 on the tree, and giving one to fire could elevate her by at least 2 levels, Ye Qianxing said excitedly. Feeling their luck was good to have found such a treasure so soon. Roar. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed. Suddenly, a red-furred gorilla emerged from the woods. Evil spirit, explosive gorilla attribute, fire rating, 2-star level, E1 weakness, water divine fire promotion conditions. Evolution route. Sure enough, any slightly precious spirit herb would be guarded by an evil spirit. Fortunately, this explosive gorilla wasn't too strong, only at the E1 level. Fire, it's up to you, Ye Qianxing said, as fire soared into the air and flapped her wings violently. Immediately, 2 fire blades shot out, crossing into a shape and targeting the explosive gorilla. This was one of Fire's skills, the Infernal Flame World Slash, known for its tremendous single-target attack power. The explosive gorilla was hardly a formidable evil spirit and was directly slain by the crossing fire blades. A phantom soul flew out, which was absorbed by Air by Wu. Underworld Dog, Air by Wu attribute, demon rating, 5-star, growth type, level, E4 ability, intimidation, soul intimidation, effective against targets not exceeding 2 levels below. With diminishing effects, as the level gap increases, the combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Underworld Flame Strike, summons underworld flames for attack. Possessing both physical and soul attack effects. Soul Devour, devour souls for level elevation. Weakness, mechanical promotion conditions. Devour 100 souls to advance to level 41-100 evolution route. Consuming a D-level canine evil spirit or spirit pet's inner core can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound. 0-1. Air by Wu needed to consume souls to elevate its level. And to consume souls, it had to kill evil spirits or spirit pets, so its leveling up was rather slow. After all, there weren't enough evil spirits and spirit pets for it to kill. Killing humans could also lead to leveling up, but how could Ye Qianxing engage in indiscriminate slaughter? Chapter 65. Money Mouse, treasure hunting. After defeating the exploding gorilla, Ye Qianxing picked the 5 fire spirit fruits and also dug out the inner core of the exploding gorilla. An E-grade fire-type inner core combined with fire spirit fruits would yield even better results. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, took out a juicer from his spatial storage, and tossed the inner core and fire spirit fruits inside. Soon, a bowl of fiery red soup was freshly made. Hua Hua gulped down the fiery red soup in one go, and the next moment, a wave of high temperature swept over. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger quickly released an ice crystal barrier, and the ice Qilin also released cold air to barely block the heat wave. With a cry, all the birds in the spirit beast forest stirred. As the emperor of all birds, Hua Hua, who possessed the phoenix bloodline, startled all the birds with its call. Hua Hua had now reached E-grade 6 segments. Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Ye Qianxing rubbed his nose, realizing he had somewhat overestimated the value of the fire spirit fruits. He originally thought they could improve Hua Hua by 2 or 3 segments, but it only increased by 1. Indeed, the higher the bloodline, the slower the level increases. If it were an ordinary fire-type spirit pet, 5 fire spirit fruits would be enough for them to improve by 3 or 4 segments, Ye Qianxing thought. However, even though Hua Hua only improved by 1 segment, its strength had increased several times. Sister, right now, your spirit pet is the highest level among our group, Xia Liuxing said enviously. Ha ha, you don't have to be too envious. There's still a few hours until the competition. Maybe we can find treasures for your spirit pets too? Ye Qianxing laughed. He was actually thinking about whether he could find a ghost-type evil spirit or spiritual medicine. But ghost types were indeed too rare, so he could only slowly devour the souls of evil spirits to level up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just a short while after they started walking, suddenly, the sound of mice squeaking rang out. Ye Qianxing looked around and saw a small hole had appeared on the ground. A completely golden gopher appeared before their eyes. Evil spirit, money mouse attribute, earth rating, 2-star level, F5 ability, keen sense of smell, good at finding treasures weakness, would rock promotion condition, evolution route. Qianxing, why are you staring at that gopher? It looks a bit special. But it shouldn't be an evil spirit, right? Su Tila and others asked when they saw Ye Qianxing staring blankly at the golden gopher. Shoo! Ye Qianxing quickly signaled them to be quiet and whispered, "This is the money mouse, which is also an evil spirit, but it has no attack power. Its ability is treasure hunting. With it, our efficiency in finding spiritual medicine will be greatly improved." Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Su Tila and others instantly became excited. After seeing Hua Hua's level up, they were indeed quite envious. With this money mouse, finding those spiritual medicines would be much easier, and their spirit pets could level up too. "Let us split up quickly and surround it," Ye Qianxing commanded. Su Tila and the others dispersed and walked in different directions, surrounding the money mouse. "Catch it!" Ye Qianxing shouted, and the 6 of them pounced forward at the same time. The money mouse sensed danger and, with a puff, retreated back into its hole. The 6 of them bumped into each other. "I forgot this is just a gopher. It can dig." Ye Qianxing slapped his forehead and sighed. Puff! Another sound of breaking ground was heard, and Ye Qianxing and the others turned to look at the sound. They saw the golden money mouse poking its head out not far away, looking provocatively at Ye Qianxing and the others. "Brother-in-law, we've been looked down upon by this mouse," Xia Liuxing said. "With my bad temper, no matter what, I must catch it." Ye Qianxing shouted, lunging at the money mouse again. However, the money mouse shrank back and entered its hole. Ye Qianxing missed again. The next moment, the money mouse poked its head out from another hole, its expression full of provocation. "This dead mouse is actually playing whack-a-mole with us," Ye Qianxing coldly snorted, then shouted at the ice Qilin to buy frosty ground. The ice Qilin, receiving Ye Qianxing's order, immediately activated its skill. Instantly, icy air erupted from its body, freezing the ground. The provocation on the money mouse's face froze as it realized it couldn't retreat into the hole because the ground was already frozen. "Keep being arrogant." Ye Qianxing sneered and swiftly grabbed the money mouse, holding it in his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The money mouse finally started to panic, struggling incessantly. But as a small mouse with no attack power, how could it escape Ye Qianxing's control? "I know you can understand my words. From now on, you must help me find spiritual medicines, or I will crush you," Ye Qianxing said harshly, scaring the money mouse into nodding repeatedly. Ye Qianxing then revealed a smile again. took out a rope from his spatial storage, tied up the money mouse, with the other end held in his hand. Let us go treasure hunting. If you satisfy me, I might consider letting you go free. The money mouse glanced at Ye Qianxing and reluctantly started to move. 10 minutes later, ha, it's wind thunder fruit. Ye Qianxing pointed at several fruits and said, this is perfect for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is the rampaging rabbit, with dual attributes of wind and thunder. And wind thunder fruit also has wind and thunder attributes. It's simply a perfect match. At that moment, a wolf with purple and white fur jumped out. Evil spirit, purple moon wolf king attribute, lightning ice rating, 3-star level, E5 weakness, divine fire promotion condition, evolution route. Oh, it's actually a relative of the howling moon silver wolf. Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. Xia Xiaoyu and Xia Liuxing's father. Xia Liuxing's spirit pet was the howling moon silver wolf, and this purple moon wolf king had some blood relation to it. Moreover, they were both dual attribute of lightning and ice. Everyone be careful. This is an E5 level evil spirit, Ye Qianxing reminded. Let me handle it. Hua has an advantage over it, and is also at a higher level, Xia Xiaoyu said. No, Xiaoyu, this time you don't need to take action. Here by 1T act either. Liuxing, Ye, Zhoulang, and Tila, this purple moon wolf king is up to you. For against one should be fine, right? Ye Qianxing said, taking the opportunity to train them. Of course, no problem. Little Jingjing, ice strike. Xia Liuxing commanded first, and the ice crystal, saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth, shooting out an ice spear straight towards the purple moon wolf king. Chapter 66, Treasures Emerge. Everyone advances crack. The purple moon wolf king spat out a sword-shaped lightning bolt that shattered the ice cone shot by the ice crystal, sword-toothed tiger. Howl! The purple moon wolf king suddenly howled at the sky, leaving all the spirit tamers and spirit pets present, except for the silly one, dumbfounded. Woof! The silly one barked a few times, finally waking everyone up. Damn it, this guy actually knows how to intimidate. Cold sweat streamed down Ye Qianxing's face. That wolf howl, just now, was one of the purple moon wolf king's skills, the wolf king's howl, which could cause an intimidation effect. If it weren't for the silly one's strong resistance to soul intimidation, they would have suffered greatly. Xiaoyu wind and thunder tread, Zhouyu shouted, and the rampaging rabbit leaped up, kicking its hind legs towards the purple moon wolf king. Just then, a cold ice armor appeared on the purple moon wolf king's body, rendering the rampaging rabbit's attack ineffective. This was also one of the purple moon wolf king's skills, ice armor. Violent straight punch. Without hesitation, Zhouyu gave the command again. The rampaging rabbit pulled back its fist and then smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The violent punch hit the ice armor hard, and immediately there was a sound of shattering. The armor broke, and the purple moon wolf king was forced back several steps. Xiaoyu's pure physical attack is quite strong. Ye Qianxing, moderate. Despite the rampaging rabbit looking delicate, it actually contained immense strength. This punch didn't even use the power of wind and thunder. Howl! The purple moon wolf king seemed enraged, roaring as it transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing in front of the rampaging rabbit, its claws striking down. However, Zhouyu showed no sign of panic on her face. Xiao Ba, Earth Guardian. A crisp voice rang out, and a yellow light shield enveloped the rampaging rabbit. The wolf's claws struck the yellow shield, causing it to tremble but not shatter. This pair of siblings has quite a high level of cooperation. It seems they have fought together quite a bit. Ye Qianxing said to Xia Xiaoyu. Yes, just now Zhouyu showed no panic, indicating her great trust in Zhoulang. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Dubai Ice Pillar. Su Tila also shouted, and immediately, frost energy transformed into an ice pillar, crashing into the purple moon wolf king. The purple moon wolf king had just launched an attack and was caught off guard, getting hit by the ice pillar and flying backward several meters. Although the purple moon wolf king was E-grade, level 5, the quality of their 4 spirit pets was exceptional, and if they could cooperate well, defeating the purple moon wolf king wouldn't be a problem. Ye Qianxing said again, and soon the facts confirmed his words. The moment the purple moon wolf king was struck by the ice pillar, Su Tila and the others seized the opportunity to launch their most fierce attack. As for defense, they could completely leave it to the Tyrannosaurus turtle. In the onslaught of the 4 spirit pets, the purple moon wolf king eventually fell, ending its life under the bite of the ice crystal sword-toothed tiger. Brother-in-law, this is its inner core. Xiao Luxing handed an inner core to Ye Qianxing. The inner core of the purple moon wolf king contains both ice and lightning attributes. If Xiaoyu consumes it, there's a chance to evolve her ice attribute. Ye Qianxing said, "Really?" Zhouyu exclaimed excitedly. Who wouldn't want their spirit pet to gain another ability? Yes, but the success rate is not 100%. So it all depends on fate. Ye Qianxing nodded. He then picked the wind and thunder fruit and, along with the purple moon wolf king's inner core, made a juice to feed to the rampaging rabbit. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, thunder roared, and soon, cold air surged from the rampaging rabbit's body. Spirit pet, rampaging snow rabbit, jade rabbit bloodline, not activated. Attributes: wind lightning mutated ice frost rating, 4.5 stars, growth type, level, E4 abilities, 1. Storm control, concentrate storm, wind type attack, 2. Wind and thunder tread, physical attack, dual wind and thunder effect, 3. Violent straight punch, pure physical attack, 4. Thunderstorm blizzard, contains electricity. Wind and ice attributes, advancement conditions. Evolution path. It really worked. Zhouyu's face flushed with excitement. Perhaps because she was too thrilled. She suddenly hugged Ye Qianxing tightly. This left Ye Qianxing somewhat at a loss. Zhouyu was already quite pretty, and if an ordinary man were hugged by a beautiful girl, he would certainly be very happy. Ye Qianxing was, of course, an ordinary man, but the key was that there were others nearby. He slightly turned his head and saw Xiaoyu pouting, looking at him with a resentful expression. Xiaoyu. Ye Qianxing sighed, wanting to explain. Oomph. However, Xiaoyu directly huffed, turning her head away and not looking at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing. It seemed this girl was jealous. As for Su Tila and Xiao Luxing, they were both grinning at him. Ye Qianxing found it strange. Su Tila's grin was normal. But why was Xiao Luxing also grinning? Always calling me brother-in-law, now watching another woman hug me, and you can still laugh? As for Zhoulang, he seemed to want to say something, but always looked shy and hesitant. Ahem, you, don't be too excited. Otherwise, I might not be able to breathe. Ye Qianxing said awkwardly. Zhouyu was young, but her figure was indeed quite developed. So when she hugged Ye Qianxing tightly, it pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhouyu realized what Ye Qianxing meant, and her face turned red. Xiaoyu quickly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Ye Qianxing and Zhouyu. But then she looked down at her own assets. It seemed that compared to Zhouyu, she was too small. Ahem. Let us not waste time. Let's hurry and continue searching for treasures. Ye Qianxing quickly changed the subject, fearing the sudden silence in the air. With the money mouse leading the way, their treasure hunting efficiency increased several times. A mercenary group might find a few spirit herbs in a day, but their quality would be average at best. However, with the money mouse, Ye Qianxing and the others found spirit herbs at a very fast pace. And the money mouse looked down on low-quality spirit herbs, only leading them to find high-quality ones. Ice clear glass. This can be given to Xiao Jingjing to consume. It can at least elevate your level by 2 stages. After defeating a snowman evil spirit, Ye Qianxing and the others successfully obtained ice clear glass, which could help ice-type spirit pets enhance their ice quality. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao Luxing laughed heartily and gave the ice clear glass to the ice crystal sword-toothed tiger to consume. Soon after, the ice crystal sword-toothed tiger's level indeed rose to E-grade level 4, and it released colder ice temperatures. This is water convergent stone, containing both water and rock attributes. Best suited for Xiaoba. This is 100-year meteorite iron. Here you go, King Kong. Ye Qianxing summoned the divine, armored golden ape. 100-year meteorite iron is a treasure left by a meteorite from outside the sky, containing rich and powerful metal elements. Although 100-year meteorite iron is extremely hard, it was still smelted into iron juice under the divine fire of Huahua, which was swallowed by King Kong. Its level also rose to E-grade level 6 at that moment, becoming the second E6 level spirit pet after Huahua. Chapter 67. The Ice and Fire Duality Spring. Of course, the abilities of the century-old meteorite are not limited to these. The The defense of the diamond has also been greatly enhanced. World flower? Under the guidance of the money mouse, they quickly found another flower. The world flower. Named for one flower, one world, it contains spatial attributes. Under the system's eye, the information of the spiritual herb was revealed without a doubt. It turned out to be a rare, spatial-type spiritual herb. Their luck was truly exceptional. Shuquan, this is yours. Ye Qianxing handed the world flower to Shuquan, directly helping it level up to E rank 1. Shuquan can be considered a good auxiliary spirit pet. Its spatial abilities can save lives under certain circumstances. Ye Qianxing naturally wouldn't overlook it, but unfortunately, spatial attribute spiritual herbs are indeed too rare. In the following hours, the money mouse led Ye Qianxing and the others to find no less than dozens of high-quality spiritual herbs. Ye Qianxing directly used the usable ones on the spirit pets, while the unusable ones were stored in Shuquan's spatial realm. These were all pure silver coins. What kind of place is this? Under the guidance of the money mouse, they delved deeper into the spirit beast forest. At this moment, before them was a spring, but to everyone's astonishment, the spring water was actually divided in half, with one side steaming hot and the other side exuding cold air. The ice and fire duality spring? The information about the spring appeared in the system's eye, and Ye Qianxing was even more amazed that there would be an ice and fire duality spring in the spirit beast forest. What's wrong with the ice and fire duality spring? Why do you look so excited? Sutila asked in confusion. The ice and fire duality spring alone wouldn't make me so excited. The key is that flower. Ye Qianxing pointed to a flower growing at the boundary of the ice and fire duality spring. That flower has two colors, one red and one blue, just like this ice and fire duality spring. This is the flame frost flower, possessing both fire and ice attributes, which are mutually restraining and can only grow in the ice and fire duality spring. This is a top-quality spiritual herb. Tila, you've really hit the jackpot. Ye Qianxing exclaimed excitedly. It's a top-notch spiritual herb. What does that have to do with me? Why do you say I've hit the jackpot? Tila was increasingly puzzled. Of course, it concerns you. I tell you, if this flame frost flower is consumed by there will be unexpected results. Ye Qianxing smiled mysteriously. What results? Since it involves her own spirit pet, Tila became nervous. Well, you'll see for yourself in a bit. Ye Qianxing teased. Only my Hua can fly here. Let go get the flame frost flower. Xiaoyu suggested. As the water in the ice and fire duality spring was either too hot or too cold, and only flying over would work. Ye Qianxing nodded. Under Xiaoyu's command, Hua flew towards the center of the ice and fire duality spring, just as it grabbed the flame frost flower. Suddenly, two heads emerged from spring, a flame and a frost shot towards Hua. Screech! Hua didn't he expect these two heads to pop out and was directly hit, falling toward the spring. Hovu! Xiaoyu exclaimed, instinctively rushing towards the ice and fire duality spring. However, Ye Qianxing was faster. He immediately used teleportation and appeared in midair, catching Hua. Then, he used teleportation again to bring her back to the shore. Phew. After using 2 teleportations in a row, Ye Qianxing felt his stamina waning. Hua, are you okay? Xiaoyu hurriedly walked over to Hua and asked. Don't worry, Hua is a vermilion bird. She'll be fine. Ye Qianxing reassured, and only then did Xiaoyu return Hua to her contract space to let her rest. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the figure emerging from the ice and fire duality spring. Wow, what kind of evil spirit is this with 2 heads? One red and one blue? Tila couldn't help but swallow hard. He could sense a powerful pressure from that figure. Evil spirit, ice and fire twin-headed snake attributes, frost fire rating, 3 stars level, D2 abilities, possesses dual ice and fire abilities. With attacks containing potent poison weakness, divine fire, divine water promotion conditions. Evolution route. Ye Qianxing's eyes widened. It turned out to be a D-level evil spirit. Run, this is a D-level evil spirit. Ye Qianxing shouted, and everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. Hiss! The ice and fire twin-headed snake hissed and flew out of the ice and fire duality spring, chasing after them. The flame frost flower is its, and it must not be taken away by others. Damn it, a D-level evil spirit. Even if we all attack together, it will be difficult to defeat it. Ye Qianxing frowned deeply. The ice and fire twin-headed snake was extremely fast and was about to catch up to them. Xiaoyu, can Huohua still fight? Ye Qianxing asked. If Huohua could still fight, they would have a chance. After all, Huohua could fly and was of the divine fire type, which had a strong restraining effect on the ice and fire twin-headed snake. She can fight, but her combat power hasn't fully recovered yet. Xiaoyu said. Ye Qianxing pondered for a moment and then said, call her out. There's no hope of escaping now. We can only fight to the death. Xiaoyu nodded and quickly summoned Huohua. Brothers, prepare for battle. Ye Qianxing shouted, and Su Tila and the others immediately stopped in their tracks. They trusted Ye Qianxing completely. Since he said to fight, then they would fight. Hiss. Seeing Ye Qianxing and the others stop, the ice and fire twin-headed snake also suddenly halted. Snakes are very suspicious. It didn't understand why the people who were just running away were now standing still. 250, Diamond, Shukuan. Ye Qianxing summoned all 3 spirit pets. Facing a D-level evil spirit, he had to go all out. Huohua as the main attacker, the others fully assist. Ye Qianxing immediately ordered, Huohua, Infernal Fire World / Huohua flew in the air, screeching. She was very angry after being ambushed by this twin-headed snake, with a flap of her wings. Across / headed towards the ice and fire twin-headed snake. The ice and fire twin-headed snake's 2 heads simultaneously spat out flames and frost, directly dispersing the cross /. The level difference is still too great. Ye Qianxing murmured, then shouted, Diamond, smash it to death. Roar. The divine armored golden ape roared, its body turning metallic. Wielding a black gold iron rod, it suddenly leaped and smashed down hard at the ice and fire twin-headed snake. The ice and fire twin-headed snake spat out flames and frost, but Diamond did not evade, letting the 2 types of attacks hit it. Finally, it landed, and the black gold iron rod smashed down hard on the ice and fire twin-headed snake. Chapter 68 Evolution. Frostfire Kirin, did the 2-headed snake die? Xiao Yoxing looked ahead at the dust swirling, unable to see the situation inside. But Ye Qianxing understood that although the power of the Vajra was immense, the likelihood of smashing a D-level evil spirit with a single blow was very low. As the dust slowly settled, the silhouette of the Frostfire 2-headed snake emerged. At this moment, the Vajra had already been entangled by the 2-headed snake. The 2 snake heads tried to bite the Vajra, but were caught by its 2 hands. Damn it, Wu Soul Shock. Ye Qianxing's expression changed as he shouted. Wu had transformed into the appearance of a hellhound. Soul Shock, activate. The 2-headed snake's eyes instantly went blank, but Ye Qianxing knew that with Wu's current strength, it could only stun it for a few seconds at most. Ghost Flame Strike. Ye Qianxing and Wu simultaneously unleashed the Ghost Flame Strike, and the black flames burned on the 2-headed snake's body, causing it to let out a cry of anguish. The pain on its soul made the 2-headed snake's body go limp. The Vajra pushed hard and broke free from the 2-headed snake's entanglement. Then it ran over to Ye Qianxing's side. This Frostfire 2-headed snake is so strong. Ye Qianxing frowned tightly. Hiss. The Frostfire 2-headed snake was now enraged. With both heads spitting flames and frost, the 2 elements surprisingly combining together. The opposing forces of yin and yang, the combination of ice and fire, unleashed a power that could not be underestimated. Ye Qianxing gasped. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turtle released Earth Guardian, and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger also unleashed the ice crystal barrier. With double defenses, it was uncertain whether they could withstand this attack from the Frostfire 2-headed snake. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the outermost ice crystal barrier shattered into ice shards. The Earth Guardian was still holding on, but cracks had already begun to appear. Boom! In the end, the Earth Guardian could not hold on any longer and shattered. Fortunately, the Earth Guardian had already mitigated most of the Frostfire attack's power, and the remaining force would not harm anyone. The only way now is to use the Zian Shuanghua for the bye-bye, and we will try our best to hold off this 2-headed snake. Once the bye-bye levels up, it might be able to fight. Ye Qianxing said, All right. Su Tila did not hesitate, took the Yin Shuanghua, and directly fed it to the bye-bye. Fire, fire, fiery wings burning heaven. The vermilion bird let out a cry. spreading its wings, and countless fiery feathers shot out like a meteor shower towards the two-headed snake. Bang, bang, bang. Fiery wings burning heaven continuously struck the two-headed snake, which could only passively defend, its body covered in icy armor. Erbe Wu, Ghost Flame Strike. Ye Qianxing gave the order, and Erbe Wu unleashed another black flame. This time the two-headed snake learned from its previous lesson and chose not to take it head-on, instead dodging the Ghost Flame Strike. The rampaging rabbit and ice crystal saber-toothed tiger attracted the two-headed snake's attention. Hukon, wait for a moment and use space transfer to send the Vajra above the two-headed snake. Vajra, remember, strike at the two-headed snake's 7-inch position. Ye Qianxing quickly devised a strategy. The 7-inch mark was the snake's weak spot, even for a two-headed snake. The rampaging rabbit and ice crystal saber-toothed tiger charged towards the two-headed snake from two sides, prompting the two-headed snake to unleash its attacks. Now, Ye Qianxing shouted, and Shukuan directly used space transfer, making the Vajra's figure disappear from its original spot. The next moment, it appeared above the frostfire two-headed snake. Roar! The Vajra roared, raising its pillar and striking fiercely at the two-headed snake's 7-inch position. Slap! However, the frostfire two-headed snake seemed to be prepared, its tail whipped like a whip, striking the Vajra. Although the Vajra had incredible defense and would not be easily harmed, it was still knocked back by this immense force. This frostfire two-headed snake is very protective of its vital spot. Ye Qianxing sighed. In this case, a surprise attack was impossible. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from behind. Immediately, a chilling aura erupted, mixed with waves of heat. The sudden changes in temperature made everyone present feel uncomfortable. Bai has successfully evolved. Su Tila's excited voice rang out, and Ye Qianxing quickly looked back to see Bai's figure appear before him. The original Bai was sky blue, but now it had transformed into a blue-red mix, looking even cooler than before. Spirit Pet, Frostfire Kirin, Qilin subspecies, attribute, mutated ice fire rating, 5-star, growth type, level, E7 ability, ice and fire heavenly might, 0-degree explosion weakness. Divine Fire, it actually jumped directly from E2 to E7. Even Ye Qianxing did not expect the effect of the Zian Shuanghua to be this good. Moreover, Bai now had almost no weaknesses. After all, Divine Fire is exceedingly rare, and the chances of encountering it are low. Hiss! The Frostfire two-headed snake warily stared at the newly evolved Bai. Although Bai's level was still lower than the Frostfire two-headed snake, it possessed the Qilin bloodline, which definitely suppressed the Frostfire two-headed snake in terms of lineage. Bai, ice and fire heavenly might. Su Tila shouted, and Bai stomped its 4 hooves, causing a chilling aura to rise from the ground. At the same time, flames began to fall from the sky. Xiaoyu, let Huahua assist it. Ye Qianxing said. Xiaoyu nodded, signaling Huahua to unleash fiery wings burning heaven. Instantly, the flames in the sky transformed into fiery feathers. These were feathers transformed from divine fire. Fear began to show in the frostfire two-headed snake's eyes. It glanced reluctantly at Ye Qianxing and the others before turning to flee. Don't chase. Seeing the frostfire two-headed snake trying to escape, Xiao Liuxing hurriedly wanted to pursue, but was stopped by Ye Qianxing. We don't have time to waste here, and if it really comes to a fight, we may not be able to handle this frostfire two-headed snake. Ye Qianxing ape-line it, but Bai has already evolved, right? And that two-headed snake is clearly afraid. Xiao Liuxing questioned. It's not afraid. It saw that the Yin Shuanghua had already been consumed by Bai, and there was no need to continue the fight. Evil spirits possess a certain level of intelligence. They know that continuing the battle would be pointless, Su Tila said, understanding Bai well as its master. Although Bai has evolved, defeating that frostfire two-headed snake would still be very difficult, even with Huahua's help. Ultimately, the level gap is just too large. The frostfire two-headed snake wasted too much of our time. We should have leveled up by now and need to return to the mercenary city. Ye Qianxing said, noting that they only had an hour left before their competition. Everyone nodded in agreement, and thus the group set off towards the edge of the Spirit Beast Forest. Ye Qianxing looked back at the Spirit Beast Forest. Even the place where they encountered the frostfire two-headed snake was not the deepest part of the forest. So, what kind of existence would be found in the deepest part of the spirit beast forest? Chapter 69. The Tactical Berserkers Mercenary City Training Arena. The next match. The Carefree team versus the Berserkers. Both teams have remained undefeated from the first match until now, as they face off against each other. Which team's unbeaten record will be broken? Let's wait and see. The host shouted on stage. Carefree, Carefree, Berserkers, Berserkers. The crowd cheered, with some supporting the Carefree team and others backing the Berserkers. Now, please welcome both teams to the stage. As the host finished speaking, 5 figures stepped onto the arena. Standing shoulder to shoulder, in the center was the Berserkers captain, Qianxing. On his left and right were a frail young man and an alluring woman. On the far sides were 2 middle-aged men, who looked almost identical, suggesting they were twins. Now, let's welcome the Carefree team. The host shouted again, but there was still no response. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ha ha! Could it be that those little kids heard they were up against our Berserkers and got scared off? Qianxing laughed loudly, his voice booming so that everyone in the arena could hear. This sparked discussions among the crowd. The Carefree team wouldn't really be too scared to come on stage, would they? I've watched every match of theirs. Their strength is not weak. Even if they can't match the Berserkers, they shouldn't be too afraid to face them. What could be the reason then? At this point, the host also looked confused as he searched for the Carefree team in the crowd. But there were too many people, and he couldn't see clearly. Stop looking. In my opinion, those little kids are just too scared to face our Berserkers. Hurry up and announce our victory, Qianxing said impatiently, thinking it would be best to avoid fighting and save some energy. All right, since the Carefree team has not appeared for a while, I announce that this match. The host was just about to make the announcement when a shout suddenly rang out. The Carefree team is here. As the voice rang out, everyone's eyes turned to the entrance of the training arena. There, several figures appeared. It was Ye Qianxing and his team. They walked towards the arena, and the crowd instinctively made way for them. Oh, so they weren't scared off by me. Qianxing rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat disappointed. Sorry, we're late. Let us get started, Ye Qianxing said to the host. The host quickly nodded at Ye Qianxing. He already knew about the relationship between Ye Qianxing and Sudala, so he naturally didn't dare to show him any disrespect. I announce that the match between the Carefree team and the Berserkers officially begins. The host shouted loudly, and Ye Qianxing and the others simultaneously summoned their spirit pets. Crush them, Qianxing roared, summoning his spirit pet first, followed closely by his 4 teammates who also summoned their spirit pets. Qianxing's spirit pet, true to its name, was a powerful rhinoceros. Spirit pet, mighty rhinoceros attribute, strength rating, 2-star level, E6 ability, immense strength, horn charge weakness, flying type promotion conditions. Evolution route. Aside from Qianxing's mighty rhinoceros, the other 4 teammates had different spirit pets. The alluring woman's spirit pet was a spider named Mysterious Spider, an E5 level spirit pet with the ability to ensnare with webs, which also had paralyzing toxins. The frail young man's spirit pet was a monkey named Little Spirit Monkey, an E4 level spirit pet known for its agility. As for the 2 twins, their spirit pets were identical. Rock giant beasts, rock-type spirit pets, E3 level, with extremely strong defense. This Berserkers team really knows tactics. The mighty rhinoceros takes the lead, the mysterious spider controls, the little spirit monkey disrupts, and the 2 rock giant beasts provide defense. Ye Qianxing praised, considering the Berserkers the strongest team they had faced so far. Go! Qianxing shouted, and the mighty rhinoceros charged towards Ye Qianxing's side. The little spirit monkey moved as well, attempting to flank and attack from behind. The 2 rock giant beasts followed closely beside the mighty rhinoceros, ready to block any attacks. Horn charge. The mighty rhinoceros rushed towards the ice crystal saber tooth tiger. Come at me. Xiao Yoxing showed no panic, sneering. His little crystal had already reached E4 level in the spirit forest. Although it was 2 levels lower than the mighty rhinoceros, he was not intimidated at all. Ice crystal barrier. An ice wall formed to block the mighty rhinoceros. The rhinoceros' horn slammed into the ice barrier, creating a crack. This strength is indeed impressive. Xiaoyu. Violent punch. Zhou Yu commanded, and the rampaging rabbit charged up for a punch towards the mighty rhinoceros. At that moment, the two rock giant beasts combined to form a shield, standing in front of the mighty rhinoceros. The violent punch hit the rock shield, but caused no damage at all. The shield opened up, and the mighty rhinoceros charged directly toward the rampaging rabbit. These two rock giant beasts' turn shield were quite troublesome, like a door that could close for defense and open for attack at will. Just as the mighty rhinoceros was about to collide with the rampaging rabbit, a brownish-yellow light shield appeared, blocking the mighty rhinoceros. At that moment, the little spirit monkey had already launched an attack from the back, targeting Wu. Perhaps in his eyes, the untransformed Wu was just a small dog. Hua noticed the little spirit monkey's sneak attack and breathed out a flame. But the little spirit monkey dodged and continued charging at Wu. Hua wanted to attack again, but was suddenly entangled by webs. The mysterious spider tried to pull her down, but Hua suddenly burst into flames, incinerating the webs to ashes. Why isn't my paralyzing toxin effective on this little bird? The alluring woman questioned, puzzled. Of course it's ineffective. Hua is a vermilion bird. Her blood is all divine fire. And as soon as the toxin enters her blood, it gets burned away, someone explained. However, the mysterious spider's control still had some effect. As the little spirit monkey appeared behind Wu, its sharp claws lunging fiercely. Time to end this, the frail young man sneered. However, the next moment, his sneer froze on his face. The little spirit monkey suddenly halted, and that little dog transformed into a hellhound engulfed in black flames. The hellhound pressed the little spirit monkey to the ground with a paw. Ow! Wu howled to the sky, unleashing a shockwave that stunned the mighty rhinoceros and the rock giant beasts. Although it was just for a moment, it was enough. The rampaging rabbit suddenly leaped, soaring over the rock giant beasts and stomped down on the mighty rhinoceros. Chapter 70. Final battle. The violent rabbit's critical hit is completely disproportionate to her size. Her small body contains a tremendous amount of power. The thunder strike hit the mighty rhino, sending it flying. Fire! Give it the final blow! Ye Qianxing shouted. The vermilion bird soared into the sky, flapping its wings and unleashing the infernal flame world slash. The flame cross slash struck the mighty rhino. Although it had tough skin and thick flesh, it was not a defense type, and under the explosive single target damage of the infernal flame world slash, it lost its combat capability. Mighty! The mad rhino exclaimed. He shared a soul bond with the mighty rhino and could naturally feel its current state. Heavily injured, unable to fight. With the main combatant of the mad battle team out of commission, the roaming spirit monkey was also pinned down by the 250, leaving only two rock beasts and a strange spider. It could be said that the mad battle team had already lost half the battle, with no chance of a comeback. Admit defeat. You have no chance of winning. Save your strength to deal with other teams, Ye Qianxing said to the spirit tamers of the mad battle team. Losing once does not mean elimination. The competition is point-based, and as long as they can still fight, they still have a chance. However, the alluring woman was very stubborn. The mighty rhino has already lost its combat ability. We don't need to participate in the upcoming battle, but even if we lose, we will not let you have it easy, she said fiercely, and surprisingly, her teammates did not refute her. This shows that the alluring woman held a relatively high status in the mad battle team. Web binding. The alluring woman shouted loudly, and the strange spider spat out a web toward the flying fire. Huh! Fire breathed out divine fire, instantly turning the web to ashes. How is that possible? My web has a high fire resistance, the alluring woman said incredulously. However, little did she know, fire's flames were not ordinary flames, but the phoenix divine fire, which was dozens of times hotter than regular fire. A mere web could be easily burned to ashes. Stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly, Ye Qianxing said. Immediately, the violent rabbit, ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, tyrannosaurus turtle, fire, and 250 all charged toward the strange spider. The rock beasts merged into one, forming a stone wall in an attempt to block the 5 spirit pets. 250, nether flame strike. Hellfire erupted from 250's mouth, hitting the stone wall. The stone wall, which could withstand divine fire, began to tremble under the black flame and then actually split apart, reverting back into the rock beasts. Hellfire cannot be resisted by ordinary defenses. It burns the soul. Without the rock beast defense, the strange spider faced 5 spirit pets at once, and the outcome was already determined. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger launched a freezing strike, instantly freezing the strange spider. The violent rabbit swiftly moved beside the frozen spider and kicked it out of the arena. At that moment, the 2 rock beasts rolling on the ground saw the strange spider fall off the arena and rolled off as well. Thus, only Ye Qianxing and his 5 spirit pets remained on the arena. The scene fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into applause and cheers. Congratulations to the Carefree Battle Team for achieving 3 consecutive victories. The host shouted into the microphone, and the cheers grew even louder. There were others who achieved 3 consecutive victories in the competition, but the Carefree Battle Team was definitely the most eye-catching. Because the Carefree Battle Team was a dark horse that no one knew about before, and all 5 spirit tamers in the team were a group of underage kids. Against a group of adults, these kids actually managed to achieve 3 consecutive victories. How could that not be shocking? Under everyone's gaze, Ye Qianxing and his team stepped down from the arena. As the competition continued, Ye Qianxing and his team went up to the arena several more times. But they encountered opponents who were even weaker than the Mad Battle Team, so they won easily. The competition continued until midnight, finally nearing its end. Everyone, the competition is nearing its conclusion. The current scores of each mercenary group are now displayed on the screen. Please take a look, said the host. A large screen appeared on the stage, showing that a certain team had a certain score. The 2 names at the top were particularly dazzling. Iron Blood Battle Team, 32 points. Carefree Battle Team, 32 points. The 2 teams had the same score, both ranking first, but there could only be one first place. The Iron Blood Battle Team was a subordinate team of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, known for winning first place in every mercenary competition. The Carefree Battle Team, on the other hand, was an obscure team that had risen as a dark horse in this competition. In a showdown between an old established team and a dark horse team, who would claim the title of first in this mercenary competition. The following matches would pit the teams with equal points against each other, and the first battle would be for a first-place spot. Please welcome the Iron Blood Battle Team and the Carefree Battle Team to the stage. With the host's impassioned words, the audience erupted with cheers, with supporters of the Iron Blood Battle Team and the Carefree Battle Team evenly split. Everyone, this is the final match. As long as we defeat the Iron Blood Battle Team, our mission will be accomplished, Ye Qianxing said to the team. Don't worry, we've charged through this far. When have we ever backed down? Whether it's the Iron Blood Battle Team or the Hot Blood Battle Team, they all have to take second place when they meet us, Xiao Yoxing said nonchalantly. Qianxing, the Iron Blood Battle Team, is a subordinate team of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, our old rival. It's a pity I can't participate, otherwise, I would definitely beat them up, Su Tila said resentfully. Don't worry, I will beat them up for you. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, feeling good to see his teammates so confident. Confidence is a good thing. It's not excessive confidence that is arrogance. How can young people not be a bit arrogant? Upon stepping onto the arena, Ye Qianxing saw the members of the Iron Blood Battle Team. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all around the age of 25, considered to be young. Presumably, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps sent them to participate in the competition to train them before stepping onto the stage. Su Tila had already informed Ye Qianxing and the others about all 5 of their details. Captain Ling Tian, E7 level lightning-type spirit pet Lei Kuei, possesses purple lightning several times stronger than ordinary lightning. Vice Captain Xue Xue, E6 level poison-type spirit pet Bamboo Leaf Green, has powerful toxins that can cause hallucinations. Team member Gang Zi, E5 level rock-type spirit pet Crystal Giant, fully crystallized with super strong defense. Team member Feng Han, E6 level wind-type spirit pet Hurricane Eagle, agile and capable of controlling hurricanes. Team member Luca, E5 level ghost-type spirit pet Shadow Chameleon, can achieve invisibility by changing its color. Chapter 71. Deception. These 5 spirit pets are all above E5 level. In contrast, on Ye Qianxing's side, aside from Huahua being E6 level and Erbewu being E5 level, the other 3 are all E4 level. Whether in terms of high-end combat power or average level, It seems they are inferior to the opponents. However, this is just on the surface. As soon as they arrived on the arena, the chameleon disappeared. It was clearly using invisibility, planning to launch a sneak attack when necessary. The hurricane eagle soared in the sky, its keen eyes fixed on Huahua, who was also in the air, filled with vigilance. The phoenix is the king of all birds. Any flying creature faces bloodline suppression from her. If it weren't for Huahua's phoenix bloodline not being very pure, this hurricane eagle would definitely not dare to stare at her. Ling Tian's spirit pet, Lei Kuei, is a bull-like creature but has only one horn, which is surrounded by thunder. The crystal giant stands at the front, with Lei Kuei following closely behind. While the bamboo leaf green wraps around Lei Kuei, its emotionless eyes staring at Ye Qianxing and the others. Rage and tear, Xiao Liuxing shouted, and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's eyes turned blood red. In a rage state, its combat power instantly increased significantly. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, and with a powerful leap, it charged above the crystal giant. Its claws struck fiercely at the head of the crystal giant. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger itself has strong combat power. With that claw, even rock would shatter. However, the crystal giant merely raised its arms to protect its head, and the tiger's claws struck against its arms but left no scratch at all. The crystal giant's defense can even withstand attacks from E9 level spirit pets. Do you, a mere E4 level kitten, dare to act recklessly? The crystal giant's owner, Gongzi, sneered, finding Xiao Liuxing's actions quite laughable. Xiao Liuxing instantly became furious. But before he could speak, a purple lightning bolt appeared in front of the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Almost the moment the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger charged forward, Lei Kuei had already launched an attack. Everything seemed calculated in advance. At that moment, the massive body of the crystal giant blocked their line of sight. So no one knew that Lei Kuei had already attacked. Little Jingjing, ice crystal barrier. Fortunately, after several days of competition and training, Xiao Liuxing's reflexes had improved a lot. He issued the command at the first opportunity. An ice crystal shield enveloped the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, and the purple lightning struck the barrier, immediately producing a shattering sound. The ice crystal barrier was surprisingly broken so quickly. Fortunately, the ice crystal barrier also provided the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger with a moment to breathe. It rolled to the side and dodged the purple lightning. The purple lightning struck the arena, creating a considerable hole. This purple lightning is so powerful? Ye Qianxing and the others were all astonished. Even after being weakened by the ice crystal barrier, it still managed to create such a big hole. Quick, call it back. Ye Qianxing whispered, and Xiao Liuxing quickly issued the command. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger hurriedly retreated, but at that moment, another purple lightning shot out. Just as the purple lightning was about to hit the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, a cross slash made of flames suddenly appeared. The purple lightning collided with the flames, instantly creating a powerful shockwave. It turned out that Huahua had launched the Inferno slash at the critical moment, blocking this attack for the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Thanks, Xiao Liuxing said, drenched in cold sweat, looking at Xia Xiaoyu. Don't be careless, Xia Xiaoyu replied. In fact, if Xiao Liuxing hadn't been careless, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger wouldn't have been in such danger. Go! Ye Qianxing shouted. The rampaging rabbit and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger spread out from both sides, trying to bypass the crystal giant and enter the back of the Iron Blood team. The crystal giant swung a punch at the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, while Lei Kuei shot several purple lightning bolts at the rampaging rabbit. Flame wings of destruction. Huahua spread her wings, and the fiery feathers descended like flaming meteors, targeting the crystal giant. The crystal giant instinctively retracted its arms to protect its head. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger launched a freezing strike, immobilizing the crystal giant's legs. Xiao Liuxing had also learned to be clever. Since he couldn't damage it, he would trap it. Chirp! The hurricane eagle in the air took advantage of Huahua's attack, spreading its wings and suddenly appearing above her, its claws fiercely aiming at her. Intimidation. Wu quickly used soul intimidation, targeting the hurricane eagle in the air. Its intimidation effect would weaken if aimed at a group, but it worked better on individuals. The hurricane eagle indeed became momentarily dazed. By the time it regained its senses, Huahua had already finished the flame wings of destruction and shot a stream of fire at the hurricane eagle. The hurricane eagle quickly flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that blew the fire back. Fortunately, Huahua is immune to fire damage. Otherwise, she would have been burned by her own flames. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached Wu from behind, a claw aimed fiercely at him. However, a turtle shell appeared behind Wu just in time. The claw struck the shell, sending it flying like a basketball, revealing the silly head of the Tyrannosaurus turtle. Wu quickly turned around, and a ghostly flame struck the chameleon. The chameleon let out a terrible scream and then vanished again. Looking to the other side, having frozen the crystal giant's legs, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger charged towards Lei Kuei. At this moment, Lei Kuei was shooting purple lightning at the rampaging rabbit, but the rampaging rabbit's movements were too agile to be hit. Just as Lei Kuei was about to become frustrated, the bamboo leaf green, which was coiled around it, suddenly shot out like an arrow, aiming at the rampaging rabbit. Xiaoyu! Storm control! Zhou Yu quickly shouted. A storm blew out, pushing the bamboo leaf green back. Just then, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had arrived behind Lei Kuei and pounced directly at it. Lei Kuei did not dodge or even shoot out purple lightning. Don't you want to struggle futilely? Xiao Liuxing sneered. However, the captain of the Iron Blood team, Ling Tian, had a sinister smile on his face. Oh, Liuxing, watch out for a trap. Ye Qianxing hurriedly reminded, but it was too late. The contract space appeared, and a monkey enveloped in flames appeared right next to the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had no time to dodge or defend. Spirit Pet, Crimson Flame Monkey Attribute, Fire Rating, 3.5 stars level. E6 abilities, Fiery Fist, Furious Pummel Weakness, Water Divine Fire Divine Water Advancement Conditions. Evolution Route. The information about the flame monkey appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. This guy is actually an E6 level spirit pet. Chapter 72. When the Diamond King appears, who can compete? What? Ling Tian actually contracted 2 spirit pets. My goodness, and both are E rank. He is only in his 20s. How can his mental strength be so strong? No one could have guessed that Ling Tian had 2 spirit pets, because contracting spirit pets requires powerful mental strength. If the mental strength is not strong enough, and one attempts to force a contract, it would only result in backlash. Moreover, to contract more spirit pets, one needs to have sufficiently strong mental strength. After all, each contract requires establishing a connection on a soul level. If the mental strength is not strong enough, the soul will naturally be weak and unable to support connections with so many spirit pets. Whether mental strength is strong or not is innate. Although there are ways to enhance it later, such methods are definitely rare and not very effective. Therefore, it is evident that Ling Tian is undoubtedly a genius. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Monkey appeared beside the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger and threw a punch, his fist engulfed in raging flames. This was one of its skills, the Flame Fist. At that moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had no time to dodge or even defend itself. Just as the punch was about to hit, it suddenly vanished into thin air. How is this possible? Ling Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly turned to look at Ye Qianxing and the others, and saw that the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had remarkably returned to Xiao Liuxing's side. At this moment, a creature also appeared beside Ye Qianxing, a large blue fish floating in the air. You think you're the only one who contracted 2 spirit pets? Ye Qianxing sneered. He had summoned a void koan as soon as he sensed something was off, just in case. Sure enough, it came in handy. Just as the Crimson Flame Monkey's fire fist was about to strike the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, the void koan used spatial transfer to bring the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger back instantly. Another spirit pet. My goodness, 2 people who contracted 2 spirit pets have appeared. The audience gasped in astonishment. They could accept that Ling Tian was so strong. After all, he was part of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. But Ye Qianxing actually had 2 spirit pets too. He seemed not to be of legal age yet, right? Unexpectedly, you also have 2 spirit pets. And it looks like this big fish is of the space element. Ling Tian's eyes glimmered with greed. Space element. That is an extremely rare attribute. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the people in the audience looked at the void koan with a hint of greed, but as soon as they thought of Ye Qianxing's combat power, that greed quickly vanished. Survival is more important. Are you sure there are two? Open your eyes and take a good look. Ye Qianxing sneered, and behind him, another portal to the contract space appeared. Then, a monkey covered in gold stepped out from the contract space. Although it was also a primate like the Crimson Flame monkey, everyone present could feel that in terms of appearance and the aura it exuded, this golden monkey completely outclassed the Crimson Flame monkey. 3. He actually contracted 3. The scene exploded with excitement. Contracting 3 spirit pets is not even comparable to contracting 2, because each additional spirit pet contracted increases the pressure on the soul by several times. Little did they know, as long as Ye Qianxing could gather the materials to create spirit pets, he could contract as many as he wanted. After all, this was a benefit granted by the system, allowing for unlimited contracts. I originally wanted to have a fair duel with you, but since you violated the rules first, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Qianxing sneered, then said to the Diamond King, Diamond King, crush them for me. Roar. The Diamond King pounded his fists on his chest, producing a tremendous sound that nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Suddenly, the Diamond King leaped into the air, holding a dark iron rod, and smashed it down toward the Crystal Giant. His target was actually the incredibly defensive Crystal Giant from the Iron Blood team. Is he overly arrogant, or does he really have confidence? Bang! Facing the Diamond King's attack, the Crystal Giant did not dodge or evade. Of course, he couldn't even if he wanted to, as his feet were frozen. The Crystal Giant raised his arms and slammed down with the pillar, causing his legs to bend and even the arena floor to sink in. Roar! The Diamond King roared, applying more force, and the Crystal Giant sank down several more centimeters. How can his strength be so great? Zhangzi couldn't believe it. He had great confidence in the Crystal Giant's defense, yet he was still knocked down by this suddenly appearing monkey. How much strength must this be? Crackle! Lei Kuei unleashed a bolt of purple lightning that struck the Diamond King. The area hit by the purple lightning charred, but this only enraged the Diamond King further. The Diamond King's true strength was not just his power, but his defensive capabilities. A single bolt of purple lightning could not harm him. However, it did provoke him. The Diamond King raised the pillar and smashed it down toward Lei Kuei. Just then, the bamboo leaf green exhaled a stream of green mist, and the Diamond King abruptly stopped his actions. Is this a hallucinogenic toxin? Ye Qianxing was startled, nearly forgetting about bamboo leaf green. The Diamond King's strength and defense were astonishing, but his weakness was his insufficient mental strength, making him vulnerable to such hallucinogenic skills. 250. Soul Deterrence. Ye Qianxing hurriedly said, Soul Deterrence can not only intimidate others, but can also awaken those in a hallucinatory state. At that moment, the Diamond King regained his senses. Bamboo Leaf Green wanted to release hallucinogenic toxins again, but the Berserk Rabbit had already appeared, delivering a punch to Bamboo Leaf Green's head, sending him flying. He landed on the ground, limp and motionless. Bamboo Leaf Green's defense was very low. Being hit by such a powerful punch and surviving was already fortunate. The Diamond King swung the pillar, and Lei Kuei was sent tumbling off the stage. The Crimson Flame monkey once again struck the Diamond King with a flame fist. But the Diamond King also threw a punch. The two fists collided, and the Crimson Flame monkey was sent flying off the stage, while the Diamond King only retreated 2 steps, blowing on the charred skin of his fist. The battle situation had directly fallen to a close because of the Diamond King's appearance. Only the downed Crystal Giant and the Hurricane Eagle, tightly suppressed by Huahua in the air, remained. The Hurricane Eagle's winds could blow Huahua's flames back. Since that was the case, there was no need for flames, and they would go head-to-head. How could Huahua, with the Phoenix bloodline, allow a mere eagle to bully him? The Hurricane Eagle was directly grabbed by Huahua, becoming a plucked feather eagle. Wait, it seems there's still one. Ye Qianxing's expression suddenly changed. They had forgotten one thing. There was still a spirit pet on the field, the invisible Shadow Chameleon. Ye Qianxing suddenly saw the owner of the Shadow Chameleon reveal a cold smile. and he instantly realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. Chapter 73. Surprise Attack. King Kong's fury, a claw came rushing towards Ye Qianxing. Qianxing, brother Qianxing, brother-in-law. Xia Xiaoyu and the others exclaimed in shock, while Erbai and King Kong rushed over immediately. But it was too late. The chameleon's claw was only a few centimeters away from Ye Qianxing. Since you can't be first, then die. The owner of the chameleon sneered coldly. Although there were rules against harming spirit masters in the competition, so what? When did the Iron Blood mercenary team ever care about such rules? If you dared to compete for first place with them, then you deserve to die. Ye Qianxing reacted instantly. He subconsciously activated Soul Shock. An invisible wave of energy emanated from him. The chameleon's claw suddenly stopped just a few centimeters away from Ye Qianxing, but it only paused for less than a second. However, that brief moment was enough. Ye Qianxing instantly dodged to the side, and the chameleon's claw missed. Just as it attempted to attack Ye Qianxing again, a whistling sound broke through the air. Then, a dark iron rod struck fiercely against the chameleon's head. The chameleon's head exploded instantly, and its headless body flew off the stage. This was the first spirit pet to die in the arena. And the one who killed it was, of course, King Kong. King Kong was furious. His master had almost died right before him. Roar! King Kong slammed his chest and let out a furious roar. Suddenly, it turned its head sharply to look at the chameleon's owner, Luca. King Kong knew that the chameleon had attacked Ye Qianxing because it received the spirit master's command. He was the real culprit. King Kong leaped forward, landing right in front of Luca, and roared at him. Luca was so frightened that he fell to the ground, not even thinking of escaping. Under his master's signal, the crystal giant charged towards King Kong, but King Kong merely turned its head, glaring at the crystal giant with its blood-red eyes. It was as if to say, "I'm very angry right now. Don't provoke me, or I'll kill you too." The crystal giant's footsteps halted instantly. After hesitating for a moment, it returned to the pit and lay down. King Kong grabbed Luca in one hand. With a slight squeeze, Luca would become a meat patty. Ye Qianxing, quickly order your spirit pet to stop. The competition rules state that spirit pets cannot harm spirit masters. Captain Ling Tian of the Iron Blood team shouted urgently at Ye Qianxing. Oh, you know about it too? Then why did he command the shadow chameleon to assassinate me? Ye Qianxing sneered, not stopping King Kong's actions, because he was also very angry. Unless it was a life-and-death battle, spirit pets were not allowed to harm humans. This was a consensus among everyone, but Luca violated the rules. Regardless, you're fine now, so hurry up and let your spirit pet release Luca. We can talk things over slowly. Ling Tian could only try to stabilize Ye Qianxing. Ha! Ye Qianxing didn't even respond, only letting out a cold laugh. King Kong, crush him. A murderous intent flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as he issued the command to King Kong. King Kong's murderous intent had reached its peak. It roared and squeezed with its hand. Luca didn't even have the chance to scream, directly crushed to death, just like squashing an ant. Luca. The members of the Iron Blood team were instantly enraged but dared not approach. King Kong's combat power was simply too overwhelming, and with their side already suffering casualties, they were no match. Ye Qianxing and you, the Xiaoyao team, you've gotten yourselves into trouble. Dare to kill a member of my Iron Blood mercenary team? Prepare your coffins. Ling Tian threatened angrily. Fine. I'll be waiting for your revenge. Ye Qianxing showed no fear. They had already clashed with the Iron Blood mercenary team before, so what did it matter to offend them again? The members of the Iron Blood team left directly, and after a few minutes of shock, the host announced the final result. The first place in this mercenary team competition goes to the Xiaoyao team. Xiaoyao! Xiaoyao! Shouts erupted from the audience. The Iron Blood mercenary team, which had dominated for over a dozen sessions, finally lost its title. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Ye Qianxing and the others stepped down from the stage. Qianxing, my dad is looking for you. As soon as they got off the stage, Sudala approached them. Your dad? The lord of the mercenary city? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. What did the lord of the mercenary city want with him? Although confused, they followed Sudala. They entered a large building and, under Sudala's guidance, arrived outside a private room. Sudala knocked on the door, and a voice quickly came from inside. Kumein. Sudala opened the door, and the group entered. The private room was not very large, resembling a study with many books on the shelves. At a desk sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked somewhat similar to Sudala. "Please take a seat, Tila. Pour some tea for the guests," the middle-aged man said. Ye Qianxing and the others sat down, and Sudala poured them some tea. When pouring tea for Xiao Yoxing wore a smug expression, as if to say, "So you finally get to serve me." Sudala's mouth twitched, suppressing the urge to retort. Ye Qianxing took a sip of tea. The value of tea in the new era was even higher than before, as the arrival of evil spirits had caused many plants and animals to mutate, enhancing the medicinal value of tea. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Hong, the lord of this mercenary city, and Tila's father," the middle-aged man said. Ye Qianxing and the others had already guessed his identity, so they were not surprised. "Thank you for taking care of Tila these days. Uncle Su, you're too polite. Tila is our friend. We look out for each other," Ye Qianxing quickly replied. Su Hong's gaze fell on Ye Qianxing. "You're Ye Qianxing, right? Tila has mentioned you. He rarely gives high praise to others, but he speaks highly of you, saying that not only do you have a high talent for spirit mastery, but you're also very skilled at nurturing spirit pets. Even his ice Qilin evolved into a frost flame Qilin with your help." Su Hong looked intently at Ye Qianxing, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Tila always likes to exaggerate. "It's really not that impressive," Ye Qianxing modestly said. "I don't think he's exaggerating. I watched your competition. At such a young age, you managed to contract 3 spirit pets. There are probably not many in the younger generation of Jiangnan City who can do that, let alone that all 3 of your spirit pets are so strong." Ye Qianxing was at a loss for words, and the atmosphere started to become awkward. Chapter 74. Just seeking a defeat ahem. Everyone doesn't need to be too restrained. "Actually, I just want to meet you all, nothing else." Su Hong cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. "By the way, I saw that at the end you seem to have killed a spirit master from the Iron Blood Squad, right?" Su Hong suddenly asked. "Yes, he wanted to kill me, so I had to kill him." Ye Qianxing nodded and said, "Well, they indeed violated the rules first, so you killing them is not unreasonable. However, they are still members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, which can cause some trouble." Su Hong adjusted his glasses and said, "I have had some contact with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, so it's not really a problem," Ye Qianxing said casually. His battles with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had all ended in the latter's defeat. "No, you are underestimating the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. They have dominated the mercenary city as the top mercenary group for so long, so they still have certain strength." Su Hong shook his head. "But you don't need to worry too much. You are all friends of Tira, and I definitely want to stand by and do nothing. Moreover, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps won't be able to jump around for long." At this point, a glint clearly flashed in Su Hong's eyes. "Uncle Su, what do you mean by that?" Ye Qianxing asked with some confusion. "Haha, this involves too much secrecy. I can't say, but you'll find out soon enough." So Huntist, Ye Qianxing and the others had no choice in this matter. They couldn't just keep pestering him to reveal it. After chatting about some trivialities, Ye Qianxing and the others left, and before leaving, they managed to collect the prize for coming in first. "Tira, talking to your dad is a bit awkward," Xiao Yoxing said, shaking his shoulders. "Isn't it a feeling of discomfort all over? That's normal. My dad has been the lord of the mercenary city for so long. It's inevitable that he has some traits of someone in a high position. Not to mention you all, even I feel uncomfortable facing him." Su Tira shrugged. "By the way, Qianxing, what are we going to do next? What else can we do? Go back to school. We only took a day off, and if we're late, the punishment from Mentor Zhonglin won't be pleasant," Ye Qianxing said. Just thinking about how Mentor Zhonglin would punish them by making them run dozens of laps around the playground made Su Tira and the others feel weak in their legs. Meanwhile, as Ye Qianxing and the others were returning to school, in a tavern within the mercenary city, the 4 members of the Iron Blood Squad were lined up with their heads down, and in front of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an eagle-hook nose. This tavern was the headquarters of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and the eagle-hook-nosed man in front of Ling Tian was the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. "Captain, I'm sorry. We not only failed to hold the first place, but Luca also died in the arena." Ling Tian's voice rang out. "All right, I already understand the situation. That kid named Ye Qianxing actually has 3 spirit pets, so you didn't lose unjustly," the eagle hook-nosed man said, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to hear. But, Captain, are we just going to let this go? Luca is dead. We must avenge him. Ling Tian suddenly raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. Let go. Of course, it's impossible to just let it go. A cold glint flashed in the eagle hook-nosed man's eyes. Are our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps members just anyone they can kill? However, we have very important things to do right now and cannot waste time on them. Let them live for a few more days. Once that matter is completed, not just them, but the entire mercenary city, even the whole Jiangnan city. Everyone's lives will be in our hands. The eagle hook-nosed man revealed a crazed expression. In the following days, Ye Qianxing and the others went back and forth between school and the studio as usual. Under mentor Jiang Lin's guidance, Su Tira and the others' coordination with their spirit pets became stronger, and Ye Qianxing had fully learned the inch punch. His control over strength had reached 100%. If you add the abilities he gained from his spirit pets, his personal strength could easily rival that of an average E-grade spirit pet. Bang! In the training room, Ye Qianxing threw a punch, and Jiang Lin instantly retreated several steps. Mentor Jiang Lin, are you all right? Ye Qianxing asked. Jiang Lin patted the dust off her clothes, shrugged, and sighed. Your control over strength is already very strong. There's nothing more I can teach you. Jiang Lin looked at Ye Qianxing as if he were a monster. This guy really has high talent. It hasn't even been a month, and he has already mastered the inch punch. Moreover, he actually contracted 3 spirit pets, and each pet has an affinity of over 70%. This led to the fact that although each of Ye Qianxing's spirit pets is not as high level as Jiang Lin's, Ye Qianxing's overall strength is significantly stronger than Jiang Lin's. Boom! Just then, the door of the training room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Ye Qianxing and the others turned their gazes toward the door simultaneously. A group of students in matching uniforms walked in, and at the front was a boy about 16 or 17 with dyed yellow hair, walking with a swagger. You guys are the special class? The yellow-haired boy glanced at Ye Qianxing and the others, then picked his nose disdainfully and said, Who are you? Su Tira stepped forward to ask. We are from the top class, and this is our class leader, Zhang Zhe. The yellow-haired boy didn't speak. Instead, one of his lackeys behind him spoke up. Top class? Then what are you here for? Su Tira asked again. We are here to find someone. Who among you is the strongest? The yellow-haired boy asked while digging in his ear. Su Tira and the others all instinctively looked at Ye Qianxing, unanimously agreeing that Ye Qianxing was the strongest. The yellow-haired boy also noticed their gaze and then looked at Ye Qianxing. Are you the strongest in the special class? The yellow-haired boy pointed at Ye Qianxing and asked. I guess so. What do you want with me? Ye Qianxing. I want to challenge you. The yellow-haired boy shouted loudly, pointing at Ye Qianxing. The scene instantly fell silent, and Su Tira, Zhou Yu, Zhou Lang, and Xia Xiaoyu all looked at the yellow-haired boy as if he were a fool. You want to challenge me? Ye Qianxing pointed at his own nose and asked in disbelief. That's right. I've defeated everyone in our grade, and now I'm very lonely. I just seek a defeat. They told me if I really have the ability, I should come challenge the special class. So here I am. The yellow-haired boy suddenly raised his head and sighed to the sky. It was as if he truly believed he had reached the pinnacle and become the one who seeks defeat alone. Chapter 75. One kick knocked out. Tri-school friendship competition, Su Tila and the others looked at him as if he were a fool. Where did this middle schooler come from? Su Tila couldn't help but ask. Who are you calling a middle schooler? You're the middle schooler. Your whole family is full of middle schoolers. The yellow-haired boy was instantly furious upon hearing Su Tila's words and began to curse at him. Su Tila's expression darkened immediately. That's enough. Just leave. Don't disturb our training. Ye Qianxing waved his hand at the yellow-haired boy. If you want me to leave, accept my challenge. The yellow-haired boy insisted. You're not my opponent. There's no need to waste time. Ye Qianxing shook his head. How do you know if you haven't fought? Ye Qianxing realized that the yellow-haired boy was just stubborn. He wouldn't leave unless he got his way. I'll fight you. Hurry up and summon your spirit pet, and let's finish this quickly. Su Tila said impatiently. I'm not fighting you. I want to fight the strongest person from your elite class. The yellow-haired boy shook his head. Hee. Haven't you heard the saying, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? If you want to fight Qianxing, you have to fight me first. Sutila looked at the yellow-haired boy disdainfully. The saying deeply hurt the yellow-haired boy's pride, and his face darkened. Fine, I'll take you on first. Let's go to the arena. There's no need to make it so complicated. We can just settle it right here. It won't take long anyway. The yellow-haired boy realized that Sutila was even more arrogant than he was. All right, defeating you won't take too long, so let's do it here. Summon. The yellow-haired boy struck a super middle school pose, and a contract space door appeared behind him. In the next moment, a lion with golden fur walked out. Spirit pet, golden fur lion attribute. Light rating, 4 stars level, F9 abilities. Light speed charge, solar sprint, light energy release weakness, grass promotion conditions. Evolution path. Seeing the attributes of this golden fur lion, Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. It was actually a light attribute spirit pet. Such attribute spirit pets were quite rare. Moreover, this golden fur lion was a 4-star spirit pet. No wonder it could enter the top elite class. When Sutila saw the golden fur lion, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you're yellow-haired, and it's golden-haired. You two are quite a match. You're the yellow-haired one. My name is Zheng Zhe, and its full name is Golden Fur Lion. Not just golden-haired. Don't you have any culture? The yellow-haired boy cursed again. All right, I won't waste time with you. Let me show you what it means to be crushed. Sutila sneered coldly and opened the contract space, summoning Big White. Immediately, the bloodline pressure made the golden fur lion's 4 legs start to tremble. The Qilin was the king of beasts, and Big White's level was much higher than that of the golden fur lion. Don't be afraid, Lion King. He just looks impressive at first glance. Yes, just a decoration. Light speed charge. The yellow-haired boy shouted to the golden fur lion, cheering it on. Roar. The golden fur lion let out a furious roar and transformed into a beam of golden light charging towards Big White. However, Sutila didn't even glance at it and didn't issue any commands. He completely let Big White fight on its own. Big White turned around, kicked with its back legs, and struck the golden light directly. With a loud bang, the golden light shot back in the opposite direction. Lion King, the yellow-haired boy exclaimed and quickly looked in the direction where the golden light flew out. He saw the golden fur lion lying on its back with its 4 legs in the air, half its tongue hanging out. It had actually been knocked out by Big White with 1 kick. The group of people brought by the yellow-haired boy was stunned. What was going on? Just 1 kick. And the golden fur lion was defeated? Were they playing? Sutila, on the other hand, had a calm expression. This outcome was within his expectations. If Big White couldn't take out an F-level spirit pet, then there would be no point in its existence. All right, go do what you need to do. Instead of wasting time here, you should be focusing on improving your strength. Sutila waved his hand at the group. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy looked utterly despondent. The feeling of being kicked off the peak was hard for him to accept. Originally seen as the top student by everyone, he had been knocked out with 1 kick. The yellow-haired boy felt that the looks from those around him were filled with mockery. In the end, the yellow-haired boy and the golden fur lion were carried away by his subordinates. This incident was just a minor episode for Ye Qianxing and the others. And they didn't care at all. By the way, I've signed you up for the tri-school friendship competition in a week. However, to represent Jiangnan No, 1 high school in the competition, you first need to pass the preliminary round at our school. Jiang Lin suddenly said to Ye Qianxing and the others. Tri-school friendship competition? What is that? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. It's a competition among the 3 top colleges in Jiangnan City, ostensibly a friendship event. But everyone knows it's really to test which school's genius is stronger and to boost their prestige. Jiang Lin shrugged. Teacher Jiang Lin, how can you sign us up without consulting us? This is a serious disrespect for our rights. Sutila looked at teacher Jiang Lin with a forlorn expression. Oh, rights? Huh. How about you run 10 laps on the playground first, and then we can talk about rights. Jiang Lin flashed a wicked smile, scaring Sutila into shaking his head repeatedly. Forget it, you could decide. Teacher Jiang Lin, you know our strength. Participating in the school competition is just bullying them. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but chuckle. They at least participated in the mercenary competition and even won 1st place. School competitions are just a bunch of students. How can they compare to mercenaries who fight for their lives? Isn't that also to give the school face? I heard that the geniuses from the other 2 schools are quite strong. If you don't step up, Our school might very well lose face this time. Besides, don't underestimate those students. Anyone called a genius by their school is definitely not to be taken lightly. Jiang Lin said with slight seriousness. But Ye Qianxing and the others still showed no signs of worry. They're just a bunch of students in an ivory tower. They're not worth our attention. Plus, if we can bring glory to the school this time, we'll receive a reward from the school. Upon hearing the word reward, the eyes of Ye Qianxing and the others instantly lit up. What kind of reward? Ye Qianxing quickly asked. I'm not sure yet, but a big school like this definitely won't offer a small reward. Jiang Lin shrugged. Ahem, actually, whether there's a reward or not doesn't matter. Mainly, as a part of the academy, we need to contribute to the academy, right? Ye Qianxing coughed and said shamelessly. Exactly, I never care about rewards. I only care about honor. Sutida immediately echoed. Chapter 76 Lin, Ruashi, Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. She really did not want to admit that these two were her students. Mentor Jiang Lin, when does the preliminary competition start? Xiao Xiaoyu asked. Tomorrow, Jiang Lin replied. So soon? Ye Qianxing and Su Tila exclaimed simultaneously. In fact, the preliminary competition had already started long ago, but I applied for a privilege for you, saving you from the tedious processes at the beginning. You just need to defeat the winning team of the preliminary rounds. Tomorrow is the last day of the preliminary competition, and the 5 winners will form a team. Your task is to defeat them in the team match, Jiang Lin explained, and Ye Qianxing and the others finally understood. Ye Qianxing glanced at Jiang Lin thoughtfully. She was able to secure such a significant privilege. It seemed that Jiang Lin's identity was not just that of an ordinary mentor. The next morning, Ye Qianxing arrived at school early, and Xiao Xiaoyu and Su Tila arrived just in time. Under Jiang Lin's lead, they headed to the school playground. At that moment, the playground was crowded with students, and when they saw Ye Qianxing and the others, they began to discuss. Are these the 5 first-year students from the special class? Our school has never had a special class before. We only have first class, second class, and regular classes. This special class seems to be the first. I heard that the people from this special class have privileges and can directly challenge the winning team of the preliminary competition. If they succeed, they can represent Jiangnan No. 1 high school in the inter-school competition. So what if they have privileges? The winners of this preliminary competition are all from the first-class senior students. No matter how strong they are, they're still just first-year students and can't possibly win. This preliminary competition is open to all grades, so students from first, second, or third year can participate. In that case, the senior students have a significant advantage. They have had more time to train and are definitely stronger than first and second year students. Therefore, the top 5 winners of this preliminary competition will undoubtedly be students from the third-year elite class. Did you see the 5 in the center of the playground? They're the top 5 of the preliminary competition, and your task is to defeat them and take their place, Jiang Lin said. You mustn't underestimate them. All 5 are top students from the senior elite class, with considerable talent and strength, Jiang Lin added. Ye Qianxing and the others looked towards the center of the playground. And indeed, there were 5 figures there. When Ye Qianxing's gaze fell on one of the women, his expression changed slightly. This was a familiar face. Go ahead. And if you lose, come back and run 50 laps around the playground. Jiang Lin said. Ye Qianxing and the others walked to the center of the playground. Right in front of those 5. In front of them stood 3 boys and 2 girls, all around 18 years old, in the prime of their youth. At this moment, their spirit pets had also been summoned and were beside them. Spirit pet, Shadow Tiger attribute, Shadow rating, 4.5 stars level, E4 ability, Magic Sound Soul Interference. Shadow Clone, Illusionary Clone, Weakness, Light Advancement Conditions. Evolution Route. In the center was a tiger with dark black fur. Under the system's eye, all its information was displayed before Ye Qianxing. It was actually a shadow-type spirit pet, proving that Jiang Lin's claims were not exaggerated. There were indeed hidden talents in the academy. Ye Qianxing sighed. Shadow-type spirit pets were relatively rare, and dealing with them was usually very troublesome, even more so than ghost-type pets. On either side of the shadow tiger were 4 other spirit pets. Rock Armor Pig, Rock type, 3.5 stars, E3 level. Ability is Defense. Phantom Bee, Flying type, 3.5 stars, E4 level. Ability is Tail, Sting Poison. Wild Golden Bull. Combat type, 4 stars, E3 level. Ability is powerful charge. And the spirit pet, at the far end, Ye Qianxing recognized without needing the system's eye, as this spirit pet was as familiar to him as its owner, Lin Ruoshi. They had lived together for over a decade. Flower spirit. Grass type, 4 stars, E4 level. Ability is plant control. Her owner was naturally Lin Ruoshi, Ye Qianxing's former sister. When Ye Qianxing saw Lin Ruoshi, she also saw him, and her pupils slightly constricted at that moment. Hey, Ruoshi, look at that little boy. He looks just like the adopted little brother of your family, said the girl next to Lin Ruoshi, her close friend who had met Ye Qianxing a few times. However, she had heard that Ye Qianxing had a mental disability and was destined to never become a spirit master. So she subconsciously thought that the Ye Qianxing in front of her was not the one she thought. Lin Ruoshi did not answer her friend, but stepped forward to look at Ye Qianxing. We all misjudged you. We originally thought you would never become a spirit master. But unexpectedly, not only have you become one, but you also entered the school's first special class. Lin Ruoshi said self-deprecatingly. At that time, she and her parents looked down on Ye Qianxing because they believed he could never become a spirit master. But now, Ye Qianxing stood right in front of her and was about to become her opponent. Wasn't this a big irony? At that moment, all the students watching stared wide-eyed at Ye Qianxing and Lin Ruoshi. It seemed they knew each other and had some story behind them. I will pay you back the several thousand yuan you lent me before, Ye Qianxing said. He had long been able to repay that money, but he had forgotten because there were too many things happening. Now, seeing Lin Ruoshi again reminded him of it. No need. Just consider it my apology to you on behalf of my parents. Lin Ruoshi shook her head. If her parents knew about this, who knows what they would think. They had wanted to drive Ye Qianxing away, but now he not only became a spirit master, but also one with excellent talent. All right, now it's the competition. Let us talk about our matters after the match, Ye Qianxing said, not dwelling on it any longer. He nodded to the referee, signaling that the match could begin. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and adjusted her state. Match start. With the referee announcing the start, the owner of the Shadow Tiger spoke first. Shadow Tiger, go. Roar. The Shadow Tiger's massive body trembled, letting out a roar that shook the entire arena. Its nearly 3-meter-long body charged toward Ye Qianxing and the others with incredible momentum. Almost simultaneously, the Wild Golden Bull and Rock Armor Pig followed closely behind, while the Phantom Bee raised its rear, shooting out a tiny poisonous stinger. The Shadow Tiger was the first to reach Ye Qianxing's camp, and its terrifying black claws struck fiercely at the Frost Flame Qilin. Chapter 77, We Lost, Good Timing. Sudala laughed. Since Big White evolved into the Frost Flame Qilin, he hadn't truly fought yet. In the face of the Shadow Tiger's claw strike, Big White also raised his claw, colliding with the Shadow Tiger's 2 claws, and a massive shockwave erupted. Wow, is that a Qilin? Someone pointed at Big White and exclaimed, a Qilin, that's a mythical beast from legends. Although many creatures from myths have descended into the world today, students who have always been in their ivory towers have had no chance to see such beings. Roar. Big White let out a roar, and the immense pressure from the Qilin swept out, clearly instilling fear in the eyes of the Shadow Tiger. It was this moment of fear that allowed Big White to seize the opportunity, releasing a spike of ice towards the Shadow Tiger. Shadow Tiger, be careful. The owner of the Shadow Tiger shouted urgently, but at that moment, the Rock Armor Pig arrived just in time. It directly positioned itself in front of the Shadow Tiger, taking the ice spike head-on. Awoo! The Rock Armor Pig let out a mournful cry as it flew backward, tumbling on the ground. There was no helping it. Although the Rock Armor Pig had strong defense, Big White was now at E7 level, significantly higher than the Rock Armor Pig. Whoosh! A whistling sound arose. It was the venomous stinger of the Phantom Bee arriving before Big White. However, with a bang, the stinger was blocked by a brownish-yellow shield just a few meters away from Big White. It was Xiao Ba's Earth Guardian. Moo! At this moment, the Wild Golden Bull had already charged in front of Airbai Wu, using its 2 sharp horns to ram fiercely into him. This guy must think Airbai Wu is easy to bully, so he chose to attack him. Wow, what am I seeing? Isn't that a Husky? Can a Husky also become a spirit pet? This has refreshed my worldview. This silly dog is probably going to be knocked away by the wild golden bull. The surrounding students were stunned to see that Airby Wu was actually a husky. Xiao Ba, Earth Guardian. Zhou Lang ordered the Tyrannosaurus turtle. Just as Xiao Ba was about to unleash the Earth Guardian, several vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, entangling the Tyrannosaurus turtle. It was the binding vines of the flower spirit. As a grass-type spirit pet, the flower spirit focused on control. It didn't need to enter the battlefield, just hiding behind to entangle and control the enemy. Without Xiao Ba's protective shield, the wild golden bull successfully charged in front of Airby Wu, ramming its massive horns down. Airby Wu, transform! Ye Qianxing scoffed and shouted loudly. Airby Wu let out a roar, instantly growing larger, surrounded by black flames. He transformed from a silly husky into a cool canine king. Wow, he can transform. So cool. The appearance of Airby Wu after transformation left the watching students in awe. Even the wild golden bull was startled by the sudden, powerful aura released by Airby Wu. It tried to stop, but it couldn't. Airby Wu leaped into the air, jumping several meters high, and the wild golden bull passed directly beneath him. Xiao Yu, violent straight punch. Xiao Yu shouted. And the rampaging rabbit charged up for a strike, delivering a punch right to the wild golden bull's mouth. Blood mixed with a few teeth flew out. The wild golden bull was sent flying, crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Although it wasn't dead, it had lost its combat ability. They actually eliminated a spirit pet so quickly. The crowd gasped. Meanwhile, the vines on Xiaoba had already been burned to ashes with Huahua's help. Lin Ruoshi and the others looked grim. As the 5 strongest spirit tamers in the 3rd year, they were actually outmatched by these first-year students. Huahua, Infernal world/. Xiao Yu commanded, and Huahua unleashed a flaming cross / aimed at the Phantom Bee. The Phantom Bee immediately let out a terrified sound. Under the pressure of the Phoenix's aura, it didn't even dare think of dodging. But just then, a vine wrapped around the Phantom Bee, pulling it away and avoiding the flame cross /. Another move by the flower spirit. Phantom Bee attack. The owner of the Phantom Bee urged. Under the command, despite its fear, the Phantom Bee shot out a few venomous stingers. However, they were easily blocked by Xiaoba. You no longer have your main combat power. You can't win. Ye Qianxing spoke up. Their main combat power was the wild golden bull and the shadow tiger, but both had been eliminated. As long as we haven't lost, there's definitely a chance. Lin Ruoshi stubbornly said, glancing at the rock armor pig's owner. The person nodded, commanding the rock armor pig to attack. The rock armor pig wasn't purely defensive. It also had offensive capabilities. Earth spikes. The rock armor pig stomped the ground with its forelegs, causing spikes to shoot up from the ground, aiming at Ye Qianxing and the others. Xiaoba, Earth Guardian. The Tyrannosaurus turtle activated the Earth Guardian, the brown protective shield blocking the spikes, preventing them from breaking through. Let's finish this quickly. Airby Wu, Soul Dread. Ye Qianxing shouted. An invisible wave emanated from Airby Wu's eyes, the soul pressure descending upon the flower spirit, rock armor pig, and Phantom Bee, causing them to lose consciousness. The rampaging rabbit performed a flip, kicking the Phantom Bee away. Huahua unleashed an Inferno world / on the rock armor pig, breaking through its defense and sending it flying. Airby Wu dashed in front of the flower spirit, but did not attack. When the flower spirit regained her senses, she was startled by the suddenly appearing Airby Wu. She instinctively activated her binding vines, but they were burned to ashes by Airby Wu's hellfire. Flower. We lost. Lin Ruoshi's sigh echoed, knowing that just now, Airby Wu had the chance to injure the flower spirit. But he didn't, clearly having received Ye Qianxing's order. Thank you. Lin Ruoshi nodded at Ye Qianxing. Among the 5 of them, only her flower spirit remained uninjured. Ye Qianxing said nothing, simply calling Airby Wu back. Chapter 78 Principal Wang's Promise. The special class students won. They defeated the top 5 senior students from the 3rd year, which means those 5 are the strongest team in our academy, right? The surrounding students were buzzing with discussions. Indeed, only those who could enter the special class could achieve such a feat, defeating the strongest 5 from the 3rd year while still in their 1st year. What would it be like when they reached their 3rd year? They might not even need to wait until then. With their talent, they could directly participate in this year's college entrance examination. The 5 senior students, apart from Lin Ruoshi, all wore bitter expressions. As third-year students, they couldn't even compete with 5 first-year juniors, which left them with nowhere to hide their faces. Ha ha! It seems that setting up a special class just for you 5 was worth it. You really didn't disappoint me. A loud laugh suddenly rang out, and all the students immediately fell silent, turning to look at the speaker. Ye Qianxing and the others followed suit and saw a middle-aged man walking towards them, accompanied by 2 familiar figures, Mentor Jiang Lin and the Director of Education, Zhou Zhengze, who was also Zhou Wei's uncle. At this moment, Zhou Zhengze had a gloomy expression. Zhou Wei was dead, and he had been severely reprimanded by the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Wei's father, even coming close to being killed himself. If it weren't for someone in the family pleading for him, he might not have survived. Although there was no evidence that the murderer was Ye Qianxing, he was certain that it had to be him. However, Jiang Lin publicly declared to spare Ye Qianxing. Others might not know Jiang Lin's identity, but he did. Jiang Lin was not just a mere mentor at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Even their Zhou family wouldn't dare to easily offend Jiang Lin. Ye Qianxing, you won't be able to jump around for long. One day, I will personally peel your skin off and relieve my hatred. This was Zhou Zhengze's inner monologue at that moment. Principal Wang? Ye Qianxing recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. He was indeed Principal Wang Jianlin of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. I hereby announce that you 5 will be promoted directly to third-year students and participate in this year's college entrance examination. Principal Wang said with a hearty laugh. He was very pleased that the school had such talented individuals. Promoted to third-year students directly? Ye Qianxing and the others exchanged glances, surprised by this sudden decision. However, they did not refuse. Given their strength, not only could they be promoted to third-year students directly, but they could even graduate without any issues. Being promoted to third year now would save them a lot of time. As for the upcoming interschool competition, it will depend on you. If you can achieve good results in the interschool competition, I will reward each of you with a spirit equipment. Principal Wang continued. Spirit equipment. Upon hearing these 2 words, Ye Qianxing and the others were taken aback, followed by excitement. The surrounding students were even more envious and resentful. Spirit equipment is specifically designed for equipping spirit pets, including defensive armor and combat weapons. It can be said that spirit equipment can provide at least a 50 increase in combat power for a spirit pet, and that is just the lowest level of spirit equipment. If it is of a higher grade, it can even multiply the combat power several times. The Optimus Prime that King Kong has is also a type of spirit equipment, a combat type, and a very high-grade one. The reason King Kong's combat power is so formidable is largely due to Optimus Prime. With Optimus Prime, King Kong's combat power can completely rival an E9 level spirit pet. Even when facing that D-level Icefire 2-headed snake back then, King Kong had the strength to fight. If it weren't for the snake's entanglement, King Kong would definitely not back down in a direct confrontation. Therefore, spirit equipment is extremely valuable, the kind that money can't buy. It's no wonder the students reacted so strongly when Principal Wang publicly stated he would reward them with spirit equipment. We promise to bring glory to the school. Ye Qianxing and Sudala shouted almost in unison, causing Jiang Lin beside them to twitch her mouth again. I don't know them. I don't know them. With the reward mentioned by Principal Wang, Ye Qianxing began to take the so-called inter-school competition seriously. Although he was quite confident, it was better to enhance his strength just in case. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, Wu is currently only E4 level. Although he can challenge higher levels thanks to his strong quality in Hellfire, it's still not enough. King Kong as a trump card, Ye Qianxing would not easily bring out unless necessary. So, he still needed to figure out a way to significantly enhance Wu's strength. Hellhound, Wu attributes, Demon type rating, 5 stars, growth type, level, E4 abilities, Intimidation, Soul Intimidation, effective against targets no more than 2 levels lower. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. The combat power of those intimidated will be affected. Nether Flame Strike, summons Nether Flames for attack. With both physical and soul attack effects. Soul Devour, devour souls for level enhancement. Weakness, mechanical type promotion condition. Devour 100 souls to advance to E level, 41-100 evolution route. Consuming a D-level K9 evil spirit or spirit pet's inner pill can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 0-1. opening Wu's attributes. Ye Qianxing focused on the promotion conditions and evolution route. To level up, he needed to devour souls, and they had to be powerful souls. Souls from small ants or insects wouldn't work, no matter how many he devoured. To evolve, he needed a D-level inner pill. Therefore, he must go to the spirit demon forest. However, this time he wouldn't bring them along. Ye Qianxing thought, whether it's for devouring souls or finding a D-level inner pill, he must head to the spirit demon forest. After encountering that D-level ice-fire two-headed snake, Ye Qianxing didn't dare to bring Xia Xiaoyu and the others into the spirit demon forest. He had his own means of survival and could escape using spatial transfer even if he encountered danger. Bringing them along would feel like a burden, to put harshly. After making the decision, Ye Qianxing asked Minter Jianglin for leave, and she did not refuse. As she had said before, she had nothing more to teach him. Ye Qianxing first returned to his apartment to grab some food and water, then went to the market to buy a tent. With a few days remaining before the inter-school competition, he planned to spend these days in the spirit demon forest. As soon as he entered the spirit demon forest, Ye Qianxing headed in a specific direction. He had been to the spirit demon forest 3 times before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. He planned to search the outskirts for weaker, evil spirits first. If he couldn't find any, he would venture deeper. After all, his current goal was to find souls for Wu to devour. Unless it was a ghost-type evil spirit, there was little difference between F-level and E-level souls. Chapter 79. Entering the Spirit Beast Forest for the 3rd time, Ye Qianxing had been walking in the Spirit Beast Forest with her bai for over an hour. Besides spotting a few ordinary animals like birds, rabbits, and squirrels, he had not encountered a single evil spirit. Ye Qianxing found it strange. Logically, in this new era, evil spirits occupied more than half of the world, and the wilderness was generally very dangerous apart from the cities. Not to mention this mountainous forest, which was a favorite spot for evil spirits. So why couldn't he find any evil spirits after 3 visits to the Spirit Beast Forest? As Ye Qianxing pondered this, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Meow. Almost simultaneously with the sound, a chill crept up from Ye Qianxing's neck. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, a gust of wind brushing past his neck. Looking back, he saw a black wildcat in the spot he had just vacated. The chill he felt was caused by its claws swiping through the air. Damn, it's true that you can't let your guard down in the wilderness. Ye Qianxing patted his chest, realizing that if he hadn't reacted quickly enough, his neck would have been severed. This indicated that his wilderness experience was still lacking. A seasoned mercenary would have been fully alert and focused on their surroundings upon entering the wilderness, unlike Ye Qianxing, who had let his mind wander. You beast! How dare you ambush me? Ye Qianxing shouted angrily at the wildcat, but the black cat merely fixed its cold gaze on him, as if it were looking at a corpse. It let out a low growl, ready for battle. Woof! Bai barked at the black cat, furious that it dared to ambush its master. However, just as Bai was about to attack, Ye Qianxing stopped it. I can handle this small fry, Ye Qianxing said, analyzing the wildcat with the system's eye. This wildcat was an F-level, 5th-tier evil spirit. To him, anything below E-level was just small fry. He was also itching for a fight, so this wildcat was perfect for practice. Come on, little beast, let us spar. Ye Qianxing beckoned to the wildcat, then gave it the middle finger, his face full of provocation. Evil spirits are not creatures of Earth, so they shouldn't be viewed from an earthly perspective. If it were an ordinary wildcat, it wouldn't understand human provocation at all. But the intelligence of evil spirits was far superior to that of ordinary animals. Ye Qianxing had even heard that high-level evil spirits had intelligence on par with humans. However, he was uncertain if that was true. There was no doubt that the wildcat recognized Ye Qianxing's provocation. It displayed a human-like anger and leapt towards him to attack. The wildcat's claws were extremely sharp, glinting menacingly as they aimed for Ye Qianxing's neck. It seemed to have a particular penchant for clawing at necks. Ye Qianxing had previously been distracted but managed to dodge its claws. Now, fully focused, he easily evaded the attack. The wildcat's eyes widened in shock. The first time Ye Qianxing dodged could have been coincidence, but this time was clearly intentional. How could this human have such quick reflexes and speed? In the eyes of evil spirits, humans were weak creatures, without the help of spirit pets. they could never hope to stand against them. Surprised? This is just the beginning. Ye Qianxing sneered, summoning a dagger that glinted coldly in his hand. This was a military combat dagger he had bought before coming here, extremely sharp, and certainly capable of slaying a non-defensive F-level evil spirit. Ye Qianxing shouted, stabbing the dagger towards the wildcat. The wildcat simultaneously pushed off with all four legs, leaping several meters high in an attempt to evade Ye Qianxing's attack. However, in the next moment, its expression suddenly went blank, and by the time it regained awareness, a cold light had flashed across its neck. The wildcat hadn't even figured out what had happened before its consciousness began to fade. From Ye Qianxing's perspective, the wildcat had already become a headless corpse, dead beyond recovery. A phantom shadow floated out from the wildcat's body, but before it could drift away, Erbai swallowed it whole. Ye Qianxing tossed the wildcat's corpse into the belly of the void koan. Both the corpse and its inner core were quite valuable. Now, the void koan's belly had become Ye Qianxing's treasure trove, where he tossed all valuable items. Clothes and food that weren't worth much, but were still needed, were also thrown in. The space was large enough, so why not use it? Looking at Erbai's attribute sheet, the level had changed from 41 to 42. This indicated that the soul of an F-level wildcat evil spirit counted as one soul. If he can encounter a ghost-type evil spirit, that would be great. Ye Qianxing thought, recalling that the last time he encountered a vengeful spirit, it had provided Erbai with over 40 souls. However, ghost-type evil spirits were rare. So far, the only ghost-type evil spirit Ye Qianxing had encountered was the vengeful spirit. After killing the wildcat, Ye Qianxing continued to search for more evil spirits. This time, he had learned his lesson and no longer let his mind wander. Previously, he had been lucky that the ambusher was just an F-level wildcat. If it had been a stronger evil spirit, he might not have made out alive. Their movement. After wandering around the outskirts of the spirit beast forest for several more hours, he finally detected some noise. Following the sound, he found a wild boar, which he easily killed, providing Erbai with another soul. This one do. There are simply too few evil spirits around the outskirts. I need to venture deeper. Ye Qianxing thought, moving further inside. After several more hours of walking, the sky began to darken, and Ye Qianxing still had not encountered any evil spirits. This was odd. He had already started delving deeper into the spirit beast forest, and if he continued further, he would reach the ice-fire two-headed serpent. At this depth, he should at least find one evil spirit, right? Continuing to search with confusion, he finally discovered a scorpion evil spirit half an hour later. But unfortunately, it was also just an F level, which he easily killed. By this time, it was completely dark, with no other options. Ye Qianxing had to find a place to set up camp. He summoned the diamond, which had been resting in the contract space during the day, to keep watch at night. With the diamond guarding him, he felt secure. Entering the tent, Ye Qianxing fell into a deep sleep in less than half an hour. In his dream, he was not an orphan, his mental barriers gone, and his family was very happy together. His parents doted on him, yet he could never see their faces clearly. Ye Qianxing exerted all his effort to see his parents' faces, but just then, a loud roar from outside jolted him awake. Chapter 80. The five-man team roar. A sudden shout startled Ye Qianxing awake from his dreams, recalling the warmth of his dream. He even had the impulse to not wake up. Shaking his head to cast aside those unrealistic thoughts, Ye Qianxing got up and walked towards the tent entrance. The roar he had just heard was from the King Kong. As he opened the tent, Ye Qianxing was immediately stunned by the scene outside. A group of bright red scorpions appeared from all directions, surrounding Ye Qianxing's tent completely. These scorpions were as large as calves, with iron tails raised high, their venomous stingers glistening with a chilling light. Evil spirit, vengeful scorpion, group type, attribute, poison rating, 2 stars level, ranges from F1 to E5 ability, attacks using the venomous stinger on its tail. Weakness, rock, ghost. Mechanical promotion conditions. Evolution path. No wonder it looks so familiar. It turns out to be a companion of that scorpion. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, recalling that he had killed a vengeful scorpion just a few hours ago. He didn't expect that this kind of evil spirit would be true to its name and seek revenge. Roar. At this moment, King Kong was fighting the group of scorpions. Although there were many scorpions, most of them were level F and couldn't withstand a single strike from King Kong. In just a few minutes, 5 or 6 vengeful scorpions had already fallen under King Kong's staff. Bai Wu, come out for a midnight snack. Ye Qianxing zumont Bai Wu. Bai Wu, just getting up, was still a bit groggy, but as soon as it caught the scent of nearby souls, it perked up immediately. It opened its big mouth and devoured all the souls of the vengeful scorpions that had been killed by King Kong. What a stroke of luck. It actually attracted so many vengeful scorpions. There are at least 50 here, so it counts as a big meal. Ye Qianxing thought, and he joined the battle with Bai Wu. Whoosh! Just as Ye Qianxing was wielding a dagger to harvest the small F-level scorpions, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Before Ye Qianxing could turn around, Bai Wu pounced forward, slapping at something. Bang! A metallic sound echoed as Ye Qianxing turned to see a scorpion much larger than the vengeful scorpions coldly staring at him. The dangerous feeling he had sensed was actually the scorpion's stinger attacking him. If it weren't for Bai Wu's timely intervention, Ye Qianxing would have likely been hit. Evil Spirit, Vengeful Scorpion King Attribute, Poison Rating, 3 stars level, E6 ability, attacks using the venomous stinger on its tail. Weakness, Rock, Ghost, Mechanical Promotion Conditions. Evolution Path. This was actually a Scorpion King, possessing E6 level strength. No wonder Ye Qianxing almost got caught. King Kong, Ye Qianxing shouted. King Kong, who was sweeping through the scorpion swarm, leaped and landed right next to Ye Qianxing. The vengeful Scorpion King glared with a look of hatred. Its stinger, which was twice the size of those of ordinary vengeful scorpions, shot towards Ye Qianxing. Roar! King Kong roared angrily and raised its staff to meet the stinger. With another metallic clash, the stinger was knocked back by the staff, and King Kong did not retreat at all. When it comes to a head-on clash with King Kong, it was just a little brother. King Kong, don't play with it. Send it straight to hell. Ye Qianxing urged King Kong. Among its peers, King Kong with the staff had no rivals. Hearing this, King Kong put away its playful demeanor and swung the staff with all its might towards the Scorpion King. The staff flew out like a sharp arrow towards the Scorpion King, which quickly met it with its stinger. Though the stinger blocked the staff, King Kong had already closed the distance to the Scorpion King, revealing a human-like cold smile as it threw a punch. Mighty Fist, miracles happen. Boom! King Kong's fist struck the Scorpion King's head fiercely, and with a crisp crack, the Scorpion King's head exploded, filthy substances spilling out along with blood, making King Kong feel nauseated as it quickly summoned water from the Void Kuan to wash its hands. The Scorpion King's soul flew out, and Bai Wu eagerly devoured it. The small, vengeful scorpions, seeing their leader dead, immediately scattered and fled. Don't let them get away, Ye Qianxing quickly urged, leading Bai Wu and King Kong to pursue. After more than 10 minutes, Ye Qianxing wore a bitter expression. Although they managed to catch up to a dozen or so, the rest had all escaped. In the end, Bai Wu only managed to consume the souls of about 20 vengeful scorpions. Pet, Hellhound Bai Wu Attribute, Demon Rating, 5 stars, Growth Type, Level, E6 Ability, Intimidation, Soul Intimidation effective against targets no higher than 2 levels above it. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. Combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Nether Flame Strike, summons Hellfire to attack, dealing both physical and soul damage. With greater soul damage, Soul Devour, devours souls for level advancement. Weakness, Mechanical Promotion Conditions. Consume 100 souls to advance to E-level, 67-100 Evolution Path. Consuming a D-level canine evil spirit or pet's inner elixir can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 0-1. At least Bai Wu has reached E6 level, which is quite a gain. It was already early morning, and King Kong had kept watch for most of the night, being the main force in the recent battle. So Ye Qianxing decided to recall it. He let Bai Wu guard for the rest of the night. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to enter the tent to continue sleeping, more noises began to arise. Ye Qianxing's ears perked up. Could it be another evil spirit? That would be great. He was currently wishing for more evil spirits. After a while, the noise grew louder, but Ye Qianxing felt disappointed. The light from a flashlight illuminated the depths of the forest, and at the same time, a rough voice rang out. Captain, there's a smell of blood ahead. Be careful. Another voice followed. Ye Qianxing sighed. It turned out to be humans, which was too bad. Before long, a 5-man team arrived at Ye Qianxing's tent. When they saw that there was actually a tent set up in the spirit demon forest, they were clearly taken aback. However, upon noticing that Ye Qianxing was just a 15 or 16-year-old kid, their wariness decreased significantly. "Kid, who are you, and how did you end up here?" asked the person at the front of the team, who appeared to be the leader. "I came to explore the spirit demon forest, but got lost." Ye Qianxing feigned a frightened expression. He wasn't sure who these people were, so he naturally couldn't reveal himself. By appearing weak, even if they were enemies, they would let their guard down. Chapter 81 from the military. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the 5 people immediately twitched the corners of their mouths. "You little brat are quite bold to come to the demon spirit forest for adventure. Did you kill all these scorpions on the ground?" It was the captain who spoke up. Ye Qianxing timidly nodded. He had already collected the corpse of the Scorpion King, and the ones on the ground were just some low-level F-grade scorpions. Ye Qianxing left them behind to see if he could lure out other evil spirits. However, instead of attracting evil spirits, he attracted these 5 people. My dog did it." Ye Qianxing pointed to the side at Erbiwu, who understood Ye Qianxing's intention and showcased his Oscar-worthy acting skills, pretending to be a husky. Ahem, he was originally a husky. At this moment, Erbiwu had not transformed. So to these 5 people, he appeared to be just a small dog. And the corpses of the poisonous scorpions on the ground were merely the lowest level of poisonous scorpions. A dog could kill a few poisonous scorpions if it was lucky, so the 5 people did not have much doubt. "Alas, it's a pity we have an important mission and no time to escort you out," the captain sighed. Ye Qianxing's eyes suddenly lit up. Mission? He became curious and wanted to see what this group was up to. If they had something good, perhaps he could benefit from it. So, Ye Qianxing hurriedly said to the captain, "Can you take me with you? I promise I won't hold you back." Ye Qianxing put on a pitiful look, and to be honest, his acting was not any worse than Erbiwu's. Seeing Ye Qianxing's eager, watery eyes, the captain hesitated for a moment. "Captain, I think we should take him along, otherwise a kid like him would definitely be in danger in this demon spirit forest." A slightly chubby man behind the captain advised. He was indeed a kind-hearted uncle. Ulrich. The captain finally nodded in agreement. After all, he didn't want to see such a young flower of the motherland die in the demon spirit forest. Ye Qianxing quickly packed up his tent and followed the 5 people. After a few minutes of interaction, Ye Qianxing learned the names and identities of the 5. The captain was named Chu Xiong, and the chubby man who had spoken up for Ye Qianxing was named Lu Hong. Besides the 2 of them, the other 3 were 2 middle-aged men and a young man around 18 years old. They were all from a military in Jiangnan City. The 4 middle-aged men were part of a special operations team, while the young man named Deng Rong was a student at the Jiangnan City Wolf Academy. The Wolf Academy was also a high school, similar to Jiangnan No. 1 High School, but it was directly under the military. Students who entered the Wolf Academy would join the military directly after graduation, without needing to take university entrance exams. It is worth mentioning that one of the 3 schools in the inter-school friendship competition is this Wolf Academy. You don't seem very old. You should still be a student, right? Chu Xiong smiled and asked. "Yes, I am a freshman at Jiangnan No. 1 High School." Ye Qianxing nodded, not needing to hide this. Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Chu Xiong and the others did not say anything, but Deng Rong glanced at Ye Qianxing. "Have you heard about the upcoming inter-school friendship competition?" "I have." Ye Qianxing nodded, not understanding what Deng Rong wanted to say. "Who is your school sending to participate in the competition?" Deng Rong asked. Ye Qianxing understood. This guy was trying to dig for insider information. But would Ye Qianxing reveal that he was the one participating in the competition? "I can't say. It's a school secret," Ye Qianxing said with a simple smile. "Cut. If you don't want to say, then don't. Anyway, I don't need to know. Our Wolf Academy will definitely take first place in this competition. Let me tell you, I'm one of the participants. And I can tell you without hesitation that my spirit pet is E4 level." Deng Rong boasted with pride, while Ye Qianxing merely smiled silently. "All right. There are always people better than you out there. The geniuses from Jiangnan No. 1 High School may not be inferior to you," Chu Xiong said, giving Deng Rong a light slap on the head. Deng Rong immediately retorted, "Little brother, tell me, what is the level of your spirit pet now?" Just F level," Ye Qianxing replied. twitching the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for hiding his identity, he would definitely have made Erbewu transform to scare him. E4 level is nothing. I have 2 E6 level spirit pets. Just being F level is enough to enter Jiang number 1 high school, which shows that Jiang didn't know. 1 high school isn't that strong, Deng Rong said, becoming even more indifferent upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words. Ye Qianxing felt that this guy was a bit too arrogant, and if this continued, he feared he would lose his temper. So he quickly changed the subject. By the way, what was the mission you just mentioned? That's a military secret. You don't have the right to know, Deng Rong said seriously, then patted Ye Qianxing on the shoulder. But don't be too discouraged. When your strength increases, you can also try to get into our Wolf Academy, and then you'll have the qualifications to know about these things. Ye Qianxing decided to stop talking, otherwise he would really lose his temper. As the group continued deeper, when they reached a hill, Chu Xiong suddenly waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. What's wrong, Captain? The chubby man, Lu Heng, quickly looked around warily and asked. There's a problem. Logically speaking, we've already gone deep into the demon spirit forest. Why haven't we encountered any evil spirits yet? Chu Xiong said solemnly, which was also Ye Qianxing's doubt. Chu Xiong looked around cautiously, and beside him was a black wolf. Spirit pet, brave battle wolf attribute, combat system rating, 2 stars level, E6. Not only Chu Xiong, but Lu Heng, Deng Rong, and the 2 big men had brave battle wolves as their spirit pets, which seemed to be the standard spirit pet of the military in Jiangnan City. Suddenly, without warning, a large lion jumped out from beside a huge rock, exuding a powerful aura. This is an E9 level golden giant lion, Chu Xiong exclaimed. Prepare for battle. Everyone immediately took a fighting stance, and the chubby man, Lu Heng, quickly pulled Ye Qianxing behind him. Young man, be careful during the fight later. We can't guarantee we will take care of you. Ye Qianxing nodded, feeling quite fond of this kind-hearted uncle. Keek. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed through the darkness. Soon after, a figure cloaked in black robes stepped out, standing next to the golden giant lion, stroking the lion's head. To Ye Qianxing's surprise, the giant lion showed an expression of enjoyment. Could it be that this giant lion was a spirit pet, and this black-robed figure was a spirit master? Chapter 82. The mysterious black-robed man. At this moment, the 5 special forces soldiers from the military believed that the black-robed man was a spirit tamer. But from the perspective of Ye Qianxing, who possessed the system I, it was different. Evil spirit, golden giant lion attribute, rock type rating, 3 stars level, E9 ability, lion's roar, rockification weakness, water type promotion condition, evolution route. Under the system I, Ye Qianxing could clearly see that this golden giant lion was indeed an evil spirit. In fact, the current definitions of evil spirits and spirit pets among humans were still somewhat uncertain. Spirit pets were born from ordinary plants and animals that mutated by using the inner cores of evil spirits. In a sense, spirit pets and evil spirits were not fundamentally different. One could even say that spirit pets belong to the 2nd generation of evil spirits. People distinguish between evil spirits and spirit pets simply by whether they have signed a soul contract with humans, determining whether they are enemies or friends. Those that have signed contracts with humans are spirit pets, while those that have not are evil spirits. Therefore, in the eyes of Chu Xiong and the others, the golden giant lion was not an evil spirit, but a spirit pet. Ye Qianxing was puzzled, since the system indicated that this golden giant lion was an evil spirit. It surely had not formed a contract with that black-robed man. If that were the case, why could they coexist so peacefully? Who are you? And what are you doing here? Chu Xiong did not let his guard down, just because the other party was a spirit tamer. Keek, who am I? I'm not a human. However, I have come to kill you. The black-robed man let out an unpleasant laugh. Just as he finished speaking, the expression of the golden giant lion, which had been enjoying itself, suddenly changed. Roar! The golden giant lion let out a lion's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 5 special forces soldiers simultaneously covered their ears, kneeling on the ground with pained expressions. This was the golden giant lion's ability, Lion's Roar. This ability was not merely a deterrent. It was a powerful sound wave attack. If it continued, The eardrums of Chu Xiong and the others would likely shatter. Ye Qianxing frowned as well. The lion's roar did affect him, but due to his physical quality being comparable to an average E-level spirit pet, he was not as uncomfortable as Chu Xiong and the others. However, since he was pretending to be weak, he decided to continue the act and also feign pain. Kneeling on the ground, "Oh woo!" The 5 valiant battle wolves let out howls, sensing that their master was in danger. They all rushed towards the golden giant lion. "A few little dogs dare to be arrogant in front of my golden giant lion? Keek, kill them." The black-robed man issued the command, and the golden giant lion charged directly at the 5 battle wolves. The first to charge was Chu Xiong's battle wolf, the strongest among the 5, which lunged for the golden giant lion's neck. However, the difference in levels was evident. Chu Xiong's valiant battle wolf was only E6 level, while the golden giant lion was E9 level, not far from D level. The golden giant lion swiped a paw at the valiant battle wolf with incredible speed, sending it flying and rolling several times on the ground. At this moment, the other 4 battle wolves also rushed in, all biting at the golden giant lion. However, the golden giant lion's defense was not something these battle wolves could break through. Their bites were like gnawing on hard rock, causing no harm at all. Roar! The golden giant lion let out an angry roar, and the 4 battle wolves were directly blown away by a powerful force. The 5 battle wolves could not even last a minute before being defeated. The golden giant lion continued to advance towards Chu Xiong and the others, its eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint. "Fire!" Chu Xiong shouted loudly, and the 5 of them simultaneously produced submachine guns, starting to spray bullets at the golden giant lion. Unfortunately, these ordinary human firearms might have had some effect on low-level F-class evil spirits, but against the nearly D-class golden giant lion, it was like tickling it. The golden giant lion's body began to turn to stone. The bullets hitting it merely sparked but caused no damage at all. The golden giant lion suddenly let out a roar and charged wildly at Chu Xiong. Bullets rained down on it, but could not be stopped. "Captain, be careful!" Lu Hong shouted, even rushing in front of Chu Xiong. Bang! The golden giant lion swiped a paw, sending Lu Hong flying and crashing into a small tree. "Fatty Lu!" Chu Xiong shouted, his eyes turning red. "Beast, I will kill you." Saying this, Chu Xiong threw down his submachine gun, drew a metal dagger from his calf, and fiercely stabbed it towards the golden giant lion's neck. The golden giant lion dodged, and the metal dagger struck its back, actually penetrating. A stream of golden blood began to spray out. This metal dagger could actually injure an E-class, 9th stage rock-type evil spirit. However, this stab was ultimately misdirected, and instead of killing the golden giant lion, it triggered its ferocity. The golden giant lion roared angrily, its sharp claws swinging fiercely at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong's face showed despair. Was he really going to die here? As the golden giant lion's claws grew larger in Chu Xiong's eyes, just as it was about to strike him, the golden giant lion suddenly stopped, its eyes going blank. "What are you still dawdling for? Get out of the way!" A startled voice rang out from behind. Although Chu Xiong did not yet know what had happened, he quickly reacted, stepping back a few steps. The golden giant lion soon regained its senses, but it no longer pursued Chu Xiong. Instead, it warily looked around. Just now, an unknown force had attacked its soul. Chu Xiong looked in surprise at Ye Qianxing and the fool beside him, knowing that it was Ye Qianxing who had just shouted for him to move. Does this mean that it was he who stopped the golden giant lion's attack? But isn't he just an ordinary kid? How could he have such powerful abilities? However, he soon believed his own speculation. "Oh, it turns out there is a master among you," the black-robed man exclaimed in surprise, looking at Ye Qianxing. He naturally knew that the force that had stunned the golden giant lion was created by the Husky beside this kid. "I've always been curious about how you can control evil spirits," Ye Qianxing asked calmly, no longer pretending. He revealed that he was that master. Deng Rong looked at Ye Qianxing in shock. Hadn't he just said he was just a first-year student from Jiang No. 1 high school? "I want to know, join me, and I will tell you everything," the black-robed man said with an evil smile. "But I prefer the second option." Ye Qianxing maintained his calm demeanor. "Oh, what option?" the black-robed man asked curiously. Chapter 83. The Battle of Ye Qianxing. What is the second option? The figure in the black robe asked, seeming somewhat interested in the child. "Defeat you, then torture you for answers," Ye Qianxing replied, giving him the answer he sought. Jie, jie, jie. Little brat, who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly? Is it just that silly husky by your side? The black-robed man cackled again, but this time Ye Qianxing could clearly hear the anger in his laughter. If it's arrogance, you'll find out soon enough, Ye Qianxing coldly scoffed. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. Golden Giant Lion, tear him and that husky apart. The black-robed man issued the command, and the Golden Giant Lion charged towards Ye Qianxing. Number 2. This guy actually looks down on you. Show them some color. Ye Qianxing said to number 2, who displayed the typical disdain of a husky. Then it transformed, its body growing larger. It instantly morphed from an ordinary husky into a hellhound, surrounded by black flames, exuding an aura of dominance. What the hell, his husky can transform? Deng Rong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Golden Giant Lion was clearly stunned as well, but quickly regained its composure. So what if you transformed? You're still just a dog. Watch as this lion tears you apart. The Golden Giant Lion swiped a paw at number 2, but number 2 agilely dodged, successfully delivering a fright. The Golden Giant Lion's expression momentarily went blank, but having learned from its earlier lesson, it quickly recovered. However, even a second was enough. A jet of black flame erupted from number 2's mouth, striking the Golden Giant Lion directly. Oomph, such a small spark thinks it can harm the Golden Giant Lion? The black-robed man sneered, but his expression changed the next moment. As soon as the black flames touched the Golden Giant Lion, it let out a horrible scream and began rolling on the ground. Hellfire is not only aimed at the body, but also at the soul. No matter how strong the Golden Giant Lion's defenses, its soul was still vulnerable. Although number 2 was not strong enough now for the hellfire to kill the Golden Giant Lion outright, causing it some pain was already sufficient. Number 2, follow up. Ye Qianxing shouted, and number 2 lunged at the Golden Giant Lion, slamming a paw down onto it. However, the Golden Giant Lion was still rolling on the ground. Even if your flames can harm the soul, so what? You still can't break through the Golden Giant Lion's defenses. Once it recovers, it will be your turn to be torn apart. The black-robed man coldly laughed, though he was surprised that number 2's flames could burn the soul. He still had great confidence in the Golden Giant Lion. Are you sure you can't break through its defenses? Ye Qianxing said with an evil smile as he walked toward Chu Xiong. Brother Chu Xiong, may I borrow that alloy dagger of yours? Although Chu Xiong was shocked at how powerful Ye Qianxing was, he knew this was not the time to ask questions. He handed over the alloy dagger without hesitation. Ye Qianxing took it, walked to the rolling Golden Giant Lion, and plunged the dagger toward its neck. The black-robed man was instantly alarmed. He had just witnessed the dagger pierce the Golden Giant Lion's body. If Ye Qianxing's dagger landed, the Golden Giant Lion might really die. Kid, stop! The black-robed man shouted angrily, rushing toward Ye Qianxing. Seeking death, Ye Qianxing coldly sneered, abandoning his attack on the Golden Giant Lion and instead lunging at the black-robed man. However, what shocked him was that the black-robed man's speed exceeded his expectations. He instantly dodged Ye Qianxing's attack and grabbed his wrist. You're dead. The black-robed man coldly laughed, intending to snap Ye Qianxing's wrist with force. But Ye Qianxing acted first, kicking the black-robed man. The latter staggered back a few steps, and Ye Qianxing warily stared at him. The brief exchange made him realize that the black-robed man's strength was not any weaker than his own. But he had only inherited 1/10 of the power from 3 spirit pets. Could it be that this black-robed man also awakened? Ye Qianxing was astonished, and the black-robed man was equally surprised. Impossible! How can a human have such powerful strength? The disbelief in the black-robed man's voice suggested he was unaware that spirit tamers could awaken. Ye Qianxing also gleaned something from his words. Human? Is he not human? Do you want to know? Defeat me. Ye Qianxing beckoned to the black-robed man. Even though I don't know why your strength is so great. Don't think you can be my opponent. I was just underestimating you earlier and didn't use my full strength. The black-robed man said coldly. Then let's stop the chit-chat and see the real skills beneath your hands. Ye Qianxing impatiently replied. The black-robed man shouted, his body instantly turning into a shadow as he charged at Ye Qianxing. A fist covered by his sleeve slammed towards Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing's eyes burst with intense battle intent. Ever since he gained powerful strength, he hadn't truly used it much. He hoped this black-robed man wouldn't be too weak. Facing the black-robed man's incoming punch, Ye Qianxing deftly dodged and slashed the alloy dagger toward his neck. The black-robed man was very wary of the alloy dagger and quickly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qianxing kicked out, landing a blow to the black-robed man's stomach. The black-robed man only took a few steps back, appearing unfazed. Jia, your strength is indeed good, but it's still not enough. You can't break my defenses. The black-robed man sneered, and Ye Qianxing frowned in secret. The black-robed man's defenses were incredibly strong. That kick felt like hitting a steel plate. But this dagger can break through your defenses, can't it? Ye Qianxing coldly laughed. Knowing that this alloy dagger could pierce even the golden giant lion's defenses, let alone this black-robed man. The black-robed man did not respond, seemingly acknowledging this point. He hesitated for a moment before finally letting out a sigh. Consider yourselves lucky this time, but when we meet again, kid, you will pay the price. The black-robed man spat a harsh word and then turned to flee. The golden giant lion, still suffering from the hellfire burning its soul, had also regained some strength. Seeing its master escape, it naturally could not continue fighting and hurried after the black-robed man. Don't let them get away, Chu Xiong shouted, but Ye Qianxing did not pursue. That black-robed man is very strong. I can't truly defeat him. Chapter 84. The discussion of spirit equipment. Ye Qianxing sighed and said that this was indeed a formidable opponent he had encountered. If it weren't for the threat posed by the alloy dagger in his hand to the man in the black robe, he might not have chosen to retreat. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong calmed down as well. He had just been overly excited about his teammate's situation. The group hurried to check Lu Heng's injuries. Fortunately, Lu Heng was wearing a piece of highly protective armor, so although he was injured, he was not in mortal danger. At this moment, Ye Qianxing was somewhat curious. With an alloy dagger capable of breaking through evil spirit defenses and a life-saving piece of armor, how could these items be so powerful? Brother Ye, we truly owe you this time. Otherwise, the 5 of us would have been wiped out here, Chu Xiong said with lingering fear. Brother Ye, you really are a hidden gem. Who would have thought you're such a powerful spirit master? Lu Heng also gave Ye Qianxing a thumbs up. At this point, they were well aware that Ye Qianxing was far from just a lost adventurer. However, they did not press further, since Ye Qianxing had not revealed his true identity. It indicated that he did not want to. Ye Qianxing saved them, and naturally, they would not pressure him about his identity. There's no need to be polite, big brothers. You have taken good care of me along the way, so it's only right that I help you, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. His sincere and straightforward words touched the Special Forces team members. Regardless, you saved our lives, and that is a fact. In the future, if you need anything from us, as long as it doesn't go against our principles, we will never hesitate, Chu Xiong said, patting his chest. Hee, Brother Chu, since you said that, I do have one thing I want. Ye Qianxing suddenly showed a mischievous expression. What is it? Just say it. Chu Xiong waved his hand grandly. That alloy dagger of yours. Can you give it to me? Chu Xiong was immediately choked by Ye Qianxing's words. Cough, cough, Brother Ye. It's not that I'm stingy, but if you were to exchange for something else, even my life, I wouldn't frown. However, this alloy dagger really cannot be given to you. Because this dagger does not belong to me, it belongs to the military. It was temporarily given to me for this high-risk mission, including Lu Fatty's armor, Chu Xiong said awkwardly, having just claimed he would agree to any conditions. Only to face a contradiction now. Ye Qianxing nodded upon hearing this and did not blame Chu Xiong. It's fine, Brother Chu, you don't need to feel guilty. I was just joking, Ye Qianxing laughed. To ease the awkwardness, he asked, Then Brother Chu, can you tell me what this dagger really is? It can even break through the defenses of the golden giant lion. That's something I can talk about. It's not a secret. This dagger, along with Lu Fatty's armor, is actually a spirit item, also known as spirit equipment, Chu Xiong explained. Spirit equipment, or spirit items, are just different names for the same thing. What shocked Ye Qianxing was that spirit equipment could only be used by spirit pets, right? He voiced this doubt, and Chu Xiong laughed heartily. In fact, many people have this doubt. Spirit equipment is indeed generally used by spirit pets, but that doesn't mean only spirit pets can use it. The common belief is that spirit pets are more effective with spirit equipment than humans because most humans don't have very strong physiques. If they use spirit equipment, the effect would be greatly reduced. In contrast, there are many people in the military who use spirit equipment because our combat experience is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Many in the military actually prefer to fight with spirit equipment rather than using spirit pets. They like to confront evil spirits head-on with spirit equipment. After hearing Chu Xiong's explanation, Ye Qianxing felt relieved. The reason was that simple. This meant he could also use spirit equipment. His combat power was even stronger than some E-rank evil spirits, and if he had spirit equipment, his strength could be greatly enhanced. Brother Chu, if I want to buy spirit equipment, do you have any special channels? Ye Qianxing asked with a grin. No, and even if I did, you definitely couldn't afford it. Currently, our country has very strict controls over spirit equipment, just like the gun control before the new era. However, if you really want to purchase spirit equipment, I do have a way, and at 1T costs you a penny. Chu Xiong suddenly smiled mysteriously. How to buy? Ye Qianxing asked eagerly. Very simple, join the military. As long as you achieve enough military merit, you can exchange it for spirit equipment. Not just spirit equipment. If you have enough military merit, there are things you can exchange for that you can't even imagine. How about it? Are you tempted? Want to consider it? Chu Xiong said with a smile, looking like a sly uncle trying to lure a little girl. However, Chu Xiong genuinely wanted to recruit Ye Qianxing into the military. After all, Ye Qianxing looked to be not even 18 yet. A teenage boy with such powerful strength had limitless potential for future achievements. If he could be recruited into the military, it would be extremely beneficial for both the military and the entire country. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's suggestion, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt tricked by this guy. Joining the military means losing my freedom, right? Ye Qianxing asked. Chu Xiong hesitated for a moment and sighed. That's right. I don't want to deceive you. Once you join the military, you have to obey military orders and freedom. Well, Ye Qianxing also fell silent for a moment, but still said, Brother Chu, I value my freedom a lot, so I probably won't join the military. But you don't need to worry. Even if I don't join the military, I know I'm a citizen of this country. If the military needs me, I will never refuse. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Chu Xiong quickly laughed and changed the topic. Ha ha, Brother Yi, having you say that is enough. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We need to hurry back. I still have to report on this mission. As for buying spirit equipment, I've heard there are black markets that sell such things, but I don't recommend you go there because the black market is too dangerous. You can never know a person's true intentions. When I report on the mission, I will also speak well of you. Maybe my superior will agree to give you an opportunity. Chapter 85, Gathering of Big Shots following the 5 Special Forces soldiers. They left the Demon Spirit Forest and returned to the city. Just as they were parting ways, Dang Rong from the Wolf Warrior Academy approached Ye Qianxing with a bitter expression. I am very sorry for my earlier disrespect towards you. It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart, Ye Qianxing casually replied. He could tell that Dang Rong was just a bit young and impulsive. He wasn't a bad person and there was no need to offend him. After chatting for a couple more minutes, they parted ways. Ye Qianxing returned to his apartment, and after washing up, he realized that it was already bright outside. So he decided not to rest and headed straight to school. Today was the day of the inter-school friendship competition among the 3 schools. As soon as Ye Qianxing arrived at the school gate, he noticed many students gathered there. He quickly spotted Minter Jianglin, Principal Wang, and Xia Xiaoyu among others. Ah, you finally decided to show up. We just said if you didn't come soon, we would find another student to replace you, Jianglin said angrily upon seeing Ye Qianxing. She had clearly told him the time, but he was still late. Didn't he know that so many people had been waiting for him for hours? Ahem, Minter Jiang, please calm down. I'm here now, aren't I? Ye Qianxing smiled brightly, not daring to provoke this unhappy mother tiger. Now that you're here, let's set off, Principal Wang said with a hearty laugh, showing no signs of impatience. The venue for this year's inter-school friendship competition was at the Jiangnan Noble Academy. The 3 schools involved were Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Jiangnan Noble Academy, and Wolf Warrior Academy. Among them, Wolf Warrior Academy was a military-affiliated institution, while the Noble Academy, as its name suggested, was filled with wealthy and privileged students. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, on the other hand, had a much simpler admission process. As long as a student had decent talent, they could enroll. In previous inter-school competitions, The top spots were typically taken by the Noble Academy and Wolf Warrior Academy, with the Noble Academy winning first place last time. Therefore, it was only natural that this event was hosted at the Noble Academy. Ye Qianxing and his group were making quite a splash attending the competition, with the principal leading the way, several mentors accompanying them, and nearly 100 students coming along to watch. When they arrived outside the gates of the Noble Academy, Ye Qianxing and the others marveled at the grand entrance. Comparing it to the gate of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, they felt that their school's gate resembled a pigsty. Ahem, fellow students, a school is a place for teaching and nurturing, and extravagant decorations are not important. They are merely superficial. Principal Wang coughed and said. He wasn't blind and could see the sparkle in the students' eyes as they looked at the entrance. Not just the students, but even some mentors looked enviously at the gate. However, Principal Wang felt helpless. After all, this was the Noble Academy, which only accepted nobles and charged accordingly. Jiangnan No. 1 High School only charged standard fees. All right, let's go in. Even Principal Wang didn't believe his own words and could only let everyone enter. Inside the school, the grandeur surpassed that of the entrance, leaving Principal Wang speechless. Since we can't compete with them in terms of appearance, let's surpass them in strength. In the end, it's still about who has the stronger fist, isn't it? Ye Qianxing spoke up at this moment, and Principal Wang immediately showed a grateful expression. Exactly. What good is money if we can't crush them? Sudala echoed, and the student's confidence was boosted again. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Haha, the students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School are quite spirited. It's good for young people to have confidence, but don't be blindly confident. Your school has come in last place in every inter-school competition. Hearing this voice, Principal Wang's face darkened immediately. Ye Qianxing quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man, about the same age as Principal Wang, leading several young people dressed in luxurious clothing toward them. No need to guess, this guy must be the principal of the Noble Academy. Heroes don't dwell on the past. I don't care if Jiangnan No. 1 High School has been at the bottom before. All I know is that this year, in this inter-school competition, Jiangnan No. 1 High School will definitely be the most eye-catching, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile, showing no signs of politeness just because the man was from the Noble Academy. How dare you speak to our principal like that? A 16 or 17-year-old boy behind the Noble Academy principal shouted angrily. What is wrong? Is your principal a three-eyed monster, or does he have four legs? Why can't we talk to him? Sudala retorted without backing down. It seemed that aside from Xiao Liuxing, no one could match Sudala in a confrontation. Ye Qianxing was an exception. The noble youth was left speechless. Students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School can only rely on their sharp tongues. Whether you're a dragon or a worm, it still depends on strength to speak. Let us go. The students from Wolf Warrior Academy have already arrived. The principal of the Noble Academy sneered and walked in a direction. Ye Qianxing and the others followed closely behind. That was the principal of the Noble Academy, William Luo. The students participating in the competition from the Noble Academy were following him as well, but unfortunately, their strength was hard to discern. There's no need to know. No matter how powerful they can't compare to us, Ye Qianxing and Sudala said almost in unison. Principal Wang could only smile, hoping they truly had strength and weren't just boasting. Soon, they arrived at the plaza of the Noble Academy, which was significantly larger compared to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. At this time, many people were seated in the plaza, including students from school, as well as students from Wolf Warrior Academy, who had come to watch. The students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School also found their spots to sit down. Ye Qianxing noticed that on a high platform, there was a row of seats. The principals of the three schools were sitting there, along with many prominent figures from Jiangnan City who were there to watch the competition. A significant portion of them were familiar faces, including Xia Luyuan, the president of the Jiangnan Spirit Association, Su Hong, the lord of Mercenary City, and several big shots from various fields who had previously sought his help at the Creation God studio. Even Chu Xiong, whom he had just met yesterday, was there. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Since Wolf Warrior Academy was military affiliated, Chu Xiong, as the captain of the Special Forces, must have also been from Wolf Warrior Academy. Therefore, it was only natural for him to come to watch. Beside Chu Xiong sat an elderly man in his 60s, although he was nearing his twilight years. His demeanor was no less than that of a middle-aged man, exuding a certain presence. Ye Qianxing had felt this kind of aura from Chu Xiong before. It was the unique aura of a soldier. This elder was likely the officer that Chu Xiong had mentioned. Chapter 86 Another Fool is going down. The positions on the high platform seem to be arranged according to status, with the center representing the highest rank. Sitting in the middle was Xia Luyun, the strongest in Jiangnan City, undoubtedly holding the highest position. On either side of him sat a middle-aged man and an elderly man. The elderly man, Ye Qianxing, suspected to be a big shot from the military, was a commander mentioned by Chu Xiong. As for the middle-aged man, Ye Qianxing did not recognize him, but his status was presumably not low either. The two principals from the Noble Academy and Jiangnan No. 1 high school sat in relatively peripheral positions. After all, they were just heads of their respective schools. Students and mentors from the 3 academies. I am Luo William, the principal of Jiangnan Noble Academy. Thank you all for coming, and I would like to especially thank the distinguished guests for taking the time to attend this event, Luo Williams said, bowing to the dignitaries on stage, who merely nodded in response without saying anything. The reason they were willing to come to watch was also to see the younger generation and to see if they could recruit some talents into their ranks. The indifferent attitude of the dignitaries did not make Luo William show any signs of displeasure. He maintained a self-satisfied smile. Now that everyone is here, let us not waste any more time. I will explain the competition process and rules. The competition is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, each academy will send out their strongest student for a 3-person free-for-all. The last student remaining will determine which academy's team can skip the second round and advance directly to the final team competition. Although Luo Williams' character was not great, he spoke in a way that was easy to understand. Since there were 3 academies, one academy's team would inevitably get a bye and not participate in the second round. Thus, the first round was to select the team that would get the bye, making it somewhat fairer. If it were a lottery, there would inevitably be complaints. Now, let me explain the rules. Aside from the well-known prohibition against harming spirit masters, we must also avoid casualties among spirit pets as much as possible. Competition second, friendship first. After explaining the process and rules, Luo Williams saw that no one stood up with questions and continued, since no one has any questions, I hereby officially announce that the annual 3-school friendly competition has now officially begun. As Luo Williams' enthusiastic words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Who shall we send to participate in the free-for-all? The 4 began discussing who would go first in the first round. Needless to say, among us 5, Qianxing and Xiaoyu are the strongest. It's not appropriate for a girl like Xiaoyu to go into a free-for-all, so it has to be you, Su Tila said, shrugging. He and Zhou Yu spirit pets were currently not at very high levels. Although they were confident they could win, it was still safer to let Ye Qianxing go. Don't be fooled by how rarely he takes action in regular team battles. He's the type that, once he does, directly decides the outcome. Just imagine if your mind suddenly short-circuits during the competition. How would you fight? The intimidation skill of the 250 is an absolute crush for spirit pets below his level, not to mention the hellfire skill that burns souls. Impossible to defend against. Yes, I also think Brother Xing should go. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Zhou Lang did not speak, but also nodded. Xia Xiaoyu naturally had no objections. She didn't like fighting. All right then, it's settled. I'll go for the first round. Ye Qianxing nodded. And once the other teams made their decisions, the 3 of them went up to the arena. Standing on the arena, Ye Qianxing looked at the 2 opponents across from him. He had seen both of them before. The one from a noble academy was the noble youth who had clashed with Su Tila, but couldn't win. As for the one from the War Wolf Academy, that was even more familiar. Ye Qianxing looked at the mournful-faced Deng Rong and couldn't help but find it amusing that the War Wolf Academy had sent him. Why are you here for the 3-school friendly competition? Isn't this bullying us? Deng Rong said with a bitter smile. After learning about Ye Qianxing's strength, he guessed that Ye Qianxing would likely participate in this match. He had been praying that Ye Qianxing wouldn't care to join, but unfortunately, his prayers failed. I have no choice. I have to bring glory to the school. Ye Qianxing shrugged. TCH, Deng Rong, what are you doing? You actually got scared by a little brat. P.S. Just a nobody from Jiangnan No. 1 high school, the noble youth disdainfully remarked. Deng Rong completely ignored the noble youth. At first, he felt the same disdain for Ye Qianxing. So he believed that shortly, this noble youth would not be laughing anymore. Don't worry. I'll give you a face and let him go down before you. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly at Deng Rong, but to the noble youth, this sounded arrogantly presumptuous. Hope you can still say that later. Come out, ironclad crocodile. The noble youth shouted, and a huge crocodile covered in black scales crawled out of the contract space. Spirit pet? Ironclad crocodile attributes. Rock type, water type rating. 3.5 stars level. E5 ability. Massive bite force weakness. Divine water type, ice type advancement conditions. Evolution path. Aren't you going to summon your spirit pet? The noble youth coldly snorted. Didn't I already summon it? Ye Qianxing. The noble youth looked left and right, but saw nothing. Are you messing with me? He shouted angrily. I'm not messing with you. Look, my spirit pet is right here. Ye Qianxing innocently pointed at the 250 beside him. Can't you see such a big fool here? The noble youth was immediately speechless. Your spirit pet. Is it? Of course, the noble youth saw the 250, but he thought it was just Ye Qianxing's pet. After all, who would use a husky as a spirit pet? That's right. Is there a problem? Ye Qianxing said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. The noble youth couldn't help but laugh. You actually use a husky as a spirit pet. Are you a clown hired by a monkey? Hearing the noble youth's words, Deng Rong sighed and shook his head, silently moving to the side to avoid getting caught up in it later. Sigh, another fool is going down. In the audience, Sutila also looked at the noble youth on stage with sympathetic eyes. 250, did you hear that? Another clueless guy is looking down on you. Ye Qianxing, however, showed no signs of displeasure and instead patted the head of the 250. Chapter 87. Do you surrender, or should I help you? Is this the young man you told me about who repelled the golden giant lion and the cultists? The old general asked Chu Xiong, who was sitting beside him. Yes. If it weren't for Brother Yi last night, all 5 of us would have been wiped out. Chu Xiong nodded, still feeling a lingering fear when he thought about it. Just based on him and that husky next to him, the old general's tone was somewhat doubtful. Chu Xiong couldn't help but smile bitterly. General, it's hard for you to believe, and I find it hard to believe as well, but it's true. No matter how much I explain, it won't help. You should see it with your own eyes. Huh, President Xia, isn't that little Yi? Isn't he a cultivator? Why is he participating in the inter-school friendship competition? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sitting a few tables away from Xia Luyuan, asked in confusion. He was none other than the business tycoon who had sought Ye Qianxing's help to resolve his bear's heartbreak issues at the Chuangshan studio. Ha ha. He has accomplishments not only as a cultivator, but is also a powerful spirit master. Xia Luyuan laughed heartily. He had heard it from his daughter and son. He was quite surprised at the time, but then he thought that since Ye Qianxing's cultivation skills were so formidable, he would definitely cultivate a powerful spirit pet for himself. I don't believe one person can excel in 2 different paths and be highly proficient in both. The one little Yi is fighting against now is my nephew. He is a very talented spirit master, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses said. He had no doubts about Ye Qianxing's cultivation abilities, but couldn't believe he was also a powerful spirit master. After all, mastering both cultivation and spirit control is extremely arduous, let alone excelling at both. Then just wait and see. Xia Luyuan laughed heartily and didn't explain further. Master, he is the one who killed Zhou Wei. Ye Qianxing. At this moment, the director of Jiang No. 1 High School approached the middle-aged man sitting next to Xia Luyuan and whispered in his ear. Are you sure he is the murderer? The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. Although there is no evidence, I can assure you it was him. He had a conflict with Zhou Wei just before. The director of the school said with great certainty, causing the middle-aged man's face to darken completely. His fierce gaze fixated on Ye Qianxing on the stage. No matter whether you're the murderer or not, Xiao Wei is too lonely down there. I must make you go down and accompany him. At this moment, more than half of the judges were focused on Ye Qianxing, while he was completely unaware of it. Under his signal, air by directly transformed, its size suddenly increasing, covered in black flames, captivating the audience. How is this possible? The noble youth exclaimed, and the crowd below erupted in astonishment. They had never seen a spirit pet that could transform. Iron-armored crocodile. Don't be afraid. He's definitely just putting on show. Even if he transforms, he's still just a husky. You are a powerful, iron-armored crocodile. The noble youth encouraged the iron-armored crocodile. The trembling body of the iron-armored crocodile calmed down significantly. Go, bite that husky to death, the noble youth shouted loudly, and the iron-armored crocodile suppressed its fear and charged towards Airby. Roar! Airby opened its massive mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The iron-armored crocodile's body suddenly froze in place, its eyes losing their luster. Airby slowly walked over to the iron-armored crocodile, which showed no signs of movement at all. For an opponent of a lower level, Airby's intimidation could easily leave it in a daze for several minutes. During those few minutes, the iron-armored crocodile was practically rendered useless. Suddenly, Airby pressed its hind foot against the back of the iron-armored crocodile, and it actually urinated. Iron-armored crocodile, what are you doing? Hurry up and tear it apart. The noble youth immediately exploded in anger, shouting incessantly. But the iron-armored crocodile ignored him, remaining completely still. What on earth is happening? Confused murmurs arose from the crowd below. However, Deng Rong understood that Airby's intimidation could control even the golden giant lion. Although only for an instant, it proved its strength. Can a mere iron-armored crocodile compare to the golden giant lion? All right, Airby, stop playing around. Finish it quickly. Ye Qianxing waved his hand in boredom. Airby had no choice but to kick the iron-armored crocodile, sending its massive body flying off the stage. The noble youth stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. So, do you surrender, or should I help you? Ye Qianxing asked Deng Rong. I surrender. Deng Rong smiled bitterly and ultimately chose to concede. If it were someone else, even if he had no chance of winning, he would never give up. Losing is losing, but he wouldn't back down. However, facing Ye Qianxing was different. The outcome was already clear, and persisting would only lead to more suffering. It was better to conserve strength and prepare for the upcoming battles. Deng Rong took his brave wolf down from the stage as well. The first match ended in less than a minute. Even after Ye Qianxing got off the stage, the noble youth still wore a look of disbelief. How could this be? Luo William also couldn't believe it. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, which had always ranked last, actually turned the tables in this first match. Ha ha ha. The facts are right before your eyes. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Principal Wang laughed heartily, feeling pleased as he hadn't felt this way in front of Luo William in a long time. Ye Qianxing truly did not disappoint him. Don't get too happy too soon. I just underestimated him and didn't send out my strongest. When it comes to the finals, I'll still knock you down. Luo William scoffed and then shouted at the dazed noble youth on the stage. Are you not getting down? The noble youth trembled and finally came back to his senses, trembling as he climbed down from the stage. This blow would likely distract him even in the next match. However, this was the territory of the Noble Academy, and Luo William could easily find someone else to replace him. After all, there was no rule against substitutes. Old General, do you believe me now? Chu Xiong smiled slightly at the old general. I believe it. He truly is a super genius. We can't find anyone in our brave Wolf Academy with talent comparable to his, and I doubt the entire Jiangnan city can either. The old general said, his admiration for Ye Qianxing unmistakable in his tone. The three schools in the inter-school friendship competition are already the top 3 schools in Jiangnan City. If even here we can't find anyone more formidable than Ye Qianxing, then without a doubt, he is the strongest young talent in Jiangnan City. Not just among the younger generation. Even many veteran spirit masters might not be his match. Chapter 88. The three-tailed spirit fox of the supernatural system. It's a pity that this person is unwilling to join our military. Otherwise, with his strength and talent, he could even inherit my position in the future. The old general sighed, and Chu Xiong also expressed his helplessness. After the first match ended, Jiangnan No. 1 High School had a bye, and in the second match, the Noble Academy and the Werewolf Academy would compete. This match was still an individual competition, so each side was to send their representative to the stage, the host announced. Soon, a student from Werewolf Academy stepped onto the arena. But it was not Deng Rong this time. In fact, neither Werewolf Academy nor Noble Academy had sent their strongest fighters in the first round. After all, the final match was the main focus. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, with Jiangnan No. 1 High School rising to prominence. Thus, The second match turned into an elimination round between the two academies, and they had to send out their strongest students. The representative from Werewolf Academy was a dark-skinned young man named Su Zhu. On the other hand, the representative from Noble Academy was a typical pretty boy, looking clean and fresh. As soon as he appeared, the girls from the three schools watching from the audience erupted in screams. "Xiaozhan, I love you. Xiaozhan, you're so handsome. Xiaozhan, I want to have your babies." Even though Ye Qianxing had decisively defeated those two in the first match, he didn't receive such enthusiastic cheers. "Wow, can looks really overshadow everything?" Su Tila exclaimed in disbelief. "No, it takes both looks and wealth to overshadow everything," Zhou Lang replied weakly. I feel like he's not even half as handsome as me," Ye Qianxing retorted, but was met with disdainful looks from those around him. "Teacher, Jianglin, don't you think that Xiaozhan Isnt is handsome as me?" Ye Qianxing asked Jianglin, but saw that her eyes seemed to sparkle at the mention of Xiaozhan. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's question, Jianglin immediately expressed her disdain, saying, "Although we belong to different factions, I have to admit that Xiaozhan is really handsome." Her eyes were practically glittering. Not just Jianglin, but the two girls Zhou Yu and Xia Xiaoyu felt the same way. "I'm starting to hope the Noble Academy can make it to the finals. That way, I can vent my frustrations on the stage," Ye Qianxing said fiercely, clenching his fists. At that moment, on the arena, Su Zhu summoned his E5 level Brave Wolf, which seemed to be the unified spirit pet of both Werewolf Academy and the Jiangnan military. "Xiaozhan, you seem quite popular. I wonder if I defeat you in front of your fans later, will they spit on me?" Su Zhu grinned at Xiaozhan. "Don't worry. You won't have that chance," Xiaozhan replied expressionlessly, but it still caused a stir in the audience. Zhan's tone is so domineering. I love it. Zhan is the best. He will definitely defeat that black hole. Su Zhu's face instantly darkened, though it was already quite dark. "Why are you comparing me to him? Why can't you just cheer for your star? What is wrong with being dark? It's just a healthy wheat color. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and summon your spirit pet so we can finish this. I need to get back to training," Su Zhu said angrily, while Xiaozhan slowly opened the contract space door. In the next moment, a pure white fox with snow-white fur walked out gracefully. Spirit pet, three-tailed spirit fox attribute, supernatural rating, 4.5 stars, growth type, level, E6 abilities, foxtail, spirit sealing technique, charm weakness, demon type, ghost type promotion condition. Evolution route. When everyone saw the three-tailed spirit fox, they were all captivated by its beautiful appearance. So white, so noble looking. Look at that black hole. It's even blacker compared to it. Su Zhu was left speechless. You can admire it all you want, but why compare me to it? While others were astonished by the appearance of the three-tailed spirit fox, Ye Qianxing was even more surprised by its attributes. It's actually of the supernatural type. The supernatural type means it possesses special supernatural abilities, and such spirit pets are rare. For instance, this three-tailed spirit fox possesses some pretty insane abilities. Charm is even more disgusting than intimidation. It works on all opposite genders. Of course, the effect is reduced against spirit pets with strong mental power, like ghost and demon types. Once an opponent is successfully charmed, they will obey the commands of the three-tailed spirit fox. Intimidation simply keeps them still, while charm means one less opponent and one more ally. In addition to charm, the spirit sealing technique is also extremely powerful, capable of temporarily sealing a spirit pet's abilities. However, it doesn't work on combat-type spirit pets because their abilities are solely combat-focused. "Finish it quickly," Xiaozhan whispered to the three-tailed spirit fox, which nodded in agreement, and then walked towards Su Zhu's brave wolf. Just a little fox. How dare you bring it out? Are you looking for trouble?" Su Zhu sneered, patting the brave wolf's head. "Old buddy, just don't go too hard on it." "Oh, whoa." The brave wolf nodded, howling as it charged toward the three-tailed spirit fox. "Sigh, it's over," Ye Qianxing said from the audience. "Isn't this just starting? Why does it seem like it's ending already?" Su Tila asked in confusion. Although that fox didn't seem to have high combat power, it shouldn't be defeated so quickly, right? It's not the fox that will lose. It's the wolf. Ye Qianxing shook his head, leaving Su Tila even more perplexed. "You're right. I didn't expect Xiaozhan's spirit pet to be a three-tailed spirit fox. This could be troublesome." Jianglin also sighed. It seemed she recognized the identity of the three-tailed spirit fox and understood its abilities. Don't worry, teacher Jianglin. It's just a three-tailed spirit fox. It's not troublesome at all. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. For some reason, when Jianglin saw Ye Qianxing smile, her feelings of worry immediately vanished, as if she believed deep down that Ye Qianxing could deliver on his promises. While the two were speaking, the two spirit pets had already started fighting. The brave wolf lunged at the three-tailed spirit fox, striking with its claws. However, the three-tailed spirit fox didn't dodge. Instead, it suddenly emitted a strange fragrance. As the scent reached the brave wolf's nose, its movements instantly froze. Then, it walked over to the three-tailed spirit fox like a small dog, licking its fur. This behavior, whether in a wolf pack or among dogs, signifies affection and admiration. Su Zhu was instantly stunned. What the hell is going on? Is my brave wolf betraying me? Chapter 89, Final Squeak, Squeak, Squeak. The three-tailed spirit fox made a few sounds towards the brave wolf, and then the brave wolf walked directly to the edge of the arena. It jumped out. It actually jumped off the arena. How is this possible? Su Zhu et Gelim. He had been trying to awaken the brave wolf with a soul contract, but failed, as the brave wolf seemed to have betrayed him. What did you do to my brave wolf? Su Zhu angrily asked Xiaozhan. However, Xiaozhan had a poker face with no expression at all, and simply said, "You lost." He then took his three-tailed spirit fox and walked off the arena, leaving even the host a bit confused. What are you standing there for? Announce it quickly, Luo William shouted at the host in frustration. This is our academy student. Why are you in a daze? I announced that in the second elimination match, Jiangnan Noble Academy wins. The host hurriedly announced, and a wave of cheers erupted, mostly from the girls. Mentor Jianglin was right. This inter-school competition is indeed filled with hidden talents, and even a freak like the three-tailed spirit fox has appeared. Below the stage, Ye Qianxing said in a deep voice, although he was not pleased that Xiaozhan was so popular with the girls. There was no denying that his spirit pet was indeed strong. Qianxing, what exactly happened just now? Su Tila asked in confusion, while Xia Xiaoyu and the Zhou siblings also looked at Ye Qianxing, waiting for his answer. Ye Qianxing didn't keep them in suspense, as they would soon have their team match against the Noble Academy. It would be helpful for them to understand the three-tailed spirit fox's situation now, since they would likely encounter it again. The three-tailed spirit fox is a psychic-type spirit pet with some special abilities, such as spirit sealing technique and charm technique. In that match just now, the three-tailed spirit fox used the charm technique on the brave wolf. By releasing a special scent, it paralyzed its opponent's nerves, making them become fond of it due to the smell, allowing it to manipulate them. Ye Qianxing explained to them. So overpowered? Doesn't that make the three-tailed spirit fox invincible? Able to control other spirit pets to fight against others? Who could possibly compete with that? Su Tila said, dumbfounded. This ability is simply cheating. You shouldn't exaggerate it too much. It's not that powerful. The charm technique does have its flaws. First, it only works on the opposite sex. It has no effect on the same sex. Secondly, as long as the mental strength is strong enough, one can resist its effects. Moreover, even if someone is controlled by its charm technique, if its command crosses the line of the controlled person's inner limits, the controlled person may forcibly regain control. So, trying to use this ability to make a spirit pet devour its master is unrealistic. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Jianglin looked at Ye Qianxing in surprise. This guy understands a three-tailed spirit fox so well. As a teacher, she considered herself knowledgeable about many spirit pets and evil spirits. And she had done some research on the three-tailed spirit fox, but she definitely didn't understand it as thoroughly as Ye Qianxing did. For example, she didn't know about the flaws of the charm technique. However, Jianglin didn't directly ask Ye Qianxing how he knew all this, as their main task was still to win the championship in the competition. So, Qianxing, do you mean that the three-tailed spirit fox isn't that powerful after all? Su Tila breathed a sigh of relief. Not exactly. The three-tailed spirit fox is still quite formidable, even if it can't make spirit pets devour their masters. A spirit master without spirit pets is not far from death. Moreover, besides the charm technique, the three-tailed spirit fox also has a spirit sealing technique, which can render the affected person unable to use their abilities for a short time. Ye Qianxing shook his head again. Su Tila rolled her eyes at Ye Qianxing. You say it's powerful, and then you say it's not. So is the three-tailed spirit fox strong or not? The three-tailed spirit fox is indeed strong. If you and Zhou were to face it, you would undoubtedly lose. Even if Hua is not affected by the charm technique, the spirit sealing technique can still prevent her from using her skills for a short time. So, leave dealing with the three-tailed spirit fox to me and Ye. Ye Qianxing explained with a slight smile. Ye Xiaoyu is female, the same sex as the three-tailed spirit fox, so she won't be affected by the charm. Plus, Xiaoyu's combat power is also very strong, so the spirit sealing technique won't affect her much. As for the other two, the three-tailed spirit fox poses little threat to them. But explaining it is a bit complicated, so I won't go into detail. Just know that dealing with the three-tailed spirit fox is up to me and Ye. While Ye Qianxing and the others were discussing, the host on the arena spoke again. Next, we will proceed to the final round of this inter-school competition, the finals, which will also be a team match. Now, let us invite the teams from Jiangnan No. 1 High School and the Noble Academy to the stage. Let us go. Ye Qianxing said to Xiaoyu and the others, and the group walked up to the arena. 5 people walked towards them from the opposite side. Just like Ye Qianxing's side, also 3 men and 2 women, one of whom was Xiaozhan. As for the noble youth who was knocked off the stage by Ye Qianxing in the first match, he was indeed replaced, as Ye Qianxing had guessed. As Ye Qianxing's team took the stage, the big shots on the high platform took notice and focused on him. Principal Wang was also filled with excitement and nervousness. Although they could still get second place, even if they lost, every underdog dreams of turning the tables, especially him. He wanted to witness Jiang and No. 1 High School make a comeback in this inter-school competition. Please summon your spirit pets, both teams. The host said, and 10 contract space doors appeared on the arena, creating a cool effect. Ye Qianxing looked at the lineup on the opposite side. Besides Xiaozhan's three-tailed spirit fox, the other 4 were Stone Spirit Lion, E4 level rock type, Fire Feather Crane, E4 level Fire Wing type, Mechanical Bear, E3 level Mechanical type, Fighting Kangaroo, E4 level Combat type. These 4 spirit pets were relatively ordinary compared to the three-tailed spirit fox. But the one that caught Ye Qianxing's attention was the Mechanical Bear. Mechanical type spirit pets were quite rare, but they didn't have any special abilities. I now officially announce that the final of the inter-school competition officially begins. The host waved his hand and announced the start. Almost instantly, the 4 spirit pets from the Noble Academy charged towards Ye Qianxing and his team. Zhou, Tila, don't worry about the three-tailed spirit fox. Just fight as you normally would. Ye Qianxing said to Zhou and Su Tila. The 2 nodded and began to give commands. Chapter 90. The end of the match. Sudden changes. The rampaging snow hare faced off against the fighting kangaroo, Hua against the fire feather crane, and Dabai against the mechanical bear. As for the Tyrannosaurus turtle and the stone spirit lion, they were ready to defend their teammates at any moment. Spirit fox, let them kill each other. Xiaozhan snorted coldly, and the three-tailed spirit fox began to emit a strange scent. Dabai and the Tyrannosaurus turtle both stared blankly, but at that moment, a dog bark rang out. Woof, woof, woof. Dabai and the Tyrannosaurus turtle suddenly jolted awake, while their opponents momentarily staggered under the shock. Dabai seized the opportunity. 0-degree explosion. Sudara shouted loudly, and an energy wave combining ice and fire instantly condensed in Dabai's mouth as it charged towards the mechanical bear. Boom! The mechanical bear was directly knocked down by the energy wave. Its defense was not much weaker than that of a rock-type Pokemon. Your attack can't harm it. The owner of the mechanical bear sneered, but the next moment his smile froze, because the mechanical bear started to tremble on the ground, as if it were having a seizure. Why is this happening? The owner of the mechanical bear exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Do you think that's why I'm fighting the mechanical bear? Dabai's attack contained both ice and fire energy, one cold, one hot. Do you think your tin can withstand it? Sudara sneered, this victory is too easy. Dabai's level was already significantly higher than that of the mechanical bear. Not to mention that the dual-type attack increased its power by at least 2-fold. At the same time, the fighting kangaroo which was battling the rampaging snow hare, also experienced a moment of dizziness under the intimidation skill. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and threw a powerful straight punch, sending the fighting kangaroo flying off the stage. Why is the spirit fox's charm ineffective against them? Xiaozhan panicked, but his face still showed no emotion. Ye Qianxing then realized that this guy wasn't just pretending to be aloof. He was genuinely expressionless. Hua, Inferno slash. Xiaoyu shouted at Hua, who was about to unleash a skill with a slash of its wings. Just then, a halo suddenly struck Hua, causing it to extinguish. Ye Qianxing looked at the three-tailed spirit fox. Indeed, it was using its sealing technique just now. Although I don't know why you aren't affected by the charm. The sealing technique can still prevent you from using your skills. Why are you still stunned? Tell your fire feather crane to attack quickly. Xiaozhan shouted at the owner of the fire feather crane. Startled, the owner hurriedly commanded the fire feather crane, which flapped its wings and unleashed flames that engulfed Hua entirely. Oh no, the fire has intensified. What if it burns that bird to death? The owner of the fire feather crane was alarmed. Killing a spirit beast was not allowed in the competition. However, she couldn't see any sign of panic on Xiaoyu's face. Isn't that her spirit beast? Why does she seem completely unconcerned? But soon she understood, as the flames gradually extinguished. Hua, affected by the sealing technique, was completely unharmed. The flames on it felt as if they were illusory. There was not the slightest effect. This is too unbelievable. Everyone gasped in astonishment. On the judge's stand, the old general smiled at Xiaoluyan. That girl is your daughter, right? Truly a case of tiger father having no dog daughter. She'll probably surpass you in the future. Ha! Xiaoyu's talent is indeed top-notch. It's only natural for her to surpass me, Xiaoluyan said without a hint of modesty. With a freakish trainer like Ye Qianxing around, Xiaoyu's future will leave me far behind. Hua, attack! Xiaoyu shouted at Hua, as the restriction of the sealing technique had been lifted. The three-tailed spirit fox was about to cast the sealing technique on Hua again when the rampaging snow hare and Dabai charged toward it. Boom! The stone spirit lion transformed into a massive stone lion, blocking Xiaoyu and Dabai. Intimidation. The dim-witted one unleashed a wave of intimidation at the stone spirit lion, which was immediately affected and fell into a daze. Xiaoyu, being the fastest, executed a thunder tread kick on the three-tailed spirit fox, interrupting its skill. Whoosh! A blast of cold air erupted from Dabai's mouth, freezing the three-tailed spirit fox solid. At the same time, Huahua's Inferno slash was unleashed, directly eliminating the fire feather crane. By this point, only the frozen three-tailed spirit fox, the mechanical bear having a seizure, and the dazed stone spirit lion remained on the field. We lost. Xiaozhan's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were filled with despair. Their noble academy had actually lost to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Even losing to the War Wolf Academy wouldn't have made him this despondent. Jiangnan No. 1, a bottom dweller in previous years, had actually risen. Ha, Principal William, I'm sorry. But this time, Jiangnan No. 1 High School unwittingly secured first place in the tri-school friendly competition. Principal Wang immediately burst into laughter, emphasizing the word first several times. William's face darkened as if it could drip water, but with so many big shots present, he couldn't lose his temper. So he could only grit his teeth and force a smile. Then congratulations to Principal Wang for finally getting first place. Hopefully, you can maintain it next year. William said with a forced smile, meaning simply that once Ye Qianxing is gone, let us see how Jiangnan No. 1 High School gets first place again. Principal Wang, however, was completely unconcerned, laughing heartily. We'll talk about next year when it comes. At least we got first place this year, and I'm very happy. At the same time, the host announced Jiangnan No. 1 High School's victory in the competition. I declare that this year's tri-school friendly competition is officially over. Please exit in an orderly manner, William announced. In previous years, when their noble academy secured first place, they would treat everyone to a meal at the school. But this time, they clearly had no such intention. The old general, Xiaoluyan, and others started to rise, intending to walk over to Ye Qianxing and congratulate him. But just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the air. You all probably can't leave just yet. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. Ye Qianxing was no exception. He clearly saw a dozen flying-type spirit beasts in midair, and on their backs sat people. Ye Qianxing distinctly recognized one familiar spirit beast, the Iron Feather Eagle King. And sitting on the back of the Iron Feather Eagle King was none other than Kuei Shui. Kuei Shui also spotted Ye Qianxing and revealed a fierce smile, making a knife gesture with one hand and slicing it across his neck. The meaning was clear. Ye Qianxing, you're dead. Chapter 91. The Traitor Appears. Is it the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps? The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps is quite well known in Jiangnan City, and at this moment, the big shots in the judges' seats recognize them. Lin Scorpion, what do you want? Su Hong stood up and asked in a deep voice. Lin Scorpion is the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and his mount is a winged lion. Spirit Pet, Spirit Feather Lion King attributes, Flying type rating, 3.5 stars level, D2 ability, Holy Feather Strike weakness, Rock type Lightning type promotion conditions. Evolution path. The leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps actually has a D-level spirit pet. Haha. After gathering all the big shots in Jiangnan City here, how can we not hold an event? Lin Scorpion clapped his hands, and immediately footsteps echoed around. In the next moment, hundreds of spirit tamers appeared on the school grounds, surrounding the entire playground heavily. These spirit tamers were all dressed in uniform, clearly from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Lin Scorpion, do you want to rebel? Xiao Luyan frowned and slammed the table. The contract space door opened, and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf appeared, releasing a powerful D5 level aura that intimidated the entire venue. You, a mere mercenary corps, dare to act recklessly in front of us. Xiao Luyan snorted coldly. As the #1 spirit tamer in Jiangnan City, he was indeed that formidable. Ha ha! If I had no assurance, how could I dare to act recklessly in front of President Xia? Unfortunately, this time, it's not just my Iron Blood Mercenary Corps that has come. Lin Scorpion was not intimidated by Xiao Luyan. Instead, he chuckled. Lin Scorpion, I know what you want to say. Do you think we don't know about your collusion with the cult? In fact, our gathering here is not to watch the battle, but to lure you out. However, at this moment, Su Hong laughed heartily. He clapped his hands again, and hundreds of spirit tamers walked out from the nearby teaching building, all loyal to Su Hong's mercenary corps, enough to counterbalance the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. The old general also stood up and said, We have long known about the cult you have hidden in the spirit demon forest. If I'm not mistaken, your trump card is them, right? Unfortunately, your conspiracy has long been known to us. The city defense army is already stationed at the city gate, fully blocking the spirit god cultists. You have no reinforcements. What the hell? Are they playing undercover? Ye Qianxing and Su Tila whispered together. He finally understood why Chu Xiong and the others went to the spirit demon forest yesterday. It turned out to investigate this so-called spirit god cultist. However, what exactly is the spirit god cult? Ye Qianxing did not know. My old man has also been keeping this from me. He always said that the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps wouldn't last long, so this is what he meant. Su Tila also realized. Back then, Su Hong had told Ye Qianxing that the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps wouldn't last long, so they need not worry. So that was the meaning. Truly, the higher the path, the greater the demon. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps' conspiracy had long been discovered, and their gathering in Jiangnan Noble Academy was to lure Lin Scorpion out. Now the only one who wants a cry is Luo William. If you want to play undercover, why do in my school? If this fight breaks out, won't my school be ruined? At this moment, Lin Scorpion in the air slightly changed his expression, but then laughed again. Do you really think things are that simple? What do you mean? Are you trying to act mysterious when death is imminent? Su Hong said coldly. You will soon know who is facing death. Lin Scorpion just smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. At that moment, the old general's communicator rang. The old general quickly connected, and a few seconds later, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Old general, what is wrong? What happened? Chu Xiong asked beside the old general, as he had never seen the old general look so bad. The old general did not answer Chu Xiong, but slammed the table and pointed at the middle-aged man sitting next to Xiao Luyan, cursing loudly. Zhou Xian, you traitor! Why did you help the spirit god cultists open the city gate? Now the spirit god cultists have invaded the city and are killing indiscriminately. Do you know how many people have died unjustly? What? The spirit god cultists have invaded the city? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luyan, Su Hong, and other big shots exclaimed in shock. Ha! Mayor Zhou, it's already this time. You don't need to pretend anymore. Lin Scorpion in the air also chuckled coldly. All eyes were focused on Mayor Zhou. Zhou Xian is the mayor of Jiangnan City. Anyone could be suspected, but no one would suspect Zhou Xian. How could a dignified mayor allow cultists to invade his territory? You call me a traitor, but it's all because of you forcing me. At this moment, Zhou Xian finally couldn't hold back. Why are you doing this? You are the mayor. You are the ruler of Jiangnan City, the father figure of millions of people in Jiangnan City. Xiao Luyan asked. He and Zhou Xian were considered friends, and he couldn't imagine that Zhou Xian would do such a thing. You also know I'm the mayor, but this mayor position is just a facade. Whether it's the military or your spirit tamer association, they all suppress me. Even a small mercenary city lord can be on par with me. What is the point of being a mayor? But now it's different. The big shots of the spirit god cult have already invaded Jiangnan City, and soon the entire Jiangnan City will be our world. Ha ha! Zhou Xian finally erupted, laughing maniacally. Hurry and leave. If we don't take control of the situation, Jiangnan City will be finished. The old general said in a deep voice. Want to leave? You have to get past me first. Lin Scorpion laughed heartily from the sky. There are people listening. Eradicate all these traitors of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Sukhon commanded loudly. And hundreds of spirit tamers from the mercenary city summoned their spirit pets and fought against the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Zhou Xian, you traitor, I will kill you. Xiao Luyan shouted angrily, and the howling moon silver wolf beside him howled and charged toward Zhou Xian. Good, let me see how powerful you, the so-called #1 spirit tamer in Jiangnan City, truly are. Zhou Xian snorted coldly and summoned his spirit pet. It was a giant beast enveloped in flames, with a massive wolf fang club slung over its shoulder. As soon as it stepped out of the contract space door, a terrifying heat wave surged and swept the entire area. Spirit pet, flame giant beast attributes, fire type rating, 3.5 stars level, D3 abilities, critical strike gun, flame vortex, demon flame, instant strike weakness, divine water type, divine, fire type, rock type promotion conditions. Evolution path. Chapter 92. The Spirit God Cult, Anti-Human Organization, Howling Moon, Extreme Cold Domain. Xiao Luyan issued an order, and immediately, the area around the Howling Moon Silver Wolf transformed into a snowy domain. The body of the flame beast began to freeze. Your ice attribute is just perfectly countered by my fire attribute. Zhou Xian sneered, and the flame beast's body erupted with a torrent of flames, directly melting the ice on it. Unfortunately, my Howling Moon Silver Wolf is not just an ice attribute. Howling Moon, Frost of the Moon. Boom! A chill swept in, and a thunderclap erupted. This was an attack infused with both lightning and ice attributes. Zhou Xian's face changed instantly. If the Howling Moon Silver Wolf were purely an ice attribute, even if his spirit pet's level was lower than that of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, it would still have the strength to fight. But he didn't expect that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf also possessed lightning attributes. In that case, his flame beast would be no match at all. Magic Flame Instant Strike, Zhou Xian commanded, and the flame beast appeared beside the Howling Moon Silver Wolf with a wolf fang club, smashing it down fiercely. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf dodged with a swift move, then struck back with a claw. Zhou Xian and Xiao Luyan were locked in a fierce battle. Although Xiao Luyan held the upper hand, the flame beast could still manage to obstruct the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Lin Scorpion die. Su Hong shouted angrily, summoning his spirit pet, a robust panda. Spirit pet, Berserk Panda, type, combat, rating, 3 stars level, D2 abilities, chain kick, strong physique, 7 injuries fist, weakness, flying type, rock type promotion conditions. Evolution route. Can you hit me? Lin Scorpion sneered. One advantage of the flying type is that many spirit pets unable to attack from a distance cannot hit it at all. Obey or go. Su Hong snorted coldly, shouting at the Berserk Panda. A bamboo stick appeared in the Berserk Panda's hand, and it slammed it against the ground, using the tremendous recoil to leap into the air. Then the Berserk Panda hurled the bamboo stick towards Lin Scorpion. The bamboo stick shot through the air like an arrow, heading straight for the Holy Feather Lion King beneath Lin Scorpion's feet. The Holy Feather Lion King quickly dodged, but the creature behind it was not so fortunate, getting struck by the bamboo stick and crashing to the ground, dead on impact. The bamboo stick returned to the berserk panda's hand. Watching the chaotic scene in the academy, Ye Qianxing and his 4 companions were at a loss about what to do. Even though Ye Qianxing was usually calm, this situation truly left him bewildered. Ye Qianxing die. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, and Ye Qianxing quickly looked over to see Kuei Shui and the instructor Zhou Zheng charging towards him on their spirit pets. The Iron Feather Eagle King and the Dual Blade Mantis were both E8 level spirit pets, making them quite difficult to deal with. Prepare for battle. Ye Qianxing, Shao Tudude, and Xia Xiaoyu, Su Tila, Zhou Lang, and Zhou Yu immediately ready for combat. Fire, fire, world burning flame, slash. Xia Xiaoyu issued the command, and fire, fire swung its wings, unleashing a fiery cross slash directly at the Iron Feather Eagle King. The Iron Feather Eagle King flapped its wings, shooting out many iron feathers to meet Fire, fire's attack. The fiery cross slash swept through a row of iron feathers, continuing towards the Iron Feather Eagle King, while the remaining iron feathers shot towards Fire, fire. Fire, fire remained unfazed, unleashing countless fiery feathers to block the iron feathers. Scorching feather, burning heaven. Boom! The world-burning flame slash struck the Iron Feather Eagle King, which let out a scream as its iron feathers ignited. Divine fire. How could ordinary iron feathers withstand it? Fire, fire had not been particularly impressive before. It was entirely because Xia Xiaoyu had instructed Fire, fire to hold back its power during the competition. Otherwise, the spirit pets facing it would likely have been cleaved in two by the world-burning flame slash. The divine fire of the Phoenix bloodline was not something to be trifled with. Big White, 0-degree explosion. At the same time, Su Tila commanded Big White to launch an attack. The fusion technique of ice and fire was several times more powerful than pure ice or fire power. The dual blade mantis slashed at the 0-degree explosion, creating an extremely loud explosion that sent the dual blade mantis flying, its body charred yet emanating cold air. In less than half a minute, both E8 level spirit pets had perished, without Ye Qianxing even needing to make a move. This was the true strength of Big White and Fire, fire. Their previous battles were either constrained by the rules of the competition or faced lower-level opponents, not requiring them to go all out. Now, these two blind fools actually bore murderous intent towards Ye Qianxing, and Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila naturally would not let them off easily. So, you wanted to kill me? Come on. Ye Qianxing looked coldly at Zhou Zheng and Kuei Shui, who had just exhibited very clear murderous intent. Didon, come over. The two immediately huddled together, fear evident on their faces. Kill them. They are traitors. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Ye Qianxing said coldly, and Airby directly pounced on the two, claws striking down, causing Zhou Zheng and Kuei Shui to die instantly. Airby devoured their souls along with those of the two dead spirit pets, directly leveling up to E7. Airby, with so many people and spirit pets dead here, you can enjoy it, but you can only devour the souls of enemies, understood? Ye Qianxing instructed Airby, stating that enemies were all traitors, and their deaths were inconsequential. But the others were heroes. Even in death, their souls must not be scattered. Airby solemnly nodded and began to consume souls, as the academy resembled a battlefield, with deaths occurring every moment. Suddenly, a gust of ominous wind blew. The sky darkened with dense clouds, and a group of mysterious figures cloaked in black robes appeared on the playground. Ha ha! The adults from the spirit god cult have arrived. You are all doomed. Zhou Xian and Lin Scorpion exclaimed in unison, and the battle came to an abrupt halt, all eyes fixated on the group of black-robed figures. What exactly is the spirit god cult? Ye Qianxing muttered to himself. At that moment, a female voice rang in his ear. That is one of the anti-human organization as sex, with the arrival of the new era and the descent of evil spirits. Some believe that a new era should have a new order, and only through destruction can new life be born. These individuals collude with evil spirits to gain powerful strength, but they also lose their identity as humans. Ye Qianxing turned to see that it was Minter Jianglin speaking. She had disappeared earlier, and now she suddenly appeared again. Truly appearing and disappearing like a ghost. These people are simply insane. After hearing Minter Jianglin's words, Ye Qianxing felt a wave of emotion. He never expected such people to exist in the world. Chapter 93, Battlehumph. To call them insane is an insult to the insane. Our celestial empire has many cities where millions of people have died or been injured because of these anti-human organizations. The Spirit God cult is just one sect among these anti-human organizations, which are spread all over the world and have tens of thousands of members. Many countries have even met their demise at the hands of this organization. Minter Jianglin seems to have a strong aversion to this anti-human organization, her tone filled with hatred. Our celestial empire shows no mercy towards these anti-human organizations, yet a parasite like Zhou Xian still appears, colluding with cults and harming our compatriots. While the two were discussing the Spirit God cult, one of the black-robed figures stepped forward. He removed his black robe, revealing his true appearance, and Ye Qianxing gasped in shock upon seeing him. He could no longer be called human, as half of his body had transformed into something non-human. His entire body was covered in black scales, a horn had grown from his head, and his arms had turned into beastly claws. This was simply a fusion of human and evil spirit. This is what I just mentioned. They have gained the power of evil spirits while losing their human identity. I personally call them demon people, Jianglin said. They do not need spirit pets to possess the power of evil spirits. Ye Qianxing felt that this was the true thought of these anti-human organization members. After all, powerful strength is the most enticing. You're the top group in Jiangnan City, right? Hee, very good. You have all gathered together, making it easy for me to catch you all in one net. The demon person who had removed his black robe spoke, still using human language. You anti-human cultists deserve to die. The old general shouted angrily, and despite his age, he still had a commanding presence. Hee, you ignorant humans do not realize that we are actually doing this for your own good. But it doesn't matter. Once the Spirit God cult completes the change in order, you will be liberated. The demon person said with a sinister laugh as he walked straight towards the old general. Protect the old general, Chu Xiong shouted, and the special forces quickly surrounded the old general. Demon person, don't be too arrogant. As long as I, Xiao Luyun, am here, your conspiracy will not succeed. Xiao Luyun shouted angrily, commanding the Howling Moon Silver Wolf to attack the demon person. Oh, so you're the strongest in this city, huh? Then let me set you free first. The demon person said indifferently, as the Howling Moon Silver Wolf charged towards him, its claws striking fiercely. You spirit pets, clearly possessing the power of evil spirits, yet you choose to serve these ignorant humans. How foolish! The demon person sighed, and facing the massive wolf claws. He did not dodge at all, raising his scaly arm to meet the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's claws. In an instant, a tremendous sound erupted, and the shockwave knocked everyone nearby to the ground. The ground cracked with fissures, and he was actually evenly matched with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Not bad. You actually blocked 70 of my power. The demon person nodded in satisfaction, while Xiao Liuyun's expression darkened. The demon person had only used 70 of his strength, whereas the Howling Moon had used all its power, making the difference clear. This demon person probably possesses strength exceeding D-level 5. Children, go help these ignorant humans find liberation. The demon person said to the black-robed figures behind him, and at once, those black-robed figures shed their robes, revealing their half-human, half-evil spirit forms, which were utterly disgusting. These demon people charged towards the students, immediately causing screams to erupt. Many spirit tamers within the academy rushed to fight the demon people, and even Jianglin summoned her spirit pet. Spirit pet, sun-eclipsing sky wolf attribute, fire rating, 4.5 stars, growth type, level, D4 abilities, flame claw, armor of flame, sun-eclipsing howl, heavenly fire incineration weakness, divine fire diving water promotion conditions. Evolution route. Minter Jianglin spirit pet is actually at D4 level, which is just one level lower than the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. With such strength, how could she be just an ordinary teacher at Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Everyone, we must act. We cannot just watch these demon people harm our compatriots. Ye Qianxing said seriously. That's right, the demon people must be exterminated. Even Sudara put away his usual frivolity and said in a deep voice. The five of them split up and charged towards the demon people, and Ye Qianxing led Erbai in a battle against them. At this moment, Erbai had already reached E9 level after devouring many souls, with just a few more souls needed to reach D level. Kid, I told you, we will meet again. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from behind, and Ye Qianxing turned to see two demon people staring at him. One was a half-lion person, and the other was a half-werewolf, with a lion person speaking. Ye Qianxing recognized its voice. It was the black-robed figure he had driven away yesterday in the spirit demon forest. To his surprise, he was now a demon person, and a half-lion at that. No wonder that golden giant lion was so close to him. They were from the same family. Humph, a defeated foe. How dare you come find me? Ye Qianxing scoffed, mocking him harshly. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that it was not suitable to fight at that time, would I have fled? This time, just watch as I tear you to pieces. The half-lion person shouted angrily and charged at Ye Qianxing. Erbai let out a wild howl, but was blocked by the werewolf. Little doggy, your opponent is me. Erbai growled, extremely furious, but it knew that to help Ye Qianxing, it had to deal with this half-werewolf first. However, this half-werewolf had D-level combat power, which was not easy to handle. The lion charged at Ye Qianxing, delivering a powerful punch. His arm was like that of a normal human, but his fist was a lion's paw with sharp claws. Ye Qianxing dodged swiftly and then punched the lion in the face. The lion merely twitched the corner of his mouth, showing he was not significantly hurt. Without that dagger from yesterday, you cannot be my opponent because you can't even hurt me. The lion sneered coldly, kicking towards Ye Qianxing with incredible speed, which he could not evade, but he didn't need to dodge. Then you could try to see if he can hurt me. Ye Qianxing was no longer concerned. With life and death at stake, some abilities could be exposed. The lion's kick landed heavily on Ye Qianxing, but contrary to expectations, he did not spit blood and fly back. It felt as if the kick struck iron. There was a faint metallic sound. Ye Qianxing roared, his shirt bursting open, revealing his skin that glimmered as if coated in gold. Chapter 94 Evolution. Two-headed hellhound from the skills of the diamond ape. Indestructible. With the skill, Ye Qianxing's defense significantly increased, allowing him to withstand even the attacks of the diamond ape. The power of the lion before him was even less than that of the diamond ape. How could it possibly hurt Ye Qianxing? Impossible, the lion exclaimed in surprise, having never seen a human possess such a strange ability. Did he also acquire the power of the evil spirit? But he was still clearly a human. Take this punch. Ye Qianxing shouted, delivering a powerful blow with his golden fist. The lion hurriedly swiped with its claws. The punch and claw collided, causing both Ye Qianxing and the lion to stagger back a few steps. Kid, you forced my hand. The lion roared madly, its eyes turning blood red. Exudinga Shiyingoha. Its speed suddenly surged, transforming into an afterimage that appeared right in front of Ye Qianxing. A punch was thrown, aimed directly at Ye Qianxing's forehead. Spatial shift. Ye Qianxing murmured softly, and just as the lion's attack arrived, his body suddenly vanished into thin air. The lion's fist hit nothing but air, and it looked stunned. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Ye Qianxing's voice rang out from behind. The lion quickly turned its head, only to be met with a golden fist that was growing larger. Before the lion could react, it was struck by the punch, sending it flying and crashing hard to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Ye Qianxing gasped for breath, realizing that skills should not be used recklessly, as they consumed his mental energy and the energy within his body. Continuously using indestructible and spatial shift had left his body struggling to keep up. Ultimately, his strength was still too weak. I will kill you. The lion suddenly stood up, one of its eyes now shut, surrounded by a bluish-purple hue. Ye Qianxing's punch had struck its right eye, nearly blinding it. Enraged, the lion's murderous intent intensified. After all, it possessed combat power close to D-level, and Ye Qianxing might be able to contend with it using his abilities against spirit pets. However, it was not wise to prolong the battle, as his endurance could not match that of the lion. Diamond. Ye Qianxing shouted, opening the contract space door. The diamond ape roared and suddenly leaped out. Just then, the lion charged towards Ye Qianxing, throwing a punch at him. The diamond ape appeared right behind the lion and raised its weapon, the Pillar of Heaven, to smash down on the lion. Boom! The Pillar of Heaven struck the lion's back, the diamond ape's immense strength shattering the lion's spine. How is this possible? How could you have a spirit pet? The lion collapsed to the ground, incredulously asking, why hadn't it summoned this monkey during their battle last night? It had led it to mistakenly believe that Ye Qianxing only had one spirit pet, allowing it to act recklessly, resulting in the diamond ape's successful ambush. The diamond ape's power was already extraordinary, and with the Pillar of Heaven, a spirit weapon, it broke through the lion's defenses and rendered it crippled. Oomph! You pests should vanish from this world. Diamond, finish him. Ye Qianxing did not waste time talking to the lion. After hearing Jiang Lin's introduction to these anti-human organization members, Ye Qianxing felt a deep hatred for them. Witnessing this group of monsters slaughtering the ordinary students present filled him with intense anger. Sensing Ye Qianxing's fury, the diamond ape raised the Pillar of Heaven and swung it down towards the lion's head. No. The lion let out a horrified scream. Ultimately unable to escape death, its head was smashed into pieces and an inner core burst forth. Oh, these monsters also have inner cores. Ye Qianxing was slightly surprised, but still picked up the inner core. This was an inner core equivalent to a D-level evil spirit. It was of the rock element and could be used by the diamond ape. After some thought, Ye Qianxing realized that the diamond ape was only at E6 level and needed proper nourishment, or it wouldn't keep up with his pace. With that in mind, he took out several spirit herbs from the cosmos within the belly of the void koan and combined them with the inner core. Soon, a bowl of broth was freshly prepared. Ye Qianxing fed it to the diamond ape, and a minute later, the diamond ape erupted with a terrifying aura that instilled fear in others. Spirit pet, divine armed golden ape, possessing the bloodline of the cosmic R-monkey. 50 activated attributes, mutated gold type, combat type rating. 4-star, growth type, level, D1 abilities. 1. Indestructible, body forged from diamond, extremely strong defense. 2. Hercules fist, charge strike, capable of delivering 150 of its own strength. 3. Overhead smash, attacks using the spirit weapon, Pillar of Heaven, promotion conditions. Evolution route. The diamond ape successfully advanced to D level, and with the Pillar of Heaven, its combat power was many times stronger than that of ordinary D1 level spirit pets. Woof! Airby let out an angry roar, and a jet of black flame shot out, striking the werewolf. The werewolf immediately clutched its head with both paws, howling in pain, and Airby leaped at the werewolf, slamming its paw down, shattering the werewolf's head. An inner core burst forth. Airby, well done. Ye Qianxing praised Airby. Without his command, Airby was still able to single-handedly take down a werewolf with D-level combat power. Ye Qianxing picked up the werewolf's inner core, and suddenly, he thought of something. Airby needed a D-level canine inner core to evolve. A werewolf was also a type of canine. He wondered if this werewolf's inner core would work. Although unsure, Ye Qianxing decided to give it a try. He took out several E-level inner cores, all from wolf-type evil spirits, and to be cautious, he fused these inner cores together and fed them to Airby. Half a minute passed. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Just as Ye Qianxing thought it had failed, Airby suddenly howled at the sky. Suddenly, a flesh lump appeared on its neck, rapidly expanding before bursting open. In the next moment, a dog head appeared, identical in appearance to Airby's. Now it had 2 heads. Spirit pet. Held 2-headed hound. Airby attributes. Demon type rating. 6-star, growth type. Level, D1 abilities. 1. Double intimidation. Soul intimidation effective against targets not exceeding its 2 levels. With diminishing effects, as the level difference increases, the combat power of the intimidated is affected. 2. Double nether flame strike. Summons nether flames to attack, possessing both physical and soul attack effects. 3. Double soul devour. Devours souls for level advancement. 4. Abyss summoning. Guardians of Hell, possessing the privilege to summon abyss evil spirits. As the Hellhound's strength increases, the strength of summoned evil spirits can also grow stronger. Weakness. Mechanical type promotion conditions. Devour 1,000 souls to advance to sea level. 41-100 evolution route. Use a sea level canine inner core to evolve into a hell three-headed hound. Chapter 95. Atone for my parents on my behalf. The evolution was successful. The silly dog evolved into a two-headed hellhound, not only doubling the effects of its skills, but also gaining an additional skill, Abyss Summon. It could summon evil spirits from the abyss. At this moment, both of the hellhounds' heads were looking at Ye Qianxing. Although the appearance of its two heads was somewhat frightening, Ye Qianxing still felt it had become cooler. 205. Abyss Summon. Ye Qianxing said solemnly, watching as a human and a spirit pet died every second around him, feeling a pang of compassion. A woo. 205 howled wildly, and suddenly, the ground cracked open, with hundreds of thousands of black mist emerging from the crevices. Some were just a mass of black gas, some were chilling white bones, and some were even just rotting flesh with maggots. Under the command of 205, these evil spirits from the abyss rushed towards the demon people and the traitors of the Iron Blood mercenary group. What on earth are these disgusting things? Get away! The group of demon people and Iron Blood mercenary members screamed in horror. Some fought back to slay the evil spirits. But countless more evil spirits continued to emerge from the cracks. Once eroded by the evil spirits, those demon people and Iron Blood mercenary members were devoured, leaving only dry bones behind. The sight of death was extremely brutal, yet Ye Qianxing felt no pity. The kindness he showed to these demon people could lead to more deaths of his fellow countrymen. Such kindness was, in fact, a greater sin. Boom! The demon leader, who was fighting the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, punched it back and was instantly shocked by the heavy casualties among his followers and the sky full of evil spirits. What was going on? Suddenly, the demon leader's gaze turned to Ye Qianxing and 205. He realized that these various forms of evil spirits were summoned by that two-headed monster. Dare to ruin the good deeds of my spirit god cult, die. The demon leader roared angrily and charged towards Ye Qianxing. His speed was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ye Qianxing. So fast, Ye Qianxing's pupil shrank. If it were before, he could have used spatial transfer to escape. However, the recent battle with the lion had exhausted too much of his stamina, making it impossible to use spatial transfer now. Vine binding. Just as Ye Qianxing felt he was about to meet his end, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, countless vines bound the demon leader, and Ye Qianxing discovered that Lin Ruoxi had appeared by his side. Those countless vines were released by her flower spirit. You! Before Ye Qianxing could speak, the demon leader roared, and the vines binding him shattered. To and seeking death, the demon shouted angrily, and the claws on his arms suddenly extended like steel blades, simultaneously stabbing towards Ye Qianxing and Lin Ruoxi. Roar! At this moment, King Kong had arrived, roaring in anger as he swung a stick. But it only blocked the demon leader's claws aimed at Ye Qianxing, while the other claw pierced through Lin Ruoxi's heart without any obstruction. No! Ye Qianxing screaming, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Although Lin Ruoxi and her parents had always treated him poorly, and he believed he hated them, it was only at this moment that he realized there wasn't so much hatred after all. After all, they had spent over a decade together, and he had called this woman sister for many years. At this moment, seeing Lin Ruoxi's body fall, Ye Qianxing felt his mind go blank. He instinctively rushed to Lin Ruoxi's side and held her, not allowing her to fall. Woo-woo. The flower spirit walked to Lin Ruoxi's side, tears streaming down its eyes as it continuously made whimpering sounds. As Lin Ruoxi's contracted spirit pet, it could sense the fading life force of Lin Ruoxi. Just consider it. An atonement for my parents. I hope you can. Forgive them. Lin Ruoxi looked at Ye Qianxing, forcing out these few words, and then closed her eyes. No, I won't let you die. Absolutely not. Ye Qianxing cried out madly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. A glimmer of hope lit up. Yes, I still have a life source. Ye Qianxing suddenly remembered that he had obtained the life source after killing the sky ancient tree. The life source contained powerful life force, and the system's analysis indicated it could save a life. Such a precious thing. Yet Ye Qianxing did not hesitate to take it out from his inner world and send it into Lin Ruoxi's body. The life force within the life source quickly roamed inside Lin Ruoxi, replenishing her life energy and simultaneously healing her wounds. At the same time, the life source replaced her shattered heart. Lin Ruoxi's life force began to stop dissipating and started to recover, even surpassing her previous state. One could say, now Lin Ruoxi had benefited from a disaster. The life source replaced her heart, and her lifespan would be greatly extended. Living for hundreds of years would not be impossible. Only when the energy of this life source disappeared would she truly meet her end. Sister. Ye Qianxing shook Lin Ruoxi's head, but she showed no sign of waking up. What's going on? Ye Qianxing quickly activated the system's eye to analyze the situation, and his face suddenly darkened. Name: Lin Ruoxi, race, ordinary human status, life force abundant. Soul close to collapse, in a state of deep sleep remedy. The one with the highest soul affinity can awaken her. Merging the two souls can heal the soul. Soul close to collapse? Can the demon leader's attack actually harm the soul? But Ye Qianxing knew that now was not the time to think too much. Lin Ruoxi's soul was continuously collapsing, and if this continued, even if her body did not die, she would become a vegetable. Vegetable? Soul? Ye Qianxing's gaze suddenly fell on the flower spirit. In a certain sense, the flower spirit was also a spiritual entity. Moreover, the flower spirit had signed a soul contract with Lin Ruoxi, so their soul affinity was definitely the highest. Flower spirit, do you want to save your master? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked the flower spirit. The flower spirit quickly nodded vigorously. If saving your master means you will disappear, would you be willing? Ye Qianxing asked again. At this moment, the flower spirit hesitated. But just a moment later, the flower spirit showed a determined expression and nodded fiercely. Lin Ruoxi had always treated her well, never considering her just a spirit pet, but as family. Now that Lin Ruoxi needed her, she would absolutely choose to help without hesitation, even if it meant her own disappearance. Ye Qianxing immediately became serious. All right, don't resist later. I will definitely bring your master back to life. The flower spirit nodded, choosing to trust Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing closed his eyes and began to summon the power of the system. System hand, power of creation, turn the gears of fate. Chapter 96. Creation. Elf Queen. If it were someone else, even if they knew this method could save a person, they wouldn't be able to execute it, because they couldn't make two souls compatible. But Ye Qianxing could, because he had a system. Under Ye Qianxing's manipulation, Lin Ruoxi's body floated in midair, and the flower spirit also flew up. Since you're going to be resurrected in the form of a spiritual pet, let's make it a big deal. A shadowy template began to emerge in Ye Qianxing's mind. He planned to transform Lin Ruoxi into the creature he envisioned. The Queen's Scepter. A majestic golden scepter appeared out of thin air in the void. It was a material obtained from a previous system treasure chest and could be used for the creation. Combine. Ye Qianxing shouted loudly. The flower spirit, the scepter, and Lin Ruoxi's body merged into one, instantly erupting in a dazzling light. Everything happening here drew the attention of everyone present to Ye Qianxing, but he paid them no mind, focusing intently on the ball of light before him. Bang! The light burst apart, revealing Lin Ruoxi's body in front of everyone. Looking at Lin Ruoxi's current appearance, Ye Qianxing's expression turned joyful. He had succeeded. At this moment, Lin Ruoxi still resembled her previous self, but some aspects had changed. Her hair had turned green, her ears were pointed, and a pair of thin, cicada-like wings sprouted from her back. With these wings, she could fly in the air. Lin Ruoxi held a scepter in her hand, giving her an air of nobility and dominance. Facing her was like confronting a noble queen, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Wasn't this appearance remarkably similar to the legendary elves? At this moment, under the analysis of the system's eye, Lin Ruoxi's personal information was displayed before Ye Qianxing. Spiritual pet, elf queen attribute, nature rating, 5. 5 stars, growth type, level, D4 abilities, 1. Revitalization, area healing skill, 2. Nature's guardian, single target healing skill. Can resolve negative states of the target and instantly restore 50 of their stamina, 3. Nature magic, The Elf Queen can manipulate the 7 natural elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder to cast magical attacks. 4. Immortal body. The elf has an ageless appearance and a lifespan close to eternity. With very strong, self-healing abilities, weakness, ghost-type advancement conditions. Evolution route. As expected, just as I thought, Ye Qianxing became excited. The image in his mind was indeed that of the Elf Queen. Moreover, reality seemed even more perfect than Ye Qianxing's imagination. Nature attribute. That was a rare attribute comparable to the space attribute. Possessing the nature attribute was almost equivalent to possessing all 7 elemental attributes. Perhaps this was the benefit brought by the Scepter. However, what excited Ye Qianxing the most was her extraordinary healing abilities. She was simply the strongest support. Lin Ruoxi gracefully landed and approached Ye Qianxing. I have been resurrected. It was you who did this? I can feel an indescribable connection between us, Lin Ruoxi asked. It was I who did it, but it was the flower spirit that saved you. Ye Qianxing sighed. To save you, it sacrificed itself. No, it didn't sacrifice itself. I can feel it. I am in my body and soul. Lin Ruoxi shook her head. The flower spirit had merged with her. In a certain sense, the flower spirit was indeed still there. Lin Ruoxi was the flower spirit, and the flower spirit was Lin Ruoxi. Someone seems to be telling me to establish a soul contract with you, Lin Ruoxi said again. Ye Qianxing knew this was the system's doing. Once a spiritual pet created through the system, they would be 100 loyal to Ye Qianxing. You don't need to worry about that. I won't force you. Ye Qianxing shook his head. Although signing a contract with Lin Ruoxi would allow him to gain 1/10 of her power and 1 ability, as he said, he wouldn't force it if Lin Ruoxi was unwilling. After all, his only goal was to bring Lin Ruoxi back to life. Lin Ruoxi hesitated for a moment, but then shook her head. You have given me a new life. Our fates are destined to be connected. Therefore, I agree to sign the soul contract with you and become your spiritual pet. Ye Qianxing was suddenly astonished. Lin Ruoxi actually chose to give up her freedom to become his spiritual pet. However, Ye Qianxing did not refuse. He respected Lin Ruoxi's choice. Ye Qianxing cut his palm, letting his blood drip onto Lin Ruoxi's forehead, and a strange power began to closely connect their souls. Ding! Spiritual pet creation complete. The host can gain 1/10 of the spiritual pet's power and 1 skill. Ye Qianxing immediately felt an additional layer of power within his body. Although the power of the Elf Queen was not outstanding, being a D-level spiritual pet meant that 1/10 of her power was comparable to an E-level spiritual pet. Please choose 1 shared skill. The system prompt sounded again, and Ye Qianxing began to ponder. The Elf Queen's nature magic and immortal body were both skills Ye Qianxing desired. The former would allow Ye Qianxing to have 7 types of magic, while the latter would grant him an ageless and immortal body. He had to choose one between fish and bear's paw. I choose the immortal body. In the end, Ye Qianxing chose the bear's paw. The temptation of immortality was simply too great. With this ability, as long as he was not killed by external forces, he would basically not age or die. Moreover, his self-healing ability was also very strong. Unless he was completely annihilated, given time, he could recover from even the heaviest injuries. This skill could be said to be extremely overpowered. Ding! Skill solidification complete. As a system voice rang out, Ye Qianxing felt a vast life force enveloping his limbs and organs, cleansing them. This was the immortal body. Suddenly, Ye Qianxing looked sharply at the demon leader who was entangled with King Kong and the Fool. Sister, it's time for revenge. Lin Ruoxi also looked at the demon leader and nodded. She waved her scepter and activated nature magic, causing vines to grow from the ground and bind the demon leader's legs. Nature magic would magic vine entanglement. Damn it! The demon leader cursed as the sudden vines wrapped around his legs, trying to break free. At that moment, King Kong seized the opportunity, swinging his pillar down hard towards the demon. Intimidation. The Fool also activated intimidation at the same time. The demon leader was caught off guard and froze for a moment. The pillar slammed down hard on the demon leader's head. Chapter 97. Killing the Jiao people. Crisis averted the current power of King Kong with a full force strike. Could kill even a non-defensive D-level 5-tier spirit pet, or evil spirit. However, the leader of the demon people only had the horn on its head broken. Dare to destroy my Jiao Dragon's horn. I will kill you all. The leader of the demon people suddenly erupted in rage, as that horn seemed extremely important to him. At this moment, Ye Qianxing silently opened the system to analyze the information about the demon leader. Jiao people exchanged the power of the evil spirit Jiao Dragon at the cost of the soul, becoming a half-Jiao, half-human body with the abilities of a Jiao Dragon. So this is a Jiao person. The Jiao Dragon is a creature with dragon bloodline, infinitely close to dragons. In the record of evil spirits, people rank it among the top 10. It can be said that Jiao Dragons even have the ability to easily destroy a nation. Humans have a special term for this powerful and highly threatening evil spirit, disaster level. Because once such an evil spirit appears in the world, it will bring disaster to a nation or even the entire world. No wonder this demon leader is so formidable, possessing the power of a Jiao Dragon. No wonder he is so furious after losing that horn. That horn is a symbol of the Jiao Dragon's identity. Roar. The Jiao person let out a deafening roar, and all its clothing burst apart, revealing a body covered in black scales. Even behind it, there was a long tail. The Jiao person's arms were covered in scaled armor, and its sharp claws glinted like 10 blades, shining with a chilling light. Soul-grasping claw strike. The Jiao person roared, and its 2 claws slashed towards King Kong. King Kong wielded the Pillar of Heaven to counterattack. When the 2 clashed, King Kong let out a scream, holding his head in pain. Soul attack? 250, you go. Ye Qianxing's expression changed. No wonder Lin Ruoxi was injured in the soul after being pierced through the heart by a claw earlier. It turns out that the Jiao person's attack also carried a soul attack. 250's 2 heads simultaneously spewed out hellfire, and 2 streams of nether flame struck towards the Jiao person from both sides. The Jiao person couldn't dodge. It blocked one flame, but was still hit by the other hellfire. However, it forcibly endured the burning sensation on its soul. At this moment, it had entered a frenzied state, showing no fear of pain. Sister, heal King Kong, Ye Qianxing said. Lin Ruoxi nodded. Green energy emanated from her staff and entered King Kong's body. Nature's guardian can heal both internal and external injuries and also remove negative effects. So it can alleviate the pain on King Kong's soul. Roar. Once King Kong recovered, he let out a roar, wanting revenge. But Ye Qianxing stopped him. King Kong, your soul is relatively weak and you excel in close combat, which is not suitable for fighting it. Leave it to 250. Ye Qianxing said, and King Kong reluctantly retreated to her side. At this moment, Xiaoyu, Sudara, and the Zhou siblings also arrived at Ye Qianxing's side. The demon people from the Spirit God Church and the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were all held back by the abyssal evil spirits summoned by 250, so they had returned to Ye Qianxing's side. They wanted to see if they could help in any way. The Jiao person's attacks could harm the soul, so Ye and Zhou Lang couldn't fight. Xiaoyu, you can let Hua harass from a distance. Remember, never let the Jiao person get close. In Sudara, Dabai's ability can also attack from a distance, but it must not be approached. Ye Qianxing said to the group. Xiaoyu and Sudara nodded simultaneously and began issuing commands to their respective spirit pets. At this moment, 250 was battling the Jiao person. The Jiao person had a combat power above D5. Although 250 had the ability to challenge beyond levels, the Jiao person was currently in a frenzied state, and 250 soul attacks had little effect on it. So now, 250 could only keep moving around to disrupt. Hua. Infernal Flame, world slash. At this moment, Hua had already flown into the air, slashing with its wings, sending out a fiery cross slash. The Jiao person, in a frenzied state, didn't dodge or evade. The Infernal Flame world slash hit its scaled armor, only causing the Jiao person to step back a few paces. Meanwhile, the Bai's 0-degree explosion was also ready. The attack infused with the dual powers of ice and fire struck the Jiao person, but only made it retreat a few steps. Dabai and Hua's levels were still not enough. Ye Qianxing frowned. These 2 powerful skills couldn't harm the Jiao person. The Jiao person's defense was too strong. Sister, does her nature's guardian have any effect on enemies? Can it remove its frenzy state? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked. Yes, the skill does not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as there is a negative status, my skill has a chance to remove it, but if the opponent resists, the success rate will decrease. Lin Ruoshi replied. Give it a try. Use your nature's guardian to remove the Jiao person's frenzy state. Ye Qianxing said. Lin Ruoshi nodded and waved her staff. Another wave of green energy flew out. The Jiao person did not dodge or evade, allowing the green energy to enter its body. In the next moment, the crimson in the Jiao person's eyes began to fade. It works, sister. Give a few more. Ye Qianxing said with joy. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly waved her staff, and several more streams of green energy entered the Jiao person's body, accelerating its recovery process. Finally, the Jiao person's eyes returned to clarity. Ye Qianxing immediately shouted, 250, double nether flame strike. 250 obeyed the order and spat out 2 streams of hellfire, crashing onto the Jiao person. The Jiao person let out a painful scream. King Kong, it's time for revenge. Ye Qianxing smiled at King Kong. Filled with rage, King Kong could no longer hold back, leaping high with both feet and raising the pillar of heaven to smash down on the Jiao person's head. Boom! The impact raised a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's view. Half a minute later, the dust settled, revealing the scene inside. King Kong stood proudly, his chest heaving, clearly exhausted from the powerful blow. In front of him lay a headless corpse, blood and brain matter splattered across the ground, along with a burst inner core. King Kong picked up the inner core, walked over to Ye Qianxing, wiped the dirt off it, and then handed it to Ye Qianxing, wearing an expression as if he had found a penny on the street and was waiting for praise from the police officer. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but laugh, patting King Kong's head and praising him as he wished. King Kong immediately looked like a shy child, covering his face with his hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Luyun, the old general, and others were dumbfounded, watching this scene. The crisis in Jiangnan City was surprisingly resolved, and the one who solved the crisis was just a 15 or 16-year-old student. Chapter 98, The End. Reward with the death of the Jiao people. The remaining followers of the spirit god immediately began to scatter and flee. Listen to my orders. Search the entire city for the followers of the spirit god, and leave not a single one alive. If you encounter resistance, kill without mercy. The old general shouted angrily, issuing commands. It's over. I've lost. Zhou Xian was completely stunned on the spot. He had been planning for years for this day, and everything was already set to succeed. The spirit god sect had already invaded Jiangnan City and had surrounded the city's prominent figures. Yet in the end, they still lost. With this defeat, Zhou Xian lost everything. His position as city lord, and even the entire Zhou family could not escape unscathed. One wrong move had trapped him in a dire situation. The fire giant beast was directly killed by the howling moon silver wolf, and Zhou Xian was taken into custody by several soldiers. Damn it! Lin Scorpion in the sky cursed angrily, but unlike Zhou Xian, he did not surrender. He urged the sacred Feather Lion King to retreat quickly. As long as he was alive, he could seek revenge one day. However, at this moment, Su Hong shouted sternly, "Want to leave? Have you asked me?" The brutal panda threw the bamboo stick in his hand at the sacred Feather Lion King, which shot through the lion's right wing like an arrow. Roar! The sacred Feather Lion King let out a cry of pain, losing its balance and falling to the ground. No, no, Lin Scorpion howled in unwillingness, but ultimately could not escape death. The sacred Feather Lion King could barely survive due to its strong physique. But Lin Scorpion was just an ordinary person. Even with the sacred Feather Lion King as a cushion, the fall from such a height was enough to shatter his organs. With the captain dead, the remaining members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps chose to surrender instead of resisting. Thus, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, which had dominated the mercenary world in Jiangnan City for many years, disbanded. Looking at the scene of death and injury in the academy, this was just within the academy. Outside in Jiangnan City, thousands of residents must have suffered severe casualties in this disaster. Sister, how large can your revival range be? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked. It can cover the entire Jiangnan City, but if I do that, I won't be able to fight for a while. Lin Ruoshi understood Ye Qianxing's thoughts and replied directly. Ye Qianxing fell silent, while Lin Ruoshi smiled slightly. She flapped her wings behind her and floated into the air. She waved her staff, and the green energy representing vitality began to gather in the energy source stone in the middle of the staff. Everyone looked at her in confusion. 5 minutes later, the green energy erupted from the staff, shooting straight into the sky. The next moment, it began to rain. The raindrops fell to the ground, and the flowers, plants, and trees damaged by the battle began to sprout anew. The injured students, soaked by the rain, started to heal their wounds. Outside the noble academy, where there had been cries and screams, the moment the rain of vitality fell, it became much quieter. As long as someone was still alive, even if their vitality was about to fade, they began to revive under this nourishing rain. Thank you, dear heavens. Thank you for saving us. Those saved by the rain, along with their relatives, knelt down to worship the sky. They did not know who had sent this rain, so they could only regard it as a gift from the heavens. Having excessively released this revival, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale. Jiangnan City was a large city with a population of millions. Her skill was able to cover the entire city, showing how much energy she had expended. Go back and rest, Ye Qianxing said with concern, opening the door to the contract space. Lin Ruoshi entered the contract space and disappeared from everyone's sight. Young man, on behalf of the millions of people in Jiangnan City, I thank you. At this moment, the old general walked up to Ye Qianxing and actually bowed deeply. Ye Qianxing hurriedly helped him up, startled, an elderly general in his 60s bowing to him. Wasn't that going to shorten his own life? However, Ye Qianxing seemed unafraid of shortening his life. He was basically immortal now. General, this is not necessary. I'm also a part of Jiangnan City, and this is what I should do, Ye Qianxing quickly said, helping the old general up. The old general looked at Ye Qianxing with even more admiration and appreciation. Xiao Yi, this time I really owe it to you. As the so-called strongest in Jiangnan City, I basically didn't play any role in this battle. Xiao Luyan also stepped forward and sighed bitterly. In fact, in terms of level, the Howling Moon Silverwolf was not much weaker than the Jiao people. But the Jiao had the ability to attack the soul, which was the most disgusting aspect. Moreover, the Howling Moon Silverwolf was not just facing the Jiao, but also Zhou Xian's traitorous fire giant beast. Facing two opponents alone, it was no wonder the Howling Moon Silverwolf was defeated. Uncle Xia, you're too humble, Ye Qianxing said shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed to be thanked by so many big shots. Moreover, this time, to deal with the spirit god sect and the traitors like Lin Scorpion. Ye Qianxing had exposed quite a few of his abilities, even using the power of the system on the spot. He didn't know if anyone had noticed. If they did, he might become a target of envy. Regardless, this disaster in Jiangnan City was all thanks to you. I have important matters to attend to now. Once all the aftermath is settled, I will make sure you receive the rewards you deserve, the old general said with a smile, patting Ye Qianxing on the shoulder before leaving. Ye Qianxing and the others followed Principal Wang back to Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. You 5, come with me. Principal Wang kept Ye Qianxing and the other 5 behind and mysteriously took out 5 boxes. When the boxes opened, the contents were revealed, each item shone with colorful light. They were all spirit artifacts. I promised before that as long as you fought for the academy, I would reward each of you with a spirit artifact. Now the promise is being fulfilled. Choose, Principal Wang said, and immediately, Ye Qianxing and the other 5 rushed to the 5 treasure chests like hungry tigers. These 5 spirit artifacts included a pair of golden steel claws, a pair of gauntlets, a pair of shoes, a piece of battle armor, and a red gemstone pendant. The golden steel claws were made from the claws of a D-class evil spirit, the Diamond Wolf, combined with some special metals, possessing powerful cutting power. The material of the gauntlets was also extraordinary, providing the wearer with over a 50 increase in combat power. The shoes could significantly enhance the speed of spirit pets. The battle armor provided defense. The red gemstone pendant was made from a fire-type inner core, containing very rich fire energy, ensuring that fire-type spirit pets could maintain their output and provide energy support. Principal Wang explained each one to them, and, as he said, these were specifically selected for their spirit pets. Thus, the 5 quickly divided them up. Zhou Yu naturally chose the gauntlets for her little jade. which would provide over a 50 increase in combat power for her violent punches. Zhou Lang chose the shoes. Little 8's defensive power was already extraordinary, able to withstand attacks from D-class spirit pets, so the armor was just an enhancement, but the shoes were a perfect fit. Xiao Ba's flaw is that he is too slow, and these shoes are like a timely help, boosting his speed. Xia Xiaoyu chose that gemstone pendant for Hua Hua. Whether it's the Inferno Flame Slash or the Fiery Feather Burn, both consume Hua Hua's energy, making the gemstone pendant very suitable for him. Ye Qianxing chose the Steel Claw. The combat power of the 250-level character itself isn't strong enough, so in battle, he usually attacks the enemy's soul. After wearing the Steel Claw, his physical combat power is likely to be enhanced several times. Finally, the armor went to Bai, and Su Tila had no objections to this, as the armor's appearance alone is very cool. Bai, as the Yin Shuang Qilin, is already handsome, and wearing the armor instantly adds several points to his appearance. Ha ha! Then thank you, Principal Wang. Ye Qianxing and the others expressed their happiness, but Principal Wang suddenly said, "Don't be too happy too soon." Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned, wondering if something else had happened. There are even better things to come. They were suddenly speechless. Principal Wang was being so unserious and even scared them. "What is it?" Ye Qianxing asked impatiently. "Consider it a reward for the inter-school friendship competition. Each academy has a quota for direct admission to university. As the 5 strongest students of our school, you naturally have this privilege. Direct admission to university?" Ye Qianxing and the others were taken aback at the same time. To be honest, they hadn't even considered going to university yet. After all, according to the normal process, they're currently only in the first year of high school. Although Principal Wang had directly promoted them to the 3rd year, that was only a short while ago. They didn't expect to graduate so soon. "I have seen your strength. To be honest, our school has nothing left to teach you." Principal Wang sighed, noting that the combat experience and strength of these 5 have far surpassed the school's graduates and even mentors, leaving little to teach. However, there's a problem now. We only have 1 direct admission quota for the top 5 universities in our country, which means you 5 can only choose different universities. Principal Wang said somewhat awkwardly. Everyone fell silent. They had fought side by side for so long, and suddenly being told they had to separate was hard to accept. Chapter 99. Hard under thousands of critical strikes. After staying silent for a few minutes, Sudara weakly spoke up. "Ahem, actually, my dad has managed to get me a pass to the Imperial Capital University through connections." "What?" Ye Qianxing was instantly shocked as he looked at Sudara. The Imperial Capital is the capital of the Celestial Empire, and the Imperial Capital Academy is naturally the top academy in this country. It's quite remarkable that Sudara's father could pull strings to get a pass to the Imperial Capital University. If that's the case, actually, I also have a pass to the Imperial Capital University, Xia Xiaoyu said at that moment. "My father got help from the Spirit Association over there in the capital." Puffed. Ye Qianxing felt like he was about to spit blood. He turned his gaze back to the Zhou siblings, Zhou Lang and Zhou Yu. He still didn't know their backgrounds. "Actually, my brother and I are originally from the Imperial Capital, so," Zhou Yu said, although she didn't finish her sentence. Ye Qianxing understood what she meant. At this moment, Ye Qianxing felt like his heart had taken thousands of critical hits. After all this time, it turned out he was the last one to get a pass to the Imperial Capital Academy. Indeed, having connections was amazing. Many people work hard for over a decade and still can't get into the Imperial Capital University, while they could get passes directly. Ye Qianxing took a deep breath to calm himself. Although he felt a bit unfair about this, being able to attend university together made everything else irrelevant. "Since that's the case, Principal Wang, I have nothing more to say. I choose the recommendation qualification for the Imperial Capital University." Ye Qianxing shrugged and said. Principal Wang was also stunned by the backgrounds of these 4, and he could only sigh in the end. "Well, if I give all 5 recommendation spots to you, the other students in the school might gossip. The 4 remaining spots can be given to others." After saying that, Principal Wang left. A few days later, Ye Qianxing received a call from an unfamiliar number. Once connected, a familiar voice came through. "Ha ha, guess who I am? The one who can laugh like that must be you, Brother Chu Xiong." Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes. Chu Xiong looked serious when on missions, but now he was playing a childish guessing game with him. As for how Chu Xiong got his contact information, Ye Qianxing didn't find it strange at all. As the captain of the special operations team in Jiangnan City, it would be quite odd if he couldn't manage such a small thing. Ahem. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, there were a few coughs from the other end. Ye Qianxing could imagine Chu Xiong's twitching expression. You little brat, being so cheeky. The old general has business with you. Come over, Chu Xiong said. The old general is looking for me? What is up? Ye Qianxing was a bit confused. What else could it be? It's good news. Have you forgotten the old general said he would reward you? Chu Xiong's voice rang out again, and Ye Qianxing raised an eyebrow. The word reward caught his interest. Military rewards must be much better than what Principal Wang offered. All right, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Ye Qianxing rushed to the military district. At the military district entrance, a few soldiers were on guard. When they saw Ye Qianxing trying to enter, they immediately blocked his way. This is a military area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. I am Ye Qianxing. The old general sent me, Ye Qianxing hurriedly said, thinking Chu Xiong would have informed the guards. However, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's name, the two soldiers were stunned, and then their expressions changed drastically. You are Ye Qianxing? The one who saved Jiangnan City? One soldier exclaimed excitedly. If nothing unexpected, that should be me, but saying I saved Jiangnan City is a bit exaggerated. It was everyone's effort, Ye Qianxing said a bit shyly, realizing that these two soldiers were actually his fans. Not exaggerated at all, not in the slightest. Since the old general returned, he always says we should learn from you. Yes, you decisively killed the cultists, and your spirit pet brought down that rain, saving so many lives. You are the hero of Jiangnan City. The two soldiers said firmly. Can I go in then? Ye Qianxing asked weakly. Since these two were his fans, it should be fine, right? However, he was mistaken. I'm really sorry. Hero, public matters are public, and private matters are private. We still have to follow the procedures. Please wait while we confirm, one soldier said, and was about to use the intercom. At that moment, Chu Xiong appeared in front of Ye Qianxing. No need to call, Ye Qianxing said, as Chu Xiong had also arrived at the entrance. Ye, my little brother, why did you come so quickly? I was going to come pick you up, Chu Xiong said with a resentful expression. If the old general finds out you came by yourself, he will definitely scold me, Chu Xiong added. It's fine as long as he doesn't find out. Brother Chu, let us hurry in. I can tell the old general is eager to see me. Ye Qianxing laughed. You're talking about the old general being eager for rewards, right? Chu Xiong bluntly stated Ye Qianxing's true thoughts. With Chu Xiong present, the two soldiers naturally wouldn't stop Ye Qianxing anymore. After winding through the military district for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a small courtyard. Along the way, Ye Qianxing noticed that the military district was indeed heavily guarded, with two soldiers stationed every few meters. Moreover, Ye Qianxing's keen senses revealed that there were many snipers hidden around. It was clear that attempting a forced entry or ambush on the military district was simply impossible. Entering the courtyard, there was a small pavilion where the old general sat on a chair, basking in the sun and reading the newspaper. Our little hero has arrived. Seeing Ye Qianxing, the old general chuckled. In front of the old general, how can I dare to call myself a hero? Ye Qianxing quickly waved his hands, speaking from his heart. To be the highest-ranking officer in the Jiangnan military, he must have achieved countless merits. Compared to the old general, his achievements were merely insignificant. Indeed, young people like you, who are capable yet not arrogant, are rare. I didn't misjudge you. The old general laughed heartily, expressing even more admiration for Ye Qianxing. You should know why I called you here, right? I said before, once the aftermath is handled, I won't treat you unfairly. I keep my promises. While speaking, the old general nodded at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong quickly took out a tablet and handed it to Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing took it and saw many photos on the screen, each with a price listed. However, the prices were not in money, but in military merit points. Chapter 100. Military Achievements Exchange. This is the treasure trove of our Celestial Empire's military. The items inside can all be exchanged with military achievement points. Without achievements, no amount of money is of any use. So the items here are truly priceless, the old general explained to Ye Qianxing after taking a sip of tea. I don't know what rewards you want, so I've decided to let you choose from here. As long as it's under 100 military achievement points, you can pick anything, which is equivalent to giving you 100 points. Hearing the old general's words, Ye Qianxing was overjoyed. Although he hadn't looked yet, he knew that the military's treasures were all good items, many of which couldn't be bought on the market, such as spirit gear. Aside from possibly finding them on the black market, they could only be obtained from the military. Even the spirit gear given to them by Principal Wang was obtained from the military. Ye Qianxing quickly focused on the tablet, and the dazzling array of items left him in awe. There were basic firearms like the Desert Eagle and AK-47, as well as new technological weapons like ion laser cannons and combat robots. Of course, there were also the spirit gear that Ye Qianxing had been longing for. Additionally, there were some spirit pet offspring, evil spirit inner elixirs, and high-level spiritual medicines related to spirit tamers. After all, even the military values the role of spirit tamers and spirit pets on the battlefield. 100 military achievement points? Ye Qianxing murmured. 100 points didn't seem like much in this treasure trove. For example, the top items required nearly 100,000 achievement points. Don't think that 100 contribution points are small. Many soldiers might not even earn that much in several years. Chu Xiong said softly as he noticed the change in Ye Qianxing's expression. Only then did Ye Qianxing realize that the old general's reward was indeed quite generous. He directly chose to skip over the items that exceeded 100 achievement points and focused on those below 100. Soon, he spotted a metal dagger identical to the one Chu Xiong had borrowed him, priced at 50 achievement points. Now you see why I said I couldn't give it to you back then? I've been the captain of this special operations team for 10 years, and my accumulated achievement points aren't even 50. I can't afford it, unlike you, kid, Chu Xiong said, looking at Ye Qianxing with envy and jealousy. No way. Brother Chu, you actually don't have 50 achievement points? Ye Qianxing said in surprise. Of course, our Jiangnan city is considered a central city in the Celestial Empire, so major incidents rarely occur. The recent invasion by the Spirit God sect was a once-in-a-century event, Chu Xiong explained. Without incidents, they wouldn't need to undertake missions, and naturally, they wouldn't earn achievement points. All right, Ye Qianxing looked at Chu Xiong with sympathy and continued to select his rewards. In the end, he chose a metal dagger, a piece of inner armor, and 10 metal bullets, totaling exactly 100 achievement points. The metal dagger was indeed the same as the one Chu Xiong had lent him, capable of piercing through the defenses of D-grade evil spirits, showcasing its sharpness. As for the inner armor, it was made from special materials and could withstand attacks from C-grade and below evil spirits. Most importantly, it was very lightweight, providing no sense of burden when worn, and even felt cool during hot weather. Ye Qianxing chose the female style because he intended to give it to Xia Xiaoyu. As for himself, he didn't need the inner armor, having the indestructible body and immortality. You little rascal, I told you to pick something under 100 achievement points, and you managed to gather exactly 100 points, the old general said with a laugh. Hee hee, you didn't say that earlier. Anyway, I've already made my choice, and you wouldn't dare take it back, right? Ye Qianxing chuckled. The old general was merely joking and didn't truly mind. They chatted for a while longer when a soldier arrived carrying a box. Opening the box revealed the 3 items Ye Qianxing had selected. Brother Yi, I understand why you bought this metal dagger and inner armor, but why 10 bullets? You don't even have a gun, Chu Xiong asked, thinking Ye Qianxing was unaware. I don't need these 10 bullets. They are for you, Brother Chu, and the other brothers in the Special Operations team, Ye Qianxing replied with a slight smile. Chu Xiong was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. You mean, these are for us? Of course, every time you face the toughest missions in Jiangnan City, these metal bullets might save your lives at a critical moment. However, I hope that day never comes. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, as he had a special fondness for the members of the Special Operations team. Moreover, since Chu Xiong treated him well, he naturally wouldn't shortchange them. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Chu Xiong's eyes instantly reddened. As a soldier and the captain of the Special Operations team, he had long forgotten the feeling of wanting to cry. Even when injured or facing death, he wouldn't flinch. But at this moment, he found himself on the verge of tears. Brother Yi, I can't accept this, Chu Xiong said, moved to speechlessness. 10 bullets represented 10 achievement points. He understood the value of achievement points and didn't dare accept them. Come on, you're a big man, don't be so sentimental. It's a kind gesture from little Ye. If you don't accept it, wouldn't that embarrass him? The old general interjected. In fact, when Ye Qianxing chose those 10 bullets, the old general had already suspected it. But hearing Ye Qianxing say it out loud truly moved him. That's right, Brother Chu, just accept it. Besides, it's not all for you. There are also Fatty and the others. You can't refuse on their behalf. Ye Qianxing quickly persuaded. Chu Xiong wiped his tears and finally looked at Ye Qianxing with a determined gaze. All right, I'll accept it. I'm a rough man and one say much. In short, if you ever need something from me in the future, as long as it doesn't go against principles or harm the country, I, Brother Chu, will go through fire and water for you. Chu Xiong patted his chest, and Ye Qianxing knew that Chu Xiong was speaking from the heart. Don't worry, Brother Chu. If I ever need your help, I won't hide it, Ye Qianxing said as he handed the box to Chu Xiong, who this time did not refuse. After chatting for a little longer, just as they were about to leave, the old general called out to Ye Qianxing. Little Ye, you really don't want to join our military? The old general still didn't want to give up, as he could foresee that if Ye Qianxing joined the military, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Chapter 101. Is there really such a thing as peaceful times? Ye Qianxing let out a bitter smile. He had just accepted the old general's favor, and now he was about to firmly reject the man's request. Even someone as shameless as Ye Qianxing felt a bit embarrassed. However, it was impossible for him to lose his freedom because of this. Old general, I'm the kind of person who can't stand being controlled. I just love freedom. If it's short term, it's not a problem, but staying in the army for a long time would probably drive me crazy, Ye Qianxing said. Try to use a more tactful tone. Oh, you mean if it's for a short time, you're willing to join the army? The old general didn't seem disappointed by Ye Qianxing's words. Instead, he appeared somewhat excited. Ye Qianxing was momentarily confused, not understanding what the old general was so thrilled about. But he felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Haha, if it's just for a short time, that's fine. I have a few intern slots available for you. This way, you only need to stay in the army for 2 months, and after that, you can leave freely. Of course, if you want to leave during those 2 months, that's completely fine too, the old general chuckled. Interns? The military has interns? Ye Qianxing was stunned, looking incredulous. Of course. Moreover, these intern slots are very valuable. Once you complete the internship, even if you leave the army, your records can still remain with the military, and you can continue to enjoy the military's preferential policies in the future, Chu Xiong interjected. Noting how precious these slots were and how the old general was willing to offer one to Ye Qianxing, it seemed he truly valued Ye Qianxing. Generally speaking, these slots were only available to the children of families with connections. Those prominent families would send their younger generation to gain experience in the army, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of the military and even make more connections, which could be said to be highly advantageous. After hearing Chu Xiong's explanation, Ye Qianxing also began to take an interest in this intern slot. 2 months was not too long. Ye Qianxing could completely accept it, and he wouldn't be rejecting the old general's request. Most importantly, he could enjoy the benefits of the military. Does this mean he could exchange those good things directly with the military in the future? So, little Ye, are you willing? The old general asked with a smile, though he seemed a bit nervous. Old general, if it's only for 2 months, I'm naturally willing. However, the old general was just about to be very happy when he heard Ye Qianxing's however, which made his heart sink again. However what? However, old general, since it's for military training, I don't want to stay with the military in Jiangnan City. This is not because I look down on Jiangnan City, Ye Qianxing quickly explained. As Brother Chu said, Jiangnan City is located in the central region of the Heavenly Dynasty, and it's too comfortable. Since it's training, I would prefer to go to a relatively dangerous place so that I can truly gain experience. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old general fell silent for a moment. Just when Ye Qianxing thought the old general was unhappy, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha! Little Ye, you are making me like you more and more. Indeed, Jiangnan City is too comfortable. Only by constantly facing danger can one break through their limits. There is a border post called Jinan Pass, which guards the southern part of our Heavenly Dynasty. I happen to have an old comrade there, and I can recommend you. Jinan Pass? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. He didn't know what a border post was. After all, having lived in Jiangnan City all his life, he hadn't learned about these things. Sigh, little Ye, Do you think that's why our heavenly dynasty is relatively peaceful compared to other countries? Do you know why Jiangnan City is so comfortable? It's because of the existence of those border posts. The soldiers at the border guard our heavenly dynasty, not allowing any evil spirits or anti-human organizations to enter. It is precisely because of the border posts that our country can remain relatively peaceful. Even the invasion by the spirit god sect we encountered last time is almost routine at the border. There is no such thing as peaceful times. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. At this point, the old general's previously cheerful expression turned serious. Upon hearing the old general's words, Ye Qianxing felt a surge of respect. There are no peaceful times, it's just that someone is bearing the burden for us. This statement struck a chord within Ye Qianxing, bringing a bittersweet feeling to his heart. Jinan Pass, as the name suggests, guards the southern part of our heavenly dynasty. The various cities in the south are so comfortable precisely because of the existence of Jinan Pass. Old General, I made up my mind. I want to go to Jinan Pass, Ye Qianxing said firmly. If before he was only thinking of himself, wanting to gain better experience and earn more military merit, now he had an additional reason in his heart to do what he should do. As a citizen of the heavenly dynasty, he should serve his country, his people, his family and friends, and also for himself. Good. Then I'll contact my comrade right away. You go back and wait for news. It shouldn't take long. The old general patted Ye Qianxing on the shoulder. At that moment, he sensed Ye Qianxing's patriotic spirit. He felt gratified. Although Ye Qianxing had only agreed to temporarily join the military. So what? As long as he had a patriotic heart, even if he wasn't a soldier. The old general believed that when the heavenly dynasty faced danger in the future, Ye Qianxing would definitely stand up. After leaving the military district, Ye Qianxing returned. He contacted Xia Xiaoyu, Su Tila, and others to gather and told them about his plan to go to the border for training over the next 2 months. Since he already had the pass to the Imperial Capital Academy, he didn't need to attend classes now. He just had to go when the semester started with the pass. When they learned that Ye Qianxing was going to the border, Su Tila and the others quickly expressed their desire to go with him. Well, not everyone can go. There are limited slots. How about this? I'll ask the old general, and if possible, I'll see if he can give you a slot too. Saying this, Ye Qianxing directly called the old general in public. After explaining the request, the old general agreed without a second thought. The slots I have were originally intended for you. You can bring whoever you want. I have no objections. This was the old general's exact words, indicating that he had a high opinion of Ye Qianxing. Chapter 102. Heading to Jinan Pass, after realizing that they could go to the border for training, Sudala and the others expressed their happiness. They ordered a table full of drinks and declared they wouldn't return until they were drunk. Ye Qianxing also let loose and drank freely. At the dinner table, Ye Qianxing took out a box containing inner armor and handed it to Xia Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is a gift for you. Once you wear it, you won't have to worry about encountering D-level evil spirits anymore, Ye Qianxing said. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoyu was instantly moved. Brother Qianxing, I can't accept this. It's too precious. She waved her hands repeatedly. As the daughter of the Xia family, she was not lacking in insight. An inner armor capable of withstanding D-level evil spirit attacks must be extremely valuable, something money couldn't buy. No matter how precious it is, can it be more valuable than your life? If you listen to your brother Qianxing and accept it, otherwise I'll get angry, Ye Qianxing said, putting on a serious face. Xia Xiaoyu was so moved that tears were almost falling. At this moment, Sudala quickly made a joke to lighten the mood. Ahem, Qianxing, you can't be so biased and forget your friends just because of beauty. You prepared such a good gift for Xiaoyu. What about us? Well, I am biased. Who told you not to be beautiful? Ye Qianxing. Actually, Qianxing, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind either, Sudala said, pretending to be shy and winking at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing almost choked on his food. However, this playful banter helped Xia Xiaoyu regain her composure, and she stopped being pretentious. Ensuring her own safety was the best way to repay Brother Qianxing, right? All right, to be honest, I actually wanted to prepare gifts for all of you, but my strength doesn't allow it. However, it's okay. Once we reach the border, we can earn military merit points in exchange for these treasures. Let me tell you, the military has plenty of good stuff, Ye Qianxing explained, and everyone showed expressions of anticipation. They did not think about how dangerous going to the border would be. Instead, they were looking forward to what experiences awaited them. Ye Qianxing didn't want to dampen their spirits. They would naturally feel the dangers once they got there. For now, it was better to let them hold onto a beautiful fantasy. A few days later, during which Ye Qianxing and the others did not go to school and spent most of their time at the Qianxing studio, the customers were thrilled. The original restrictions of the studio had been quite bothersome, often requiring several days for appointments. Now that Ye Qianxing and the others had more time, the restrictions were relaxed. More and more customers came, and in just a few days, Ye Qianxing and the others made a considerable amount of money, until an old general called, saying he had contacted his old comrades at Jinan Pass. They could head there today. After packing their luggage, Ye Qianxing took Xia Xiaoyu and the others to the military district. Xu Xiong was waiting outside early, but this time he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a young man. At first glance, he looked somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Deng Rong from the Battle Wolf Academy. "Brother Yi, you finally made it." Xu Xiong greeted Ye Qianxing and noticed he was staring at Deng Rong. So he quickly explained, "It's like this. Xiao Deng also plans to go to Jinan Pass, but he is different from you guys. You are going as interns, while he has chosen to join Jinan Pass directly." Hearing Xu Xiong's words, Ye Qianxing looked at Deng Rong with some respect. Regardless of his character and strength, the fact that he was willing to join Jinan Pass was commendable. Once he fully enlisted, he wouldn't be allowed to leave unless he reached retirement age or was severely injured. Otherwise, he would be considered a deserter. The fact that Deng Rong was willing to enlist showed the firmness of his resolve. Jinan Pass was not like Jiangnan City. There, one constantly faced danger. One moment you could be chatting with teammates, and the next you might lose your life. Since they were going together, they should look out for each other. Ye Qianxing extended his hand to Deng Rong, and they shook hands, burying any past grievances. "Let us go. The old general's comrade has sent someone to pick you up. It should be about time," Xu Xiong said, and the group entered the military district, where there was a dedicated helipad for combat aircraft. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, Ye Qianxing and the others saw a very cool helicopter. Although it was a helicopter, it was equipped with everything a fighter jet should have, and it even had many new technological weapons, such as laser cannons, with absolutely powerful capabilities. "Is it just you six?" A bunch of little kids, a middle-aged man in his 30s walked out of the helicopter, sporting a buzz cut and wearing a unique uniform. His dark skin and strong muscles all indicated his formidable combat power.